Chapter 91. Under the Tangled World Tree. German and others took a temporary rest. They took off their gas masks, fanned themselves, and took out food and water. After the battles along the way, and the killing of several phoenixes just now, German's temperament reached 46 points. And there were only 4 points left to the limit of the master. Of course, reaching the master's temperament does not mean that German is now a master. It's just that he already has a solid foundation to become a master, which can be simply understood as he has the qualifications and upper limit to become a master. During the rest period, Germain took a look at the projection of the hunter badge and confirmed that there were less than 2 hours left before the cooling of the teleportation lantern. Biscuit looked up and saw that he could not see the crown of the world tree, but only the rows of bark patterns. Xiao Di. She suddenly had an idea. If we can cut down this world tree, can your bulge-eyed fish swallow it? No. Xiao Di bit a piece of sandwich cookie, and the crumbs fell on the collar of her sweater. The other restriction and oath of the bulge-eyed fish is about this. I don't know how big the space inside it is, but it can only absorb objects with the volume of a swimming pool at a time, and then it will be forced to stop. If there is no such restriction in oath, let alone the fallen world tree, it can even absorb those volcanoes. I see. Biscuit nodded. Not only do we have to knock down the world tree, but we also have to cut it into pieces the size of a swimming pool. The workload is really too large. She sighed and had to give up. Just knocking down the world tree was enough to consume a lot of time and energy, let alone cutting it. However, Bischi still asked Yungu to help cut off a small piece of the root exposed on the soil and let Xiao Di swallow it with a bulge-eyed fish. Let the plant hunter study it when there is a chance, Bischi said. See if there is any difference between the world tree here and the world tree of the 6 continents, except for the size. After another 10 minutes of rest, after German returned from patrolling the surrounding area, everyone set off again. It took them nearly a quarter of an hour to get around the side of the huge world tree, and this was when they accelerated their leap, which showed how huge it was. At this time, at the end of the twisted tree roots and cracked soil, an unexpected obstacle appeared. Between the world trees, a wall appeared. The wall was tens of meters high and stretched across the place. Getting closer, they could see strange patterns on the wall, surging like waves, causing everyone to have unspeakable reverie. There is a wall here, Bischi murmured. Although it is not a strange thing that there are intelligent creatures in the Dark Continent, I still couldn't help being surprised when I saw the evidence. The 4 of them did not touch the wall that separated the inside and the outside, but observed silently, and Bischi kept taking pictures with his mobile phone. German thought for a while, and told everyone his inference. In the Dark Continent, there are magical beasts called gatekeepers, and they summon magical beast subspecies called guides. The area where the gatekeepers are located is either the outer sea of the Dark Continent or the coast of the Dark Continent, and the guides are responsible for allowing humans to land on the Dark Continent smoothly. Since there is such a precedent, it doesn't seem so difficult to understand that they set up a wall on the boundary line of the world tree. However, if this is the case, there will be someone guarding the wall nearby. Biscuit continued to say what Germain had not yet said. Indeed, this possibility is still relatively large. Ah! Xiao Di suddenly screamed, scaring everyone. She adjusted her glasses and said, could the palm prints left at the bottom of the spider valley be left by the person guarding the wall? Although she looked confused, she could occasionally say something interesting. Germain listened and nodded. It is indeed possible. This place is not far from the bottom of the spider valley. We'd better be careful. What should we do now? Biscuit asked. Should we just cross the wall, or climb up the world tree and then cross it, or walk to the side for a while to see if there is a passage? German shook his head. If the person guarding the wall really exists, then it is unlikely that there will be a passage or a gap. It is better to climb over it to save time. Yeah. Biscuit nodded and looked at Xiao Di. What do you think? I think it is better to climb over it. Xiao Di agreed with German's plan. Bischi looked at the last person in the group, Yungu, who had temporarily switched shifts with German and expanded a circle nearby to be responsible for vigilance. Did not participate in the topic. Yungu? Bischi shouted. Yungu did not respond immediately, but suddenly turned around and shot towards the crowd. Danger! Yungu looked solemn and shouted at them. Something is approaching. A huge aura. German and others were startled at first, and then subconsciously gathered their aura and concentrated their minds. But they looked left and right, but did not see the enemy until the aura that Yungu mentioned came crashing down. The buzzing wave made the four of them feel dazed. They even felt helpless like ordinary people when facing the evil thoughts released by the mind user. However, when they looked at the direction where the air was coming from, that is, above their heads, they still couldn't see anything. Germain suffocated for a while, and then saw that his pressure was soaring like he stepped on the accelerator. Pressure plus 20, pressure plus 20, pressure plus 20. Before this trip to the Dark Continent, Germain specially asked Biscuit to use the magic beautician Miss Cookie to clear his pressure. He thought that this was enough. But he didn't expect that at this moment, he had to helplessly watch the pressure soar to 64 points in just a few seconds. As the pressure soared, Germain's vision gradually changed. He saw the huge black shadow, and its broad palm reaching down. It's it! It's definitely it! Germain instantly realized the palm print at the bottom of the Spider Valley. The connection between the person guarding the wall and the tall black shadow. While Biscuit and Xiaodi were still dazedly alerting the invisible enemy, Germain was the first to react. Only he could see this palm. Run! Germain shouted loudly. It's invisible. Stay away from the range of its energy. With Germain's reminder, everyone also woke up and retreated in different directions under the urgent pressure. Pressure plus 20. Germain also fled in one direction. But he didn't expect that the palm also changed direction and pointed at him. It's coming for me. The next moment when Germain realized this, his pressure exceeded 100 points. Black dark air and scarlet halo burst out from Germain's body. It was the product of half a ring and several small arrows intertwined. The torture called masochism suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but pause, and the huge palm suddenly burst out with endless suction, sucking him up in the air and holding him firmly in the palm of his hand. Germain! Someone called his name, but he could only hear vague mumbling in his ears. He didn't even feel that he was in danger in his current situation. The pain in his body made him feel inexplicably happy. With a puff, the huge palm clenched, and Germain's whole body exploded into black and red intertwined air in the air under the horrified gaze of Bisky, Xiaodi and Yungu, and dissipated with the wind. Chapter 92. He had a splitting headache, and as he gradually regained consciousness, the darkness fled like a swarm of frightened aphids. Germain rubbed his forehead and tried to sit up. A hand reached out from the side and held his arm. He was startled and turned around to find that it was Xiaodi. His tense muscles relaxed. You're awake. Xiaodi helped Germain up. Germain looked at the faint light in the sky, and it took him a while to confirm that it was dawn, not sunset. He was full of doubts and asked, Xiaodi, what happened next? I have no memory of what happened afterwards. You were grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and then turned into dark red gas, and disappeared. Xiaodi let go of the hand that was holding German Man and described it in the shortest possible tone. Then what? German Man asked. Then? Xiaodi tilted his head, thought for a while, and said, Then Yungu was also grabbed in midair like you, and then disappeared in the same way. And then I was the next. I woke up about 10 minutes ago, used the mind radar, and took a look around, and saw you lying on the ground. So I came over to push you awake. German Man looked around and frowned. The environment here is quite unfamiliar. It is not under the world tree, nor beside the volcanic belt, nor the forest at the bottom of the Spider Valley, but a small hillside. German looked around and saw the vague outline in the distance. It was not yet affected by the weak sunlight, and everything was still shrouded in darkness. So, the four of them were probably captured by the dark giant one after another, and they were brought here. The dark red gas that was crushed at that moment should be some kind of teleportation ability, similar to German's teleportation lantern and the black hole of the rat in the wall. Have you seen Bisky and Yungu? German asked. Xiaodi shook her head as expected. I didn't see them. I only met you. But the radar detected their position, which was quite far away. So I chose to come to your side first. German took out the radar. The four radars stored the energy from the same life, and they attracted each other, so they could assume the function of fuzzy positioning. Sure enough, the two bright spots represented by Basiji and Yunga flashed on the edge of the radar. It seemed that they had already merged like German and Xiaodi. As long as they don't exceed the radar detection range, they will find each other quickly. Do you remember this place? Germain put away the radar and asked again. No. Xiaodi didn't remember this area at all. As expected, Germain lowered his head and pondered. German, Shiati broke the silence and suddenly asked two strange questions. I want to know. Are we dead? Is this hell? Hearing this, Germain looked up with a little surprise and looked into Shiati's dark eyes. He could not see any sadness or anger, only the calmness of choosing to accept. Shiati said, after I was caught by that hand, I felt the severe pain in my body, the shattering of bones and flesh, and the tranquility of death. German, are we dead? This is definitely not hell. And we are not dead. German shook his head, and he encouraged the air in his body to flow and communicate with the air around him. We are still struggling alive in the dark continent. Why are you so sure? Shiati asked doubtfully. You should have noticed it. German extended his index finger, and the air changed into 4 words hunter badge. The air here is far more abundant and vibrant than the 6 continents. This is because it has the most vast land, the richest resources, and the most complete ecological chain, and the most air gathered and circulated in the dark continent. For us, the mind power users, it's okay. The flow of air is as natural as breathing. If an ordinary person with a closed sperm pore enters the dark continent for the first time, he should have a very severe adverse reaction. As long as you really feel the chi here, you will know that we are still alive, and we are still in the dark continent. This is the evidence. Xiao Di did notice that the content of qi in the dark continent is different from that in the 6 continents. At this moment, under Germain's reminder, she stretched her torso as if stretching, and really felt the qi that exuded vitality. She nodded in agreement. We are indeed not dead. But, in fact, it doesn't matter if we die. For those of us who were born in Meteor Street, living one more day is a blessing. Germain could tell that she was serious, but he didn't mean to persuade her. After all, this kind of concept that was formed since childhood could not be changed by a few words. Let's confirm what we can know first. Germain took out the bronze pocket watch from his arms, and barely saw the time in the light of dawn. 6 continents time. 6 o'clock in the morning. He pursed his lips and calculated. The 4-member team set out at 1 a.m. in the 6 continents time. After 2 hours, around 3 a.m., they arrived at the World Tree. Half an hour later, they encountered a huge black shadow. It is now 6 a.m., which means that almost 2.5 hours are missing. More importantly, it was daytime when we arrived at the World Tree. But here we can see that the sun has not yet fully risen. Germain looked up at the fish belly white in the sky and pondered. If it weren't for the different air, Germain almost thought they had returned to the 6 continents. He took out the hunter badge and projected a projection that only he could see. The 4-hour cooling time of the teleportation lantern had passed, which indirectly confirmed the passage of time. What happened? Germain thought for a while, and suddenly had a bold idea. The location where they were teleported was much farther than imagined, but there was no definite evidence yet. At the same time, he noticed that part of the content of his hunter badge projection had changed. Although Germain did not remember what happened after he lost consciousness, he still remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. He knew very well that he had triggered the torture called masochism in that huge palm. However, if the torture state is left alone, it will only last for half an hour. Germain woke up after 2.5 hours, and the masochism disappeared naturally. This is just a normal change. Nothing worth noting. What should really be noted is the changes in other aspects of Germain. His physical fitness increased to 40 points, and his chi volume finally broke through the master limit and reached 51 points. And his pressure increased to 115 points. No wonder I felt an indescribable smoothness when I controlled the flow of chi just now, Germain thought. But why did I get the improvement? Could this also be related to the huge black shadow? Not only that, the positive traits and negative traits also have 2 more each, which is a total of 4 traits. The positive traits are toughness and robustness, and the negative traits are greed and moodiness. Toughness can increase the stress relief treatment of German man. In other words, Biscuit's magic beautician Miss Cookie will bring more stress relief to German man now. As for robustness, it is a resistance that can reduce his probability of getting a disease. Greed, as the name implies, will make Germain more obsessed with material wealth, and moodiness will slightly increase the probability of triggering torture. After being caught by the giant hand, Germain missed 2.5 hours, and appeared in an unfamiliar environment with Shiati, and his body has undergone significant changes. Obviously, the huge black shadow is the source of all this. Germain is more and more certain of the bold idea he had not long ago. They were forcibly teleported here, and Germain gained both benefits and losses as a result. Chapter 93. As the night ended and the day dawned, everything Germain saw was covered with a thin layer of blue-gray gauze, with a hazy poetic beauty. Even considering that this is a dark continent full of dangers, this beauty cannot be reduced. Let's go! Germain turned to Xiaodi and said. He took out the radar again. Let's go find Bisji and Yungu and meet up with them. Xiaodi nodded, her face still calm. Her eyes were always open, and she could hardly see the time to blink. German looked down at the two flashing dots on the radar, then walked northwest with Xiaodi. Bisji and Yungu are probably heading our way. 2. We should meet them in a quarter of an hour, German said. They walked down the hill, past the dewy grass, and headed toward the vague silhouette in the distance that was still wrapped in darkness. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, German saw Bisji and Yungu walking toward them. Bisji looked down at the radar as he walked, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the figures of German and Xiaodi with his own eyes, and waved to them from a distance. The four of them met up next to a huge rock that was 2 stories high. Are you all okay? Biscuit walked up and asked with concern. Hearing that German and Xiaodi both answered that they were fine, she sighed and put her hands on her hips. I was the last one to be caught by the invisible hand. Before that, I really thought you were all killed. Fortunately, after waking up, I found that we were just forced to teleport. But I'm not completely sure of this. I didn't feel relieved until I found Yungu through radar, and then found you. Yungu stuffed the hem of his clothes that had escaped from him at some point back into his pants, and touched the back of his head shyly. I feel very ashamed to make you so worried. Teacher, you have to cheer up. Biscuit slapped Yungu's back hard, making a snapping sound, as if he was going to break him apart. Try to remove the agent in the middle of the Xinyuanliu agent master as soon as possible. Our Xinyuanliu. The future depends on you. Yes. Yungu stood up solemnly, his eyes firm. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Bisajai nodded with satisfaction, and noticed that the flow of chi on German's body seemed to be more stable and smooth. And he couldn't help but be a little surprised. You got a small improvement. German didn't need to say much, but concentrated his mind, and the chi spread out, forming a circle that swept outward. As an inability user, they don't like to stay in other people's circles. The feeling of being monitored will only make people feel offended. So German's circle quickly shrank back. This, Yungu estimated it in surprise and adjusted his glasses. The radius is 25 meters. And a few hours ago, your circle had a radius of only 15 meters. It seems that the invisible hand indirectly improved your chi. Bisajai thought for a while and said, but even so, your growth rate is quite amazing. It's normal for her and Yungu to be surprised. Germain looks only about 26 or 27 years old, when they were the same age, although their strength was also increasing. It was not so fast. Biscuit suddenly remembered something at this time. Germain, when you were arrested, your expression seemed to be wrong. Did you trigger the torture? Yes. Germain answered truthfully. Masochism. But its duration has ended, and it can't affect me now. Masochist? Biscuit looked German up and down for a while, covered his mouth and smiled, then curled his lips again, looking unhappy. I have been paying attention to your pressure along the way, and I plan to summon the magic beautician Miss Cookie for you as soon as it exceeds 30 points. But who would have thought that an invisible hand suddenly appeared and raised your pressure to the highest level in less than 10 seconds? That should be the hand of the person guarding the wall. German confirmed. I planned to call it the wall facer, and I actually saw its figure. Biscuit stretched his head towards German in astonishment. Did you see it? Yungu was also surprised. The master and the disciple saw nothing. They could only feel that what grabbed them was a huge hand, with a power that was impossible to get rid of. It should be related to pressure. German pointed to his eyes. The higher the pressure, the more likely you are to see it. At that time, the wall facer was coming for me, so my pressure was also under its influence, and it kept soaring, and I saw its figure. Although the outline is very vague, it can be basically confirmed that it is a giant taller than the wall and shorter than the world tree. I just don't understand why it forced us to teleport here. German and Xiaodi observed this area on their way to meet Bisiji and Yungu, but they didn't see anything special about it. I have a clue. Bisiji thought for a while and said, first, to prevent us from getting close to the wall. Second, to let us find what it wants us to find here. What does it want us to find? German repeated the key points of Besige's words. In fact, I have seen that thing. Besige pointed to the vague outline of the mountains on the horizon. I was teleported to the vicinity of there, and saw an ancient ruins. Ancient ruins? This is an unexpected but reasonable answer. Humans migrated from the Dark Continent, and there are many intelligent life forms on the Dark Continent. Whether it is the former or the latter, it is not strange to leave behind the remains of civilization. Hearing this, Germain slowly had an idea. Bisky continued, I didn't approach you at that time, but chose to look for you. Perhaps we can go over and take a look later. However, before that, there is an important matter to deal with. Bisky suddenly walked toward Shuri, who had been silent, stretched out his hand, and stretched her cheeks to both sides. Why? What's wrong? Shuri looked up at Bisky, but her voice became unclear because her cheeks and lips were stretched. We are a team of 4, Biscuit reminded. You were in a daze when we were exchanging information just now. What if you missed some important information? Shuri's face was still stretched by Biscuit, so she had to continue to say in a vague voice, yes. I'm sorry. Biscuit then let go of her hands. Maybe it's the journey along the way, and the oppression of the wall-facing people, which has accumulated a lot of pressure on us. Our reactions have become slow. Sit down. It's time for my magic beautician Miss Cookie to appear. Chapter 94. German. Yun-gu and Xiao-Di all sat cross-legged in the shadow of the erected boulder, watching Bisji fill the last gap in their circle. Listen carefully. Bisji showed a rare serious expression. I haven't tried the next move for many years. You just watch quietly, and don't interrupt me. Do you understand? German. Yun-gu and Xiao-Di all nodded in agreement, and at the same time were quite curious about the next move that Bisji said. I will use it on German first. He needs it the most, Bisji added. Then Xiao-Di. Yun-gu and I are relatively fine. We don't need it for the time being. We can talk about it after we go back. While I am decompressing German. Yun-gu and Xiao-Di. Please stay alert around. Yun-gu and Xiao-Di both agreed. Biscuit, who had her blonde hair tied into a bun, had a mature beauty at this moment. She spread her white gloved palms, and the chi flowed out from her palms, pouring into the center where everyone was sitting, gradually transforming into shape. Magic beautician Miss Cookie kept a professional smile, standing quietly and confidently. Then, Biscuit closed her eyes, put her palms together, and slowly entered into the meditation of the heart source flow. The chi in her body was contained but not released, like a pipeline connected to the magic beautician Miss Cookie. At the same time, the magic beautician Miss Cookie also gently closed her eyes and put her hands together. After a moment, a soft golden light emanated from her body, and her palms slowly separated. However, in the seemingly slow movements, everyone could see the ever-changing range of the magic beautician Miss Cookie, as if hundreds of arms were dancing. 100 styles of Guanyin. Yun-gu recognized the source of these movements at a glance, but he never expected to see them on the magic beautician Miss Cookie. Nor did he expect that Teacher Bisji would use them here. The next moment, he realized that he had made a sound, and he couldn't help but close his mouth nervously, and looked at Bisiji worriedly. Fortunately, Bisiji was still concentrating, and was not disturbed. Of course, Bisiji didn't use the 100-style Guanyin from the magic beautician Miss Cookie, but got inspiration from it, turned it into her own use, and used it in her favorite aspect. The magic beautician Miss Cookie gently flicked her palm, and passed by Germain, Yun-gu and Xiao-Di in an instant. And then an unclear shadow swept towards Germain. Germain felt as if his whole body was floating. His scalp was kneaded. His neck was grasped. His shoulders were stretched. His back, thighs, and feet were all taken care of. After a long time, he felt as if he was coated with cool essential oil, and his tense and sore muscles and bones gradually relaxed, just like a flower but easily unfolding its petals. After an indescribable wonderful experience, Germain slowly opened his eyes, and saw the magic beautician Miss Cookie standing with her hands closed. Her image at this moment was really like Guanyin. How is it? Biscuit took out a small handkerchief, and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The pride in his tone was not concealed. I compressed the 30-minute beauty treatment to 15 minutes. But the decompression should have increased instead. Germain looked at the projection of the hunter badge, and saw the significant decompression effect. His pressure dropped from 115 points to 82 points in one breath, compared with the previous 24 points of decompression. This time the decompression reached 33 points. It was probably not only the increase of the magic beautician Miss Cookie, but also the cross effect of his own toughness. German told this fact. And Biscuit was so proud that his nose almost turned up to the sky after hearing it. Next, Biscuit asked the magic beautician Miss Cookie to do the same to Xiao Di, and then stopped to rest. Beauty and rest. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the sky was bright, and the warm sunshine poured on everyone, and they felt numb and comfortable. German looked down at his pocket watch and reminded Biscuit, "It's almost 7:30. It's almost time to set off. Take us to see the ancient ruins." "Yes." Biscuit pushed her hands up and jumped up from the ground. Her princess dress shook. She patted the dust on her gloves and said, "Come with me." The group returned along the way Biscuit came. Due to the abundant light, they could see a corner of the ancient ruins. The square, dull stones were placed together. It didn't look like a place for life, but a port for large containers. Seeing the image of the ancient ruins, Germain became more certain of his previous guess. But he was not very happy, but frowned. "I didn't actually get close. I just took a look from a distance." Biscuit pointed in the direction of the ancient ruins. "But it is quite huge. There is no doubt about that. I can't see its boundaries at all." Everyone passed through the valley with steep double walls. And then the vision opened up, and they could see the true appearance of the ancient ruins at a glance. The buildings of the ancient ruins were all square blocks, but they were of different heights and had a messy and scattered feeling. They were quite densely piled up, like tombstones that had been weathered for many years. On the plain before entering the ancient ruins, there is a stone tablet with faintly discernible lines of tiny characters. Incredible. Biscuit has not come here yet, nor has she seen this stone tablet. But she recognizes these characters, the characters of the 6 continents. So she squatted down and gently reached out to touch them. The XX Special Forces of the Sahirta United States arrived at the ancient labyrinth city recorded in New World Travels, East on XX/XX/XX, with the goal of the herb that cures all diseases, to prove the courage of mankind. The following content is completely unclear, but there is no need to see it clearly, because the 4 people present know their ending. The Sahirta United States is one of the V5 major countries, and the special forces it sent out challenged the ancient labyrinth city, one of the 5 great disasters and hopes. The ancient labyrinth city is located in the north of the 6 continents. After landing on the northern shore of Lake Mobius in the Dark Continent, you will reach this place after passing through the Sea of Trees and walking 400 kilometers. The enthusiastic special forces of the Sahirta United States first held a ceremony here and erected a stone tablet to prove the rights of the Sahirta United States to this place. Then, the special forces plunged into the ancient labyrinth city, and soon after, they encountered the terrible plant weapon gold and silver ingots. In the end, only 2 people survived, and this area was also classified as a place with a comprehensive danger level of B+. Chapter 95. The comprehensive index of the harm of the chimera ants is B, and the harm of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots is similar to it, which is a threat that cannot be taken lightly. The special forces of the Sahirta United States made a mistake and entered the ancient maze city without paying attention to the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and paid an extremely heavy price for it. German was unwilling to repeat the same mistake. This is the ancient maze city. He stood in front of the death monument set up by the special forces of the Sahirta United States and said, "One of the 5 disasters and hopes I mentioned before is here." Everyone either expected it or nodded solemnly and continued to listen to German. "Although I know that we will encounter one of them sooner or later if we explore the Dark Continent like this, I didn't expect it to be so soon. I have told you all the information I know about the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. Apart from that, I know nothing. Lack of intelligence is very dangerous, as the tragedy of the special forces of the Sahirta United States has proved. The danger level here is B+. I think we are not strong enough to explore here. We should leave." It is common for German to have such an idea. After all, the chimera ants with similar levels of harm need to be dealt with by President Netero, Mo, Nob, and other elite hunters. Of course, there is also the fact that the growth of chimera ants is too strong and the individual destructive power is amazing. I agree. Biscuit put his hands on his hips and stared at the ancient maze city not far away. Although it is a pity, the destructive power of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, can reach A, and the mortality rate will be quite high. You are still in the growth stage. You should not take risks. Bet on yourself here at once. And lose everything in the end. Xiaodi heard this, and couldn't help showing a disappointed look. After hearing about the ancient maize city, the herb that cures all diseases, and the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, she was not afraid at all, but eager to try. She seemed to have seen that her bulge-eyed fish swallowed the bodies of the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, and vomited out a lot of rings, which could be donated to the charity organizations in Meteor Street. Not to mention the herb that cures all diseases, whether it is picked intact or incomplete. Its value is enough to shock the entire human world. And it is also a heavenly sound for those who cannot get medical treatment in Meteor Street. However, the team leaders, German and Bisky, both objected, and their reasons were quite sufficient. She adjusted her black-framed glasses, and could only accept it silently. Yungu also frowned, but for other reasons. Teacher Basiji said you are still in the growth stage. You should not take risks, including him. He has always been determined to get the real recognition of Teacher Basiji and get rid of the title of agent. He obviously can't do it now, but he is not a child and will not show off in such a place. But Basiji suddenly changed the subject, and the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he saw through everyone's thoughts, showing a sly smile. In other words, when you are strong enough and well prepared, it is time to challenge here again. Xiaodi and Yungu couldn't help but show joy when they heard this. And German also nodded. Biscuit continued to talk, walking around them. By then, as long as we can avoid or destroy the plant weapon gold and silver ingots at the lowest cost and retrieve the herb that cures all diseases, I will have a 70% chance of convincing President Netero to help us. Why is it only 70% sure? Germain asked in confusion. 70% is already high. Biscuit pouted his cheeks angrily. You all know President Netero. His mind is too hard to guess. And he is a staunch opponent of exploring the Dark Continent. Obviously, he also secretly formed a team and went to the Dark Continent in secret. Double standards. Two double standards. Biscuit got angry when she thought of the playful smile and evasive attitude that President Netero might show when she was talking about serious matters. If there are no sufficient results and the cost is as small as possible, President Netero will never give in. And even Germain may be controlled. This is one of the reasons why Biscuit is willing to keep the secret for Germain until now. Germain adjusted the brim of his hat, thought for a while, and said, the wallfacer forced us to teleport to the vicinity of the ancient maize city, probably to let us explore here. However, we really don't need to follow its wishes. I will leave a lantern here and enter at another suitable time later. When he said this, he suddenly felt his ankles being bound. With a puff, he suddenly sank into the soft soil, and soon even his head was swallowed by the earth. This change came so quickly and almost silently that not only German, but also Bisky and Yungu, two senior hunters, did not notice it in advance. German was trapped in the suffocating ground and was dragged through quickly. During this time, he could hear the surprised calls of Bisky, Xiaodi and Yungu. This is completely comparable to the hiding place that President Netero used to hide in the woods. Germain thought, are the life forms in the Dark Continent born with this ability? Or is this the instinct of the creatures? The Nin users are just returning to their original nature and regaining the animal power that they lost after establishing human society? Germain was still calm at this critical moment of life and death. He materialized a large and heavy crow shield and erected it like a stranglehold on an animal's throat, blocking it on the way through. His weight and the crow shield piercing into the mud hole really hindered the dragging speed of the object wrapped around his feet, and his movement underground slowed down. German spit out some mud that fell into his nostrils and barely curled up in the narrow and dark tunnel. He roughly estimated the direction and made his left ankle materialize into a leech-hidden blade. The leech-hidden blade was worn on his ankle, and the blade suddenly popped out under German's mind, just piercing the long strip of object wrapped around his left ankle. With a swish, the leech sword sank deep into the cave, and then German swung it left and right, and in the blink of an eye, it cut off the long strip of bondage. The left ankle was freed from the bondage, and the long strip of bondage on the right ankle was also loosened and quickly retracted. German didn't have time to think about it, and wanted to find a way to get out of this narrow and dark, newly dug underground cave. But at this time, he heard a voice from above. German. It was Bisky's voice, and German could still feel his gradually gathering energy. I save you. Don't move. Then, there was a loud shout. and the 3-meter-high soil layer that buried German was suddenly shattered and exploded. Above the cave, where the sun shines, Biscuit's reassuringly strong body is revealed. "Are you okay?" Biscuit, who has transformed into a real King Kong, peers down. Germain climbed up and dusted off the dust on his body. He looked a little embarrassed, but still had a heroic spirit. "It's okay. I come up now." Just as he was about to climb up, he suddenly had an idea and looked down. He saw that the long strip of restraint that was cut by his leech sleeve sword was lying quietly at his feet. It was a small piece of vine. German picked up the cut vine, put it in his arms, and then took a step forward, stepped on the earth wall of the cave blasted by Bisky, and flew up easily. However, as soon as he returned to the ground, he found that the battle was not over yet. Bisky, Xiaodi, and Yungu were confronting a monster at the entrance of the ancient maze city. Chapter 96. What appeared in front of German, Bisky and others was a headless, two-armed, four-legged giant beast, with a torso somewhat similar to that of a centaur. It was about 5 meters tall, with a primate body grafted onto the lower body of a deer, covered with fuzzy black hair, and an extremely strange body. The neck where the head should have been had a dark red cut, and flesh and blood were gushing out. Several thick vines stretched out from it, one of which was broken off a little, and it looked like a tentacle swinging flexibly. Its right arm held a huge head. Its own head was an enlarged version of a moose's head, but now the head had cloudy eyes, maggots crawling, flies flying around, and it looked like it had been dead for some time. At both ends of the head grew a pair of huge antlers, nearly 2 meters long, curved and heavy like 2 spears. As for its left arm, the part below the left elbow was completely missing, replaced by a huge golden and silver sphere, round and full, without a single crack. Its entire body was wrapped in a light defensive gas shield, like a tank. When everyone saw this strange monster, they all frowned and took a posture of being ready for battle. German even received a projection prompt at this time. Pressure plus 18 points. When the pressure reaches 100 points or more, it triggers. German didn't read on. He didn't care. The meat saw materialized in his hand, and the deformed saw teeth revealed his further ferocity. Biscuit suddenly felt a familiar strange feeling, and turned his head sharply to look at German, and indeed saw a ring-shaped outline above his head. The 2 times that torture suddenly appeared, a crown would appear on German's head, and Basiji remembered it very clearly. Seeing the familiar scene, Basiji's heart tightened. "No. No. No. Please, German. Don't fall into torture at this time." Yungu and Xiaodi also noticed the abnormality at this time, and seeing Basiji's nervous and uneasy expression, they guessed the reason and looked at German together. However, German's will was not diverted by anyone. At this time, there was no dark red crown on German's head, but it suddenly changed, emitting pure white holy light, gently shining on everyone. Germain's pressure dropped from 100 points to 45 points in an instant. Not only that, Basiji, Yungu and Xiaodi, who were wrapped in the holy light, also felt greatly comforted physically and mentally at the same time. Germain then looked at himself, and then at the others. They were all immersed in the holy light of the virtue called bravery. Under its encouragement, everyone got a temporary increase in combat power. "So that's it. It seems that I triggered the virtue and inspired you," Germain explained in the shortest words, and pointed to the tall monster in front of him. "It is probably one of the individuals of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot. What do you think? Do you want to fight or retreat?" he asked you, and his attitude was self-evident. The plant weapon gold and silver ingots have a destructive power and be brutality, but only see quantity, which means that their total number is about a dozen to dozens, not more than 100. The ancient maze city is so huge, this plant weapon gold and silver ingot is likely to act alone. In other words, it is a rare 4-to-1 situation, and there is also a brave group increase. However, Germain still respected everyone's opinions and gave them a choice. As long as they refused to fight, Germain would not hesitate to place the teleportation lantern on the spot and retreat immediately, and would never joke with their lives. At this moment, Basiji, Yungu and Xiaodi, hearing the choice given by Germain and feeling the powerful force surging in their bodies, could not help but show hesitation. It was just with this hesitation that the decapitated antler knight parasitized by the plant weapon gold and silver ingots rubbed his 4 hooves, suddenly launched, and rushed towards everyone. "Be careful," Yungu reminded loudly. Everyone was a veteran of many battles, so they naturally would not completely let down their guard. When the Decapitation Antler Knight rushed to them, the four of them dispersed in four directions. The Decapitation Antler Knight was relentless, raised his heavy antler spear, and stabbed Xiaodi's chest and abdomen with great swiftness and force. Bisji looked back and saw that Xiaodi was in danger, and shouted again, and his strong arms blasted out air waves, hitting the tall side of the Decapitation Antler Knight through the air. With a bang, the Decapitation Antler Knight was shaken by the air wave, but his huge body did not show any signs of falling. But this trance was enough for Xiaodi to react. The antler spear stabbed again, and Xiaodi dodged to the side. She dodged in time, and the antler on one side of the antler spear just passed through her abdomen, cutting through her sweater and skin, leaving a shallow wound with blood. Yungu stood on the other side, ready to punch, although there was no accumulated damage. Just blasting out in a radial manner like this had a destructive power that could not be underestimated. The fist he aimed at was the huge golden and silver sphere that beheaded the Antler Knight's left arm. It must be the body of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot. It parasitizes other creatures and controls the actions of the body. If you solve it, you can end the battle. So, Yungu suddenly swung a deliberate punch at the huge golden and silver sphere, which made a loud explosion. But the next moment, he watched the Decapitated Antler Knight suddenly exert force on all four legs, and the body of the giant beast over 5 meters high actually flew into the air. Yungu's deliberate punch missed. The Decapitated Antler Knight jumped high and fell heavily in front of Yungu. When his 4 legs landed on the ground, there was a loud bang, and the soil layer trembled. Yungu had been practicing Xinyuan Liu for many years, and he almost couldn't stand under such terrible tremors. Fortunately, he stood firmly on his horse at the last moment and maintained his balance. The Decapitation Antler Knight had no intention of stopping. The huge antler spear, like a battering ram, stabbed Yungu's head fiercely. Yungu's face turned pale, but he was not afraid. His arm suddenly swelled, and he accurately grasped the curved protrusions of the antlers. He stood on his horse and wanted to wrestle with the giant beast. Bang! The man and the beast did hold a short stalemate for 2 seconds. But unfortunately the Decapitation Antler Knight was so powerful that he rushed and lifted Yungu high with a terrifying force. Yungu spit out blood in midair with a hiss. The Decapitated Antler Knight stepped on the ground with all 4 feet, and was about to rush forward and pierce Yungu from front to back with the antler spear. At this time, it suddenly realized that it had touched German on the left, and the transformed meat saw was about to chop at the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. With a clang, the meat saw could not cut through its skin, and after sparks flew out, it was bounced off. At the same time, the broken and rotten end of the monster's neck immediately stretched out several vines that followed like a shadow, hitting German's face and neck. The blade of German's meat saw turned, and in a fierce and lightning-fast dance, all the vines were cut off, and Bisji, who had already jumped above the Decapitated Antler Knight, smashed his fists like heavy hammers on its back like a mountain. With a snap, the back of the Decapitated Antler Knight was significantly sunken. Xiaodi also took this opportunity to raise the bulging eye fish and sweep it towards the bone joint of the right hind foot of the Decapitated Antler Knight. With a snap, the right hind foot broke and the bones protruded. In an instant, the Decapitation Antler Knight was hit 3 times in a row, and a dull gurgling sound came out of his body, like a cry of grief. Everyone was amazed at the damage they caused. Bathed in the holy light of virtue, actually penetrated the defensive air shield that wrapped around the Decapitation Antler Knight's body except for the huge sphere. This gave them the confidence to continue fighting. Chapter 97. The Decapitated Antler Knight was hit hard and howled from his body. Woo! Then, it shook its body violently, and the explosive air shook Germain, Bista and Xiaodi away. The 3 of them had already protected themselves, but they were suddenly hit by the air explosion, and their eyes turned black. They fell to the ground and spit out blood. What a domineering air! The Decapitated Antler Knight, with a broken leg, still stood on all 4s and turned his tall body. The lifeless antler spear was still stained with Yungu's blood, and it was aimed at Germain at this moment. Duh! 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 The Decapitated Antler Knight rushed towards Germain, and the antler spear was about to pick him up on the ground. Germain quickly rolled to the side to avoid the spear. But then he saw the Decapitated Antler Knight suddenly paused and smashed the antler spear directly towards Germain's head. At this dangerous moment, Yun-gu, whose hands were stained with blood and bones were visible, suddenly appeared. It turned out that the deliberate punch absorbed the damage below the threshold, which gave Yun-gu a chance to fight. He shouted loudly, and with a deliberate punch, he punched the right hind leg of the decapitation antler knight that Xiaodi had broken again. With a snap. This time, the right hind leg was completely broken and flew out. The decapitation antler knight was about to accumulate strength to give Germain a fatal blow. But the sudden loss of the right hind leg made it unstable and swayed. As if falling down, Germain seized this opportunity. He jumped up, stepped on the antler spear, and jumped up again. In an instant, he came from the right side of the decapitation antler knight to the left side. After using up the accumulated energy bar, the meat saw frenzy blade chopped down like a guillotine. Critical hit. The huge, extremely hard sphere made a clanging sound. Although the monster in front of him was no longer a beast and had no beast nemesis, Germain was still lucky enough to hit it with a critical hit. With the blessing of the virtue of bravery and the characteristics of the light warrior, he finally cut through the shell of the huge sphere this time. Germain rolled over after landing, and then looked back suddenly, and saw that the plant weapon gold and silver ingot had a long crack, and it exhaled black gas. Bisji was overjoyed. And then he grabbed Xiaodi's arm and pulled her away. Germain and Yun-gu also retreated, and in the blink of an eye they retreated several meters away. After the sphere of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot spit out a burst of black gas, the black gas quickly dissipated. The tall body of the decapitated antler knight also shook, and fell down like a hill. In a moment, danger was everywhere, and finally Germain's slash completely ended. At this time, everyone looked at each other and waited silently for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour later, the plant weapon gold and silver ingots and the decapitated antler knight were motionless, and the four people slowly gathered around. It may have parasitic abilities. Don't get too close. Germain wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reminded. I let the bulge-eyed fish swallow them directly. Xiaodi covered the wound on his abdomen that was still bleeding and suggested. Germain nodded and said, Okay, swallow it first, and then study it slowly later. And this small piece of vine, swallow it together. He threw the small piece of vine hidden in his arms onto the torso of the decapitated antler knight. Basiji and Yun-gu were also injured, but Yun-gu's injury was the most serious. He almost resisted the spear of the decapitation antler knight head-on, and several bones were broken. But fortunately his life was not in danger. Yun-gu was also very surprised that he could still severely injure the right hind leg of the decapitation antler knight. Maybe it was because of the holy light of virtue lingering on his body? He couldn't help but secretly marvel. Yun-gu, with the support of Basiji, could still watch the scene of the bulging-eyed fish devouring the corpse in front of him. The small bulging-eyed fish spit out a big tongue full of saliva, greedily swallowed the plant weapon gold and silver ingots that had been cut open, and then the body of the decapitation antler knight. This appearance is just like a true portrayal of a snake swallowing an elephant, which looks quite amazing. Since the bulge-eyed fish can swallow the plant weapon gold and silver ingots and the decapitated antler knight, they are indeed dead. Until this time, everyone has a sense of reality. They actually saw the giant beast parasitized by the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. Bisji looked at his body of King Kong still bathed in the holy light of virtue, and then looked at Germain's calm profile, and felt a surge of encouragement in his heart. With Germain's virtue and holy light, plus our growth and tacit cooperation, it may not be too far away to go deep into the ancient maze city and take away the herb that cures all diseases. The bulgy-eyed fish finally finished, licked its lips with satisfaction, and Xiaodi took it back. I wonder if there will be other plant weapons. Gold and silver ingots? Germain glanced at the entrance of the ancient maze city. Let's leave now. Okay. Bisji pointed to Yun-gu, who was supporting him. He needs treatment, and we also need to treat the wound. Haha. Sambika can't handle it alone. Xiaodi also nodded to Germain. Since everyone had no objection, Germain immediately planted the last teleportation lantern he currently had, in front of the entrance to the ancient maze city. Lantern location, 6th continent. Cooling time, 4 hours, already cooled, for skinny ghosts stood up from the lantern holder of the teleportation lantern. Their ugly and twisted faces looked very friendly to everyone at this moment. Everyone held hands with the 4 ghosts. And with a whoosh, the teleportation lantern disappeared without a trace in the ancient maze city, and even the entire dark continent. 6th continent. 8 a.m. On the carpet in front of the fireplace. Space distorted. And first a teleportation lantern appeared. And then 4 figures fell to the floor. They looked at each other with concern. And found that the other party was fine. They looked around and confirmed that they were back to the first floor hall of the base mansion. And then they felt relieved. Basiji helped Yungu, who was covered in blood, to sit on a chair. And then said to everyone, I will go upstairs and call Sambika down. You all bear with it for now. Everyone nodded. And then watched Basiji shrink to the petite girl's body before. She coughed a few times, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood foam, and then hurried upstairs as if nothing had happened. After a while, Sambika was brought down by Basiji. This time, Sambika no longer hid. She wore a heavy medical protective suit and rubber gloves, and looked at the wounded in the room with a sharp eye. But she was not panicked or hesitant at all. She opened the first aid kit and began professional and rapid treatment. First Yungu, who was the most seriously injured, then German, and finally Basiji and Xiaodi. This process lasted for more than half an hour. As Basiji had said before, Sambika was like a different person when dealing with injuries, and she was not afraid at all. At this time, the holy light of bravery and virtue emanating from Germain also completely dissipated. Everyone felt that the heart-stirring power faded away, and they all felt a little regretful, but they were not too entangled. When giving medical advice, Sambika still raised her tablet and sent detailed instructions to the group of carriages in the post station. So far, Germain has not heard her voice. Then, he followed the doctor's advice, returned to the room, lay on his bed, and rested well. Chapter 98. After a long and lazy yawn, Germain woke up from a deep sleep, and suddenly felt the pain in his limbs after the fierce fight. He glanced at the bright screen of his mobile phone and confirmed that the time was 3:20 p.m. on April 1st, and only a few hours had passed since the post-station carriage group returned. This time, he encountered walls and wall facers, ancient maze cities and plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, all of which were beyond Germain's expectations. But he was not afraid of this, but became more and more persistent in exploring the secrets deep in the dark continent. If he had to add a reason, it would probably be that he had the curiosity of a cat. Right? Of course, neither the wall nor the ancient maze city is something he can touch now. So he decided to temporarily block these two places and not approach them again. After thinking about these joints, German began to check his personal gains this time. After killing the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and the beheaded antler knight parasitized by them, German's physique increased to 47 points and his stress increased to 42 points. The previous critical hit reduced 10 points of stress. At the same time, he obtained a new resentful gift, the Greedy Antler Helmet, which is a tool that can only be activated by permanently offering another resentful gift as a sacrifice. In addition, he used the teleportation lantern and returned from the Dark Continent. His pressure rose to 52 points, and he gained 2 traits. Human Nemesis is similar to Beast Nemesis, but this time it targets humans. German will gain a temporary boost in the battle with humans. This is undoubtedly a positive trait. Together with the previous Beast Nemesis, Genius, Light Warrior, Toughness, and Robustness, he already has 6 positive traits. In this way, there is no upper limit to the number of traits. The advantage is that positive traits can be accumulated more and more, and the disadvantage is that negative traits will also be accumulated more and more. Another trait that Germain acquired was negative stress bulimia. When his stress was above 50 points, he would be more likely to be hungry and then overeat. It seemed that after his injury was healed, he would have to visit a Bengani again after a while, Germain thought. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Germain looked up and heard Biscuit's voice from the corridor outside. Germain, are you up? I'm coming in. After she said that, she turned the door handle with a click, like a mother who symbolically asked her children for their opinions, and then broke into their room on her own. However, Germain had a habit of locking the door, so Biscuit could not come in immediately. Biscuit was not annoyed, and insisted on turning the door handle until Germain slowly got up and took the initiative to open the door. Hey! Biscuit waved and patted Germain's unbandaged back. Why are you so slow to open the door? Did you hide something shameful under the bed? She walked into Germain's room and actually checked the bottom of Germain's bed in a posture that almost fell down, then shook her head in disappointment, and then sat down on the chair in Germain's room unceremoniously. Germain had just closed the door. What do you think of the wall and the ancient maze city? Bisji asked, observing Germain's expression. She knew Germain's obsession with the Dark Continent, so she was very worried that Germain would continue to explore these two dangerous areas regardless of everything. However, Germain was not such an unreliable person. I will temporarily block the two teleportation lantern locations near them. Germain sat on the bed. Until we have the qualifications to challenge them. Bisji breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. That's good. Then let's talk about how to deal with the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and the monsters parasitized by it. Although it may disappoint Shioti, I suggest that for the future, we should keep the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and the corpses of the monsters parasitized by it. Germain nodded and said, I agree with this point. The V5 country has preserved corpses parasitized by plant weapons. Gold and silver ingots. If we sell them on the black market, they will soon attract their attention. Yes. Bisji held up a finger. This is the first point. And there is a second point. In order to return to the ancient maze city in the future, we must also know more about plant weapons. Gold and silver ingots. You plan to study them? German asked. We are not professionals. Who do you plan to ask to study? I just talked to Sambika. She is very interested in cases of plants parasitizing on animal corpses. Bisji replied. In addition, we need a plant hunter. German asked, who do you think is more suitable? The most suitable one must be Yuji Keigu, one of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. She is professional in this area. At this point, Bisji shook his head. It's a pity that 10 of the 12 branches admire President Netero very much. And she is one of them. Telling her about the plant weapon gold and silver ingots is equivalent to telling President Netero. You know, the 10 of them didn't look like this originally. They deliberately changed their image to that side purely to fit the 12-branch title given to them by President Netero. Only Jean and Pariston, two guys who do their own thing, have kept their original appearance and don't deliberately dress themselves up as pigs or mice. The more Biscuit spoke, the more it sounded like she was complaining that her teacher, President Netero, was too influential. Then let's put it aside for now, German said. Unless we can meet a plant hunter with a star level who is trustworthy. Biscuit nodded with her arms folded across her chest. This is the only way now. After a while, we will build a research institute near the base for Sambika to study plant weapons and gold and silver ingots. However, she also has her own job. Therefore, she will only come 2 or 3 times a month. In any case, she has helped us a lot. And the terms in the contract need to be greatly revised. Yes. German agreed that more work, more pay, especially in professional fields. I don't know much about this, so I leave it to you. Your decision is my decision. Bisky rolled his eyes at German. It can only be like this. Who makes me and Sambika more familiar? By the way, after we recover from our injuries, we all have things to do. What are you going to do? Germain asked curiously. In addition to plant weapons and gold and silver ingots, Shioti's bulging-eyed fish has some inventory. When the time comes, she and I will deal with these secrets together. Youngdu will also help us. However, he has another task, which is to accept the child Shishi mentioned earlier as a disciple and start teaching him. I'm afraid he can't focus on us. Besides, remember the Minchi and Bahala I told you about before? I plan to contact and test them to see if there is any chance to drag them down. Your current teleportation lantern cooldown time is 8 hours. The next time you go to the Dark Continent, it will be 16 hours. In the foreseeable future, we must stay in the Dark Continent for a longer time. In this way, the gourmet hunter will be an important part. We must find a way to be self-sufficient in the Dark Continent. German agreed with this. Chapter 99. 5 days later, Sambika removed the bandage for Germain and did not apply medicine because it was not necessary. She widened her eyes under the medical cap in surprise. Germain's recovery speed was too fast. Yun-gu was still lying in bed. Basiji and Xiaoti also needed to apply medicine continuously. But Germain's external injuries had begun to scab, and his internal injuries were almost healed. Incredible. It was a medical miracle. Germain ignored the curiosity in Sambika's eyes, pulled down the clothes that exposed his chest, and said thank you. Sambika nodded, looked at Germain's wound reluctantly, and then left the room. Germain's recovery speed was not strange, mainly due to the combined effect of 47 points of physical fitness and genius traits. After staying in the mansion for a few days, Germain also thought about where to go after his injury healed. After all, it was unlikely that there would be any exploration of the Dark Continent in the near future, and he couldn't stay in the base all the time. After he told everyone where he was going, everyone was surprised at his rapid recovery. But on the other hand, they felt that his destination was unexpected and reasonable. So, on April 7th, after saying goodbye to everyone who was still recovering from their injuries, Germain left the mansion. At this time, his stress had naturally been reduced to zero under the treatment of Miss Cookie Biscuit's magic beautician. April 9th. In a not-so-urgent journey, Germain first took an airship, then a train, and finally a taxi, and finally arrived at a town. This town is a famous tourist attraction, and its landmark attraction is the towering World Tree. Surrounded by the scattered houses, this World Tree stands out, with a height of 1,784 meters, which is taller than any human building including the Sky Arena. Therefore, it is named World Tree. Germain stood under the World Tree and looked up. He had to admit that this World Tree was tall enough and was definitely worthy of the name World in the 6 continents. But compared to the World Tree he had seen in the Dark Continent before, it was still too short. This is actually a World Tree that has stopped growing, and it is basically impossible for it to grow to the height of a real World Tree. This piece of soil cannot nourish its growth. Germain is ready to climb this World Tree. After buying the ticket, the staff explained various precautions in detail to the absent-minded Germain. Germain didn't listen much, but took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the World Tree, and sent it to the Stagecoach group. Before the people in the Stagecoach group replied, he received a text message from Hisoka with the note pervert. 2:1 smiley face. Germain looked at the meaningless text message, frowned, and thought about the meaning, and soon he had the answer. Since the breakup with the Phantom Troop that day, Germain and Maki blocked each other and deleted their contact information, and he completely lost track of the Phantom Troop's movements. However, considering Hisoka's bad taste, Germain already understood what his text message meant, which was the score of hunting down Phantom Troop members. Starting from the Battle of Stonehenge, Hisoka killed Kubi and Germain killed Finks. And now the score is 2-1, which means that Hisoka has recently killed another member of the Phantom Troop. Don't know who it is? Germain didn't send a text message to ask, but prepared to climb the World Tree. The staff also finished the last sentence at this time. In other words, there are only 30 strong people who can climb to the top safely and come down every year. You must be careful and don't force yourself. Okay. Germain nodded. The staff shook his head. He could see such a relaxed young man every day, but when he was less than halfway up, he would either fall or cry for help. This person would probably be no exception. Right? Unexpectedly, he just blinked his eyes, and Germain disappeared on the spot, frightening him, and immediately stood up from his chair. Is he a ghost? The staff was horrified, until he looked up and saw a black spot flying across the trunk of the World Tree. It's really a ghost. This is the second time today that I've seen a person climbing a tree like flying. Are they all monsters? The staff couldn't help but take out a sweat towel and wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and neck. Germain stepped on the sunken footholds left by his predecessors on the World Tree, and flew up like a catapult, quickly passing 500 meters. On the way, he saw many challengers who were climbing at the same time. However, those challengers were not as relaxed as Germain. They were all fully armed and climbed up step by step with solemn expressions. When they saw a black shadow flying past them, they were so frightened that their hearts were pounding. And then they looked at each other, wondering if they had seen it wrong because of their nervousness. They really couldn't see what it was, because Germain was so fast. Even taking the elevator was not so fast. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. Germain didn't rest in the middle. The higher he went, the smaller the tree trunk became. He simply grabbed the branches and threw himself into the air like a slingshot. Finally, after 10 minutes, Germain saw the top of the World Tree, which was nearly 1,800 meters high. At the top of the World Tree, there was a huge bird's nest, with several large, oval bird eggs piled in the nest, which had not been hatched, and there was no trace of the owner of the nest around. Before Germain approached, he could sense the presence of another person in the bird's nest, and he was puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be Jean? Jean and his son Sijia will meet for the second time at the top of the World Tree in the future. The man also sensed the presence of a stranger and walked out from under the cover of the bird's eggs. However, it was not Jean, but a rough young man with a crew cut. He touched his crew cut, then pointed at Germain standing by the bird's nest and asked loudly, "Are you here to investigate the world tree's feather as well?" "No." Germain shook his head, looking at the rough-voiced young man, and had already made up his mind. "I just wanted to come up and take a look." "Oh." The man nodded in realization, then strode over, and stretched out his hand quite boldly. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Nakulu, a beast hunter like you." It was indeed Nakulu. Germain shook hands with Nakulu and asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Nakulu shook his head and said loudly, "We have never met. But my teacher often mentioned your name in front of me, and I was a little concerned. So I did some research." Germain wondered. His teacher is a one-star hunter, the ocean hunter Imolawu. But how did Imolawu know me? And why did he keep mentioning my name in front of Nakulu? Chapter 100. Nakulu was very familiar with people. He laughed and patted Germain's shoulder affectionately. "You must be wondering why my teacher mentioned you?" Germain did not hide this. "I am indeed curious." Nakulu raised his eyebrows and answered straightforwardly and proudly, "My teacher is the famous one-star hunter Imolawu. He learned your name and ambition when chatting with President Netero, because you are an interesting newcomer mentioned by President Netero. And you are a beast hunter like me. And you have done several big things in recent months. So the teacher remembered you. He often told me that it is difficult for someone like you to improve in the field of beast hunters. Killing a few beasts today and a member of the Phantom Troop tomorrow." Germain could not help but be speechless. On the one hand, he was impressed that the news that Finks was killed by him spread so quickly. And on the other hand, he did not expect that Imolawu was using him as a negative example to teach his disciples a lesson. However, Nakulu changed the subject and said, "Teacher also admires you. You can deal with the beast and the Phantom Troop in a row. This is not something that ordinary hunters can do. Even those experienced criminal hunters and bounty hunters dare not try it easily, especially with the Phantom Troop as their target. Your strength and courage are beyond doubt." Nakulu did not hesitate to praise him, and he also recognized Germain in his heart. "Haha. But since you want to develop into a beast hunter, if there is anything you don't understand, I can teach you." Germain is indeed in urgent need of all kinds of helpers now. But he is not so confused that he directly invites Nakulu in front of him. "Thank you first." Germain looked at the huge bird eggs on the side and changed the subject. "You are here to investigate the feathers of the world tree. That is, the birds hatched from these eggs." "Right." Nakulu nodded repeatedly. "Very excited? Why? You are interested too? Do you want to investigate with me? After the investigation, we can go down together. My teacher and companion Shiotuo are under the world tree. I can introduce them to you." It turned out that Imolawu and another disciple of Imolawu, Shiotuo, were nearby. But they did not climb up the world tree with Nakulu. Germain asked, "I remember that Mr. Imolawu is a marine hunter and Shiotuo is an unconfirmed creature hunter. Why did they come here with you?" "The teacher and we are actually here for vacation." Nakulu pointed to the vast sea that could be seen from the top of the world tree. "We have just landed for less than 2 days. However, I can't sit still. When I passed by the world tree, I couldn't help but climb up to take a look at the world tree's feathers and investigate their eggs and nest structures. How about it? It's interesting. Right? Do you want to investigate with me?" Germain could not feel the pleasure for the time being. He preferred to hunt brutal beasts, whether they were in the wild or in the city. However, Nakulu's repeated invitation still aroused some interest in him. Since he had nothing to do, he agreed to study the world tree feather with Nakulu at the top of the world tree. As a result, the two stayed on the world tree for a whole day. With the guidance of Nakulu, an enthusiastic and experienced beast hunter, Germain had a new understanding of the world tree feather and many beasts. He also gradually felt the fun that Nakulu said. During this period of time, no third person climbed up the world tree. It seemed that those people that Germain met on the way either fell or gave up halfway. Germain didn't care, but focused on helping Nakulu measure the temperature of the bird eggs, photographed the structure of the bird's nest, and then saw the true form of the world tree feather with his own eyes. When night fell, the world tree feather flew back. It was a fluffy, huge bird that looked like a flamingo the size of an airship. When it flew back, it stared at the two strange figures that appeared in the bird's nest, and circled for a long time without flying down. Nacula taught German how to show goodwill in front of the World Tree Feather, so that it would know that they were not enemies. But in the end it failed. The World Tree Feather pecked at them a few times without saying anything, and they couldn't fight back. So they climbed down the World Tree together. Forget it. Nacula smiled indifferently while climbing down. My movements should be fine. Maybe it was too dark, and it didn't see clearly. German shrugged. The World Tree Feather's claws pressed on the edge of the bird's nest, staring at the two people climbing down with a sharp gaze, and then raised its wings in a show of strength. German and Nacula didn't bother with it. Not to mention that they were the first to break into the World Tree Feather's bird's nest, and were wrong first. Flying down, it took less than 10 minutes for German and Nacula to reach the ground. When the staff saw them, they remembered the speed at which they first flew up and the rumors from other climbers, and they couldn't help but stare at the two people walking away in amazement, wondering, "It's almost 7 o'clock." Nacula touched his rumbling belly and suggested, "German, I treat you to a simple meal. It's just right for you to meet my teacher and companions." German readily agreed. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." "No. No." Nacula waved his hands and smiled happily. "They will definitely welcome you." He took German to a hotel in the town. In the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel, he saw his teacher and companions having a meal, so he immediately went over. "Teacher, Shioto, I'm back," Nacula shouted loudly, afraid that no one in the restaurant could hear him. I know. The strong and tall Imolawu picked his ears with his little finger. "You've said it hundreds of times. Speak a little more quietly. Do you want to shatter our eardrums?" Nacula hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Oh, I'm sorry. Teacher, it's my fault. Stop talking nonsense. Come and sit down." At this time, Imolawu noticed German behind Nacula, and couldn't help but raised his sunglasses, took a closer look, and recognized him. The thin man, with a hair tie sitting on one side of the dining table, also observed Germain calmly. Nacula saw their gazes and remembered that he had not introduced himself yet. So he straightened up and said, "Teacher, Shioto, I will introduce you, but you should recognize him. This is Germain, who is considered an interesting newcomer by President Netero. In recent months, he has solved several dark world criminals that even senior crime hunters and bounty hunters cannot solve. I met him by chance on the World Tree and had a simple chat. I felt like we were old friends, so I invited him to come." Nacula was enthusiastic. Shioto was cold, and Imolawu was smooth and sophisticated. He showed a calm smile and said, "I have heard of your name for a long time. Come on. Take a seat. Let's have a good chat." Chapter 101. Nacula treated them to dinner, and ordered dinner with Germain, and then sat down. When the food was served, Nacula ate heartily, as he had been hungry all day. Shioto chewed slowly. A man of few words. Nacula asked him what he did during the day, and he answered without saying much, and glanced at Germain from time to time. Imolawu curiously asked Germain about his experience in the hunter exam, killing several beasts, and killing Finks of the Phantom Troop. Germain said what he could say, just as a topic of conversation at dinner. After hearing the last part, Imolawu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "I can see that you won't fight an unprepared battle against an opponent of similar strength. This is a good habit. Nacula, Shioto, you should learn from German in this regard." Nacula still had a large uncut steak in his mouth. Shioto put down his knife and fork, and the two students of Imolawu looked at the teacher. They knew that the teacher's words were also for them. Imolawu explained, "You see, Germain actually investigated those beasts in advance, and also knew about Finks. He deliberately avoided their advantages in mind ability, and took advantage of their weaknesses." Nacula and Shioto nodded repeatedly. Imolawu said again, "Germain seemed to be besieged by beasts, but in fact, he cleverly avoided the one-on-many situation, and took the means of defeating them one by one." Nacula swallowed a piece of meat in one go, and said with his eyes wide and shining, "Yes, that's how it is." Imolawu coughed, signaled Nacula to stay calm, and asked Nacula to pour red wine for him and Germain. After taking a sip, he continued, "Not only that, German also adopted a similar strategy when facing the Phantom Troop. If those criminal hunters and bounty hunters really want to take action against the Phantom Troop, they should study Silva Zoldyck and the reasons for German success. Silva Zoldyck acted decisively in the presence of several members of the Phantom Troop. Killed the original number 8 member with the fastest speed and the most powerful force. And escaped unscathed. With the help of Hisoka and Illumi, German Man had a brief one-on-one match with Finks, which took less than 10 minutes for them to decide the winner. Nakura and Shiotuo were dumbfounded when they heard that the teacher actually compared German Man with the famous Silva Zoldyck. This certainly does not mean that Imolawu thinks German Man is as strong as Silva, but that he is quite optimistic about German Man. Given time, it is not a dream to reach Silva's level. In other words, Imolawu believes that Germain has the qualifications to become the world's top ninjutsu. Nakura and Shiotuo heard the teacher's attention, and they were moved and a little jealous. They haven't received such a high evaluation from the teacher yet, but an outsider has received it first. Nakura is generous by nature, and he talked happily with Germain. He soon put aside his jealousy and admired Germain wholeheartedly. Shiotuo was not convinced. It's not that the teacher and we can't beat the Phantom Troop members. If we have the opportunity to separate them, we can probably deal with 1 or 2 Phantom Troop members like Germain. He thought so in his heart, but did not say it out loud. After finishing dinner, he elegantly picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. Imolawu finally concluded and praised, the so-called hunters are such a group, and they must know how to hunt appropriately. In this regard, Germain is absolutely excellent. Germain did not expect that Imolawu would praise him so highly. He did not know what to say, so he had to toast Imolawu with a glass of red wine. Imolawu laughed in return, and the two began to drink. Nakulu and Shiotuo also had a drink with their teacher. Imolawu and Nakulu were an interesting pair of master and apprentice. They talked about everything with Germain, and the topics were never repeated, and the conversation became more and more heated. Shiotuo was a taciturn person. Occasionally, when the topic involved his field of unknown creatures, he would say a few words with interest, and then hurriedly stop talking. At this time, the street outside gradually became noisy. Everyone looked towards the doors and windows of the restaurant and saw a surging crowd of people, all smiling as they walked towards the end of the street. Imolawu was very curious, so he called the waiter to ask. And then he learned that there was a fireworks show here tonight, held next to the World Tree, and the residents and tourists in the town gathered to watch. Nakula was excited when he heard it, like a husky sticking out its tongue, and loudly suggested, Teacher Shiotuo, German, why don't we go and see it too? His loud voice made Imolawu habitually pick his ears with his little finger, and then laughed and scolded, I know you like to join in this kind of fun. Go. Go. We are here for vacation. Imolawu looked at Germain again and asked, Are you going? Germain nodded and said, I go and see too. He didn't have such a low EQ that he would refuse at this time. So, Nakulu paid for the meal, and everyone packed up and left the hotel. They went to the street outside and joined the crowd, swimming in the same direction like a school of fish. German observed that Imolawu was carrying a long and huge package on his shoulder, and Shiotuo's left sleeve was also unusually wide. The two operating type ninjutsus tried their best to conceal their weapons and not expose them easily. Only Nakuroku, who was also a materialization type ninjutsu like Germain, put his hands on the back of his head, tilted his upper body, and walked forward carelessly. Note, in the latest Hunter setting collection, Togashi revised the nin ability system of many characters. Nakuroku was one of them. And this setting is the standard. Germain walked behind the three people, following slowly. The street market was quite noisy at night, with the aroma of street food wafting from both sides. Nakula stopped from time to time to buy a few pieces of cooked meat and feed them to the stray dogs he met. Amid the chatter of the crowd, they walked and stopped. Before they reached the World Tree, they heard several popping sounds, and then saw bunches of gorgeous fireworks blooming in the sky. The residents and tourists of the town shouted with joy, and raised their mobile phones at the same time to take pictures of the spectacular scene in the air. German looked up for a while, came back to his senses, turned his head, and found that he and Imolawu, Nakulu, Shiotuo and others had been separated in the crowd without knowing it. But he didn't care. They were not 3-year-old children. They would not be kidnapped by bad guys if they got lost. Besides, it was easy for him to find them. Besides, Germain and Imolawu were talking to each other until they were dry. It was good to change the atmosphere and be alone for a while. He liked to be alone and would keep this habit. So he wandered around the town slowly, Germain did not go to the bottom of the world tree where there were most people, but walked to a small hillside. This place is a good place to stay, far from the street market, relatively quiet, and to see the beautiful fireworks in the sky. He sat on the tree trunk and watched for a while, then suddenly felt something was wrong and dodged to the side. After the sound of a series of firearms, German dodged in time and escaped. He turned around and saw that the trunk of the big tree he was leaning against had been beaten into a honeycomb. In the darkness not far away, two figures, one tall and one short, walked out, with two pairs of sinister eyes staring at Germain. Chapter 102. Even when he was relaxed, Germain still did not forget to release a small circle. It was this good habit that helped him avoid a sneak attack that could seriously injure him. He looked at the two figures warily, like a taut bowstring. The two members of the phantom troop came out of the darkness. The tall one, like a bear, with ears over his shoulders, was Franklin, and the short one, with his chin hidden in a high collar, was Phaeton. Germain did not dwell on why he met them here, but immediately realized with a clear mind that tonight would be a life-and-death battle. The first joints of Franklin's 10 fingers had all been removed, revealing 10 black muzzles. Just now, he, as a person with the ability to release telepathy, fired telepathic bullets at Germain. He used the modified fingers as a constraint and oath, so that the telepathic bullets could be further increased in destructive power while maintaining the ability to fire in succession. What a pity. Franklin shook his head, and his long earlobe swayed. If the sneak attack was successful, the current situation would be much simpler. Phaeton snorted coldly and said, "I told you a long time ago that we should just do it directly. Why spend so much time on sneak attacks?" "Phaeton," Franklin reminded, "have you forgotten what the captain told us a few days ago?" Phaeton's face darkened, and he muttered a few words in a low voice, without directly answering Franklin. Franklin sighed. "Some time ago, Hisoka killed Pilev, who was acting alone, and the leader gave us new orders." German understood when he heard this. It turned out that the 2 in 2:1 said by Hisoka a few days ago refers to the lives of Kubi and Pilev. He was showing off to German. "I'm already ahead." German seemed to hear Hisoka's sticky voice. In the Battle of Stonehenge, it was Pilev who cooperated with Kuroro to give Hisoka a fatal blow. Hisoka didn't choose him simply because he was alone. It seems that Germain should not only be wary of the phantom troop, but also be careful of Hisoka. Franklin didn't mind Germain hearing their conversation. He crossed his 2 strong arms across his chest and continued to speak calmly. "The captain said that we must act in groups of at least 2. After encountering Hisoka and Germain, we must report to the captain and other members as soon as possible." "I know," Phaeton replied with a grunt, his expression gloomy, and he was not very willing to obey this order. Franklin shook his head, his earlobe swaying like dried bacon. "I just communicated with the captain, and he told us to wait until everyone is gathered. If you hadn't lost your temper and insisted on taking action, I wouldn't have wanted to alert the enemy." It turned out that Phaeton and Franklin also ran into Germain here by chance. They saw him walking alone in the crowd and then away from the street, so they quietly followed him. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and Phaeton wanted to take action directly several times. Franklin tried to persuade them several times, but to no avail. In addition, he also wanted to kill Germain, so he launched the attack just now. However, they didn't expect Germain to be so alert and actually avoided Franklin's 2-handed machine gun that he fired without any warning. Phaeton made a TSK sound, and then stared at Germain fiercely, and even seemed to be indifferent. He said coldly, "It will take at least tomorrow for the captain and others to come. How can I wait so long? Besides, can't the 2 of us deal with Germain alone?" Franklin was silenced. Phaeton continued relentlessly, "If that guy Finks were still alive and knew about the 2 of us, and that he was still timid when he saw Germain, how do you think he would laugh at us?" Franklin looked down at Phaeton and saw the hatred in his expression. In the close-knit team of the Phantom Troop, Phaeton and Finks have a much better relationship than others. It's not just that they have been friends since they were young. The 2 have similar interests. After they grew up, it was common for them to torture and kill outsiders together. They also knew each other's habits and hobbies very well. So, when Phaeton suddenly heard that Finks and Kubi were killed, and Germain and Hisoka betrayed him, he couldn't believe it at first. He didn't believe that Finks would die so easily, until he saw Finks' tragic death with his own eyes. And then he accepted the reality. Phaeton buried his 2 companions with a gloomy face, and kept silent. But he kept tracking down Germain's whereabouts afterwards. It's simple. He wants revenge. But after the Battle of Stonehenge, Germain seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. And there was no news. Thetan used various methods, including asking the knight to check on the Hunter website or search on the dark web. But there was no clue. Almost a month passed like this, and when they were at a loss, the bad news came that Hisoka killed the lone Pilarev. The leader then strictly ordered them to form a team of at least 2. And Thetan teamed up with Franklin. Unexpectedly, German, who had been nowhere to be found before, suddenly appeared in front of them today. Thetan was furious and could not resist the persuasion, and he had to avenge his friend today. Franklin knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore, and he couldn't use the spider coin to stop Thetan, or Thetan would hate him too. Then he could only disobey the captain's order, Franklin thought. He sighed deeply, united with Thetan, and said, "Then let's do it. Don't give him a chance to escape. Otherwise there will be endless troubles." "I know." Thetan took out an umbrella and said coldly, "If he can survive, I will peel off his skin bit by bit with my own hands and let the insects and ants bite his flesh and blood. I will also find his relatives, friends, and lovers. Let them watch how I kill them into pieces. Let him hear those desperate wails with his own ears." He was definitely not just a verbal threat. He didn't know how many times he had done this. And he could always torture the enemy to a mental breakdown. And it worked every time. That's what those people did to Sarasa. They put her in a bag and left her for them to see. Then Thetan would make those who were unhappy and hated by him experience such torture to satisfy his long-distorted desire for revenge and sadism. It shouldn't be difficult to find someone he cares about. Franklin smiled. Paknota can find the desire buried in his heart. Maybe he doesn't even know that the other party is so important. Thetan sneered cruelly. I have seen him crying and begging me not to do anything to them. He. Faced with a powerful enemy, Germain did not panic or get angry, but observed and thought calmly. When he saw Franklin suddenly raise his arms, he immediately reacted. Franklin's powerful two-handed machine gun was again, and the bullets were fired, smashing the thick tree trunks and raised bushes, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Chapter 103. German dodged to the right. Franklin's telekinetic bullets followed him like a shadow, always only half a body length slower, forcing German to have no chance to stop. Run. Keep running. Franklin fired from a distance and laughed. Don't stop. At the same time, Thetan was extremely fast, moving through the woods like a ghost, and German would lose sight of him if he didn't pay attention. German paid attention to the two people's movements back and forth, and the next moment he felt a chill. Thetan squatted on a branch, holding up an umbrella, and a cannonball-like fire shot out from the top of the umbrella. Franklin's two-handed machine gun swept from the left, and Thetan's umbrella-handled gun shot from the right, just forcing German into an angle. German had no time to dodge, and with a wave of his arms, a large and heavy crow shield protected him in front of him, blocking the gunfire from both sides. Bang! Even so, after the bang, German was still blown away with the crow shield and fell on the busy street. Everyone on the street was stunned. They were immersed in the roar of fireworks and didn't hear the gunshots. It was not until they saw Germain that they realized something was wrong. Germain didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately stood up and saw Thetan and Franklin jump down the hill and jump into the street. Thetan and Franklin looked at each other and rushed towards Germain tacitly, whether to keep Germain alive to avenge him or not. Germain must be disabled to the point where he can't fight back. German looked around, but didn't see Lawu, Nakulu, and Shiotul. He decided to fight Thetan and Franklin to the death. Thetan and Franklin, one tall and one short, fired at German without saying a word, and the crowd in the middle was instantly blasted into a pile of rotten meat. Ah! Murder! Help! No! My child! The people on the street screamed, and then they realized that there were two murderers in front of them. Some of them were running around in panic. Some were stagnant, and some were seriously injured. They bumped into each other, dragged each other down, and more people were shot and killed. The whole street was in chaos. Germain had more buffer time because of this. When Franklin's bullet came again, he seized the opportunity and dodged left and right, and never got hit. Thetan used up the last shot of the top of the umbrella handle, but still failed to hit the agile Germain. He spat and lowered the umbrella. In this way, Germain only had to face Franklin's two-handed machine gun, and the pressure suddenly decreased. and it was even less likely that he would be shot. Thetan was not like Franklin. As long as his energy was not exhausted, he had almost unlimited telekinetic bullets. He simply pulled out the sword hidden in the umbrella handle, and the cold light flashed in the night, and then threw the useless umbrella handle and wing aside. Thetan would not give Germain such an easy situation. He flew up, stepped on the head of a passerby, crushed the head, and flew towards Germain with the force. Thetan hummed coldly while flying like a bat. Germain watched him stomping on pedestrians' heads and rushing towards him like he was stepping on wooden stakes. But this rush was too bloody, and no one could survive along the way. Thetan gradually approached Germain. In order to avoid accidental injury, Franklin temporarily lowered his arms, but was ready at any time. Once the two separated, he would raise his arms and shoot again. The crow shield in Germain's hand had long disappeared, and he took out a meat saw instead, which collided with Thetan's umbrella sword with a clang, and sparks flew. The two collided with each other, and then bounced away from each other for a short distance like repelling magnets. Thetan's umbrella sword shook violently, turning into a messy sword dance, with extremely fast sword speed and tricky angles, and almost simultaneously revealed 10 sword lights, all aimed at Germain's vital points. Germain's eyes condensed, and in the blink of an eye he saw the truth. He dodged several swords first, then chopped with a meat saw, and accurately stuck the umbrella sword with the saw teeth. Germain actually kept up with my speed? Thetan frowned. His speed was one of the best in the Phantom Troop. But this guy who was far inferior to him when he just joined last year could now keep up with his speed. What on earth was going on? Thetan certainly didn't know that Germain's physique had undergone many evolutions, and was no longer the same as it was 6 months ago. He wanted to pull back the parachute sword, but Germain kept adjusting the angle, and used the sawtooth of the meat saw to hold the parachute sword tightly. At the same time, Germain pulled out the shotgun, aimed at Thetan's head and shot it. The moment Germain drew his gun, Thetan decisively gave up his parachute sword and moved 2 steps away. He turned around and materialized a set of protective clothing, which he put on tightly. The shotgun shell hit Thetan's protective clothing and was bounced away, failing to hurt Thetan himself. What a strong defense. This is Thetan's unforgivable sinner, Germain said in his heart. However, Thetan's parachute sword was already in Germain's hand, and he twisted it and broke it, throwing the fragments on the ground. This way, he has one less means of attack. Don't be anxious. To deal with him, you have to break the legs of a spider one by one. The more life and death battles there are, the more patient Germain is. Thetan, the transformation user, stared coldly at Germain in front of him through the gap in the blood-red and white protective suit. Then he noticed that 3 squares appeared on the side of Germain. 2 of the 3 squares had accumulated blue light, and only one was still transparent. He couldn't help but frown. What is that? Pacnota had investigated Germain's memory before, although she didn't deliberately explore it out of respect at the time. She already knew the general idea of Germain's inability. At that time, she obtained several pieces of information, including that Germain was a person with the ability to materialize telepathy, and could materialize 2 weapons, the meat saw and the shotgun, through the hunter badge. In addition, Germain's combat power at that time was not outstanding in the entire Phantom Troop, and was probably at the middle level. Thetan did not take Germain seriously at all. After burying Finks and Kubi, Pacnota revealed all the information, not wanting anyone to be in a disadvantageous situation when facing Germain. The Phantom Troop only realized at this time that Germain had quietly raised his combat power by a large margin within a few months, since he was able to kill Finks alone. Even if he took advantage of the intelligence gap, he was at least a top combat force in the Phantom Troop. Thetan thought he knew Germain well enough, but he didn't expect to see a part that was not mentioned in Pacnota's intelligence, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 104. Finks may have fallen into trouble here. Germain must have some special ability that has not been discovered. On the contrary, Germain seems to know the details of Franklin and I's ability to read our minds very well. He was not surprised at all when we used our tricks. Instead, he handled them one by one very calmly. How did he know our intelligence on our ability to read our minds? Not only that, his betrayal must have been premeditated. He managed to avoid Pacnota's memory reading before. Doesn't this mean that he already knew about Pacnota's ability to read? The vast majority of people who have seen our ability to read have died in our hands, so there shouldn't be any survivors who leaked the secret. Could it be that in addition to Germain and Hisoka, There are traitors in the Phantom Troop? Phaeton, who was full of suspicion, would never have thought that German was now the cuckoo in the magpie's nest. German and Phaeton confronted each other for a while, and Yuan once again reminded him that there was danger behind him. Duh. Before the gunshots rang out, German dodged to the side and avoided all the bullets. TSK. I dodged it again. The big guy waved his arms in dissatisfaction. It turned out that Franklin sneaked into the crowd while Germain's attention was not on him, and sneaked behind Germain, and attacked again with his two-handed machine guns. But Germain was still on guard, and the telekinetic bullets did not hit Germain at all, but instead shot at Phaeton. Phaeton did not even dodge, and the unforgivable man blocked Franklin's telekinetic bullets without any injury. Germain dodged and moved for a while, and then suddenly turned to Phaeton, and the shotgun in his left hand suddenly changed into a wearable hidden blade, and the blade pointed directly at the gap between Phaeton and the unforgivable man. Phaeton sneered, retreated, and reached out to grab a woman who was too frightened to move, and put her in front of him as a human shield. Germain's hidden blade almost pierced the woman's body, but fortunately he retracted it at the last moment, and then turned over and flew to the side. Phaeton couldn't help but laugh playfully. For the Phantom Troop, especially for him. I don't know how many life-and-death battles they have experienced. There were several times when the opponent was obviously stronger than him, but in the end, he survived. This is the reason. As long as Phaeton holds an acquaintance or even a stranger as a shield, those originally fierce opponents will suddenly become hesitant and miss opportunities. Phaeton used this method to kill many people who almost killed him, and then stepped on the corpses of these people to become more powerful. He believed that in this world, only by ignoring the rules can you have the sharpest sword. And he has always practiced this. The woman caught by Phaeton was pale. She had just escaped from Germain's timely withdrawal of his hidden blade, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Franklin's telekinetic bullets. The woman screamed immediately, but it was of no use. The telekinetic bullets shot her to pieces. Franklin saw Phaeton wearing the unforgivable person, so of course, he was not afraid of any accidental injuries. His two-handed machine guns fired telekinetic bullets continuously, but unfortunately Germain still escaped. However, he was so intensive and fired telekinetic bullets non-stop, which consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't help but stop to rest. At this time, Germain seized the opportunity and threw out the spider silk lasso, which consumed a section of the air slot. The spider silk lasso flew out, as if it had life, and flew towards Franklin at a high speed, and caught him by the neck before he could defend himself. Feeling the restraint on his thick neck, Franklin was horrified and quickly raised his double-handed machine gun to shoot at it. The bullet failed to cut it off, and he felt the lasso suddenly tightened, and his whole body flew up with it. Germain tightened the lasso and pulled Franklin, who was as tall as a brown bear, towards him. At the same time, he used up a section of his energy slot and used it on the meat saw in his right hand. Franklin grabbed the lasso with both hands, unable to struggle free, and watched himself fly towards Germain, who was holding up the meat saw with white light in his hand, and felt a little panic in his heart. Germain's eyes were focused on Franklin, who was being pulled over by the lasso. The meat saw was raised diagonally, and the energy turned into a guillotine. The guillotine was full of murderous aura, suspended in the air, and the tilted beheading guillotine fell with a click. Franklin was pulled by the lasso, his neck just under the guillotine, and his head was about to fall off. At this time, Phaeton, wearing the name of the unforgivable man, finally arrived and kicked Germain's head in the air. Germain glanced at it, leaned his upper body back, and dodged Phaeton's kick quite narrowly. At the same time, he still chopped Franklin with the meat saw in his hand. However, in order to avoid Phaeton's attack, Germain's movements were finally deformed a lot. In addition to Franklin's struggle for life, the guillotine blade fell. Blood flew into the sky, and with a click, only Franklin's left arm was cut off. Even so, Franklin's face turned pale with pain, and his right palm pressed tightly on the bleeding wound. Phaeton failed to kick German, but he finally saved Franklin's life. After landing, he turned around suddenly, and his arm was like a knife, cutting off the noose around Franklin's thick neck. Then, Phaeton stepped on the ground and rushed towards German without saying a word. This mind sword was also developed by him and Finks together. Unlike Maki, they did not have a teacher to teach them, and their mind abilities basically depended on wild growth and practice. Therefore, when they cultivated the mind sword, They were both very happy and slaughtered people from a nearby village to practice, which showed the friendship between them. Phaeton thought of the past with thinks and hated Germain more and more. He waved the mind sword with both arms, and wrapped it with the aura that changed into the nature of fire, and slashed at Germain. However, when Germain raised the meat saw to fight back, Phaeton changed his move midway, and the flaming sword stabbed at Germain's chest diagonally. This change was so swift that Germain only had time to turn sideways and prevent the flaming sword from piercing his chest. However, the hunter's black robe still split open with a hiss, and a long bloody mark appeared on Germain's chest. Oozing blood. Phaeton made a TSK sound, and just as his toes landed on the ground, he bounced towards Germain again, as if he didn't need to take a breath. Germain slapped away the sparks on the hunter's black robe, then held the hidden sword in his left hand and the meat saw in his right hand, and fought against Phaeton, who was coming towards him. The clinking of swords and sabers, and the flames were lingering. Germain was almost beheaded by Phaeton's mind knife several times, but fortunately he was focused and escaped danger every time. Franklin only had his right arm left, and blood was pouring out, but he was still staring at him, and from time to time he raised his hand to shoot at Germain with a one-armed machine gun. Phaeton was an enemy that Germain had to be highly vigilant about, and with Franklin's attack, Germain gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 105. Franklin grinned, and the pain in his left arm was slightly relieved. Phaeton. He can't hold on any longer. You don't have to tell me. Phaeton slashed again, forcing Germain to counterattack, and smiled sinisterly. I know. He is a transformation type of an ability user, adjacent to the strengthening type, and his strength and speed are better than Germain. Now with Franklin's help, it is only a matter of time before Germain is seriously injured or killed. Just one small mistake and Germain would be doomed. Phaeton was suppressing Germain happily, and was already thinking about how to torture him next. Suddenly, the danger instinct he had developed over the years made him realize that something was wrong. Germain reduced his attacks, and focused more on defense and counterattacks. Was he completely helpless? Or was he planning something? He alone held out for several minutes under the fierce attacks of Franklin and me, and even took the opportunity to chop off Franklin's left arm. It seems that his temper has not decreased much until now. This proves that he has much more energy than us. Yes, this is the only place where he is better than me. He wants to continue to fight, exhaust my energy, and then fight back with all his strength. The squares that have been floating beside him are probably the gas tanks that store energy in fighting games. It has now filled a part of the gas tank, but Germain has not used it. He must be waiting for the opportunity. If I am killed or seriously injured by accident, he will still have a chance to win the battle with the one-armed Franklin. Phaeton thought clearly about the key point, and his eyes narrowed. He thought he had seen through Germain's idea, and his attack became more fierce. Anyway, he still had the unforgivable person to protect him, so his mind knife became more wild. Only attacking, no defense. Indeed, Germain's intention was not much different from Phaeton's idea. He was silently accumulating energy, waiting for the opportunity to give Phaeton a fatal blow. However, there was another reason for his waiting. At this time, Franklin suddenly heard "huh," and then shouted in astonishment, "Phaeton! Something is wrong!" Phaeton's mind knife danced wildly, and the flames slashed out like a crescent moon, but were blocked by Germain's crow shield. Hearing Franklin shout, he looked up and looked around. He took a look and understood why Franklin was so afraid. It turned out that when they were fighting, the people on the entire street had basically fled. Instead, there were groups of white mists that surrounded them in the middle. 5 minutes. Germain looked as if he had expected it. 5 minutes have passed since the encounter on the hill. Phaeton's thin eyebrows frowned again. He realized that he had overlooked a key point, and his tone was cold. Hee. It turns out that you have reinforcements nearby. But do you think I'm scared? One of them comes and one dies, just to make you face the reality. Germain chose to remain silent and not argue with Phaeton. Instantly, more than a dozen black shadows emerged from the fog wall. They jumped out and rushed to Franklin, who had a broken arm. Think I'm a soft persimmon? Franklin laughed sinisterly, and the one-armed machine gun fired bullets. Then come on. Let's see who is the soft persimmon. The bullets pierced through the dozen young men with airplane heads, smashing them into pieces and turning them into wisps of smoke. Doppelganger? Phantom? Franklin was stunned for a moment, realized that something was wrong, and stepped back suddenly. This is a trap. Before he could retreat to a safe distance, two figures rushed out from both sides of the fog wall behind Franklin. Attacking from both sides, Mo Lawu swung a huge pipe and hammered at Franklin, hitting him in the back. However, Franklin was strong and protected his back in time, so the pipe hammer only made him lose balance and fall forward. Damn it! Franklin cursed. What was coming was Nakula's fist. Nakula punched Franklin in the face and knocked him to the ground. Franklin fell to the ground, and his one arm still made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't support his tall body for a while. At the same time, he was a little surprised, because he didn't feel any pain when Nakula punched him just now. Just numbness. When he was wondering, after a while, he saw a strange doll with a pair of small wings floating in front of him. Time is up. Start calculating interest. The strange doll shouted loudly, and a string of numbers appeared on its forehead. 5 minutes ago, Mo Lawu and Shiotua stood side by side under the world tree to enjoy the fireworks. But at this moment, some disappointing screams were heard. They looked over and saw the crowd on one side of the town suddenly rushing towards them. The master and the apprentice looked at each other and realized what had happened. However, at first, they thought it was just an ordinary stampede, and that police officers would come to maintain order at the scene. It was not until they heard gunshots and artillery fire, and heard those who escaped muttering murderer in their mouths, that the two really paid attention to the source of the commotion. This is probably not a situation that ordinary police officers can handle. They hurried over and met Nakulu, who also noticed something was wrong. The three of them soon arrived near the battlefield. The closer master and apprentice Mo Lawu got, the more they could feel the fluctuations of chi spreading due to the fight. The strong fluctuations of chi were like a heart beating wildly. Mo Lawu and the other two realized that this was a battle between masters with the ability of mind. And it was a fierce battle. They jumped onto the house and looked down from above, finally seeing what was happening on the battlefield. There were people who died everywhere, including residents, tourists, and police officers. All of them died tragically, and it looked like a hell. German was fighting with a short man who was wearing thick clothes. Not far away, there was also a tall and strong one-armed man who shot out telekinetic bullets from time to time, harassing German's actions. Those two enemies were fierce and powerful at first glance. Mo Lawu, Nakulu and Shiotua were secretly amazed. They didn't expect that German not only defended his vital points under their attack, but also had room to fight back. This is enough to prove that Germain has improved a lot in his experience in fighting. With such strength, and every move is to kill Germain. Mo Lawu touched his broad chin. I guess they are the rumored Phantom Troop. When Shiotua heard this, he was even more surprised. He looked at Phaeton, who was wearing the robe of the Unforgivable Man, and felt that this man was extremely fast and had many killing moves. If I meet this person head-on, I'm afraid I won't get any benefit. Shiotua was a little embarrassed when he thought that he had looked down on the Phantom Troop before. Teacher, Nakula shouted in a rough voice. Let's go help Germain. We can't watch him being besieged by the people of the Phantom Troop. But Mo Lawu waved his hand. Wait! Teacher, what are you waiting for? Nakula was enthusiastic and public-spirited, and he was almost unable to suppress his anxiety to help Germain out. Look! You're in a hurry again. Wait a minute. Let me set up the most suitable battlefield first. Mo Lawu slowly shook off the package on his shoulder, revealing a big pipe. He took a deep breath, held the pipe in his mouth, and blew out a large cloud of smoke. Chapter 106. The smoke spread and formed four walls, quietly surrounding the three people on the battlefield. And only the vast darkness and the bright moonlight were spared. This is Mo Lawu's purple smoke fist, which is a highly malleable operating system ability. Mo Lawu used a large pipe to spit out more than a dozen human-shaped smoke, shaping them into exactly the same as Nakulu. Even the skin color, hairstyle, clothing, etc. could not be distinguished. He manipulated these smoke soldiers and sneaked into the fog wall. Nakula finally understood the teacher's intention and laughed. I almost forgot this trick of the teacher. Now they can't tell which one is the real me. Okay, we can do it. Mo Lawu pointed at Franklin with a large pipe. His left arm should have just been cut off by Germain, and it is still bleeding. Nakulu and I will take him down first. Shiotua, you help Germain, as long as you hold on for a while. Nakulu and I will come to help you. Don't force it. Understand? This. Shiotua saw Phaeton's ferocity and hesitated a little, but still trusted the teacher and Nakulu. and replied, "Okay. Delay for 1 or 2 minutes. I can still do it." So, the three of them quietly jumped to the ground, hid in the fog wall, and launched the attack separately. Phaeton saw Franklin being knocked to the ground by Imolawu and Nakulu, and there was a moment of hesitation when he chopped with the sword. And then, he was kicked away by German. TSK, Phaeton was kicked into the fog wall, snorted in dissatisfaction, and then saw several Nakula rushing towards him. He swung the sword coldly, and chopped them one by one. Imolawu in the distance was shocked. This guy is more troublesome than expected, and we must not take it lightly. It would be a pity if he capsized in the ditch. Phaeton rushed out of the fog wall at this time. German threw out the lasso again, trying to tie Phaeton up. Phaeton cut the lasso directly in midair with his mind knife. Suddenly, 3 black shadows rushed out from the side and pounced on Phaeton. Phaeton looked closely and found that they were 3 broken hands. Among the 3 broken hands, 2 were trying to grab Phaeton's hands, and 1 finger was like a dagger, stabbing at the eyes of the unforgivable man in the gap. Phaeton sneered, and his whole body spun like a top. His mind sword burst out with flames, and like a bright red whirlpool, it bounced all 3 broken hands away. Hidito, who showed his true form from the fog wall, was shocked. What kind of monster is this guy? The wide sleeve on his left side had been untied, revealing a broken arm, which controlled the 3 broken hands. As long as he could cause damage to Phaeton's eyes, he could take Phaeton's eyes away and seal them in the cage floating beside him in the dark hotel. Unexpectedly, Phaeton used only 1 move to deflect his 3 severed hands. What frightened him even more was that Phaeton flew in front of him in the blink of an eye. Phaeton's eyes were cold, and his mind knife suddenly drew a sharp arc and stabbed toward Shiotua's throat. Shiotua was timid by nature, and he lost his sense of proportion in panic. He watched the mind knife approaching his throat, and felt a sense of despair that he would definitely die. At this time, German suddenly appeared on the side in time. He slammed Phaeton's unforgivable hood with a palm, forcing Phaeton to turn his mind knife and collide with German's meat saw. With a few clang 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 sounds, German and Phaeton had exchanged more than a dozen moves in midair as fast as the wind. Shoto breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated into the fog wall. He was terrified and grateful to German, admiring that he could fight Phaeton without losing. He wanted to help German, but he almost got killed. It seemed that there was no room for him to intervene in the fight between German and Phaeton. It was agreed to delay for 1 or 2 minutes before, but now it was impossible. He could only wait for the teacher to help German. Shioto looked at Imolawu, who was holding Franklin in the distance. Imolawu nodded knowingly, so he did not force himself and chose to retreat. Phaeton was getting more and more anxious at this time. 7 minutes had passed since the encounter began, and he had not taken down Germain. Instead, Germain waited for reinforcements, and Franklin seemed to be held hostage again. At this time, he also regretted not listening to the order of the head of the group and waiting until everyone gathered tomorrow to attack Germain together. Sure enough, the captain's decision was as correct as ever. However, he was more angry in his heart. Angry that he couldn't use his full strength in such a situation. Otherwise German would never have survived until now. As if they were telepathically connected. Franklin's shouting came from afar. Phaeton glanced, and saw the tall Franklin being pressed to the ground by Imolawu and Nakulu. And above Franklin's head, there was a huge doll floating. The next moment, the huge doll suddenly turned purple, like a civet cat-like creature. It turns out that this is Nakura's "I am the only one who suffers." He can lend his energy to Franklin through a harmless attack. And then the nightmare will begin. Franklin will be materialized by the doll Porter Lin. And every 10 seconds, it will use the loan sharking method to calculate the amount of energy Nakura lent to Franklin. The way to return it is that Franklin's attack power is higher than Nakura's attack power, or defense power. And the difference is the amount of return. Before the amount of energy lent by Nakura is completely returned, neither party can cause definite damage to the other. However, Imolawu on the side is not subject to this restriction, and he can cause harm to Franklin once the amount of usury exceeds Franklin's potential energy. That is, the upper limit of his energy storage. He will go bankrupt, and Porterclin will become a debt collector. Within 30 days, the debt collector will follow Franklin and force him to enter a state of extinction, unable to use his mind ability. Whether it is Porterclin or the debt collector, they are in an invincible state of cannot be attacked or destroyed by effects. Franklin had already consumed a lot of chi in the battle with German, He was easily subdued by Imolawu and Nakulu at this time. In addition, Nakulu frequently used his fists to increase the usury to borrow chi. So he soon went bankrupt. Knowing that he could only surrender, and there was no possibility of counterattack, Franklin calmed down, quietly made up his mind, and gave up struggling. He shouted at Phaeton fiercely. Go! Use your burning sun. Don't worry about me. Kill them and avenge us. Imolawu didn't know what burning sun was, but his experience told him that what Franklin, who was subdued, shouted at this time was definitely not something good for them. He raised his big pipe and hit Franklin on the head, pressing Franklin to the concrete floor, trying to stop Franklin from continuing. However, Franklin's goal had been achieved. He lay on the ground as if accepting his fate, choosing to laugh loudly at the end of his life. Phaeton, you won't be reluctant to kill me, right? Chapter 107 Humph. Phaeton and German pulled away from each other and listened to Franklin's words. He sneered and landed slowly. How is it possible? Franklin, when you go to hell, remember to tell Finks, Kubi, Peeler and the others. Wait a little longer. I will send German over soon. And then Hisoka. Franklin laughed. I will definitely convey your words. Imolawu and Nakulu were both shocked. They could hear that Franklin was determined to die. Retreat. German had guessed what would happen next. He reminded Imolawu and Nakulu loudly. Leave here. The next moment, Phaeton jumped up and flew above German. It seems that someone has indeed betrayed us. You even know that I was burned by the scorching sun. He stared at German with cold eyes. Forget it. It doesn't matter. After killing you, I will slowly investigate. That traitor can't run away. Instantly, Phaeton, the unforgivable man, shot out dazzling light in all directions. In just 2 breaths, the hot breath rushed to his face. He was in a huge ball of high-temperature fire, and stretched out his hands calmly and freely, detonating the scorching sun that accumulated anger and trauma in the sky. Boom! The raging flame spread and instantly swallowed up German, who was too close. The burning sun was still radiating, and it was relentless to everything within dozens of meters around. What a terrifying killing power! Imolawu was horrified and immediately understood German's reminder. He immediately reached out and grabbed Nakulu's collar. Let's go! But, German. Nakulu became anxious and pointed in the direction of the flames. Hurry up. He is already dead. After Imolawu finished speaking, regardless of whether Nakulu was willing or not, he pulled his disciple and turned around and jumped into the fog wall. In the fog wall, Nakulu's cry could be heard from afar. He had well-developed tear glands, and he admired Germain's spirit of sacrifice, which just met his requirements for manly character. So he burst into tears. Franklin, who had lost an arm and was in a state of forced suffocation, was left in the same place, with the invincible debt collector beside him. He had no fear, climbed up, and laughed wildly in the scorching sun, like a madman, and his whole strong body was soon burned to ashes. The scorching sun lasted for half a minute. The ground was bent by the heat, and the surrounding buildings were even more engulfed in the sea of purgatory, burning the sky black as if it were dusk. Phaeton, wearing the clothes of the unforgivable man, landed unscathed. He stood beside the pile of ashes that Franklin's body had turned into, and pursed his lips. Franklin, as you wish. I have avenged you. Your sacrifice will never be in vain. He suddenly paused here, showing an unbelievable look, and turned to look at the steam and flames not far away. Ta, ta, ta. The footsteps sounded like the rhythm of a pendulum, and even Phaeton felt a little uneasy. How could this happen? The meat saw tore through the mist, and Germain walked out. At the critical moment, he put on the greedy antler's helmet and sacrificed the almost unused resentment gift left wrist guard to obtain the absolute defense air shield. However, the absolute defense air shield only resisted most of the damage from the burning sun, and the flame still burned Germain's clothes. His triangular leather hat and hunter's black robe were burned to pieces, revealing his sturdy upper body covered with old scars. His eyes were piercing as he walked towards Phaeton. The greedy deer antler's helmet was like a deformed and twisted crown, worn on his head, but he took it off and disappeared in the air flowing through his body. The meat saw also disappeared quietly. German almost deliberately put his left hand behind his back, and raised his right hand in front of his chest, and approached step by step. Empty-handed? Phaeton was furious and walked towards German, The distance between them was less than 5 meters. Are you looking down on me? I don't know how you survived. But next, I will make sure you die completely. One knife. One knife to confirm. He read the knife with his arms, and was entangled in fire. With a fierce momentum. The consumption of the burning sun is quite large. And Phaeton can't fire again in a short time. But close combat is also his strength. At the same time, German's energy consumption should also be huge. In addition, since the battle, German has never defeated him in close combat. So he has enough capital to be proud of. German was silent. He never liked to use words to convince the other party. He still kept his right hand raised in front of his chest, and his left hand behind his back. The 3 gas tanks floating on the side of German were all filled. He emptied them at once, and entered the form of emitting pure white holy light. The amount of chi he had been consuming excessively returned. And it returned more and more, completely exceeding the threshold. In a sense, his 3-stage chi tank is a bit similar to Nakura's Tianshang Buji Waiwadusu. But the person he lent his chi to is his future self. Phaeton and German were only 2 meters away. At this time, he felt as if he was in a vortex that was gradually becoming violent. And the air waves kept pulling him towards German. He waved his arms. And the flaming sword slashed out. And the fiery red sword arc slashed. But it only tore the air wave vortex for a moment. And then the gap was filled by the endless air waves. Phaeton felt incredible. At this moment, German should have been at the end of his strength. But why did he still have such a huge amount of energy? It was as if this 8-minute life and death battle did not exist. Damn it! My hunter badge will receive the gift of resentment from the resentment of the person who was killed after his death. German slowly raised his left hand that had been placed behind his back and aimed his palm at Phaeton. After Finks died, the gift of resentment given to me was the resuscitation cannon. Under the interweaving of pure white holy light, German's left arm turned into a cannon barrel, which looked like a huge iron pipe, with a ring in the middle rotating at high speed. And the energy had already been accumulated and filled. Phaeton immediately understood what Germain meant, and could not help but be furious. This bastard wanted to kill me with the gift of Fink's resentment. Then, he saw a golden cannon fire from Germain's left arm barrel, shooting at him. The recoil also made Germain tremble backwards. Even though it was only 2 meters away, Phaeton still reacted quickly and jumped up, dodging the cannon that was shooting straight at him. And the vortex of air waves that enveloped him was like a thick arm, constantly pulling him towards Germain, not willing to let him leave. Phaeton didn't even think about leaving. Don't underestimate me. Germain! He turned into a sharp sword from the air and stabbed Germain. His arms burst into flames and slashed at Germain fiercely. Chapter 108. The cannon on Germain's left arm disappeared, replaced by the crow shield that merged with his left arm, and the meat saw on his right arm. In his current state, all the gifts of resentment will merge with his body. He flew up and confronted Phaeton head-on. Come on! Phaeton shouted loudly, and chopped down with his mind knife. Germain's shield deflected Phaeton's sharp attack with his mind knife, and the meat saw slashed at Phaeton diagonally. Phaeton was wearing the clothes of an unforgivable sinner, and had no defense at all. His mind knife was deflected, and then his arms drew an arc, changed direction abruptly, and stabbed at German's chest. At this time, something strange happened. Phaeton paused suddenly, and turned his head almost instinctively, with a strange sound, and then saw his right arm and shoulder flying into the air and leaving him. German's meat saw actually cut through his unforgivable man for the first time, and cut off his right arm and right shoulder together. He emptied the 3-stage gas tank and suddenly increased his strength to a level far beyond his current strength in a short period of time, so he could break through the unforgivable man. Phaeton's full attack mode without any defense finally made him suffer the consequences at this moment. If he hadn't turned his head instinctively at the last moment, his head would have been removed by now. Before Phaeton could react, Germain swung the meat saw at Phaeton's left arm again, with murderous intent. Phaeton's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't care anymore. He stabbed Germain's chest with his left arm, and blood gushed out, and it seemed that he was about to pierce his heart. Germain raised his left hand and grabbed Phaeton's wrist in time, limiting its advance while the meat saw cut off Phaeton's left arm. Blood covered the faces of Germain and Phaeton, and the two of them fought like wild beasts in a cage. Phaeton's face was distorted, and he kicked Germain's chest without thinking of the consequences. Phaeton's left wrist was still stuck there. If he kicked it 2 inches deeper, it would be Germain's heart. At this moment, He no longer had any thoughts of wanting to live. He wanted to drag Germain to hell with him. Otherwise, Franklin's sacrifice would be meaningless. And he would not be able to avenge Fink's tragic death. This kind of thing must not happen. Germain had seen through Phaeton's remaining attack patterns, and held Phaeton's legs with his left and right hands, as if he was catching a knife with his bare hands, twisting them hard. And with a snap, he broke them. Phaeton lost both arms, and his right leg was broken. And he finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground with his back. And with a thud, he fell all over in pain. He didn't even want to groan or wail, but stared at Germain viciously, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Germain took a deep breath, then stepped forward quickly and stood beside Phaeton. Phaeton's broken arm was still stuck in his chest, but it unexpectedly helped him block the wound. But blood still flowed out, like an open faucet, making his face pale. It was time to end it. Germain! Phaeton shouted his name, his mouth full of blood, scarlet and hideous. Do you dare to squat down and let me bite you to death? Sorry, sir. Germain read his spell to Phaeton, who was struggling to death. I know who killed her. Why they wanted to kill her. And where are these people now? Phaeton's originally fierce face turned into astonishment. His wide-open mouth seemed to be stuck and couldn't close. And then his neck was cut off neatly by Germain's meat saw with a snap. Blood-red arrows stained the moonlight. His head flew out and rolled among the ashes of the bodies he had killed and burned to ashes. Life was like a candle in the wind. In the few remaining moments of thinking, Phaeton's mind was in chaos. Is he telling the truth? Who is it? No. He is lying to me. But what if it was that group of people who sent him to infiltrate the Phantom Troop and let him investigate us? So there was betrayal in Fink's death? No. He is lying to me. He must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Then Phaeton's eyes widened, and he died with his eyes wide open. Germain stared at Phaeton's head for a while, confirming Phaeton's death. The energy gathered in his body dissipated instantly, and the whole person staggered twice, then fell backwards and lay on the ground with a thud. Of course, he didn't know who killed Phaeton's childhood friend. Sorry, sir. Germain just felt that Phaeton deserved this ending, and he would die with irreparable doubts and regrets at the last moment. Darkness, coldness, and weakness gradually took control of his body. He held on for a while with strong will, but still slowly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. I don't know how long it has been. When he woke up again, he saw the pale ceiling and the ceiling fan that was swinging left and right as if it was about to fall off. Germain? Nakulu's face enlarged in Germain's field of vision. You woke up? Wait. I go call the doctor. Wait for me. Don't fall asleep. Nakulu turned around and ran out of the room like an Alaskan. Germain wanted to ask something, but he had to give up at this time. Fortunately, there was another person in the room. This is the hospital. Shiotuo stood on the other side of the bed. His voice was the small voice unique to social phobia. We sent you to the hospital with serious injuries and coma. Your condition was very bad, but fortunately you managed to survive in the end. The teacher opened a single room for you, and you slept here for 3 days. The teacher was worried that there would be more pursuers from the Phantom Troop, so he asked me and Nakulu to guard your bedside around the clock. And the teacher and his purple smoke mecha troops were on guard nearby. Trouble you. Take the trouble. Germain coughed a few times exhausted. His lips were dry and stinging, and he sat up. You're welcome. Shiotuo helped Germain and nodded to him. You saved my life. And the teacher and Nakulu also appreciate you very much. This is our own will. At this time, Nakulu rushed into the room again, pulling a doctor behind him, and 2 nurses hurriedly chased after him. Hurry up. Nakulu pointed at Germain. Doctor. He's awake. Don't let him die. Got it. Let go. The doctor's arm was grabbed by Nakulu and was about to be torn off. I'm an old bone, and you're about to take it off. Nakulu embarrassedly let go and apologized repeatedly. The doctor grinned for a while, and didn't mind Nakulu's excitement and recklessness. He walked up to check Germain, and then said huh in disbelief. What's wrong? Nakulu asked nervously. Is everything okay? No. No. The doctor waved his hands quickly. I just feel strange that Mr. Germain's injuries seem to have improved a lot. Of course, we will use professional instruments to confirm it later. Germain remained calm. He knew that this was the result of his genius that could increase the effect of treatment. Nakulu and Shiotuo were overjoyed when they heard it. In short, take good care of your injuries. the doctor advised. I see that you have a lot of old injuries. Young people should not be too reckless. After all, people only have one life. Chapter 109. German had just woken up and was indeed tired. It would be a good choice to take a good rest now. However, he had to report his safety in the stagecoach group. So, after the doctor left, German asked Nakula to find his phone. Fortunately, it was not damaged. During this period, there were many missed calls and unanswered text messages. He edited a paragraph and sent it to the stagecoach group. I'm fine. I encountered Phaeton and Franklin from the Phantom Troop 3 days ago. I killed them and am now recovering in a safe place. German's understated words were like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, exploding a group of people in the stagecoach group. Bisji kept sending, filling the screen. In between, Yangu, Shiuti, and Sambika replied, but because Bisji was too aggressive, their replies flashed by and were pushed up without being seen clearly. 3 seconds later, just as Germain was about to put down his phone, Bisji called. Shiotua noticed that Germain was going to talk to an acquaintance, so he stood up sympathetically, took Nakula with him, said to Germain, we're in the corridor outside, and walked out of the ward. Only Germain was left in the ward, and the only sounds he could hear were the beeps of electronic equipment, the sound of the fan, and the ringing of the cell phone. What's wrong? Germain answered the phone. You're asking me what's wrong? Biscuit called out from the other end of the phone, surprised and worried. Didn't you go to the World Tree? How did you suddenly run into the Phantom Troop? It was an accident. Germain then told Biscuit in detail the whole story. So that's how it is. Biscuit's voice gradually calmed down. You are unlucky too. The entire 6 continents is so big that you can run into them wherever you go. It's actually normal. German held the opposite opinion. They have been looking for me, and I didn't hide on purpose. It's only a matter of time before we run into each other. Biscuit was silent for a while, and said, to be honest, I was also negligent. Recently, Xiaoti and I have been dealing with inventory, and Yunga asked me to help look after the child named Shishi. Later, I have to contact the construction team to build a laboratory for Sambika. You made such a big fuss over at the World Tree. As long as you go to the Professional Hunter website, you should have information. I thought you just disappeared habitually, so I never went to the Professional Hunter website once. German sometimes seemed like a scumbag. After 2 trips to the Dark Continent, he would disappear directly, leaving all the aftermath work to Biscuit and Xiaoti. And he didn't care at all. Biscuit and Xiaoti were used to his disappearance. Anyway, the longest time they didn't contact him was more than a month. And then, he would show up on his own initiative. So they didn't take it seriously this time when they didn't contact each other for 3 days, but just tried to contact each other from time to time. Unexpectedly, this time, something happened to Germain. Germain heard the self-blame in Biscuit's tone, and symbolically comforted him. This is not your problem. This is the grudge between me and the Phantom Troop, which will be resolved sooner or later. Now it's not just your problem. Biscuit said faintly. Someone was talking on the other end of the phone. She paused and said to Germain, Xiaoti has something to tell you. Okay, let her listen. German. After a while, Xiaoti's voice came. The Phantom Troop is investigating information about me. They should be trying to find your whereabouts from me. She didn't mean to ask about Germain's injury at all. After all, Germain said it's okay, which means it's okay. So she got straight to the point and talked about business. Then you have to be careful. German thought for a moment and said, you often come into contact with Meteor Street. They may find you through Pacnata's telepathy. Yes, Biscuit said the same thing. It turned out that Xiaoti had discussed this matter with Biscuit a long time ago. So I planned to cut off direct contact with Meteor Street. Cut off direct contact? German heard the implication. I understand. You want to find a middleman to help you deal with the matter of supporting Meteor Street orphans? Yes. That doesn't make any sense. German hesitated, but reminded, the Phantom Troop will probably expand the scope of the investigation, and that person will be exposed as long as he is contacted by Pacnata. So, I won't meet with the middleman. Everything will be contacted online. German objected again, but the Phantom Troop can force this middleman, actively ask for contact with you, and then let you fall into the trap. Probably not. Shirdi said calmly. I chose someone who even they couldn't force. Who? Shira. Xiaoti gave an unexpected answer, She was a childhood friend of most members of the Phantom Troop, and later parted ways with them. I know her. She also often donates to Meteor Street. I have had contact with her for this reason. I think she should be a trustworthy person. Of course, if I find something wrong, I will cut off contact with her immediately. If I am still caught, I will not give Paknota the opportunity to explore her memory. Xiaodi said that suicide is as simple as taking a walk outside after dinner. This is because she doesn't care how long she can live. Germain frowned. He also knew Sheila. Xiaodi's choice was neither good nor bad. So far, there are many mysteries surrounding Shira. She alone connects the tragic death of Sarasa, the gathering of the Phantom Troop, the tragedy of the Karuta tribe, and the revenge of Kurapika, and is an absolute key figure. However, Shira is most likely a good person. If she wanted to do evil, she would not have to stay away from Kuroro, Eugen and others. However, as I said before, Germain would not judge a person based on comics alone. Only by personally contacting and understanding him can he be the most stable. As for Xiaodi, since she had such realization, Germain did not stop her. After hanging up the phone, Germain used the hunter badge to project the harvest of the fierce battle not long ago in front of him. Phaeton died at the hands of Germain. There is no problem with that. As for Franklin, because his broken arm was cut off by Germain, he was bleeding profusely. And although he was finally killed by Phaeton's scorching sun, it was still judged that Germain's contribution was given. Germain took all the experience of the two. His physique increased to 53 points, and his energy increased to 57 points. His physique was a step slower, but he also crossed the master boundary with his energy. This gave him the foundation to become a master as long as he practiced well and lived up to his talent. At the same time, Germain's pressure from the killing penalty only increased by 2 points. This may be related to his physique crossing the 50-point boundary, and he has a certain immunity to all supercharged abilities or events. Germain called it the Master's Aura. Finally, there is a new gift of resentment. The Threaded Cane, a handheld weapon that can be transformed into 2 stages like a meat saw. Chapter 110. Later, Emolawu entered the ward to visit Germain. Nakulu and Shioto, who were originally here, took turns to guard outside. However, Emolawu's purple smoke robot team was not disbanded and was still patrolling nearby. There were 50 of them in total. As long as this number was maintained, Emolawu could control them precisely. If there were more than this number, Emolawu could only issue some simple commands. That day, after he witnessed Franklin's fearlessness and Phaeton's fierceness and decisiveness, he completely understood why so many professional hunters feared or hated the Phantom Troop. Because they are really not afraid of death. As long as they can achieve their goal, they will not hesitate even if it means dying together with the enemy. Emolawu has always been vigilant for this, and the Purple Smoke Mecha Squadron has been scouting nearby to prevent the Phantom Troop from attacking. Although he escorted Germain to this hospital and carefully erased all traces along the way, he was afraid of the worst. It's incredible. Emolawu sat down by Germain's bed and peeled an apple for him. 3 days ago, you were seriously injured and on the verge of death. But only 3 days later, you not only woke up, but also could eat simply. It's probably because of your physical condition, Germain replied. Ha ha ha. Emolawu laughed, thinking that Germain was joking, and then handed the sliced apple to Germain. Young people are good. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. I have already recommended credit for you. Phaeton and Franklin are both A-level wanted criminals. You should be rewarded by the Hunter Association for killing them. Then, Emolawu added in a mysterious tone, in fact, just for killing 16 beasts and finks of the Phantom Troop, you should be rated as a 1-star hunter. It's just that there is resistance within the Hunter Association, especially the group of associate hunters in the review department. They think that you have only obtained the hunter license for a few months and your qualifications are too shallow. So they have been opposing it. In fact, there is another reason for obstruction. That is, Germain was a killer in the Dark World before, and he just left the Phantom Troop not long ago. These are all black histories. However, he has now killed 3 members of the Phantom Troop, 5 beasts, and a large group of dark assassins. So this reason is no longer tenable. When Emolawu said this, he observed Germain's expression, but he did not see any dissatisfaction from Germain. Instead, he emphasized some details. 1 beast was not killed by me, but by my companion, Germain was referring to Xiadi. But he was careful, and did not directly expose her. Mo Lawu was stunned for a moment, laughed dumbly, and then said, "This time you also solved Phaeton and Franklin of the Phantom Troop. I think even if you are an assistant, you have nothing to say. The Hunter's 10 Commandments are clearly written. Hunters who have made great achievements in specific fields will be awarded 1 star. You have definitely made great achievements in dealing with criminals and villains. I spoke to President Netero on the phone, and he supports you becoming a 1-star hunter. If the group of people in the assistant department are still talking about their qualifications, I will go to them in person." Mo Lawu thought that day that German would definitely die under the scorching sun of Phaeton. But he didn't expect that German not only didn't die, but also turn around and kill Phaeton, just for this fighting talent and willpower. Mo Lawu valued German very much, and thought that if such a person could not be rated as a 1-star hunter, it would be too shameless. Besides, he felt guilty for taking Nakulu away, evacuating the battlefield, and abandoning German, although he had to do it under the circumstances. If German still cannot be rated as a 1-star hunter this time, and is stuck for some strange reasons, Mo Lawu will definitely go to help. German didn't care about the star rating, but just thanked Mo Lawu for his support. "Do you have any requests you want to meet?" Mo Lawu still felt a little sorry. "The Hunter Association, or I will try to meet you." German actually wanted a plant hunter the most, but he thought about it, and only made a small request. "My hunter's black robe was burned by Phaeton's scorching sun. I want to order 2 new suits. The sooner the better." "That's it?" Mo Lawu was surprised, and then agreed. "I can take care of this. What kind of suit do you want? Can you give me a piece of white paper and a pencil?" "Okay. Wait for me." Mo Lawu hurried out of the ward and brought back a piece of white paper and pencil. Germain took it, put the white paper on the small table, and started to draw on it with a pencil. He quickly sketched out a set of clothes, which was his previous hunter's black robe. "You can also sketch?" Mo Lawu put on his sunglasses, stood by and watched, and said in surprise, "You draw very well." Germain nodded, but he knew his level. In the eyes of those who didn't know the business, he was a god. But in the eyes of professionals, there were quite a few details that were not done well. However, this sketching skill is enough for custom-made clothing. Later, Germain drew the second set of clothing, which was similar to the first set except for a strange head mask. "Doctor with a bird's beak?" Mo Lawu recognized this classic symbol and smiled. "Germain, your interest is really weird. Ha ha ha. I will ask someone to help you as soon as possible." After that, Mo Lawu helped Germain measure the size, and then made a phone call to find the fashion hunter he was familiar with. The next day, Germain was able to get out of bed and walk around the ward. This speed of recovery once again amazed the doctors. However, the doctor advised that he needed to rest for a few more days. For this reason, the noisy Nakula was taken away by Shiotuo and walked around the hospital with Mo Lawu. In fact, Germain felt that he was almost well, but he did not disappoint the doctor's kindness. At the same time, he really liked the feeling of being alone in peace, so he chose to acquiesce to the matter of rest. Lying on the bed or walking around the ward was boring after all. Germain picked up the comic book left by Nakuru and flipped through it. That comic book was the classic Dragon Ball. There were many comic books that Germain was familiar with in this world, including Dragon Ball and Doraemon. Note, Doraemon was mentioned in the Greed Island chapter, and Dragon Ball was mentioned in the War of Succession to the Throne. He flipped through it casually, and it happened to be the final battle of the Namek chapter. Krillin was killed by Frieza, and Son Goku transformed in anger and became the legendary Super Saiyan. Germain was reading with great interest when he suddenly noticed a group of people breaking into his circle. Among them were the familiar Mo Lawu, Nakuru and Shoto. And in addition, there were 2 strangers. Germain put down the comic book and sat quietly on the soft white pillow, watching Nakuru take the lead in pushing open the door. And then a group of people rushed in. Chapter 111 Very alert. A circle with a radius of 10 meters should not be your limit. Right? A gentleman with smooth black hair and a neat suit walked in. He adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, looked at German with scrutiny, and nodded. "Please don't get me wrong. I'm praising you." Next to the serious man stood a woman with loose black hair and unclear face. She was dressed quite simply, but she had a gloomy atmosphere. She looked like Sadako in the movie. Ha ha ha. Mo Lawu laughed a few times in cooperation, and then said, German. Let me introduce you. This is Nob. And this is his disciple Palm. German nodded at them, thinking that now, except for Netero, Sijia and Kilua, all the future members of the Chimera and Extermination team are here. Nob also nodded casually in response. His disciple Palm bowed at a more than 90-degree angle, then suddenly straightened up, as if he was equipped with a spring, and stared at Germain with a pair of dark eyes through his hair. It was as if he wanted to eat Germain. Although Palm's body seemed weak, she was actually a AA power and speed enhanced telepathic ability user. But her search ability was enhanced to the extreme. I came here specially at the request of President Netero. Nob's tone was always full of confidence and pride. And at the same time he glanced at Palm. His eyes seemed to indicate that the female disciple should not embarrass herself. So Palm timidly retreated behind Nob. Considering that the Phantom Troop is a group of criminals with strong reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, the president asked me to come and take you to the hospital. With my ability, they can't find you. This is not a sensational statement. The Phantom Troop is the worst robber group in history, which is recognized by the world. However, it is not that professional hunters cannot deal with them, but the price to pay is daunting. Silva's attitude is the best proof. The Phantom Troop has a strong ability to hide, can avoid most pursuits, and is likely to bite back at the pursuer at an unexpected moment. What's worse is that they often don't attack the pursuer directly, but first attack the family, friends, and lovers around the pursuer. They will torture the pursuer's beloved people cruelly, put them in a conspicuous place, show them to the pursuer, make the other party completely lose their mind, and then hunt them. The nightmare of the terrible disaster that Sarisa suffered has become their sharpest blade. Emolawu spread his hands. That's it. There is intelligence that members of the suspected Phantom Troop have been active near the World Tree for several days. They must be coming for you. Pheaton's body and Franklin's burning residue were taken away by them during transportation, and no one on the car was spared. Their spider mark was also left at the scene. To be on the safe side, we must move. Nob pursed his lips. Although I don't think that we can't deal with the Phantom Troop with so many professional hunters. Casualties are basically inevitable. My mission is just to help you leave safely. A head-on confrontation with the Phantom Troop is not within my job's scope. I believe some of the 12 branches would be more interested. Right? The 12 branches that Nob mentioned are, of course, the 12 professional hunters under President Netero of the Hunter Association. Among them are criminal hunters, terrorist hunters, and bounty hunters, who may be interested in defeating the Phantom Troop. But they will only do so at the lowest cost. Germain readily accepted the advice. The war between him and the Phantom Troop and Hisoka will be a protracted war, and he does not seek to win against all of them right now. Germain was wearing a clean hospital gown and had no extra luggage, so he could lead directly. Emolawu took back all the Purple Smoke robot team, and the 3 masters and apprentices packed their luggage and were ready to leave. However, Emolawu did not help Germain with the transfer procedures. He planned to leave without saying a word. Even when Germain was admitted to the hospital, he used some privileged means to forge identities for Germain and them. The less people in the hospital know, the safer it is. Nakula closed the door, and Shiotua drew the curtains. The ward suddenly became dark, and no one turned on the lights. Nob, the release Titan user, adjusted his glasses and drew a circle on the floor of the ward with his toes. Then a black hole appeared, squirming like mud. This is his 4-dimensional apartment. In fact, there are small branches under each Nin system. For example, the materialization system. There are Nin users who actively materialize objects and exert special abilities, such as Germain, Kate, Shuti, Old Butler's Iponian, and Kurapika. There are also Nin users who materialize objects and exert special abilities after meeting certain conditions, such as Nakulu, Abengani, Kubi, and Bomb Demon Gonshu. The same is true for the release system. There are Silva, Gino, Franklin, Game Master Reza, Music Hunter Melody, Archer Bakuru, who can transform chi into a certain form, state, and effect and release it. There are also psychic users such as Nobu, King Ant, and Leorio who have already involved in releasing space. The materialization system and the release system are just on a diagonal line of the 6 major systems of psychic. In theory, they should repel each other. In fact, this is not the case. The most obvious evidence is that both can materialize mind beasts, such as Leza and Abengani. And both involve the concept of space, such as Nob, Germain, and Shiuti. They are just the farthest apart. But it does not mean that there is no connection between them. After all, they are all mind abilities, with the same source. And some of the characteristics of mind abilities are still very similar. Nob's four-dimensional apartment is a branch of the release system involving space. Germain and others jumped into the entrance and exit of the four-dimensional apartment one after another, entering a grid-shaped space with nothing in it. This is just a room on one of the floors of the four-dimensional apartment. The four-dimensional apartment has 4 floors and a total of 21 rooms, one of which is used for storage. Nobu's four-dimensional apartment is very convenient. Mo Lawu carried the wrapped big pipe on his shoulder and laughed heartily. Not only is the space capacity large, but as long as Nobu is there, you can move to any preset entrance and exit location. I have experienced it before, and I think it is really good. Chapter 112. Nob walked straight to a door not far away, holding a universal key in his hand. And he opened the door with the universal key. Palm followed Nob in small steps, always looking like a weak little follower. Nob stood by the door, adjusted his glasses, and pointed to the dark space outside the door. You can go out. Also, Mo Lawu, don't treat my telepathy as your own and complacently introduce it to others. Ah, I see. Ha ha ha. Everyone walked out of the four-dimensional apartment and came to a dark cave. Next to the stone wall was an SUV of an unfamiliar brand. This is the transfer location farthest from the hospital that I can set up, Nob explained. The car was placed here in advance, and even I don't know who parked it. I see. Mo Lawu walked around the SUV and was amazed. Although President Netero usually looks unreliable, he is quite sophisticated when necessary. Nob snorted coldly. Isn't this natural? The president is such a powerful person. He is a legend who has lived for more than 100 years. Okay. I know you admire the president very much. I do too. Mo Lawu pointed to the SUV. However, just in case, we should search it before we set off. Nob did not object to this, and he also agreed with such a cautious attitude. So Mo Lawu and Nob conducted a thorough inspection of the SUV and confirmed that there was no eavesdropping or positioning equipment before letting everyone get in the car. Mo Lawu was in charge of driving. Nob was sitting in the front passenger seat. German and Pam were sitting in the second row with a gap in the middle, and Nakula and Shiotua were in the third row. Under Mo Lawu's skilled driving skills, when the SUV drove out of the mountain road and entered the auxiliary road, he suddenly remembered something and laughed. What's wrong? Nob turned his head to look at him in surprise. Is there anything funny? Ah, no. I just suddenly remembered a funny thing that happened to Nakula last year. Mo Lawu took off his sunglasses while driving and wiped away the tears of laughter with the back of his left hand. After hearing this, everyone turned around in confusion and looked at Nakulu in the last row. Nakulu scratched the back of his head in confusion. Last summer, in the bay. Don't you remember? Mo Lawu reminded him. And Nakulu immediately remembered it, and his face flushed. Ha ha ha. Mo Lawu laughed while driving, and his words were incomplete. Finally, Shiotua, who remembered the whole story, explained. That day, the teacher and I completed the investigation task and wanted to meet up with Nakulu. And then we saw Nakula sitting in the passenger seat of the rented car from a distance, shouting something excitedly. We approached in confusion, wondering who Nakula was talking to, and heard him shouting, "Come on, Bruce, you can do it." At that time, we were still wondering who Bruce was. And then we saw a golden retriever with its tongue hanging out and a confused face in the driver's seat, with its front legs resting on the steering wheel. After asking for a long time, we finally understood that Nakula was teaching this stray dog on the street how to drive when he had nothing to do. Shiotua couldn't help but laugh with his hands covering his mouth when he said this. Mo Lawu laughed again, and even the SUV shook. Nob sat in the passenger seat with a black line on his head and supported his forehead. This kind of thing was indeed something that Nakula could do. And Mo Lawu, who taught him, was not very reliable. But, at this time, Nakulu, with a red face, defended himself. I did see a video on YouTube, where a dog could drive and turn a corner. German thought about it and testified, I have also seen that video. And there is indeed a well-trained dog, who can shift gears, step on the accelerator, and turn the steering wheel. Listen. Nakulu immediately jumped up excitedly, and the head of the plane hit the roof with a clang. So he sat down again, covering his head. Ah, it hurts. Lawu was different from Nubu. He didn't care about his disciples making a fool of themselves. He was even happy to share such funny things. He laughed for a long time. After Nubu's reminder, he calmed down and drove steadily. Soon, the SUV drove into the main road. Germain was originally looking at the scenery receding outside the window. But suddenly, he noticed a burning gaze coming from the side. So he turned around and saw Palm staring at him across the aisle. What's the matter? Germain asked curiously. Palm, with disheveled hair, slowed down and spoke in a hoarse voice. I heard, you have a chance to become a one-star hunter. Like the teacher and Mr. Lawu? Maybe? Germain shrugged his shoulders. He didn't force such a thing. Lawu honked the horn, then accelerated and overtook successfully. And then said, I will definitely become a one-star hunter. By the way, Nob, before you came, what was the attitude of the Hunter Association towards this matter? It seems that they have loosened up. Nob adjusted his glasses. You know, Rat Pariston likes this kind of thing the most. He is top-notch in the field of how to obstruct the president. However, the president's influence is still better. Pariston was probably tricked by the president, and several people from the association were eliminated. This matter is basically done. Many people know that the association is actually the power of the vice president of the Hunter Association, the Rat Paliston. If Paliston is the one who knows how to grasp the right measure and obstruct President Netero, then conversely, President Netero is also the one who knows how to deal with Paliston's various methods. After hearing this, Nakulu and Shiotua couldn't help but cast envious eyes on German. They have been professional hunters for many years, but they still haven't had the opportunity to become a one-star hunter. If German, who had just obtained his hunter license less than 4 months ago, became a one-star hunter, he would be the fastest professional hunter to achieve this achievement in history. At this time, unlike Nakulu and Shiotua's envy, Palm showed a feeling of self-blame and guilt. This low pressure almost enveloped the entire SUV, making people suffocate. What's wrong? Palm? Nob, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, did not turn around. He knew without thinking that this atmosphere came from his disciple. Are you worried? Teacher. Palm hesitated for a long time before lifting up her messy long hair and revealing a beautiful face. If I was better, became a one-star hunter earlier, then you would have been a two-star hunter long ago. Hearing Palm's words, Nakulu and Shiotua could not help but fall silent. The Hunter's 10 Commandments clearly state that senior hunters, who are senior executives, and one-star hunters, will be awarded 2 stars when their junior hunters are awarded a star honor. If their disciples were more capable and had obtained a star earlier like Kate, then teachers Lawu and Nobu would also be able to become 2-star hunters, or even 3-star hunters, like Jean. Chapter 113. Nakulu, Shiotua and Palm actually have considerable strength and grow very fast. They just lack an opportunity to make great achievements. But this opportunity has not come yet, and German has seized the opportunity to become a one-star hunter so quickly. Thinking of this, the 3 disciples lowered their heads and fell silent. Lawu felt the silence in the back row and laughed. Don't take it to heart. Nob and I are not in a hurry for this kind of thing. The most important thing for you is to proceed step by step. Palm. Nob also looked into Palm's eyes through the rearview mirror. Lawu and I recruited disciples not to become 2-star or 3-star hunters, but because we saw your talent and hard work. Do you understand? Understand? Palm's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he bit his tongue excitedly. Understood. Nakulu and Shiotua also responded firmly in the back row. Teacher, we will definitely continue to work hard. Lawu and Nob sat in the front. Both of them raised their lips and smiled gently. German continued to look out the window. That night, the SUV stopped at the underground parking lot of a hospital in another city, and German was transferred to the hospital. After completing the task, Nob took Pam away directly, and even declined Lawu's invitation to have a few drinks and a simple meal. As for Lawu and his apprentice, they still stayed in the hospital to help with the alert. 2 days later, on April 15th, German received 3 good news conveyed by Lawu. The first is that the doctors finally believe that Germain has fully recovered and can be discharged from the hospital. Although this recovery speed is beyond cognition, The fact is the fact. Medicine is about discovering facts and dealing with facts. The second is that Germain's one-star hunter honor has been awarded. But it will not be announced on the Professional Hunter website for the time being, but will be kept confidential. You are the fastest professional hunter to get a star in history. Come on, Germain. Give me your hunter license. I will send it to the Hunter Association. Or you can go to the Hunter Association in person. Mo Lawu granted German a star rating on behalf of the Hunter Association, and was also responsible for the follow-up. Your hunter license will be slightly modified by the Hunter Association and turned into a one-star hunter license. Mo Lawu had experienced it once and was familiar with this aspect. German asked slowly, what is the difference between a one-star hunter license and an ordinary hunter license? Mo Lawu was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and replied, well, the appearance is just some decorations, anti-counterfeiting and the like. In addition to that, your authority will be expanded. You have the opportunity to become a senior executive of the Hunter Association, and the degree of information confidentiality will be increased. Then if I don't send the ordinary hunter license to the Hunter Association, I won't be able to get these. Right? That's not the case. Mo Lawu replied. Your one-star hunter has been included in the archives. Even if you only use the current hunter license, you can achieve the same effect. In a more extreme case, like the 12 zodiac signs of the pig gold, the 2-star hunter license is unknown, but it does not hinder his 2-star hunter status. German did know where Jin's 2-star hunter license went. It was first used as an exam question in the hands of his disciple Kate, and later passed to his son Sujia. However, after reaching the gold level, the hunter license is actually not very useful. With his many achievements, he can become a 3-star hunter, but he did not apply for it. It doesn't matter then? German waved his hand. Forget it. I won't send it. I have some things to do, so I don't have time to send it. Nor do I have time to go to the Hunter Association. Hearing this, Mo Lawu smiled bitterly and shook his head. You really don't care about these things. Okay. I will tell the Hunter Association the truth. There are not many people like German, but there are some after all, and the Hunter Association will not be so petty as to take back the star level because of this. As for the third piece of news, it was that 2 sets of custom-made clothes that Mo Lawu asked to be sewn quickly were delivered. This is the masterpiece of a 1-star hunter, a fashion hunter. Mo Lawu spread them on the bed and showed them to German. The thought will make them more durable. It's a pity that time is too tight. If she is given some time, these 2 sets of clothes can be made better. It's good enough. German looked down at the 2 sets of hunter black robes and reached out to touch them. I want durability. Gorgeousness is meaningless to me. Anyway, thank you. Ah, you're welcome. Why don't you try it on and see if it fits you? Mo Lawu suggested. German looked at the 2 hunter black robes carefully and replied, okay. The ordinary hunter black robe is almost exactly the same as the previous one, with only some details that the fashion hunter made some changes. As for the birdbeak hunter black robe, also known as the crow hunter black robe, except for the birdbeak mask, it is the same style as the ordinary hunter black robe. Originally, the birdbeak hunter black robe also had a crow feather cloak decoration, but it was removed by German when he was sketching, which was more in line with his aesthetics. German went into the bathroom, changed into a black hunter's robe, put on gray-black gloves and boots, and finally put on a birdbeak mask on his face, covering his handsome face. When he came out, Nakulu and Shiotua also came into the ward. They were quite surprised to see German's changed appearance. After Mo Lawu explained, the 2 disciples learned the whole story. German put another set of hunter's black robe into the suitcase and prepared to leave the hospital. Mo Lawu and his 3 disciples sent German to the door. I thought the birdbeak doctor who treated the Black Death in the Middle Ages came to the modern world. Mo Lawu said with a joking smile. This is good. Wearing a mask will save a lot of trouble. Nakula touched his airplane head and thought seriously, should I wear a mask too? The mask is printed with something like Ilusiku? You should just forget it? Shiotua sighed. As long as your crew cut is exposed, the mask's covering is meaningless. Nakulu was excited. What? You mean I should give up my perfect crew cut? That's impossible. This is my very proud and handsome hairstyle. That's why I told you to forget it. Shiotua pouted. German looked at the 3 masters and apprentices. Although they were together for a short time, he could still feel their enthusiasm. He felt a liking for them and exchanged contact information with them. They are companions worth making friends with. Thank you for your care during this period. German picked up his suitcase and shook hands with the three of them one by one. See you again if we are lucky enough. Mo Lawu and others had new work to do, and they were able to postpone it until today just to take care of German. They must have done their best. See you again if we are lucky enough. They also responded one by one. German nodded to them, then picked up the suitcase and turned to leave. Chapter 114. Watching Germain's back disappear around the corner. Nakulu, who had well-developed tear glands, finally couldn't hold back his tears. Germain. Nakulu hugged Shio to his right shoulder, crying and shouting, "He's a real man!" Nakulu. Shiotuo looked helpless. And then someone hugged his left shoulder. And it was teacher Mo Lawu. Yes, a real man. Mo Lawu actually cried too. Mo Lawu and Nakulu hugged Shiotuo and cried in front of the hospital gate, attracting many onlookers. People who didn't know the truth thought that some of their relatives or friends had passed away, and they were crying so sadly. Shiotuo was used to this scene. Master Mo Lawu and Nakulu were typical examples of like master, like disciple. It was too sentimental. Let's put aside the topic of Master Mo Lawu and his disciple. At this time, Germain got into a taxi alone, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message to the exorcist Aben Gani. After such a long time, it was time to exorcise the mind. Aben Gani quickly replied no problem, and took the initiative to ask about the time and place, and mentioned that he could exorcise the mind at any time, and it would be better if there was time to prepare. German was a little confused. Abengani was not so enthusiastic during the two previous exorcisms, but this time he was out of character. What was going on? He didn't think much about it. After confirming the time and place, Abengani replied in seconds and agreed. Not long after, German got off the car at the airport. He wanted to buy the airship ticket to Itlo City, which he had agreed with Abengani. However, when buying the ticket in the airport hall, he accidentally saw an unexpected figure. A young man with short blonde hair and wearing a blue-based, gold-rimmed ethnic minority costume that looked like a bulletproof vest. The back of the clothes was bulging, revealing two wooden swords. Kurapika? I actually met him here? Kurapika was at the front of the team. He bought a plane ticket and walked to the luggage transfer counter. He chose to check in the wooden sword. The airship has fewer restrictions, so the wooden sword can also be checked in. Germain saw it and felt a little surprised, but not surprised. Kurapika must have never given up searching for information about the Phantom Troop. He ran around the world. It was only a matter of time before he ran into him. After some observation, Germain found that the flight ticket Kurapika booked had the same destination as his own, which was Itero City. However, Kurapika was not coming for Germain, because he had not noticed Germain's gaze from beginning to end. And this meeting was probably accidental. Kurapika was still too young now. After all, he lacked the most important puzzle piece, the ability of Nin. Germain had no intention of approaching him, but used the privileges of his hunter license to avoid various tedious inspections and get a ticket for a luxury single room. In the terminal, Germain saw Kurapika again. Kurapika had already checked in the two wooden swords, and was sitting on a metal chair with his hands folded across his chest, with a calm expression. When Germain walked by, he attracted a lot of attention with his bird-beak mask, including Kurapika. However, when they saw Germain enter the luxury waiting room, everyone looked away again, feeling that the interests of rich people were so strange. Kurapika didn't take this man seriously either. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the airship. The airship slowly turned the propeller, took off from the airport, and rose to the blue sky. Under the guidance of the stewardess, Germain entered the luxury single room, and then the stewardess bowed respectfully to him, asked if he had any other requests, and then closed the door and left. He first put the suitcase beside the bed, then walked to the refrigerator, ignored the expensive prices on the price tags, took a can of ice cola and some snacks, and sat down at the tea table. German twisted the pull ring of the ice cola, took a sip, felt the violent pulsation on the tip of his tongue, and his brain seemed to be awakened. He noticed that there was an LCD screen in front of him, and there was a game console and 4 controllers next to it. So he simply took off his boots, sat cross-legged on the cushion, and turned on the monitor and console. German found some games that were similar to the original world, but not exactly the same. They could all be entered directly, and there was a ranking left by previous passengers on the menu bar. He picked up one of the controllers, selected a console game, and started playing. The reason why German came to this world was that he played Bloodborne all night. And then, he was too tired and fell asleep, and woke up in this world. It was interesting to think that he, who had the ability of mind, was now playing a large-scale real-life game. And he only had one life, and could not be resurrected, stopped, or saved progress. After playing for only 20 minutes, when German was in the right state, he heard a commotion outside the room. So he quietly spread the circle. The circle could not let him see the actual situation, but it was enough for him to outline everything within a radius of 25 meters, like a thermal image. It seemed that something terrible had happened. Most of the people in the airship were panicking, screaming, and pushing each other. And there were 14 people holding guns, forcing the people in the airship to gather in the hall. Guns? How did they get the guns through security? There is a high probability that there are people with telepathic abilities among them. I wonder how many there are. The cockpit, the guard room, the staff lounge, etc. have all been controlled by them. It can be said that the life and death of the entire airship's employees and passengers are now in their hands. Of course, this is ignoring German. Soon, the door of the luxurious single room was violently knocked open, and 2 fully armed men rushed in, just in time to see German still playing the game. Hearing the sound, German seemed to have just discovered something unusual, turned his head and stared at them. Hey! One of them felt that there was something wrong with the man wearing a birdbeak mask. But he was holding a rifle in his hand, and he was not afraid at all. Come out with us. German thought about it, and did not deal with the two here, but saved the game progress. Put down the handle, slowly stood up, and under the gaze of the two, put on his boots and walked over. What's wrong with you? German asked. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, almost put the muzzle of the gun to German's face. They didn't expect German to be so calm and ask such a question. They looked at each other in confusion for a while. Then, they were a little angry. These rich people are like this, always looking fearless, as if they have money and power, and others will not dare to touch them. Don't ask so many questions. Get out. The 2 men threatened. German did not resist here. While yelling and cursing, they pushed German out of the room and forced him to come to the hall and gather with other people on the airship. The whole hall was filled with fear and tension. Chapter 115. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 116. German stood in the crowd and saw Kurapika standing not far away. Kurapika was secretly observing the hijackers, with an indecisive look on his face. Perhaps he was thinking, should he step out now that he has lost his 2 swords? It was too much for Kurapika to kill the gangsters with rifles with bare hands. 14 gangsters surrounded them, with their rifles pointed at the ground. None of them wore masks, and it seemed that they were not afraid of being exposed. In this way, their purpose is even more frightening. One of them is a middle-aged man with a beard and scars on his face. He is their leader. He walked out, looked around the panicked crowd, and coughed a few times. Everyone was attracted by his cough and looked over. My name is Somerset. The scarred man actually said his name directly. These are my brothers and comrades. I'm sorry for hijacking this airship and choosing you. If possible, I really hope you can land safely and reunite with your family and friends. What a wonderful thing that would be. Somerset said this, and the wording in his words implied a dangerous meaning. Many people who heard the hidden meaning trembled all over, and some timid ones even sobbed softly. We also want to reunite with our family and friends. Unfortunately, we can no longer do this. After I have said what I need to say, you can call the police, leave a suicide note, and communicate with anyone. But now, you must be quiet. Otherwise, I will not give you the last mercy. This time, almost all adults realized a terrible possibility. No, it should be a foreseeable desperate future. This group of criminals did not intend to land the airship. Even if they wanted to land, it was not the landing method they wanted. Many people wanted to scream, but Somerset's threats and the black muzzles of the guns prevented them from making high-frequency sounds. Somerset looked for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "How many of you know about the Noah Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund? Does anyone know?" No one knows. After waiting for a while, no one answered, and he was a little disappointed. Haha. That's right. We can't expect you to pay attention to us. After all, it doesn't matter to you. In short, we are mercenaries, working for the V5 big countries, the Kajin Empire, or some small countries. However, we're always as heavy casualties, and the dead brothers and comrades will leave their families unattended, in order to allow the survivors to have at least enough food and clothing. The Norwell Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund was established. Somerset paced in the spacious hall of the airship, so that everyone present could see his solemn expression at the moment. Quite a lot of mercenaries will invest money in it, just for the brothers who once lived and died together, so that their survivors will not die of hunger and cold, nor will they fall to the point of becoming pariahs and slaves. However, there are too many people and too little money. Somerset shook his head and sighed. In desperation, we had to go to the national institutions that once hired us and seek help. Sure enough, he raised his head and looked at everyone. No one cares about us. After all, we are just mercenaries, not formal soldiers. Hee hee. Hee hee. In this case, we decided to do something big so that the international community can't help but pay attention to us. In half an hour, the airship will fall towards the city of Itlo. Of course, the more likely scenario is that we will be shot down by shells and fall into the mountains and forests. But it doesn't matter, as long as the airship falls. By then, they should understand that the lives of the mercenaries' families are also lives. Spending a little more money to appease them can reduce many such plane crash tragedies. When Somerset said this, the crowd in the airship hall finally couldn't suppress their fear and suddenly burst into screams and cries. Is it desperate? Somerset listened to these shouts and said to them with a smile, "At least you still have half an hour to say goodbye to your family. Our brothers and comrades are not so lucky. We don't want to choose you either. But there is no way. Just accept your fate. At least we will accompany you to the end. And you know why you died. Okay. Cherish the last time. Remember, you have half an hour left," Somerset said. Then turn around and walk towards the cockpit of the airship. The captain and others were also among the hostages. The airship was temporarily set to autopilot, and now Somerset will manually control it. He is a pilot, and driving an airship is a piece of cake for him. German looked at the chaotic hall. After Somerset left, people cried and called their phones under the gaze of the remaining 13 gangsters. Some of them asked the police for help, and some called their families. Others walked towards the gangsters and tried to persuade them, but they were shot in the head before they could finish their words. The buzzing gunshots and the splattered brains pushed the panic in the airship to a new peak. The gangsters stood there indifferently, as mercenaries who often went to villages to raid. They had seen too many such scenes, and they would not be soft-hearted just because there were women, children, and the elderly in front of them. Among the crowd, Germain and Kurapika were the only two who remained calm. Kurapika seemed to have not given up yet, keeping a rhythmic breathing and thinking about various feasible plans. Germain scanned back and forth with his eyes, confirming that among the 14 gangsters, Somerset and the other 2 were Ning users, and the rest were just ordinary mercenaries. As for the 3 Ning users, they were only at the level of a brave and an apprentice, and it seemed that they were limited by their talents and could not make any further progress. This means that Germain's combat power is far superior to theirs. One of them has the ability to disguise a gun so that it can be carried on the airship, or it is a space-related ability like Shieti and Nob. The ability of the other 2 is unknown, but Germain thinks that this is enough. After all, they are not very strong enemies, so a quick battle is better. He quickly determined his plan. To ensure that the number of casualties on the scene is minimized, he must eliminate all 13 gangsters in a very short time and then go to Somerset. After thinking it through, Germain did not hesitate and took action directly. He walked out of the crowd and walked towards one of the gangsters. The gangster did not have any intention of persuading him to stop, and raised his gun to shoot. However, the next moment he only saw a black shadow coming towards him, and his vision went black. Chapter 117. German materialized a threaded cane in his hand, flashed forward at an extremely fast speed, and used the sharp end to pierce the gangster's forehead with a puff. Sound. The gangster died instantly. Blood gushed out from the gangster's forehead before he fell, and at the same time when everyone just shifted their attention, German pulled out the threaded cane and continued to work. After a strange sound of click, the threaded cane suddenly ejected a long whip, moving like a black snake. German's entire body turned into a terrifying afterimage in the hall. Before the remaining 12 gangsters could react, he swung out the long whip from the threaded cane and hit them on the head, blowing them up one by one. Pa! 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 Instantly, all 12 gangsters lost their complete brains, and a cloud of blood mist rose in the air. If they were hit in other parts, the gangsters might subconsciously raise their rifles and pull the trigger. But since the brains under their heads were shattered, there would be no such opportunity. German's headshots were actually in a certain order, but from the perspective of everyone in the hall, the heads of these gangsters were inexplicably shattered at the same time with a popping sound. People looked at the headless gangsters falling to the ground in amazement, and then noticed a figure wearing a black robe and a bird-beak mask standing next to the corpse. He did it. Such a thought came to everyone's mind. Although it was incredible, all the 13 gangsters present were killed in an instant by this weirdo. They all held their breath, stunned, not knowing how to react. Kurapika was also watching in the crowd, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. He was just thinking about a plan to safely rescue the hostages, and he didn't even see how this person did it. And the matter was already over. Who is this person? And how did he do it? These criminals didn't even have time to fire a single shot. How fast was this? Who is the captain and his crew? At this time, the man wearing a bird-beak mask spoke in a man's voice, which seemed quite young. Follow me. After he said that, he walked directly to the cockpit without caring whether anyone followed him or not. The attitude was cold and arrogant, but no one dared to disobey at this moment. The captain and the co-pilot looked at each other, whispered a few words, and trembled as they climbed up from the crowd and quickly followed. After a while, the man wearing a bird-beak mask came back with Somerset's head in his hand. The captain and the co-pilot stayed in the cockpit, took back the control of the airship, and immediately contacted the ground to report the situation here. German threw the head among the corpses on the ground, without any intention of stopping, and turned and left. People were talking about him after he left, but no one dared to stop him or ask him questions, and they didn't even dare to breathe. But finally, they were safe. After a while, the survivors cried with joy, and those who were originally close friends hugged each other. Kurapika was alone, without anyone to share his emotions with, and he couldn't help but take a step forward, and then stopped. In the end, he hurriedly followed. That person must have some secrets that I still don't know, and I will never regret my hesitation today. Kurapika saw with his own eyes the black-robed man wearing a bird-beak mask walk into the luxurious single room and close the door. He walked to the luxurious single room, swallowed his saliva, stood for a while, and knocked on the door gently. Come in. The voice of the man with the bird-beak mask came from the room. The door is not locked. Kurapika adjusted his breathing, turned the doorknob, and walked in. The room was quite dim, and the headlights were not on. He seemed to have taken the initiative to walk into the bloody mouth of a giant beast that was choosing its prey. A magnificent pure music came from the room, and then a mechanical female voice said something softly. Kurapika looked carefully and found that the man wearing a bird-beak mask was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, holding a controller in his hand, staring at the cutscene of a console game on the screen. Looking at this scene, Kurapika couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After experiencing the hijacking crisis and killing 14 gangsters instantly, this man actually threw everything that happened before behind his mind and played games here calmly? Could it be that for him, the attack just now was not worth mentioning at all? Kurapika felt that he had met a weirdo. A very powerful weirdo. And this was exactly what he needed. In addition to collecting information about the Phantom Troop over the years, he also did not forget to learn various martial arts. And he was best at two-sword style. This time he came to Itaro City to visit the swordsman, to learn and hone his sword skills in preparation for the future battle with the Phantom Troop. It was just that his wooden sword was in the checked luggage, so he couldn't use the two-sword style at all. He had to bear this price for choosing the path of Kendo before. However, in the situation just now, even if he had two swords in his hands, he could not guarantee to eliminate all the gangsters in an instant and save the lives of others. The man in front of him did it, and the weapon in his hand flashed with a cold light and disappeared without a trace, like a magic trick. Kurapika was very curious about how this man did it. He had a hunch that the answer given by this man would subvert his common sense. The premise is that this man is willing to tell him the answer. Kurapika knew very well that there is no one in the world who gives for free. At least he has never seen one. He must pay something to get what he wants. The man wearing the bird beak mask didn't seem surprised that Kurapika would chase him. He took out another controller, handed it to Kurapika, shook it, and motioned Kurapika to take it. I don't play games. Kurapika didn't take it. Then forget it. Germain put the other controller on the ground and said decisively, You can go. Kurapika was stunned. He didn't expect the man in front of him to have such a weird personality. After hesitating for a moment, he also sat down cross-legged and picked up the controller. Seeing that he was willing to play games, Germain chose a two-player game, taught him some basic operations, and then started playing. Kurapika had been immersed in the road of revenge for these years, and had no time or willingness to play games. However, as a warrior, he had the memory and reaction ability, and he slowly caught up with the rhythm. After a few minutes, he at least would not hold Germain back. When the airship landed smoothly at the airport, the outside was surrounded by police, airport staff, family members, and reporters who had heard the news. After a while, the reporters were all driven out before they could take a few photos. The passengers on the airship were not released immediately, and they had to be questioned one by one. However, when Kurapika saw the man wearing a bird beak mask showing a card to the police, the other party changed his face. Chapter 118. The police officer who seemed to be of high status came over and asked a few questions casually, then let them go and stopped other police officers from approaching. Kurapika's wooden sword was also taken out of the luggage first and sent over. Germain led Kurapika into the crowd, who were allowed to leave after taking the statement, and quietly walked away from the crowd outside. They entered the quiet corridor and then walked out of the airport. You can ask a question, and I will only answer you one question. Germain walked on the sidewalk, looking straight ahead. This is your reward for playing with me. Kurapika couldn't help but stop where he was. Germain ignored him and walked straight ahead, wearing a birdbeak mask. He would attract some attention, but most people thought he was playing cosplay, so they didn't take it seriously. A moment later, Kurapika quickly followed him, and after a brief thought, he knew what he should ask. What should I do to get as strong as you? He didn't waste the opportunity to ask other questions, but went straight to the point. This was what he needed to know most, and the rest were minor issues. Take the professional hunter exam, Germain answered while stopping a taxi. After you get the hunter license, someone will teach you. He told Kurapika the template he used to answer Killua, and then lowered his head and got into the back seat of the taxi. Professional hunter. So that's it. The man just showed the police a hunter license. Professional hunters have a high social status, so even the police dared not neglect us. They asked us a few symbolic questions and then let us go. Kurapika was thoughtful, but there were still too many questions that were not answered. He did not give up, and got into the taxi and sat next to Germain. As far as I know. After Kurapika sat down, he moved the two wooden swords stuffed behind him, adjusted the position, and turned to look at Germain. The hunter exam is held once a year. This year has ended. If I want to participate, the earliest will be January next year. I don't want to wait so long. Isn't there any other faster way? Besides, you said that after I get the hunter's license, someone will teach me. What exactly will they teach me? Germain didn't answer Kurapika. He said he would answer one question, so he only answered one question. He put the suitcase at his feet and told the driver a location. The taxi slowly went on the city streets. The road was a little congested, and the driver had to take a detour. Kurapika was stunned when he saw that Germain really didn't care about his second and third questions. However, he really had no way to deal with Germain. Then, Kurapika saw Germain pick up his phone and play the game Snake at this time, and he looked like he didn't care about anything else. Kurapika fell silent and slowly made up his mind. The scenery outside the window retreated backwards, and the neon lights of the city were gorgeous like a dream. The driver's detour was successful, and the taxi soon arrived at the landmark building of Itaro's city. A Trojan horse statue that was made of metal, but looked like it was made of wood. Germain and Kurapika got out of the car, paid the fare, and the taxi drove into the main lane, turned the corner, and disappeared. Kurapika took the initiative to help Germain lift the suitcase and followed behind without saying a word. Germain looked back at Kurapika, but didn't say anything. He searched around with his eyes, and soon saw the person he had agreed to meet. The brown-skinned Abengani pursed his lips tightly, looked around nervously, and sighed inexplicably from time to time. When Abengani saw the man wearing a bird beak mask walking towards him, He quickly realized that the person behind the mask was the one he was waiting for. Despite the change of appearance, Abengani could still feel this familiar temperament, which was almost the same. Jill. Abengani just whispered a syllable, and noticed the strange young man behind Germain. So he stopped in time and asked, "Who is he?" "Don't worry about him. Just pretend he doesn't exist," Germain replied. "Let's get started without further ado." Abengani looked at Kurapika with a suspicious look, and nodded. "Okay. Please follow me. I have set a place. You lead the way. We will follow," Germain said. So, Germain and Kurapika followed Abengani forward. They walked through the crowded square and headed for the quiet streets. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer people around. Kurapika opened his mouth several times to speak, and wondered if it would be too dangerous to continue like this, and whether he should leave. Such an adventure was really not in line with his usual style. However, as long as there was a chance of gaining the ability to defeat the Phantom Troop, Kurapika was willing to take the risk, and he was unwilling to give up. He followed a man he had only met for 2 hours, and another man he had just met, down the stairs and into a basement. Abengani took out the key from his arms and opened the door, walked into a dark corridor, stamped his feet, and the sensor lights in the corridor lit up. After Germain and Kurapika came in, Abengani stuck his head out, cautiously looked outside for a while, and then locked the door. "Please go forward. It's at the end of the corridor." Abengani raised his hand to signal. "Please forgive me for being too cautious. The life of the mind exorcist has been getting harder and harder recently." Kurapika was alert to the new word mind exorcist that he had never heard of. He paused with Germain's suitcase, and then quickly followed, continuing to play the role of silent listener. "Your ability is rare, right?" Germain's voice had a deep texture through the birdbeak mask. "Logically, your life should be quite good." Abengani glanced at Kurapika. Since Mr. Germain was willing to take up the topic, it seemed that he trusted the young man quite a bit, so he didn't have to hide everything. That's not the case. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as you are. There are always some people who want free services, and some people think that my ability to read is their natural enemy. The ability to read. Kurapika received a new concept again, and he listened calmly. Abengani used the key to open the shutter door at the end of the corridor, and flipped it up with a bang, revealing a dark room inside. He fumbled around the wall for a while, and then he flipped the switch with a click, and the lights in the room came on. I saw rows of shelves in the room of about 80 square meters, and various flower pots were placed on the shelves. The flower pots were symmetrical along the center line, and the left and right sides were the same, which looked neat and beautiful. Chapter 119, I put some thought into it to help you get rid of your thoughts. Abengani showed an embarrassed look of wanting to flatter someone, but not knowing where to start. He was not good at this. And now, he was just doing it out of urgency. This formation I set up will make the removal of thoughts go more smoothly. In fact, Abengani did this more to protect himself. Ever since the last removal of thoughts, Abengani has been thinking about how to fight for his rights as a removalist when he sees Germain next time. After all, removing the thoughts for Germain was risky. If possible, he even hoped to directly reject all future removals from Germain. Abengani had rehearsed several scenes of stern rejection in his mind before, which gave him a lot of courage. It was not until the news that 3 members of the Phantom Troop were killed by Germain that he realized that the courage he had accumulated had disappeared so quickly. When Germain asked him to remove the thoughts again, he threw away all his previous preparations and decided to swallow his anger. If you can't refuse the mind elimination, at least you should take safer and more reliable protective measures for your own mind elimination. Abengani thought so and chose to give in, and arranged the formation of this room. Do it your way. Let's start. Germain didn't want to waste time. Abengani looked at Kurapika again, and saw him standing in the corner and watching curiously. He probably had a clue in his heart, so he didn't care about him anymore. Seeing Kurapika's inexperienced look, Abengani was sure that he was a person who didn't understand the ability of mind at all. Otherwise, before entering the basement, Kurapika should have been like him and Germain, with his body wrapped in chi, so as to deal with emergencies in the dark and narrow environment. The exorcist didn't care so much. He filled an iron box with firewood in the middle of the room, poured oil on it, and lit it with a flame gun. The fire spread and black smoke rose. Abengani, as always, held a strange doll, chanted something, and used its forest spirit to exorcise Germain. Kurapika looked at it with a strange expression, thinking that it was some kind of deceptive curse ritual, and gradually felt disappointed. But Germain's performance on the airship made him unable to refuse this temptation. He felt that there might be something strange in front of him that he couldn't see yet. At this time, a strange wind suddenly blew up, and more smoke rose from the iron box, followed by a strange clanging sound. Kurapika frowned, realizing that something was wrong, and couldn't help but take a step forward. And then he felt a chill coming towards him. This chill made him feel as if he was standing naked in the snow. The cold wind was cutting his flesh, and waves of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. After a while, Kurapika was sweating profusely, and the suitcase in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. His legs softened, and he sat down on the floor. Germain and Abingani heard the sound, but neither of them looked back at him. When Kurapika saw several strange and twisted reptiles crawling out of the flames of the iron box, his breathing became rapid and his whole body trembled. What on earth is this? Note, under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot see the released mind-related beasts. But ordinary people can see the materialized mind-related beasts. If Kurapika could calm down at this time, he would find that not only him, but also Abingani, the mind-eliminating master, was trembling. The number of mind beasts has increased. Again, although it was expected, Abingani felt his scalp tingling as he watched the 10 mind beasts crowded together. He watched them howl at his mother like conjoined twins, and finally couldn't help feeling fear. Forest spirit, please protect me and avoid the invasion of these terrible filthy things. Abingani prayed silently. He prayed not to have a nightmare tonight. But he was an experienced mind remover after all. And even though it was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying scene, he forced himself to calm down. Mr. Germain? Abingani trembled and shouted. Which mind beast are you going to remove this time? Kurapika was still in an uncontrollable state of fear, until he heard the title Mr. Germain. He could not help but be stunned. He had been collecting information about the Phantom Troop, and knew something about what had happened to it recently. It is said that last year a man named German joined the Phantom Troop, but later left the Phantom Troop for unknown reasons, and killed 3 members one after another. There are many different opinions about the reasons. Some say it was a power struggle. Some say it was an uneven distribution of spoils. And some say German was sent by a gang to the Phantom Troop as an undercover. However, it is an indisputable fact that a man named German killed 3 members of the Phantom Troop within 2 months. Kurapika couldn't help but look at German's back with a strange expression. He wanted to see through this man. After hearing Abingani's reminder, German pointed at one of the scarlet beasts with his spiritual intuition. Okay. Abingani began the last and most important step of eliminating the mind. Wind spirit, please. After a while, a lizard-like beast was killed by Abingani amidst the wailing. He then forced the remaining beasts back without hesitation and quickly extinguished the flames. That's it. It's finally over. After doing all this, Abingani, who was soaked in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief, leaned against the wall to stabilize his body, and stood to rest for a while. German, through the projection of the hunter badge, confirmed that the negative trait of moodiness had been removed, and he couldn't help but feel quite happy. Abingani, thank you. German nodded to the mind remover. I have already turned to Genie. Then let's stop here this time. Okay. Abingani, who was hesitant to speak, finally chose to follow his heart. He really didn't want to annoy German. For example, the Phantom Troop and the Ing Beast. German would kill them at will. Not to mention a mind remover like him. Just call it bad luck. Germain turned around and saw Kurapika had already stood up and was staring at him with a look of wanting to know everything. He still didn't answer Kurapika's question and just walked out of the room filled with flower pots. Kurapika paused for a while, then had to chase after him with his suitcase. Abingani watched the two disappear around the corner and finally relaxed completely. He stared at the ceiling blackened by smoke and the whirring exhaust fan, and felt like crying. It's really not easy for a mind exorcist to earn some hard work money. Chapter 120. After a long time, Abingani took out his mobile phone and looked at his bank account to confirm the amount of money German had transferred. Wait. This amount? Abingani realized at this time that the amount German paid this time was much more than the previous 2 times. The amount was wrong. Or, Abingani understood it immediately. It turned out that German also realized that his work of removing thoughts was becoming more and more difficult. So he took the initiative to increase the reward. But he didn't tell him. He couldn't help but feel touched. Although it was a bit dangerous to remove thoughts. Germain was at least willing to pay a fair price, and was willing to take the initiative to increase his remuneration. For a Bengani, Germain was actually quite good compared to those greedy and ulterior motives of the past clients. On the other side, Germain and Kurapika had already walked out of the basement. The sky outside had become gloomy at some point, and it began to drizzle. The ground became wet, and there was water everywhere. Second question. Germain walked forward without looking back as he was drenched in the rain, with water drops sliding down his beak. For the sake of carrying my suitcase. Kurapika was silent for a while, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "You have information on all or part of the members of the Phantom Troupe, right? Really smart and sharp." Germain smiled slightly and replied, "Yes." He knew that Kurapika was already doubting his identity, and now that he answered this question, it was actually equivalent to admitting that he was the Germain. Kurapika's breathing stagnated, and his eyes had turned into a beautiful fiery red under the contact lenses, but it was not visible from the outside. The rain became a little heavier, like a sad drumbeat, beating on his heart. He suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and roared at Germain like a little lion who had been suppressed for a long time. "Brigade Killer Germain. Are you kidding me?" Kurapika no longer believed that his encounter with Germain was accidental. From his point of view, Germain deliberately found him, and lured him to get the so-called inability. He didn't like the feeling of being held in someone's hand and teased. Germain stopped, but still didn't answer Kurapika. He agreed to only answer the second question. So he only answered the second question. "I am a very principled person," Germain said. He walked forward and wanted to take the suitcase back from Kurapika. Unexpectedly, Kurapika held it tightly, staring at Germain for a while, and then his eyes gradually turned sad, as if a drop of rain fell from his face. "What should I do to get more information?" Germain let go of his hand and let Kurapika carry the suitcase. "I want to go to the hotel, and don't want to sleep on the street. You either follow me or give me the luggage back." Kurapika pursed his lips, clenched his fists, and finally relaxed and chose to give in. "Please let me follow you." Germain shrugged his shoulders and turned to continue walking forward. This time, Kurapika followed closely without stopping. When they arrived at the nearest hotel, both of them were soaking wet, and the waiter took the initiative to bring them hot towels. However, Germain at least had the black robe of the bird-beaked hunter to cover himself, and he would feel much more comfortable as long as he took off the outer layer. Kurapika had nothing, and his golden hair stuck to his face. He looked haggard and thin, and quite embarrassed. Germain opened 2 rooms, and threw the key of one of them to Kurapika. Then, he stretched out his finger, flicked Kurapika's forehead, picked up the suitcase, and walked upstairs. Kurapika touched his forehead, which didn't hurt, and looked at Germain's back in confusion. After a while, he suddenly realized what was going on. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Germain took off his black robe and changed into a clean set of pajamas. He sat on the bed, flipping through an encyclopedia of beasts that Nakuru introduced to him. The more he read, the more interesting it became. After reading for a while, there was a knock on the door, which was quite clear in the quiet night. Germain was not surprised. He put down the book, got up, walked through the hall, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was naturally Kurapika. He had changed into the hotel's pajamas, and his previous clothes were drying. At this moment, he stood in front of Germain with a determined look. "Come in." Germain made way. This was the first time Kurapika saw the true face of Germain under the bird-beak mask. He didn't expect that he was also a handsome young man, although there was a wanted photo of Germain's profile on the website. It was too blurry after all, and Kurapika didn't see it with his own eyes. He estimated that Germain was only 5 or 6 years older than him. But there is a bottomless gap between them, dividing people of this world and people of that world. Kurapika wants to figure out what this gap is and how to cross it. And now, when Kurapika steps into Germain's room, it's as if he is stepping into the world of Germain, a Bengani and his group. Germain closed the door and walked into the living room, and saw Kurapika standing there. "Sit down." Germain also sat casually on the sofa, and noticed that Kurapika was still standing. "Sit down. I don't want to look up to talk to you." Kurapika sat down, but he sat very straight. A typical example of a child of other people's family. The hunter exam will be held in January next year, Kurapika said calmly. Plus, it will take several more months to practice the nin ability you mentioned. I can't wait that long. He looked up at Germain. Besides that, you have the actual record of destroying the Phantom Troop. The ability and experience. I can't think of any reason why I shouldn't ask you for advice. Please tell me your conditions. Germain thought for a moment and said, How about one story? Another story? Kurapika paused, thought for a moment, and finally understood what Germain meant. He sighed. My name is Kurapika, and I'm the only survivor of the exterminated Kurta tribe. I was out for some reason at the time, so I escaped. When I learned that it was the Phantom Troop who did it, I swore to take back the flaming eyes that were dug out of my people at all costs, and to take revenge on the Phantom Troop. Kurapika took off his contact lenses in front of Germain, revealing his eyes that had turned flaming red due to hatred, anger and other emotions. Because of the flaming eyes, our family can bring a leap in physical fitness and easily surpass ordinary people. So we are regarded as aliens and the incarnation of the devil. In addition, there are many human body collectors who seriously rate the flaming eyes as the so-called seven beauties, which has caused our family to suffer. So, our family can only live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, and move their settlements every once in a while to live in this way, in exchange for a temporary stable life. Chapter 121. Speaking of this, Kurapika's expression in the recollection was mixed with some tenderness. One day, my friend Pyro and I met a woman who was injured and unconscious after getting lost. We helped her, and she thanked us and told us about human society. Germain knew that the woman hidden in Kurapika's story was Shira, and Shira was a childhood friend of the core members of the Phantom Troop. Kurapika didn't know that Germain knew so much about his story, and even knew more, but he just continued to tell it as if it was the first time. The woman left us after she recovered, but left a book of adventure stories. Because of that woman and that storybook, I became more and more curious about the outside world. However, the clan leader didn't want me to contact the outside world easily, thinking that it was too dangerous for our clan. But I insisted on going out, not only because I was curious about the outside world, but also because only outside could I find a way to cure my friend Pyro's injury. Kurapika pursed his lips, revealing a guilty and self-blaming expression. Because Pyro's injury was caused by saving him, and he has always been brooding over it. So, the clan leader set several tests for me. Only by passing the tests can I get the right to go out for a long time. In the end, with the help of my friend Pyro, I passed all the tests. The clan leader had no choice but to keep his promise and let me go. However, only 6 weeks after I left, all members of our clan were slaughtered by the Phantom Troop. 36 pairs of red eyes were dug out, and Pyro's head was directly chopped off and taken away. I lost everything. Kurapika's fiery red eyes seemed to become more and more dazzling, and the crimson light almost engulfed his entire gloomy face. Later, I wondered countless times, could it be that it was my ego that accidentally exposed our clan's settlement and caused them to suffer such a tragic death? If I had suppressed my curiosity and only looked for other possibilities to treat Pyro in a limited area, would the tragedy have not happened? Kurapika sat on the sofa, clenched his fists, and looked straight ahead with his crimson eyes, as if staring at an invisible enemy, or perhaps at himself reflected on the wall. The living room was silent for a while, and Germain didn't keep the secret any longer, and told the story he knew. Kuroro was born in Meteor City. When he was still a teenager, he showed wisdom and leadership qualities that many adults could not possess. In order to improve the entertainment life of Meteor City orphans, he gathered a group of Meteor City boys and girls of similar age to dub a special effects film and played it for the orphans in Meteor City. Later, Kuroro and others named this temporary team the Phantom Troop. Kurapika turned his head suddenly and looked at Germain when he heard this. He finally understood why Germain mentioned a person named Kuroro, whom he didn't know. Kurapika listened carefully and attentively, deeply imprinting Kuroro and the names mentioned later in his mind. The members of the Phantom Troop at that time were Kuroro, Yujin, Nobunaga, Finks, Fiden, Franklin, Shiaka, Paknoda, Maki, Sarasa, and Shira. After hearing the last name Shira, Kurapika first showed an expression of disbelief. Then he shook his body and bit his lower lip tightly, biting blood. He was thinking of a very scary possibility. Could it be that the woman deliberately came near our clan and deliberately fainted in front of me and Pyro to cause all the troubles that followed? Was she a member of the Phantom Troop? An accomplice in the extermination of the clan? Or even one of the masterminds? Once he thought of this possibility, Kurapika felt an incomparable coldness all over his body. Fortunately, Germain quickly solved the many questions in his mind. You have been wandering in the outside world for so many years. You should have a general idea of what Meteor Street is like. It was basically a lawless area, so it attracted quite a lot of perverts. Sarisa was captured by a group of perverts, tortured and dismembered, and the whole process was recorded scrupulously. Then she was put in a bag, hung on a tree, and a label with provocative words was affixed to her. I think Sarisa must have cried and said something like her companions would come to save her in despair. But unexpectedly, it made the group of perverts even more excited. Germain recalled the scene, and the label with humiliating words was affixed to Sarasa's forehead, covering her face. The reason why the perverts did this was to let Sarasa's partners and special effects heroes see the pain in Sarasa's face before her death after removing the labels. It was like telling them that Sarisa died so miserably because of you. Not only did it shift the blame, but it also further trampled on human nature. In addition, it also meant that they did not regard Sarisa as a human being. Only goods, toys, and livestock would be labeled and put in bags. After the group of perverts left, Kuroro and others quickly discovered the crime scene, brought Sarisa back, and buried her properly. From that moment on, Kuroro vowed to find the group of perverts at all costs and take revenge on them. To do this, he needs an organization. He needs a dark web website that attracts perverts. And he needs to kill a lot of people. As Germain said, he observed Kurapika's expression and noticed that he was shaken for only a moment before regaining his composure. A firm obsession. Germain nodded secretly and continued. Kuroro believes that those perverts will not be able to resist the desire to show off and upload the video of the torture and killing of Sarisa on the internet. And he will take the initiative to build such a platform to attract their attention. Most of his companions who dubbed together responded to his call and stood with him. Only Shira didn't want to do so and chose to leave alone. Kurapika was stunned when he heard Shira chose to leave alone. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was very secretive, but his expression and breathing rhythm were all within Germain's perception. The ending of the story that Germain was going to tell was partly his speculation, and the answer has not yet been completely revealed. A few years later, the Phantom Troop was officially established. However, their organization was still not well known, and their website was ignored. At this time, they heard about the information about the Red Eyes. They realized that as long as they captured the Red Eyes, recorded the whole process, and put it on their dark web, they would be able to make the website and the Phantom Troop famous and attract those perverts. So, they found the settlement of the Karuta tribe and committed evil deeds. Chapter 122. In order to obtain the fiery red eyes that become more brilliant when they are emotionally excited, the Phantom Troop forced the Karuta people to watch the whole process of how they tortured and killed their relatives and friends. Afterwards, they left behind the famous motto of Meteor Street: "We welcome everyone, so don't take anything from us," as well as the spider mark of the Phantom Troop. This is to prove to the world that this was indeed done by them, and that Meteor Street is under the protection of the Phantom Troop. And Shira learned of the Phantom Troop's plan. She knew where the Karuta settlement was during a trip not long ago. She wanted to come here in advance to persuade the Karuta people to move away. But she was too late, and the tragedy had already happened. So she called the police in the nearby town and left. German finished the whole story and found that Kurapika was already furious, and blood kept dripping from his bitten lip and dripping on the sofa. Kurapika now looked like a wounded, vicious beast, or a child sobbing in pain. It took him a long time to suppress this emotion and turn to look at German. "I don't understand why you told me this story. Do you want me to sympathize with the Phantom Troop?" Hee. To be honest, it doesn't matter to me why they started doing evil. Without them, for me, it's the most important thing. You may have misunderstood my intention. Germain waved his hand, stood up and poured a glass of water for him and Kurapika, and then brought it to the front. "Let me tell you another story." He always told the slightly modified story slowly. In a world of ice and snow, there was once a man who received the blessing of rebirth. He and his sister lived in a village with a shortage of food. In order to fill his stomach, the man chose to sacrifice himself and share his body. Anyway, He can regenerate continuously. Kurapika frowned when he heard it. He didn't want to believe that there was such an absurd thing in the world. But is there anyone in the 6 continents who is so hungry that they eat humans? The answer is yes. He must admit. Germain did not stop telling the story because of Kurapika's frown. But a soldier learned about the cannibalism in the village. So he led a group of people to kill everyone here, including the man's sister. He lit a raging fire and burned the place to the ground. After the soldier led the team away, the man did not die because of his regeneration ability. But he was wrapped in flames and kept burning. And it never went out. So, a monster named Flame Fist was born, who was swallowed by flames all the time, and was in great pain all the time. He began to move forward with the idea of revenge. After many years, he finally found his enemy, the soldier, but found that the other party had changed his appearance and became the adoptive father of more than a dozen orphans. He said he repented for what happened in the past. He was in pain, and he wanted to turn over a new leaf. The group of children protected him, their eyes revealing their love for their adoptive father. What else can Flame Fist do? You can't burn these innocent children to charred corpses with the flames on your body? Besides, hasn't the enemy already confessed? Flame Fist thinks that the enemy may not be a villain. He just doesn't want to leave the cannibalistic bloodline to be passed down. Boring story. Kurapika stood up from the sofa suddenly. You mean? The Phantom Troop is this soldier. And before Sarisa was killed, they were actually good people? You want to persuade me to let go of my hatred and sympathize with the Phantom Troop? Ha! I found the wrong person. I must have found God. Otherwise, why would he persuade me to be the Virgin Mary? He sneered, staggered around the coffee table, walked through the hall, and walked towards the door without stopping. German just watched the whole process, without any intention of trying to stop him. Instead, he picked up the cup and drank the water slowly to moisten his lips and throat. Kurapika walked out of German's room quickly. He was going to go back to his room to pack his luggage and leave tonight. But when he put his hand on the doorknob of his room, he couldn't help but pause. His rapid breathing gradually calmed down, and he loosened his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he returned the same way and walked into the living room of Germain's room. Germain was still drinking water, and he didn't seem surprised to see him come back. Then what? Kurapika couldn't help asking. How is the Flame Fist done? Germain gulped down the water in the cup, put it on the coffee table, and turned to look at Kurapika. It's very simple. He turned around like you and came back. Kurapika was stunned, and it took a long time for him to understand the meaning of Germain's words. Flame Fist finally chose to take revenge at all costs, no matter who stood in front of the enemy. He is different from Flame Fist, but somewhat similar. Since you have turned back, the flames of anger and pain in your body will only go out after you cut off your obsession. However, in the flames of revenge, you will lose the direction of your life and burn out completely. German told 2 stories, not only to answer some questions in Kurapika's mind, but also to make him realize something and leave room for maneuver. The reason why I went to so much trouble to tell you so much is because of 2 reasons. First, I don't want you to be blinded by anger, and then hesitate at the last moment, and can't tell who is your enemy and who is your friend. Second, I don't want you to regard revenge as everything in your life, and eventually fall on the road of revenge. I can teach you the ability of mind, German said, but if you choose to burn yourself out in revenge, then you can find someone else who can teach you. If you want revenge, I won't stop you, but I won't teach someone who is destined to die. It doesn't make any sense to me. In addition to taking back the red eyes of my people and taking revenge on the Phantom Troop, I need you to help me do other things. This is my condition. Anything else? Kurapika looked at Germain. I tell you later, Germain replied. In short, if you agree to my condition, I will teach you the ability to read. If you don't agree, you can leave now. Kurapika fell silent. His mind gradually calmed down, and the redness in his eyes also faded a lot. Finally, he closed his eyes for a while, opened them again, and made a decision. I promise you that I will not burn my life just to get back the red eyes of my people and revenge. I will follow you. Please teach me the ability to read. Yes. Germain nodded. It's late now. Let's continue tomorrow morning. Okay. Kurapika put one hand on his waist and bowed slightly. I will bother you again tomorrow. Then, he walked out of the room, closed the door for Germain, turned around and left without a trace of delay. Chapter 123. A few hours later. It was sunny outside the window, and the gentle sunlight enveloped everything in Germain's room. With a slightly drunken warmth everywhere, Kurapika got up early, changed into the dried Karuta clothes, and came to Germain's room again. Germain did not start the tutorial right away, but invited Kurapika to have breakfast together. It will be very energy-consuming next. I suggest you eat as much as possible. Otherwise you may not be able to hold on until noon and need a second meal. Since Kurapika had already agreed to such conditions, he naturally would not disobey Germain in these aspects. So he calmly sat at the table. As for the very energy-consuming thing, he was not opposed to it, but was quite looking forward to it. He hoped to be reborn through it, and Germain's teaching might be able to achieve this. After enjoying the breakfast brought by the room service, Germain asked Kurapika to take the luggage, and the two checked out of the room and took a taxi to the suburbs. Well, let's go to this mountain. It's just basic training anyway. Germain picked a mountain at random and led Kurapika to the top of the mountain. Kurapika carried Germain's suitcase, with two wooden swords stuck behind him, and followed behind Germain without saying a word. The top of the mountain was a flat land, bare, with only a few trees on the side, looking like the Mediterranean Sea of a middle-aged man. By the way, what are you doing in Itro City? Germain asked curiously. Kurapika put the suitcase aside, pulled out the hard wooden sword behind him, and replied, I heard that there is a swordsmanship master here, so I plan to come here to ask for swordsmanship lessons. But now I don't think it's necessary. He added honestly. It's not that he despises the swordsmanship master, but it's true. No matter how powerful the swordsmanship master is, he is still within Kurapika's understanding. But Germain is different. It's impossible for the swordsmanship master to kill 13 people instantly on the airship. But for Germain, it seems to be a very easy thing. Kurapika is sure that there must be some reason. Oh, so that's it. Germain understood that Kurapika was constantly looking for opportunities to increase his strength during his travels. However, because Kurapika is a person with the ability to materialize telepathy and has a deeper obsession with chains, he later abandoned the two swords. This symbolizes the change in Kurapika's mentality, from the initial violence represented by the wooden sword to the later punishment represented by the chains. Since we are talking about swordsmanship, I will use my sword to awaken you. Germain stood in front of Kurapika, and a cold voice came from behind the bird-beak mask. He stretched his hands forward and made a midsection holding a knife posture. But there was nothing between his hands. Sword? Kurapika was a little confused. He did not see Germain holding any weapons. But he remembered that on the airship yesterday, Germain did pull out a strange weapon that looked like a cane, a sword, and a long whip in an instant. However, the weapon disappeared without a trace later, and was not in Germain's hand now. Where did the sword come from? Germain certainly couldn't just chop with a meat saw or stab Kurapika with a spiral cane, but condensed his chi into the shape of a samurai blade. Because it was not materialized, Kurapika couldn't see the sword in Germain's hand at all. Next, I will chop you with my sword and forcefully awaken all the pores in your body. This is a very dangerous method, but the advantage is that it is much faster than the usual awakening method. After accepting my sword, you will personally feel what chi is, so that you can go further and master the ability of mind. Germain raised his hands high, and the way he held the sword changed from the middle to the upper. Are you ready? Kurapika didn't hesitate or doubt anymore. He threw down the two swords with a snap, walked forward, and calmly accepted Germain's sword. I'm ready. Germain chopped down fiercely, and the sword energy poured down from the top of Kurapika's head, completely enveloping Kurapika. Then, Kurapika felt his flesh and blood trembling. Here! Here! The next moment, all of Kurapika's pores were opened, and the energy flowed out continuously. At the same time, he could also feel the energy flowing in the air. This is the energy. Kurapika looked down at his hands, feeling inexplicably shocked. This incomparable, special feeling. I have stepped into a whole new world. You are just getting started, Germain said. I will teach you the most basic entanglement first. Otherwise you will be exhausted in a short time. It's because my energy is constantly flowing out. Right? Kurapika is also a person with outstanding talent, and he can understand it at once. Yes. Germain nodded. Let's start now. So, for the next period of time, Germain gradually taught Kurapika the techniques of entanglement, And Kurapika also absorbed knowledge eagerly. But the more knowledge he gained about Nin, the more gloomy Kurapika became. What's wrong? Germain noticed that Kurapika was restless. Aren't you looking forward to learning, Nin? Why do you look like this now? Kurapika paused, not deliberately hiding his knot in his heart. In the past few days, the more I learned about Nin, the more I realized that the gap between you and me is even greater than I imagined before. I was too ignorant to think that I had no knowledge and experience related to Nin. And the strength of the members of the Phantom Troop should be similar to yours. They have accumulated so many years of experience. I think this is natural. But in this way, even if I practice hard all the time, it will take at least several years before I am qualified to stand in front of them. This is the reality I have to face. Kurapika said this and sighed softly. You are still very sober, Germain said. But I want to correct you here. In the battle between Nin users, the winner will be decided at the first time only when the difference in strength is so great that it cannot be made up by other aspects. For example, I solved the gangsters on the airship. In addition, it is not impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. The most important thing is to look at the right time, the right place, and the right people. Especially your fit with your own Nin system. Kurapika's eyes lit up. The Nin system is a brand new concept. Indeed, Chan cannot explain the abilities shown by Germain and the Nin Master. Excuse me. What is the Nin system? Chapter 124. Do you still remember the formula I told you before? The formula of Chan Ju Lian Fa Zhou Yi Ning Yuan Jian Lu Wu? You can simply understand them as the extension of Fa. German replied. There are 6 systems in total. Namely the strengthening system, the transformation system, the release system, the materialization system, the operation system, and the special system. You haven't laid a solid foundation yet. And you can't form and master special abilities that are different from others. In short, be patient. You still have a lot to learn. Kurapika realized that he was a little too impatient, and nodded and said, I understand. German. Teacher German. When German heard the title of teacher, he knew that Kurapika was now completely convinced of him, and was willing to put down his impetuousness and vigilance and seriously learn more from him. However, German couldn't stay here with him forever. So, he explained in the group of carriages at the post station that he had accepted a disciple, and would bring this disciple to the base to continue practicing his mind ability near the base. Everyone was a little curious for a while. What kind of person would be the disciple that German, a lonely guy, would like? Wouldn't he be another taciturn guy who liked to be alone quietly? At the same time, Basiji also shared the progress of her negotiations with Minchi and Bahala. She hadn't revealed the information about the Dark Continent yet, but she had persuaded them to come to the base to take a look in the name of the Secret Realm and the Magic Realm. I think they are very suitable companions for us, Biscuit said in the group of stagecoaches. This meeting is the last interview. If they pass, I will tell them the truth. German. When will you return to the base? They will arrive at the base on May 5th. If you can make it, I hope you will be there so that we can jointly decide whether Minchi and Bahara are suitable. German looked at the calendar on his phone. Today is April 24th. So he typed, I will rush back to the base on May 4th. Well, then we will welcome Minchi and Bahara together. After German agreed, he put down his phone and continued to instruct Kurapika. May 4th. Germain did not break his promise. He returned to the dense forest and the clear lake and stood in front of the mansion. The mansion was still the same mansion, but there was a low building in the shadow behind it, which was a complete square, like tofu. Germain knew that it was the new research institute built by Biscuit for Zambika, which was filled with various equipment needed by Zambika. Kurapika carried Germain's suitcase and looked around curiously. It was also in this moment of negligence that most of the energy wrapped around him dissipated. You have to do 2 things at the same time. Even if Germain did not look back, he could sense the flow of Kurapika's energy. Even if the energy disappears for only 1 second, it is enough for the enemy to catch the flaw. Yes, teacher. Kurapika gathered the energy again with some embarrassment and kept the state of being wrapped. Germain gave Kurapika a bland lecture, then led him to the 3-story house with a red brick roof. He pushed open the door with a creak, and the hanging wind chimes made a crisp sound. A man with a well-defined middle-parted hair and slightly narrowed eyes behind his glasses came over. It was Yun Gu. Mr. Germain, welcome back, and congratulations on becoming a 1-star hunter. This news was heard by Biscuit, although Germain herself did not publicize it. and the professional hunter website had not yet been made public. She always had her own channels. On the day Bisky told Germain the news, the post station carriages were bustling again. Only the person concerned did not participate, as if it was not him who received the honor of a 1-star hunter. Thank you. Even now, Germain replied calmly. Yungu knew that Germain was just like that, and he didn't care. He glanced behind Germain and said with a smile, "This must be the disciple you mentioned. Kurapika." "Hello." Kurapika glanced at the hem of Yungu's shirt that was not completely tucked into his pants, leaving him with the impression that this person is unkempt. "Come in quickly." Yungu extended his hand to signal him kindly, which left Kurapika with the impression that this person is gentle and elegant. Teacher Germain did not tell us much about the people who lived in this mansion, so Kurapika relied more on his own experience to judge what kind of people he met. The three of them walked into the hall of the mansion, which was decorated more ornately, and saw a little boy doing horse dance there. He was sweating profusely, but his eyes could not help but look over here curiously. "He is my new disciple Jishi." Yungu smiled and introduced calmly. "He is not very capable. Sorry to embarrass me." He turned his head to look at Jishi, who had been absent-minded for a long time, sighed, and said, "Okay, Jishi, come over and say hello." Jishi, the little boy with a short haircut, relaxed his horse stance, walked barefoot across the fluffy carpet quickly, stood in front of the three people, and bowed honestly. "Hello. I am the teacher's disciple, Jishi." Jishi shouted loudly, and then straightened his back, wearing a white training suit. He was still young, but he imitated Yungu's appearance, and was serious. Germain and Kurapika both nodded in response. Jishi. Yungu was thinking about giving the boy who still had a playful heart a good beating, so he pointed at Kurapika. "This is Mr. Germain's disciple Kurapika, who started learning a week later than you." Jishi looked up and down at Kurapika, who had short golden hair and a handsome face, curiously. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think, so, my progress is actually ahead of his? Yungu saw Jishi's uncontrollable smile, and guessed what he was thinking, and shook his head with amusement. "Although Kurapika is a week behind you, his progress in ability is ahead of yours. I can see that he is already quite proficient in entanglement. Jishi, ask yourself whether you have done what I said about tongue-pointing training, and whether you have realized the relaxation of the sperm orifice. You are far behind." The little boy was stunned when he heard what the teacher said. The teacher would definitely not lie to him. So, Kurapika started a week later than himself, but he opened the Jing Kong before him and mastered the entanglement? Maybe he is now learning the absolute in practice. The slight joy that Jishi had originally had disappeared at this moment. Kurapika couldn't help but glance at the calm Germain after hearing this, thinking, it turns out that under the guidance of teacher Germain, my progress is actually very fast. Because of Jishi as a comparison, Kurapika had an idea. And then he knew that teacher Germain was very dedicated. Otherwise, he might still be at the stage of awakening the Jing Kong. And teacher Germain, as always, would not take the initiative to brag about himself, and even didn't care about Kurapika's evaluation of him as a teacher. Kurapika was secretly grateful. Chapter 125. Germain didn't have time to care about this. He asked, "Yongu, where are Biscuit and Xiaodi?" "Xiaodi is out shopping for food," Yongu answered, and pointed to the back of the house. "Teacher Biscuit is sorting out materials in the research institute. I go find Biscuit," German man said immediately. "Yongu, please take Kurapika to his room." Yongu nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry." So, German man left Kurapika behind. Yongu looked at Kurapika, who looked restrained, and then looked at Jishi, who looked downcast, and smiled gently. It seemed that Jishi would have a very talented person to pursue in his future training. On the other side, Germain walked straight to the back door of the mansion, walked through the path under the flowers, and came to the front of Sambika's research institute. Sambika is not in the research institute now. She comes here several times a month, and she is not here now. Biscuit combed her blonde hair back to the twin ponytails she had when they first met, sat on a swivel chair that stretched very high, and buried her head in writing something. German walked over. "You're back." She didn't even raise her head, and knew it was German. "You really agreed on May 4th. May 4th. Even one day earlier is impossible. You are worthy of it. The fastest to become a 1-star hunter in history. Congratulations. I am only a 2-star hunter at my age. Maybe one day I will be surpassed by you. German ignored Biscuit's complaints, stood beside her, looked down at what she wrote on the white paper, and found that it was a rough sketch. Take a look. What do you think? Biscuit did not hide it. Put down the pen, picked up the sketch, and showed it to German. My idea is good? Right? German took the sketch and saw that there were several circles on it. And the circles were connected by straight lines. And there was a line of words scribbled next to each circle. Tell the truth. German put the sketch on the table, spread it out, and pointed to the words next to the circle. I don't understand what you wrote. Even a thick-skinned person like Biscuit blushed at this time. She argued, I was just drawing my own ideas, thinking that I could understand them. So I wrote them a little sloppily. My handwriting is not like this normally. Biscuit pointed to one of the circles with his white-gloved hand and introduced them to Germain one by one. This is our current mansion, 3 stories high, which can basically meet our living needs. If there is a need in the future, we can also build a new one next to it. This is the Research Institute, where Sambika and the plant hunters who may join in the future can study plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, and other creatures we brought back from the Dark Continent. This is the treatment room, which has not been built yet. After it is completed, it will be the territory of Sambika and we will treat your physical and psychological diseases and injuries. Considering your disciple Kurapika and Yungu's disciple Jishi, I plan to build a training room here in the future. On rainy and snowy days, they can continue to practice indoors. Build a storage room here to store the inventory, and some sundries that can be circulated on the black market. Finally, build a library here. In addition to the various research materials collected, it will also store our experiences and insights from each trip to the Dark Continent. Biscuit said this with a proud chin and raised eyebrows. How about it? I thought it through. The activity funds of all of us are definitely worthwhile to use here. In order to pay for necessary public expenses, the members of the Stagecoach Group established the Stagecoach Activity Fund not long ago. This fund is just right for the current project. German looked at the large amount of expenses that had been allocated on the sketch. Perhaps it was his greedy nature, or perhaps it was his nature. He felt a little pain, and finally returned the sketch to Bischi. Take me to see the plant weapon gold and silver ingots. Bischi said put the sketch on the messy long table, and led German around a pile of instruments placed together. She curled her lips at this. These are the equipment purchased not long ago, all listed on Sambika's list. She's not here, so I wait for her to come back and install everything one by one. She lifted her skirt that was as big as a lantern, walked to a plain wall, stretched out her white-gloved hands, and gently fumbled for a while. Ah, here. Biscuit quickly and skillfully found the switch for the secret door, pressed it with a click, and the wall creaked open to both sides, revealing a stone staircase leading down. The two walked in one after the other, and the door behind them creaked shut again. The surroundings were quickly swallowed by darkness, and even each other's faces could not be seen. In just 1 month, we designed the secret door and the basement. Isn't that amazing? Biscuit boasted again in the pitch darkness. She didn't wait for Germain's response and couldn't help laughing. Why don't you talk? Are you afraid of the dark? Germain sighed briefly. He was not good at dealing with people like Biscuit. Biscuit just liked to hear Germain's helpless sigh. She smiled with satisfaction and pressed another mechanism on the wall next to the stone stairs. Suddenly, small light bulbs lit up above her head, illuminating the path down. Let's go. It's just below. She lifted her skirt and walked down carefully, and became the one who urged Germain. The two came to the spacious basement, and what came into view were several transparent cylinders next to a huge machine. The cylinder was filled with an unknown liquid, and the plant weapon gold and silver ingots were soaked in it. The head and torso of the decapitated antler knight, the sphere of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, the tentacles and vines, etc. were placed in a transparent cylinder. Bisky handed a stack of white paper with dense and beautiful small characters to German. Look, this is the result of Sambika's research. Although she is not a plant hunter, she found a way to preserve the plant weapon gold and silver ingots based on what she learned. German flipped through a few pages. To be honest, he couldn't understand so many professional terms, so he simply gave it back to Bisky and asked Bisky to verbally relay it. In addition, Sambika feels that the plant weapon gold and silver ingots are a bit like viruses, which need to infect and parasitize a living body before reproducing. The soul of the decapitation antler knight may have dissipated, but the body is still alive. and the body functions are controlled by the huge sphere, which is the brain. However, the decapitation antler knight will die completely sooner or later, and they also need a more energetic host. So they start to move and search during the reproduction period. At that time, the plant weapon gold and silver ingots were near the entrance and exit of the ancient maze city. They should have been attracted by our aura and attacked us. Chapter 126 in this case. Their brutality and reproductive capacity will soar from B level to A level once a living body is captured successfully. The black gas we saw at that time will enter our body, start to infect, parasitize, reproduce, and use our body to start the next reincarnation. Their number is only C level, which means that each group of black gas is regarded as a whole. However, their destructive power is A level, which means that once infected and parasitized, it is basically a dead end. It should be said that in the initial period of time, the host may not have died yet, and watch the control of his body being lost, and part of his limbs turned into a huge sphere. It is better to die in that case. Therefore, V5 believes that the comprehensive index of plant weapon gold and silver ingots is B. That is, this dangerous creature must be annihilated as soon as possible. Although the method has been mastered, the cost is extremely high and the risk is great. It is necessary to launch national and international actions. This is actually a very pertinent judgment. German listened quietly. He suddenly understood what Biscuit and Sambika meant, and came to the same conclusion as them. You mean, the key lies in the ancient maze city, and the herb that cures all diseases. The herb that cures all diseases is used as bait to lure those creatures with natural keen perception to come. The ancient maze city is like a huge pitcher plant, waiting for prey to slip in, and it is difficult to climb out. At this time, the plant weapons of gold and silver ingots that digest them appear, allowing them to turn into nutrients to nourish the land of the ancient maze city, and the herb that cures all diseases, completing a cycle. Yes, we have discussed this before, and we all agree on this, Visca said. But there are still two big doubts here. First, the efficacy of the herb that cures all diseases is only mentioned in the book New World Chronicles. Does it really have the efficacy of curing all diseases? Or does it simply emit fragrance to attract prey? German then raised the second question. The ancient labyrinth city is obviously a man-made building. What was the intention of the builders? Is it an abandoned residence? Or does it exist as a sacrificial site, like the Minotaur labyrinth in mythology? Or both? Bingo! Biscuit snapped his fingers and winked at Germain. It was much easier to talk to someone who was quick to react, and their ideas often matched. Germain walked towards the columns that were emitting strange green light under the fluorescent lights, and carefully observed the motionless corpses of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, through the cold transparent cover. Research can't be completed overnight. Biscuit quietly came to his side, patted his strong lower back, and took advantage of the opportunity. You have to be patient. We will know more sooner or later. She knew how much Germain was obsessed with the Dark Continent, the 5 great hopes, and the 5 great disasters, and managed to get a lot of information before meeting them. Germain nodded silently. They stayed in the institute for less than a quarter of an hour before they both left and came to the bright flowers outside, where they ran into Xiaodi, who had returned from a nearby town. Xiaodi? Biscuit said in surprise. You're back? Yeah. Xiaodi nodded, then looked at Germain. Germain? She was not surprised that Germain would appear here, but she symbolically raised her open right hand and greeted Germain in a socially polite manner. But her expression was still as stiff as that of a third-rate actor. Xiaodi. German was not much better. Did your shopping go well? Did you forget anything? No. Xiaodi walked around the fragile flowers and green grass, walked to German and Biscuit, and adjusted her heavy black-framed glasses. I'm not a forgetful person. If you are not a forgetful person, then who is? Biscuit secretly stuck out his tongue, then came forward to ask, and then confirmed that Xiaodi did not miss anything this time. I said I'm not a forgetful person, Xiaodi said, as if it was a matter of course. She is indeed very reliable most of the time. But the problem is that no one knows when she will forget something. And what's even more weird is that no one knows what she has forgotten. For example, now, she suddenly tilted her head and looked up, which means that she is thinking and searching for the memories in her mind. Wait a minute. I seem to have something to say to you. German and Biscuit looked at each other and did not speak in tacit understanding. Xiaodi is now like an old machine running. Once it is interrupted, she will have to wait for 1 or 2 hours to remember what she wants to remember. Ah! Shiati blinked her big eyes and remembered something. This morning, Shira sent me a text message about the Phantom Troop. She reached into the pocket of her tight jeans, took out her simple mobile phone that was not like a woman's style, turned out the text message, and showed it to German and Biscuit. They are all in Meteor Street, no longer acting separately, and are selecting new members to fill the vacancies. To avoid being exposed, I have left and will not return to Meteor Street for 2 or 3 months. The donation on their behalf is on hold for the time being. Sorry, I can't take the risk. Germain read it carefully. Krallo is very calm. He retracted the uninjured legs of the spider and sewed new legs. This puts Hisoka and I at a disadvantage. As long as the members of the Phantom Troop are not alone, it will be quite troublesome to deal with them. However, Germain was very patient. As time went by, they would always reveal their flaws. We will help you if necessary, Biscuit promised. I was the one who advised you to stay away from the Phantom Troop earlier. Now you can't just sit there and watch. Germain nodded at her and looked at Shiati. Since Shira is not willing to be your donation agent for the time being, what are you going to do about Meteor Street? Then forget it for now. Shiati blinked and said calmly, I have a certain understanding of Kuroro and the others. It's too risky to donate to Meteor Street now. Germain couldn't quite understand Shiati's obsession with Meteor Street. Although he had memories of living in Meteor Street, he saw it from a third-person perspective after all, and it was like a movie to him. He would feel touched, but he would not really think that he was living in a movie. At the same time, Germain did not think that Shiati's donation, which was a drop in the bucket, could really change Meteor Street much. As he had thought before, as long as the international order of the 6 continents did not change, Meteor Street alone would not be able to cause any waves. It would always be a garbage disposal site in various senses of the 6 continents. He did not understand, but respected Shiati's choice and would not try to change her. It's good this way. After the Phantom Troop is destroyed, you can pick up this matter again. Chapter 127. German. Biscuit and Shiati were discussing while entering the mansion from the back door. Then, they saw Yungu standing in the spacious first-floor hall. Kurapika and Jishi were both standing in horse stance, concentrating their minds and breathing. You are back? Yungu turned around, smiled and pointed at Kurapika. German. You have a good disciple. Just by looking at his clinging, you can tell that he has not been lazy during this period. He has truly combined talent and hard work. Biscuit and Shiati looked at German's disciple curiously. They wanted to see what kind of person could catch Germain's eye. And then, they saw a handsome young man of 16 or 17 open his eyes. Good looking. This was Biscuit's first thought after seeing Kurapika. Only slightly inferior to his teacher, but also very good looking. Is this birds of a feather flock together? Biscuit was already thinking about how to trick the master and apprentice into taking a photo together. Gem must be good looking in pairs. Kurapika seems to be easier to deal with. But Germain is not so simple. He will probably see through my thoughts soon. I have to find a natural opportunity. Biscuit laughed softly. Shiati silently observed the entanglement of Kurapika's breath and nodded imperceptibly. He has a good talent. Germain chose a good disciple. Kurapika slowly dispersed his breath and maintained an even breathing. He did not dare to forget Germain's instructions for a moment. He must make the breath as natural as breathing. Teacher. He stood straight. After putting down the luggage, I was very interested in Jishi's practice, so I came here on my own initiative to practice with him. Germain had no objection to this. Okay. It's a good thing to keep practicing. Jishi, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, waved his hands quickly, and his voice was still a little childish and hoarse, which was unique to the developmental period. Kurapika, don't say that. My sperm hole has not yet opened. I am far behind you. We are not on the same progress, so it can't be considered as practicing together. As he said, his face turned red. Shishi thought that he was extremely talented, so he was chosen by Mr. Yungu to become the next generation of disciples of Xinyuanliu. It was not until he met Mr. Germain's disciples that he realized that there are always people better than you. In fact, Shishi's talent is indeed very high. Given time, he will definitely be a master of an ability. But Kurapika's talent is more abnormal. Despite the bonus of restrictions and O's, Kurapika only took 5 or 6 months of training to have the ability to fight against Yujin of the Phantom Troop one-on-one. After all, Whether it is the five-finger chain, the fiery red eyes, or the constraints and oaths, they all depend on Kurapika's own practice. Tomoki, don't be shy or impatient. Yungu's tone is always slow. Kurapika has his own way. And you have yours. Just take your time. The several nin masters present knew why Kurapika could awaken the Jing Kong so quickly. But that was not something Tomoki should emulate. First of all, this was a matter between Germain and Kurapika, and it was difficult for outsiders to interfere. Secondly, they roughly knew about Kurapika's entanglement with the Phantom Troop, and they also knew that this kid probably didn't have time to slow down. May 5th. Kurapika's hard work brought him the next stage of practice. He sat cross-legged under a relatively low locust tree and practiced Zetsu. When he was concentrating and forgetting himself, he didn't notice that a man and a woman had been standing here not far away, observing him for a while. He should have just started practicing Zetsu. Minchi stood with his hands folded across his chest, relaxed, but he did very well. Is he Yungu's disciple? Or is Bisiji teaching his disciples again? Buhala, a tall and fat man who is several times bigger than Minchi, gently pushed Minchi's shoulder. Look over there. What? Minchi frowned, and looked in the direction of Buhala's fat finger, and saw a simple platform by the lake not far away, and a man in a black robe was fishing on the platform. Ah? Minchi was surprised. When was he there? I didn't even notice it. It's a textbook-level absolute. He has always been there. Buhala smiled honestly. Minchi, you just relied too much on the perception of the circle, but ignored the visible vision of the naked eye. Minchi was stunned, then sighed softly. You reminded me, right? However, even so, he is still very outstanding, wearing a black robe, almost blending into the surrounding environment, and you can't tell him apart without careful observation. Bokara observed for a while. His back looks like a man, but it shouldn't be Yungu. Yungu's style of dress is not like this. Then it should be Germain mentioned by Basiji. Minchi pinched her chin with her fingers. She praised Germain very much. Isn't it the same for President Netero? Buhara added. It seems that the 3 generations of masters and apprentices of Xinyuanliu all look at him differently, based on his performance in recent months and the honor of being the fastest to obtain a 1-star hunter. He is indeed worthy of this respect. Minchi nodded. Who would have thought that a few months ago we met him at the airport, and he had just passed the professional hunter exam. This would be the beginning of the legend of the fastest 1-star hunter? When Minchi and Buhara were talking, they felt a fluctuation of breath in front of him, and then their expressions froze. Exposed? Buhara didn't mind much. His Yuan has already discovered us. We didn't mean to hide on purpose. Minchi curled his lips, then walked out openly and headed towards the lake. Buhala smiled, and his body, as strong as a giant bear, moved flexibly and followed her. Kurapika still didn't notice it. Germain caught a black carp and put it in the fish basket, letting it jump with other live fish, then put away the fishing rod, picked up the fish basket, and stood up. Minchi and Buhala were already in front of him, and Buhala's strong shadow even completely covered him. Near the base, Germain was not wearing a bird-beak mask, and the two could recognize his face at a glance. It was indeed that Germain. Germain, long time no see. Minchi stretched out his hand to him. After your professional hunter exam, we met at the airport. President Netero was there at the time. Do you remember? I remember. Germain was as concise as always. He shook hands with Minchi, and then with Buhala. But when shaking hands with the latter, his entire palm was in the other's large palm. Chapter 128 Biscuit is waiting for you. Germain pointed to the mansion not far away. I take you there. Minchi followed behind Germain and touched one of the 5 hair strands he had tied up. Whose disciple is that blond young man? I'm teaching him. Germain gave an unexpected but reasonable answer. You started to accept disciples so soon? And? Do you just ignore him? Minchi walked beside Germain. Germain replied, I set an alarm for him for half an hour. When the time is up, his absolute practice for the day will be over. So that's how it is. Minchi satisfied one curiosity and aroused another curiosity. Is the fish you caught for dinner tonight? Yes. Germain led them to the front door and opened it for them. Generally speaking, Biscuit, Shooty, Yongu and others will take turns to go out to purchase ingredients. I don't have any important tasks. I just catch a few fish occasionally to change my taste. He continued. Minchi couldn't help but ask, you guys live together. Who's responsible for cooking? Most of the time it's Younggu. Germain walked into the hall. In a few cases it's me. So no one else cooks? Minchi and Bahala looked at each other tacitly. At this time, a short sound of footsteps came, and Biscuit showed his head at the corner of the stairs, and then pretended to be surprised. Ah! Minchi. Bahala. You're here. She walked quickly with her skirt lifted. You know Germain? And you should have seen Germain's disciple Kurapika. Right? You know Younggu. I will introduce you to Shiati and Younggu's disciple Jishi later. Come in quickly, and sit in the living room. Bisji looked at German returning with the fish he caught as planned, and couldn't help but reveal a sly smile, and then restrained it in an instant. Minchi and Bahala didn't expect that Bisji, the direct disciple of President Netero, would be so enthusiastic towards them. They were a little happy, but also a little confused. But they were still suspicious, and were soon pulled by Bisji to sit on the sofa in the living room and chat. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk. The sunset glowed like dried blood, staining the dark sky that was gradually becoming moldy. Shwa shwa shwa, 2 men in the open kitchen were dancing together. Younggu turned the fried fish over, and the range hood was whirring. Germain was chopping vegetables on the chopping board. Shishi sat cross-legged on the floor very close to the TV, watching an action movie with his eyes wide open, which made his blood boil, and he shouted from time to time. Kurapika, who had just finished his shower, and was steaming like smoke, stood by the windowsill, his head pressed against the glass window, his eyes gazing at the setting sun in a trance. Biscuit was sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace, warmly entertaining the 2 guests, Minchi and Buhara, and he never interrupted the topic, always telling various interesting stories. Shiati sat obediently on the independent sofa on the side, silent, only when Biscuit deliberately led the topic to her. She would nod like a doll under the gaze of everyone. As soon as Bahala sat down, his butt almost occupied the entire sofa. Later, at Minchi's reminder, he had to sit cross-legged on the carpet, eating the dessert brought by Shiati. Although it was very impolite to let the guest sit on the floor, Bahala's body was indeed too big, and he and Minchi didn't care, so Basiji let it go. However, under Basiji's warm greeting, Minchi was a little uneasy, and finally even looked towards the kitchen with some uneasiness. While she was chatting with Biscuit, she saw Germain digging the fish vesicles out of the fish and throwing them into the pool. Minchi endured it. Then, she saw Younggu marinating the fish casually, then immediately throwing it into the hot oil, and then looking at the recipe spread out next to it. Minchi still endured it. The 2 grown men barely cooked 2 fish and put them on a plate on the side. Then Younggu threw the potato strips and beef slices cut by Germain into the pot and stir-fried them. TSK, Minchi's attention was no longer on Biscuit in front of her. She didn't even hear what Biscuit was saying. She just bit her fingers and nodded mechanically. After hearing Younggu shyly smile and tell Germain that he accidentally overcooked the beef, Minchi finally couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up from the sofa as if she was equipped with a spring, staring at the direction of the kitchen. What? What's wrong? Bisji blinked her big watery eyes, her tone full of innocence. Sorry. I have something important to do. Minchi walked around Bisji's legs with a gloomy face and walked out of the sofa. Buhala. Don't eat. Buhala responded as expected, wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue, and stood up calmly. The 2 of them strode to the open kitchen one after the other, attracting the attention of Germain and Younggu. Younggu opened his mouth in surprise to speak, but Minchi raised his hand to stop him. Don't say anything. Please leave here, and leave it to us. This. Younggu glanced at the sizzling food in the pot, and then looked at Germain. Germain walked out of the kitchen consciously. Younggu was just stunned for a moment, and was gently pushed out by Bahala at this time. You should satisfy Minchi. Don't worry. We will take care of everything here. Younggu was stunned for a while, and the apron around his waist was also untied by Bahala, and handed to Minchi. So, the entire open kitchen fell under the control of Minchi and Bahala. Minchi, wearing an apron, pulled out the kitchen knife on the shelf, waited, and felt it was quite easy to use. So she picked up a big shrimp, opened its back, and shook her wrist deftly, and the shrimp thread was picked out by the blade and thrown on the edge of the chopping board. After finishing one, she grabbed another one, and her speed was as fast as an afterimage. Buhara directly turned the fire to the highest, and then began to stir the wok, stir-frying the remaining vegetables in the pot for a few times. and then judged that the heat was enough based on experience, and served it out. Yungu was dazzled, and stepped back a few steps shyly, quite like Shishi's embarrassment when he learned about Kurapika's training progress. Bischi came over, rubbing his palms, and said with a smile, How can I be so embarrassed? You are guests who have come from afar. How can I let you cook? Minchi rolled his eyes at Bischi. At this point, she knew that she had fallen into Bisiji's trap. But she jumped into it willingly even though she knew it was a trap. There was no other way. She was a food hunter. How could a food hunter watch others waste food? Bisiji was indeed the disciple of President Netero. They were really the same kind of people. Only the third generation Yungu and the fourth generation she had this cunning bloodline. Like a genetic mutation. Chapter 129. Okay. Minchi had already prepared a whole plate of prawns, and began to chop pork ribs and slice scallions and ginger. I'm asking for trouble. But at least let us cook this meal. Buhala stir-fried the prawns that Minchi handed over, poured a little sauce on them, and took them out of the pan directly. He smiled innocently. We are all acquaintances, so don't worry about these things. In that case, Bischi put on a reluctant expression, looked at the expressionless German beside him, and said, Then I leave it to you. I'm really sorry. So, 10 minutes later, German, Bischi and others ate the delicious dishes made by the food hunter Minchi and Buhala. Although they were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, once you put them in your mouth, you can easily tell which ones were made by them, and which ones were made by Yungu and Germain. Germain and Xiaodi nodded repeatedly while eating. Biscuit kept praising Minchi and Buhala's cooking skills, which made Minchi feel a little flattered. Buhala was grinning as usual. Yungu felt more and more ashamed when he saw Jishi's eyes shining while eating, and when he saw Kurapika couldn't help but pick up more dishes to eat. But no one would blame him and Germain. After all, they were the mainstays of the kitchen before Minchi and Buhala came, and they did a pretty good job. After dinner, except for Buhala, who was not full and had to make a midnight snack, everyone else was quite satisfied, either lying on the sofa or taking a walk outside the mansion. When Germain finished washing the dishes and returned to the hall, he saw Bischi had come close to Minchi and said something, which made Minchi nod repeatedly. Seeing Germain coming, Bischi immediately greeted him and asked, Germain, does Minchi and Buhala's cooking suit your taste? It's delicious. Germain gave his highest praise. Xiaodi and Yungu said the same thing. Biscuit chuckled twice. Minchi, it seems that our people are very satisfied with you too. Of course. Minchi smiled proudly. We are professional in food. By the way, you should also explain clearly what the secret realm mentioned earlier is. There are generally two ways for professional hunters to get jobs. One is to get it from an intermediary in a professional organization, and the other is to be invited by an organization or individual. Bisiji used the latter method to trick Minchi and Buhala, and attracted them here. However, calling the Dark Continent a secret land is not really a lie. Do you want to tell me now? Bisiji turned to seek German's opinion. Anyway, Xiaodi and Yondu have passed it. Minchi looked at Bisiji suspiciously, then at German, not knowing what the two were up to. German was silent for a while. Minchi, because it is a matter of urgency, I need to personally evaluate the strength of both of you before deciding whether to share the secret land information. Can you accept it? Yes. 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 After hearing German's cautious attitude as always, Bischi added, It's not that I don't trust you, but we all want to broaden our horizons. Buhala and I don't care. Minchi curled his lips. We almost have such an assessment before accepting each commission, and we are used to it. But you are so mysterious. People who don't know would think you want to break into the core of E5 or the Kajin Empire. By the way, you are not really that crazy. Are you? We are crazier than you think. Biscuit secretly complained. It should be said that the personality of the lantern holder Germain determines the overall direction of our organization. Then let's decide it this way. Germain said. You guys get a good sleep tonight. Conserve your energy, and then make plans tomorrow morning. At this point, Minchi couldn't pry more useful information from these people, so she could only give up. Although it was not a good feeling to be led by the nose, she was willing to wait just one night. So, after exchanging a few words with Buhala, who was chewing a big bone, Minchi agreed to German and moved into the two rooms arranged by Bisky. The next morning, the thin mist around the mansion and the lake dissipated, revealing the grass covered with dew. Kurapika seized the time and completed the practice of entanglement and absolute early, as natural as breathing air. Then, he moved closer to the grass by the lake, joined Bisky, Yuangu and Jishi, and watched the battle that was about to begin. Kurapika has seen that Mr. Germain has a high status among the crowd these days. Combat power is probably an important factor, but he is not sure what level Mr. Germain is at. Today Mr. Germain will fight again, and Kurapika will see how Mr. Germain will perform without bullying others. Xiaodi was not present. She didn't care much about this fight, and followed the principle of sleeping for 8 hours every day. At this time, she was lying flat on the bed, sleeping with her eyes closed. German simply stretched his body, then looked at his first opponent, Buhara. Buhara was big and strong, and bounced twice like a bouncing ball, then looked at German with a silly smile, bowed slightly, and took a sumo wrestler-like posture. I'm ready, German. Just come on. German observed the flow of Buhara's breath, and judged the amount of breath by feeling and experience. He didn't give in, paused, and then rushed towards Buhara. Kurapika and Chiki were surprised. In their opinion, Germain appeared in front of Buhara as if he had teleported. However, Buhara caught the flow of Germain's aura. He didn't need to see how Germain moved, as long as he felt the aura surging. It must be Germain. Even if Germain used the hidden technique, as long as the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, Buhara could feel it. He first raised his left leg and stepped on the ground. There was a loud bang, and the place where Germain stood shook. Then he pushed his right palm towards Germain, who was theoretically unstable. Just a chill came over him, and Buhara's eyes, which were originally narrowed, suddenly widened. He immediately tilted his head to avoid the stab of the cane that was close at hand. And for a moment, his back felt a little cold. Buhara's palm push was forced to deform, and was easily avoided by German. And German's cane, which had stabbed in vain, suddenly changed in the air and became a meat saw, slashing at Buhara's neck obliquely. The perfect combination of the materialization system and the transformation system. Buhara praised in his heart, then quickly straightened up, avoided the slash, and then took advantage of his height advantage, and slammed down on German with his palms almost like a mountain. Chapter 130. German could hear the sharp sound of the wind as his two peaks pierced his ears. It was incredible that Buhara, who was as fat as a ball, could be so fast. However, German was faster than him. He reached out and grabbed Buhara's clothes, almost touching Buhara's chest, and his left arm flew up, not only avoiding Buhara's double palm attack, but also jumping onto Buhara's back like a squirrel. Buhara's double palms missed. The meat saw was as sharp as ice, and it was placed diagonally only an inch away from Buhara's neck. Buhara was stunned, keeping his hands together like Mithra Buddha. But when he looked behind him, his expression was a little terrified. The winner has been decided. Minchi stood aside, with his hands on his chest. Buhara, you are careless. If it was a real fight, you would have been seriously injured. German jumped off Buhara's back and stood steadily on the grass. Buhara straightened his back and touched the back of his head. I did not do well enough. I thought my advantage was height and close combat, but I didn't expect to be defeated. If it was a real fight, even if he gathered his energy to the back of his neck in time and used hard defense, Buhara would still be injured. German gathered his energy so fast that it seemed to burst out in an instant. Buhara is a person with enhanced telepathic ability, but just now he used more general advanced skills such as Jian, flow, and hard to fight. Different from others, his telepathic ability is used to strengthen his stomach, just like Palm, Nob's disciple, and Xiao Mai, who will play chess with the Ant King in the future. Two people with enhanced telepathic ability. People can be strengthened not only in strength and speed, but also in other physical abilities. Palm is the ability of perception and search, and Xiao Mai is the intelligence, especially the wisdom for military chess. The same goes for Buhara. His Nin ability is a gluttonous stomach, which is more inclined to taste food. It is not very helpful for Nin fighting in a short period of time. It's not just that. Minchi waved his hand. Buhara, haven't you noticed yet? Germain has never used his left hand. Although he is right-handed, the intelligence proves that he can use both hands to materialize weapons to fight. If he used his left hand just now, you would be in a more embarrassing situation. Buhara was stunned again, then sighed and laughed. I lost. Kurapika and Shishi were dazzled. This fight lasted only 5 seconds from start to finish. And they didn't even know what the process was. Yungu saw their confused expressions. That's why I asked you to stick to your daily practice. Yungu explained with a smile. Only through repeated practice can they change their attack and defense in an instant. If the breathing of qi is not smooth enough, it will hinder your actions like friction, as if putting shackles on you. But if it is smooth enough, it will be like nitrogen acceleration, and it can instantly exert terrifying power. Shishi was a little confused. Kurapika had experienced many life and death battles, and combined with his understanding of Chan and Ju, his eyes slowly glowed, and he looked at Germain. Mr. Yungu, who could accurately say this theory, was naturally unfathomable. But it was indeed Mr. Germain's frequent killer moves that were more suitable for Kurapika's path. He must learn these. The second game has begun, Biscuit reminded with a smile. She squatted on the grass like a girl, clenched her fists, and propped up her crooked face. Kurapika looked down again, determined to see something this time, even if it was just the decomposition of the movements under the afterimage. Buhala gave up his position, and Minchi slowly came on stage. I make it clear in advance. She pulled out 2 machetes from the leather sheath behind her, reflecting the sunlight. Although I control the force accurately, it is impossible to retract the blade in time every time when facing a strong enemy of your level, even if it is not a real battle. I understand what you mean, German said calmly. I will deflect your knife when necessary. German turned the meat saw in his hand and turned it back into a cane, sticking it into the grass, making him look quite aristocratic in his black robe. Minchi couldn't help but have veins popping up on his forehead. Ah, really? You are so confident. It seems that you are sure that you can control every one of my cuts. Right? The 2 machetes spun in 2 circles in her palms, and then she threw the one in her left hand. It was as fast as a bullet, and it broke through the wind in the blink of an eye and chopped towards Germain's chest. Germain pulled out his cane and stabbed it out like a silver snake. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the machete was bounced away at the critical moment. Minchi pulled her left arm back and pushed forward again. The flying machete turned a great arc in the air, turned around, and chopped towards German again. At the same time, Minchi threw the machete in his right hand. The 2 machetes were one in front and one behind, one up and one down, intending to block all of German's defense routes. Use your left hand quickly. Don't look down on others. Minchi was secretly proud. Manipulation system ability. German was not surprised. Manipulation system ability can not only manipulate living things, but also manipulate dead things, especially some weapons. Therefore, it is often difficult to judge between the operation type and materialization type nin users based on appearance alone, and both often deliberately imitate the other's nin ability to confuse the enemy. Minchi is a 1-star hunter, and her information is highly confidential. But after all, as long as there are witnesses alive after the attack, a record will be left. So her nin ability has also been known by Germain. Double-edged Rhapsody. 2 machetes can be operated by Minchi at a long distance, as if she is holding 2 machetes at ease. Knowing this, Germain used the cane. With a click, the metal whip popped out and wrapped around the first machete that approached like a python, binding it tightly and making it immobile. Minchi was surprised. It was not that she had not investigated Germain beforehand, but the cane in Germain's hand was not in her intelligence. While Minchi used her mind to try to take back control of the machete that was entangled, she manipulated the other machete, slid around the ground, and then suddenly turned it, flew up, and chopped towards Germain's abdomen. Seeing this, Germain no longer hid his intentions. The meat saw in his left hand suddenly appeared, and he chopped it down fiercely. After blocking the flying machete, he swung it with his clever strength, and the machete flew out like a hook. Then, Germain took the machete that was tied to the long whip after his cane was transformed, and held it in his hand. It was still shaking wildly under Minchi's thoughts. Minchi controlled the machete that was thrown out in time, making it seem to be frozen in midair, and stared at the other machete in Germain's hand for a while. Oh, forget it. She suddenly relaxed, and the strong thoughts slowly dissipated. The machete in midair flew back to her hand. I probably can't beat you, so let's stop here. Germain would not forget the purpose of these 2 fights, so he threw the machete in his hand. Minchi caught it steadily and rolled her eyes at Germain, who took away one of her weapons. Chapter 131. How is it? Minchi put the 2 machetes back into the leather sheaths behind his hips. What is your evaluation of the 2 of us? You won't look down on us, will you? German and Basiji and Yungu, who were standing not far away, looked at each other, and saw that they all nodded. So he said, I think you are capable enough to become our companions. It seems that the secret realm you mentioned is quite dangerous. The 4 of you, the masters of mind ability, are very secretive about it. Whether it is dangerous or not depends on the actual situation. German pointed in the direction of the mansion. We will show you some information, and then you can make a decision. Minchi interrupted quite experiencedly, whether we decide to join you or not. We must keep the things here confidential. Don't worry. We are not the first day to be professional hunters. Leaking the secret will make us the public enemy of hunters. Buhala added with a big smile. All clients and parties will hate us. Minchi pointed at German. Unless you want to commit some evil deeds and cross our bottom line. But from our observation, you don't look like such people. German pursed his lips. Then come with us. Minchi and Buhala followed closely. German walked up the grass slope and stood in front of Kurapika. Kurapika, you and Jishi go to the depths of the forest to continue your training. Yungu will guide you. Kurapika blinked. He still couldn't see much of the battle between German teacher and Minchi just now. But he knew that Minchi's double swords could fly in the air, like a puppet in his hand. He became more and more interested in the ability of mind, thinking about how long it would take to have that special ability, and how long it would take to catch up with German teacher's current strength. Kurapika would not disobey the order of teacher Germain. He just glanced at Minchi and Buhara behind Germain in confusion and agreed. Yungu nodded to Germain, and then led the confused Kurapika and Shishi, who was still immersed in the excitement of the blitzkrieg just now, to the woods by the lake. After sending away Kurapika and Jishi, 2 newbies of Nen ability, who were not suitable to participate in the game, Germain and Biska took Minchi and Buhara into the house. Shiati happened to come down the stairs at this time and stretched. Why are you all here? Didn't you say that you wanted Germain to evaluate the combat power of the newcomers? It's over. Minchi rolled his eyes at her. And? Can't you remember our names? From yesterday till now, you have been calling us the newcomers. Menbu. Shiati pointed at Minchi, and then at Buhala. Hala. It's Minchi and Buhala. Minchi curled her lips. This was not the first time she corrected Shiati. Shiati was stunned, standing on the last step of the stairs, tilting her head, as if processing this piece of information and modifying the disordered memory. Basiji walked out of a room, holding a book with a heavy cover in both hands. This is the information we sorted out. You can take some time to read it first. Okay. Minchi took it without hesitation, because she had to take care of Buhala's huge body. She sat cross-legged on the plush carpet and opened the book so that Buhala sitting next to her could also see it. The first page clearly wrote about the Dark Continent. Dark? Minchi couldn't help shaking her hands holding the book, then raised her head and looked at Buhala, who was also shocked, to confirm that she was not seeing things. You? Minchi raised her head and saw Basiji smiling at her. In short, you can talk about it after you finish reading it. Basiji put his hands on his hips. If you have any questions or any impressions after reading it, ask them after you finish reading it. Minchi felt her scalp tingling, and the book in her hand became much heavier. But at this point, she and Buhala had no choice but to continue reading. The first chapter mentions Germain's lantern, which is the means and guarantee for this journey to the Dark Continent. The second chapter describes the Dry River Valley. The third chapter describes the Muddy Land. The fourth chapter describes the bottom of the Spider Valley. And the fifth chapter describes the wall of the World Tree. If these are not enough to make Minchi and Buhara's brains explode, the ancient maze city in the last chapter will make their thoughts stagnate. The truth hidden in B5. Hope and disaster. Herbs that cure all diseases and plant weapons. Gold and silver ingots. Under the paragraphs of text and pictures. It looks particularly weird. How can you show us international level secrets like this? Minchi changed his previous calmness before turning to the last page, and stood up in a panic. As a result, Bisji put his hands on his shoulders and pressed him back to the carpet to sit down little by little. Now, Bisji cunningly blinked his gem-like eyes. We are in the same boat. Germain leaned against the wall with his back, crossed his chest, and stared at them. There are many people in the world who know the secrets of the Dark Continent, so there is no need for you to be so nervous. Not all places in the Dark Continent are as dangerous as you think. He left the wall, walked over, and sat cross-legged in front of Minchi and Buhala. Basiji and I both believe that you will keep the secret, and your strength can be with us. Now there is only one last question. Are you willing to go with us? Minchi gradually calmed down. Buhala looked at her worriedly and said, Minchi, you make the decision. In the past, every time we encountered a major event, it was you who made the decision. And your decision was always correct. This is because we are lucky, Minchi complained in a low voice. We survived every time, so my decision was considered correct every time. She lowered her head and looked at the dark continent for a while, and raised her head again, but asked Germain, Basiji and Xiaodi a question. Why did you all team up to go to the dark continent? Your answers also determine my answers. German. Biscuit and Xiaodi looked at each other, and he answered first, I want to explore the depths of the dark continent and challenge the limits of mankind. I want to find a unique gem. Biscuit answered second. The 6 continents are so small, and most of the gems are in the hands of those dignitaries and collectors. I have to aim at the vast world outside the 6 continents. Of course, she added. German is a professional hunter, I discovered. It was at my suggestion that he left the dark world and the phantom troop. I feel that I have a certain responsibility for him, and I don't want to see him go to the dark continent to die. When Biscuit mentioned a certain responsibility, his index finger and thumb were pinched a small distance apart. Chapter 132. Minchi looked at the last person. I need to accumulate more wealth continuously. Xiaodi reached out and lifted the inverted cross necklace on her chest to show it to Minchi and Buhala. She opened her eyes wide and stated her theory seriously. In addition to symbolizing humility that is completely incomparable to God, some people say it represents rebellion. My rebellion is that I believe in God, but I don't believe in the predetermined fate. I don't think the fate of Meteor Street is doomed. She lowered her head and kissed the inverted cross necklace, then looked at Germain. The reason why I didn't support the Phantom Troop is that I stood on your side. In addition to the fact that I have been identified as being on your side, I also hope to get a new opportunity from you. The fate of Meteor Street. Maintaining the status quo is one way. The Phantom Troop is the second way, and you are the third way. I have a strong premonition that you will disrupt the order of the entire world. Knowing that the other side of the lantern is the dark continent, knowing that it is tainted with the interests of V5, you still choose to explore. I am sure that your actions will disrupt the direction of the world. Germain listened quietly and did not answer. Companions. After a long time, Minchi stood up suddenly. You all know the 12 zodiac signs. Pig Jean Fu Li sure? Of course I know. Biscuit is not interested in men who are married or have children, but can't stand Jin's reputation. He is a famous idiot in the Hunter Association. Minchi smiled and nodded. Having said that, I actually respect him very much. I believe that many people who verbally abuse him have a similar attitude to me. When Jean was 15, in order to explore the ruins of a royal cemetery, he paid out of his own pocket, recruited 10 companions and formed a team, which made him a famous relic hunter. Entering the cemetery could not bring him huge profits, but he and his companions still did it, because he was a real hunter. Minchi pointed at himself, and then at Buhala. We are gourmet hunters, and have never given up the pursuit of various ingredients. For this reason, we have traveled almost all over the 6 continents over the years, and the surprises brought to us by the journey have become fewer and fewer. Dark continent. She put her hands on her hot pants and laughed softly. I think there must be many ingredients that we have never seen before. If it is for hunting gourmet food, Buhala and I are not afraid of death or difficulties and obstacles. If you are like-minded companions, we will feel much more relaxed. Minchi, who has not forgotten his lifelong dream, stretched out a hand in the direction of German, with his palm facing down. I join in. Buhala immediately stood up and stretched out his broad palm to cover the back of Minchi's hand. I believe in Minchi's judgment. It seems that we have the same idea. Basiji whistled and put her hand on the back of Buhala's hand. Xiaodi also stretched out her hand to cover the back of Basiji's hand. As the last person, and also the first person, German took off his leather gloves and placed them on the top of everyone's hands. May all of us find what we want in our journey to the Dark Continent, he said calmly. After completing the verbal agreement, Bisji showed the drafted contract to Minchi and Buhala, and signed their names after confirming that it was correct. In fact, the contract was not very useful. After all, no one would protect their interests in the Dark Continent. What they saw, heard, and got in the Dark Continent was always considered to belong to V5. Signing the contract is just a sign of respect. Read this Dark Continent observations carefully several times. Bisji solemnly handed their previous diaries to Minchi and Bahala. I just had this idea. Minchi held the Dark Continent observations in his arms. I just glanced at it and found a lot of interesting things, which may be used as ingredients. Bahala smiled and added, however, I have to taste it first before I can make a final judgment. If it can't pass my gluttonous stomach, it proves that it is not suitable for human consumption. Bisji nodded repeatedly. Your telepathic ability is particularly useful in this regard. But what if it is toxic and has germs? Don't worry. Bahala patted his round belly. The gluttonous stomach is my second stomach. I can vomit out the wrong food in time. Minchi stretched out a finger and said, I will be responsible for recording Bahala's real experience and judging whether it can be included in our Dark Continent recipes. Bisji gave them a thumbs up and praised them again. But this time, she was much more sincere. In the following week, Germain often saw Minchi and Bahala huddled in the room, spreading the Dark Continent observations on the floor. They wrote and drew on white paper, and then pasted it on the wall. Soon all 4 walls were covered with paper with dense words. While Minchi and Bahala were catching up on the knowledge of the Dark Continent, Kurapika's absolute training was over sooner than expected. So Germain began to teach him. This made Jishi, who was still not enlightened, envious and depressed. Teacher Youngda continued to teach Shishi at a more natural pace. After Germain pointed out the key points of the training to Kurapika and explained the concept of chi volume, he asked him to repeat the training of Chanjue training every day. Finally, on May 10th, Minchi and Bahala took the initiative to tell Germain that they were ready. After discussing with Biski, Shuti, and Yungu, Germain made a decision. We will set off at midnight on May 15th. Since I don't have a new lantern this time, and Minchi and Bahala are both going to the Dark Continent for the first time, this time we will choose to explore near the Dry River Valley. I must go. We need a stable nin user who can relieve stress. So Bisji will also go. And together with Minchi and Buhara, we will be the 4-person team this time. Yuan Gu and Xiao Di stayed in the mansion, and told Kurapika and Jishi that the 4 of us had to go out for something. And if nothing unexpected happened, we would be back that afternoon. Kurapika and Jishi are both nin apprentices, and the other one has not even opened his sperm hole yet. So the matter of the Dark Continent will be kept secret from them for the time being. Bisji added, we explained the situation to Sambika, and she will arrive here on the 14th. Although Sambika's medical knowledge may not be useful, her presence is also a guarantee. The secret meeting of the crowd discussed for a long time, and after confirming that there were no problems or objections, the meeting was adjourned. Chapter 133. On the morning of May 14th, Sambika arrived at the mansion as promised. However, she went straight into the research institute as soon as she arrived. So it was Biski who notified everyone of her arrival. German, Biski, Yuan Gu and others could sense Sambika's presence. But Kurapika and Jishi had not even noticed that there was an extra person nearby. Time quickly came to the late night of May 14th. Less than 10 minutes before midnight, German, Biscuit, Minchi and Bahala came to a flat land under the moonlight, separated from the mansion by the sparkling lake. Yung Dalai saw them off. Smiling and holding his hands behind his back, Xiao Di, Kurapika and Jishi have all gone back to their rooms to sleep. Sambika is still in the research institute. Sambika is too shy. Kurapika and Jishi are in the plan. Biscuit once again turned her twin ponytails into a more refreshing single ponytail. Why is Xiao Di also asleep? She didn't see us off? It's unnecessary, German said on the side. We will be back tomorrow afternoon. Hee hee. You two always have synchronized brain waves on this kind of thing. Biscuit sighed, supported his forehead, and didn't delve into it. Forget it. Forget it. It's about time. Right? German glanced at his pocket watch and replied, 5 minutes left. I'm going to put down the lantern. He first materialized the hunter badge, and then used it to put down a lantern emitting a light purple light in the center of the crowd. The 4 little ghosts climbed up from the lamp holder like a difficult-to-deliver baby, wailing in the dark night, blending into the sound of the cold wind. Because the consequences are unpredictable, German usually does not materialize the lantern when not teleporting. So Minchi and Bahala saw the lantern and the messenger ghost with their own eyes for the first time. Although Bisji had taken a few photos before, they were more terrified by not seeing them in person. Can they really take us back and forth to the Dark Continent? Minchi looked at the 4 little ghosts and swallowed worriedly. Not them. Bischi smiled and pointed at German. He is our only hope to go back and forth to the Dark Continent. Minchi glanced at German's serious and focused profile, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he died halfway, then our fate would probably be no different from those previous exploration teams that were wiped out. Germain was now staring at the text projection on the lantern. Lantern location, 6 continents. Cooling time, 8 hours, already cooled, he reminded everyone again, after we arrive at the dry river valley of the Dark Continent. We have to stay there for at least 16 hours before we can return here. You all know this, right? Yes. Minchi rolled his eyes. The doubling rule of the lantern cooling time. Don't worry. We all know it. It's not the first day we've been professional hunters. That's good. Germain nodded. In the remaining time, he checked his current state. He has also improved during this period. Only he could see the projected text. His physique rose to 54 points. His energy rose to 62 points. And his pressure was cleared. Among them, the improvement of his physique and energy was due to the gift of resentment from the gangsters on the airship, as well as his unremitting practice. He had always kept Biscuit's words in mind. Although he was not practicing the exact heart source flow, it was essentially very close to the heart source flow. Germain was not lazy in his gratitude for martial arts, basic training, and spiritual testing, which had a profound impact on Kurapika. With such a teacher, Kurapika is more motivated while bearing pressure, which is one of the reasons why he progresses so quickly. The pressure is naturally cleared because of Miss Cookie, Biscuit's magic beautician. In addition to the basics of physique, temperament and pressure, he also has more special characteristics. Positive characteristics include Beast Nemesis, Genius, Light Warrior, Toughness, Robustness, and Human Nemesis. Covers accuracy, critical hit, damage, receive life treatment, receive pressure treatment, disease resistance, and other attributes. Negative traits are kleptomania, greed, and stress bulimia. As the name suggests, it covers the quirks of theft, greed, and bulimia. However, the first 2 items will not be affected too much when German concentrates, and the last item is equivalent to no pressure as long as the pressure does not exceed 50 points. In addition, the radius of German circle has further expanded to 30 meters, getting closer and closer to Kate's 45 to 50 meters. In this state, it is not a big problem to return to the place where he first entered the Dark Continent. The radius of the German circle expanded at an astonishing speed. After Biscuit learned about it, he felt more and more that he met German that day and guided him to the hunter's path because of a whim. It was the right thing to do. If German was an enemy, he would be a very troublesome opponent, and it would be almost impossible to kill him completely without paying some price. If he learned bad things from the people of the Phantom Troop, it would be even more terrible. He would be a crazy terrorist. Just like every mother, just like every mentor would think. If their students become bad, it must be someone who taught them bad things. Phantom Troop. Bad? Germain. Good. Whenever he thought of this, Biscuit was very proud, thinking that his vision might have saved the world unintentionally. Time finally crossed 0 o'clock and came to May 15th. Germain and Biscuit both held the skinny hands of the little ghost skillfully, and Minchi and Bahala also stretched out their hands after a brief hesitation. Bon voyage. Yungu waved to them. After 16 hours, I will let Xiaodi and Sambika come here in advance to wait, and I will send Kurapika and Jishi away. Everyone nodded to him, and then heard Germain say let's go. Then the scene changed, and the world spun around. Yungu was twisted and compressed into a ball in everyone's eyes. And then, there was a dizzy feeling of nausea. Buzz. After a blink of an eye, the 4 of them came to an open, dry river valley, and Yungu had disappeared. The sun was rising in the sky, and the change of light between day and night made everyone adapt for a while before they could open their eyes and look around. German looked down at the lantern surrounded by 4 little ghosts and confirmed that the next cooling time was in 16 hours. He stretched out his hand and covered it, and the lantern and the little ghosts disappeared. But they were still fixed here. But they could not be recovered by him. Chapter 134 Dark Continent. Minchi, who had 5 braids, looked around, nodded, and shook his head. I understand what Germain meant by that sentence before. Which sentence? Bahala subconsciously pulled the hem of his shirt down, trying to cover his big belly. Whether it is dangerous or not depends on the actual situation, Minchi repeated unhappily, with his hands on his hips, and a bit of a shrewd tone. Weren't you listening during the meeting? The Dark Continent is not a place that humans cannot explore at all. For example, before the Sahara United States arrived at the Dark Continent, they crossed the Sea of Trees and walked for 400 kilometers before reaching the ancient Maize City. This is enough to prove that humans can explore the Dark Continent. But the difficulty lies in how humans can gain a foothold here and how to return. The Sahara United States went deep into the hinterland without any support. After encountering plant weapons and gold and silver ingots, they had no solution and could not retreat in time. Even if they withdrew from the ancient Maize City, the return journey alone was so far away that it was despairing. It was actually a miracle that they had 2 survivors at the time. Buhala nodded repeatedly. Basiji, what do you think? Minchi turned to Basiji, who was looking around. What do you think? That's all I can say. This dry valley is my first time here. Too. Biscuit smiled. It looks very novel. As for what Germain said, I basically agree with it. However, as long as Germain is still alive and can use the lantern, we don't need to consider that terrible situation. It's really creepy to think about it. In that dangerous situation with no reinforcements in front and pursuers behind, we have to find the way back on foot. Don't talk about gatekeepers and guides. I don't know how long it will take to find the coastline. Hey, Minchi interrupted hurriedly. After all, you are a senior in every sense. Why don't you comfort us 2 newcomers, but instead sound alarmist? I am comforting you, Biscuit said with a smile. Besides, having a moderate sense of tension can help people concentrate, which is a good thing. Well, you always bring the topic back. I always have a sense of déjà vu of President Netero. Minchi rolled his eyes and complained. At this time, Germain reminded, the creatures in the dry valley that I mentioned in the Dark Continent are already stirring. You haven't defeated them yet? Biscuit asked in surprise. It's been several months. They probably don't remember me anymore. After Germain answered, he realized that Biscuit was teasing. So he shrugged and said, yes, I didn't defeat them. After a while, they saw dust flying all over the valley, and huge scarlet insects couldn't wait to crawl towards the 4 of them. German took out the meat saw. Bischi took a fighting stance. Minchi pulled out the 2 machetes from his waist, and Buhala stretched his muscles. The battle began. After a while, everything returned to peace. The corpses of giant beasts were piled on the cracked rock layer. A total of 16 flesh-sucking red bugs, plus 2 poisonous fog centipedes, all of which were killed. German picked up the meat saw, chopped open the back shell of a flesh-sucking red bug, picked open the rotten organ tissue, and revealed a color-changing stone. Bisji took out the camera, which was clearer than the mobile phone. Of course, the mobile phone was still needed for text records. She took a few photos of the flesh-sucking red bug and the color-changing stone. I was fooled by you at the beginning. Biscuit flipped through the photos of color-changing stones in the camera and said to German in a somewhat bored tone, they are everywhere and can't be considered gems at all. In fact, German had explained to her the origin of color-changing stones a long time ago. She just liked to take the opportunity to complain. Germain was actually quite disappointed. But for another reason. When he killed the flesh-sucking red bug and the poisonous fog centipede before, he still had resentment gifts. But this time he killed a large number of them, but got nothing. Germain also knew that this was a matter of probability, so he didn't dwell on it too much. These meats. Minchi used a machete to cut open one of the huge legs of the poisonous fog centipede, revealing the meat column inside. I always feel that they are a bit like shrimp and crab meat. What do you think? Biscuit took a look and waved his hands with a tingling scalp. No. No matter how you look at it, they have nothing to do with shrimp and crabs. Right? In short, Buhala touched his belly. Let's try to eat them first. Wait. Biscuit interrupted in a panic. Do you want to eat them? We are the ones who want to eat them. Minchi pointed at German, Biscuit, Buhala, and then at himself. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for the 2 of us gourmet hunters to come here. Right? I have a little bit of that about insects. Biscuit showed a slightly disgusted expression. I can be decisive when I take action. But if I want to eat it, don't worry. Buhala will eat it first. Minchi patted Buhala's big belly beside him, and the big belly immediately swayed. He can tell if it tastes bad, or is poisonous, or has germs. Leave it to me. As a professional taster, Buhala tapped his belly like a drum, full of confidence. Besides, Minchi added, Some ingredients look ugly, but they taste really good. Especially some insects, which are simply delicious after being fried. Some are also delicious when eaten raw. Bahala seemed to remember something, showing a nostalgic expression and salivating. German. Biscuit turned to the man in a black robe and a bird-beak mask, trying to find his ally. Can we eat the compressed biscuits we brought? I think it's a good thing to try more. German was destined to disappoint Biscuit. It was you who decided to find Minchi and Bahala. The purpose of their coming here with us was to compile the recipes of the Dark Continent for long-term planning. Biscuit really regretted it, and felt that he had brought trouble upon himself. At this time, Germain changed the subject, however. Since we will stay in this area for 16 hours, why not expand the search radius and look for other ingredients? He did not have a new lantern now, so he discussed with Bischi and others, and would not go far away from the dry river valley. This time, he would let Minchi and Bahala complete the work of evaluating the ingredients. Other ingredients. Bischi understood what Germain meant. If he did not want to eat food that did not look good, he would have to find ingredients that looked more suitable for human diet. Good idea. Minchi's eyes lit up. While Bahala and I are dealing with these ingredients, you two can look for them and bring back anything that looks edible. In these 16 hours, we will try to let Bahala taste all the ingredients in this area. Chapter 135. The Dry River Valley 5 hours later. Meat-sucking red bug? Minchi took out a recorder, put it to Bahala's mouth, and pressed the record button. Bahala sat on the ground, picking his teeth with a toothpick as big as a stick, while touching his round belly. It feels okay. The bursting feeling may be uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to it, it will feel like a juicy fruit. Which level do you put it on? From A to E for gourmet food? Minchi asked. It needs to feel real, but also consider the degree of human acceptance. That is, it is more popular. Well, C level. Bahala licked his lips. The gluttonous stomach told me that it is very nutritious, but the taste is still a bit too niche. Do you remember the sandworms we ate before? No need for cooking. No special seasoning. It is delicious to eat directly. The taste of the flesh-sucking red bug is slightly worse than it. Minchi also tasted a bite of the cooked insect meat, nodded, and basically agreed with Bahala's statement. It is not as good as the sandworm, but perhaps it is a problem of cooking methods and seasonings. There is still room for improvement. I will try it again when I have a chance. She then asked, what about the poisonous fog centipede? E grade. Bahala gave a decisive evaluation. If you really have nothing to fill your stomach, I don't recommend eating this. It is dry and sour and difficult to swallow. This time Minchi didn't taste it again, unexpectedly. I thought it would taste like shrimp and crab meat. Well, next. The wind ripple moth. The body is E grade, and its eggs are C grade. It can still be eaten after being cooked. Bahala thought for a while and added, but compared to the flesh-sucking red bug, its eggs are still a little worse. Yeah. Minchi nodded. Next. The hammer mushroom. This can be B grade. Bahala was a little unsatisfied. It tastes like tofu. With the right seasoning, it will be a delicious dish. The most important thing is that you will feel full after eating it. B grade. After listening to this, Minchi also tasted a bite of the stewed hammer mushroom and nodded repeatedly in approval. This thing can be one of our dry food. In short, let's record it in the recipe first. Biscuit sat on the blanket on the other side, pretending not to hear the devilish conversation between Minchi and Bahala. However, the corpses piled up behind them, and this scene was not much different from the devil's residence, which was really unforgettable. As for the inedible ones, Bahala, who had a gluttonous stomach, could vomit them out directly without affecting his body. In front of her was a pot that Bahala carried over, with firewood burning under the pot, and a delicious dish was being stewed. Hearing the puff-puff sound of boiling, German came over and opened the lid of the pot, and steam suddenly overflowed, revealing several eggs as big as ostrich eggs. Not all creatures in the Dark Continent are unfamiliar. For example, the eggs in front of us come from the grape spiders that Minchi and Bahala are very familiar with. However, the grape spiders here are obviously bigger, so their eggs are relatively larger. The wind ripple moth and the grape spiders both live on a nearby cliff. The grape spider's eggs are on the spider web above the cliff, while the wind ripple moth's eggs are in the cliff cave below, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. Not long ago, German found these eggs, So he took a few back and killed a huge grape spider and brought it back, which was highly praised by Minchie and Bahala. After some observation, the two gourmet hunters agreed that this was not the grape spider of the 6 continents, but a close relative of the grape spider. They just called it the grape spider for now. At this moment, German reached out and grabbed a still hot boiled grape spider egg and handed it to Biscuit with both hands. Because of the air on his hands, he didn't feel the heat. Biscuit, eat one. You haven't eaten well today. Thank you. Biscuit took it with both hands, then cracked the eggshell to reveal the smooth egg white. She was a little hungry, so she ate the grape spider egg in small bites. Biscuit had eaten grape spider eggs before, so she was quite accepting of the grape spider eggs in front of her. So she tasted them carefully and immediately showed a satisfied expression. This is it. Familiar taste. Delicious. They are indeed close relatives. Egg whites and egg yolks are equally delicious after being cooked. Is it really judging the similarity of species by the tip of the tongue? German saw that she didn't look like she was faking it. So he took a grape spider egg out of the pot, cracked the eggshell, took off the bird's beak mask, and started eating. Then, the taste, which was different from ordinary boiled eggs, immediately made him draw the same conclusion as Biscuit. It was indeed a delicacy. No wonder the grape spider eggs in the 6 continents were sold at a high price. The grape spider eggs here were even more filling. He ate the egg white and yolk calmly and gently. And then he saw Biscuit stop eating and stare at him with narrowed eyes. His eyes dangerous. What's wrong? I said. Germain, did you wait until I tried the grape spider eggs before deciding to taste them? I was just thinking. Why did you suddenly become a gentleman? German didn't answer Bisky's words, and continued to eat the grape spider eggs. Bisky was about to chase, but Minchie interrupted. I said, the eggs of the wind-rippled moth are sea level, which is actually only 1 level lower than the B-level grape spider eggs. Do you want to try it? It's all eggs anyway. Bisky declined and waved his hands repeatedly. No. 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 I'm full after eating 2 grape spider eggs. German, I see you have a good appetite. Why don't you try a few bites? I thought German would refuse after diverting the blame, and Bisky was secretly proud of it. But I didn't expect German to nod after eating the grape spider egg. Let me try it. German stood up, and in Bisky's stunned eyes, he really walked towards Minchie and Bahala. Later, Biscuit saw him taste the cooked eggs of the hurricane moth. How is it? Minchie handed the recorder to German's mouth. I also want to hear the opinions of ordinary people who are not gourmets. It's indeed okay, German said calmly. As long as we don't know where they come from, it should be okay to put them on the shelf as food. I see. Minchie touched her chin and nodded secretly. She picked up the grape spider eyeball again. You have eaten their eggs. Now try the eyeball. German held the eyeball and frowned a little uncomfortably, but finally decided to take a bite. After taking a bite, the juice overflowed. It's not tasty. German spat it out, took the water handed over by Bahala, and began to rinse his mouth. Minchie nodded again. I see. Bisky looked at the 3 people sitting there in horror, always feeling that I often don't fit in with you because I'm not perverted enough. Chapter 136. German and his party spent several hours in the dry river valley, feeling like Shanong, tasting hundreds of herbs, tasting everything around that looked edible. Each time, Bahala would taste first, and after confirming that the stomach of an ordinary person could accept it, the gourmet Minchie and the ordinary eater German would taste it separately and draw conclusions. The gem hunter Bisky made his evaluation based more on the appearance, and resolutely refused to try the ingredients that looked weird. The grape spider eggs made her full, and after she was full, she was strong. Slowly, the sun slowly set, and the night lurked around for a long time. When everyone found out, it had completely surrounded them. Bahala brought more dry firewood collected from nearby, and poured oil from some unknown animal on the dry firewood, and finally ignited it with German's flamethrower. The bonfire party has begun. Biscuit took a picture with her camera and joked, then turned her head. German, look at what time it is now. German took out a pocket watch from his black robe, took a look at it, and replied, it's a little after 11 a.m. in the human world. Only 11 hours have passed. Biscuit sighed. She felt as if more than 20 hours had passed. It hasn't been long since it got dark. Probably 5 or 7 here. Less than 5 hours left. Minchie's tone was actually a little regretful. It's a pity that German doesn't have a new lantern, So we can't explore further. That would be too risky. Bahala burped and reminded. Minchi nodded. I know. It's just a casual complaint. Okay. Let's make the most of the last few hours and try the last two delicacies. One of the dishes was put in the pot and covered. It had been cooking for almost 2 hours. At this time, the heat was just right. Minchi walked over and opened the lid. Suddenly, the fragrance filled the air. Even Biscuit, who was already full, couldn't help but look into the pot. The streamlined nose, squinting eyes, and a pair of protruding ears looked like a sheep's head. The pot that Bahala carried was quite large, enough to cover his entire back, and the sheep head in the pot took up almost half of it, and it was almost full. A few hours ago, they slaughtered a giant beast that looked like a sheep nearby, discarded all the other parts, and only kept the sheep head. Now they had to use their tongues to judge whether it was a sheep. Oh, it looks good. Minchi's eyes lit up, and he kept ordering. Bahala, take it out and try a bite. Bahala's digestive ability was amazing. He just burped, and now seeing the huge sheep head, his appetite was excited again. He reached his hands directly into the boiling, greasy soup, lifted out the huge sheep head, walked a few steps quickly, and placed it on a chopping board that had been placed on the ground. As soon as it was placed, the meat on the huge sheep head was cooked and rotten and fell off. Bahala only needed to touch it lightly, and a large piece fell into the palm of his hand. I ate it. He couldn't wait to throw the sheep head meat into his mouth and tasted it carefully with his gluttonous stomach. How is it? Minchi asked hurriedly. She smelled it very fragrant, but she was not sure how it tasted, and whether they could eat it. Bahala swallowed the mutton head meat, and then gave everyone a thumbs up. It's edible. Delicious. Much better than ordinary mutton. And it doesn't have much smell. What kind of mutton is it without smell? Minchi teased, and then smiled and called German and Bischi. Come and eat something. So German and Bischi also came over, and sat around the huge mutton head with Minchi and Bahala. German was about to reach out and tear off a piece of meat, but Minchi hurriedly stopped him. Wait! I almost forgot the point. She got up and took a bowl of sauce she prepared, poured it all over the huge mutton head, and then asked Bahala to disassemble the huge mutton head into small pieces. Okay. Looking at the disassembled huge mutton head, Minchi licked his lips. It's edible now. The sauce made the huge mutton head more fragrant. Everyone didn't say much at the moment, and each tore off a few pieces of meat and tasted it. Only Bahala was chewing on a piece of bone. Minchi was very picky about food, but after eating the giant sheep head, he couldn't help but praise it. Germain took a bite and nodded secretly. It was indeed delicious. After a while, he discovered another strange thing. In the dark continent, as long as it falls into darkness for a period of time, Germain's pressure will increase. It used to be 6 points each time, but after having the Master's Halo, it was reduced to 1 point each time. Even with the Master's Halo, his pressure continued to increase after nightfall. Germain originally wanted to let Biscuit give him a set of peach-colored breath from the magic beautician, Miss Cookie, to reduce his stress when he accumulated more than 20 points. Unexpectedly, after tasting the giant sheep head, his stress actually decreased, although it was not as obvious as the peach-colored breath of the magic beautician Miss Cookie. The stress was indeed slowly decreasing, so much so that he reduced the accumulated stress to only 4 points by eating the sheep head meat. Things became interesting. Germain looked at Minchi and Bahala, and guessed that the food cooked by these two gourmet hunters could also help relieve stress. What's wrong? Minchi noticed that Germain was looking at her, and couldn't help but blinked, and asked curiously, Why are you looking at me? You don't want to eat Minchi and Bahala too, do you? Biscuit wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth elegantly with a tissue, and said with a faint look, Germain, don't abandon the bottom line of humanity. Of course, she was joking, and she didn't really think that Germain wanted to eat people. In addition, they had set a bottom line in advance. They would not eat the subhuman species of Warcraft, nor would they eat creatures that could communicate. They were not demons, so how could they put everything in their mouths? However, when Germain did not answer and looked at Minchi and Bahala for a long time, Minchi, Bahala, and even Bischi were all a little scared. Fortunately, Germain did not break the bottom line of humanity. He slowly explained the reason, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Don't scare people in the middle of the night, Minchi complained, and his oily palm patted his chest without hesitation. I almost thought you were crazy. Sorry. Germaine shrugged at her. Biscuit pinched her chin with her fingers, thought for a while, and said, "This is actually a good thing. It's too unreliable to rely on me alone to relieve your stress. Now there is a third way, which is perfect." She mentioned the third way here because she knew that German could also relieve stress through critical hits. But the probability was too small, and it rarely happened. Chapter 137. The giant sheep head was finally dealt with by Buhala, and Minchie was already processing the last delicacy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that there would be such a big squid crawling on the shore. Minchie skillfully pulled out the machete from behind her hips and cut the still squirming black squid horizontally on the chopping board. She took out all the things inside that she didn't know if they were edible and threw them aside. The black squid finally stopped moving. This thing shouldn't be a squid, right? Biscuit squatted on the side. Her petite figure made her look like a curious girl. It just looks a bit like it. Yeah. Minchie nodded. Anyway, let's try it first. After a day of stew, the last dish is not boiled, but grilled. She cut the black squid with a machete, pierced it with a wooden stick, brushed it with some oil, and grilled it over the campfire. German looked at this scene, and for some reason, he always felt uncomfortable. After grilling for a while, it was almost cooked. The skin and flesh of the squid turned red, and the corners were a little burnt. So Minchie sprinkled special seasoning on it, and continued to grill it. I have to admit, Biscuit stood up and swallowed. The last two ingredients today, as well as the grape spider eggs, are the most similar to what would appear in human recipes. The aroma of grilled squid spread. If Biscuit hadn't been unable to eat anymore, he would have wanted to have another bite. After Minchie grilled the squid, he still followed the principle of letting Buhala eat first. Buhala took a bite with hope, then spit it out, shaking his head. No, it's too bitter, as if the gallbladder had broken, and the taste itself is like plastic. Buhala, who has a huge appetite, has a high tolerance for food. Even he couldn't eat it, which shows that this grilled squid is really unpalatable. I had this feeling when I was changing the knife. Minchie was not surprised. Just as it can't fool your stomach, it can't fool my knife either. As expected, it's inedible. As for the bitterness, I was very careful not to break the internal organs. I guess it's just the nature of the meat. What a pity. Biscuit pointed at the squid and said to German, I want to take this back and let Shiati, Youngdu and others taste it. German shook his head. We have already had a good harvest this time. Several large grape spider eggs, some hammer mushrooms, etc. are the local specialties of the Dark Continent we brought back. That's right. Biscuit nodded. Now we just have to wait for the time to come, and then go back. German once again confirmed the time. But this time, he confirmed the cooling time of the lantern, which was less than 4 hours left. Minchie felt a little regretful that he couldn't eat the grilled squid just now. But after eating the huge sheep's head, he was already very satisfied. And now he wanted to return to the human world first. Buhala threw the inedible grilled squid into the inedible area not far away, piled together with other strange corpses. Everyone gathered in front of the campfire, ready to spend the last few hours like this. They began to tell some small stories they heard sporadically to kill time, and the atmosphere became more and more like a real campfire party. Biscuit, German suddenly asked, did President Netero tell you about his 2 trips to the Dark Continent? No. Biscuit waved his hand simply. You also know the character of that old man, so he won't tell the secret so easily. However, some rumors still leaked out. It is said that during one of the Dark Continent trips, President Netero adopted a mode of exploration by a small number of elites, and only found 2 people to form a team. The other 2 are the 2-star hunter, the gourmet hunter Lin Ye, who is still alive, and the other is Zoldyck family's Jaeger Zoldyck, who is unknown whether he is still alive. German felt that Biscuit called President Netero old man and Lin Ye grandma, and felt that it was quite subtle. Unexpectedly, just thinking about it, Biscuit's eyes narrowed into a slit and swept over. Fortunately, Minchie interrupted at this time. Granny Linny. I have met her several times. Her knowledge of food is amazing. And it turns out that she has been to the Dark Continent. Yes. Biscuit nodded. President Netero and Jaeger are mainly responsible for combat, while Granny Linny is responsible for food supply. This system works well. And the facts have also proved that the elite team model like theirs has a higher survival rate, in contrast to other teams that suffered heavy casualties. President Netero escaped unscathed twice. This is also one of the reasons why I prefer to cooperate with you instead of trying to get V5 to fund us to go to the Dark Continent. Sometimes having more people is not necessarily a good thing. Just managing is a big problem. Once one falls, it will bring about a chain of bad luck like a domino effect. German, Minchi and Bahara all listened quietly to the stories of their predecessors. And they are now doing similar things. But they are more clever and more secure. The dim light of the campfire only illuminated a small area, while most of the dry valley was immersed in darkness and silence. It looked like a star like the sun, trying its best to emit the only light and warmth in the vast abyss of the universe. After a long time, German suddenly moved. He did not forget his job, which was to use the circle to explore the surrounding situation from time to time. Just now, something stepped into the boundary of his circle with a radius of 30 meters and rushed towards the campfire. The speed was quite fast. A giant beast was approaching. Germain described it concisely. It walked on 4 legs. I don't know why, but it was so light and didn't make much sound. Germain's words immediately made everyone nervous. Did it smell the smell? Minchi glanced at the darkness in the distance. Or the light of the campfire? Should we put out the fire? No. Bischi immediately objected. The humans who once lived in the Dark Continent relied on fire and tools to have a place. How can we give them up now? She stood up slowly and stretched her muscles. I was just thinking that this trip to the Dark Continent was missing something. Now I think it was probably a fight. Everyone stood up in the swaying campfire and turned to look at the height of the dry river valley, only to see a dark head slowly poking out from there. If it weren't for the moonlight that made its black fur shiny, it would almost completely disappear into the night, staring at everyone with a pair of eyes that were neither indifferent nor hungry. It slowly showed the sharp canine teeth in its mouth to everyone, looking like a giant black panther. Chapter 138. At this moment, Germain suddenly felt the need to fulfill his duties as a beast hunter and said, I want to call it the Dark Nightmare Leopard. What do you think? The other 3 people never expected Germain to do this and looked at him in surprise. The enemy was right in front of them. And Basiji, Minchi, and Bahala were in no mood to argue with Germain about the name of the Dark Nightmare Leopard. Anyway, let's just use it for now. The Dark Nightmare Leopard also jumped down from the bank of the dry river valley at this time. Sure enough, it seemed to be silent when it landed. Such a huge body actually only made a slight puff sound. Its structure is very unusual. Basiji pointed at the Dark Nightmare Leopard. Look at its hair. It's like flowing flames and rising smoke. Basiji had just finished reminding it. And the Dark Nightmare Leopard shook its huge body almost silently. And those hairs that floated like water grass fell off. After they landed, they twisted and changed into small Dark Nightmare Leopards, each of which was about the same size as German and Minchi. The small Dark Nightmares slowly spread out and confronted German and his group in a fan-shaped formation, like twisted ghosts in the dark night. German was very familiar with the scene in front of him. It seems that the Dark Nightmare Leopard will use abilities similar to the release and operation systems, just like Emo Lawu's Purple Smoke Fist. Emo Lawu summoned the Purple Smoke Mecha Squadron in a similar way to the situation in front of him. So, the purpose of all our tactics is to destroy the main body. And those little things are not our ultimate goal. Bisky reacted quickly. German, you and I are the main attackers. Minchi, Buhala, you guys deal with those little things. Is that okay? No problem. Minchi and Bahala would certainly not have any objections at this time. After a simple tactical arrangement, the little nightmares came like a pack of wolves. Each of them let out a low roar. And when they joined together, it sounded like some kind of sad song. Buhala took the lead and rushed forward. He first picked up a huge rock on the ground and threw it over, smashing several little nightmares, and then smashed several more with his broad palm. Minchi hid behind Bahala and used him as a shield. 2 machetes flew out under her control, and in the flash of cold light, several little nightmares were cut in half. The 2 had been partners for many years, and had a good understanding of each other. At this time, they slowly advanced together to help German and Bischi clear the way. After finally breaking through a path, German and Bischi did not hesitate at all, leaping over Minchi and Buhala, leaving them surrounded by the little nightmares, and rushed straight to the Dark Nightmare Leopard. Bischi, who had transformed into a tall and strong body, gathered energy in his fists and smashed down like a hammer, but missed. In a blink of an eye, the Dark Nightmare Leopard jumped to the side at an astonishing speed. However, Considering this situation, Germain and Biscuit attacked at different times. And at this time, they filled the gap. The transformed Cain ejected a long whip and swung it at the Dark Nightmare Leopard. The Dark Nightmare Leopard was whipped by the long whip, and suddenly moved again, as if it dissipated like mist, leaving only a residual image, and flew away. So fast. Biscuit sighed in a low voice, and then shouted loudly, "Germain, chase it. I will try to attract its attention, and you deal with it." Germain nodded and said, "Okay." They flew after it. Both of them were masters of mind ability, and their speed was actually quite fast. But they still couldn't catch up with the Dark Nightmare Leopard. It rushed left and right in the shadows, and the two men's attacks always missed. Suddenly, it appeared beside the campfire, and with a wave of its huge claws, the campfire turned into brilliant sparks all over the sky and gradually dissipated. The surroundings fell into a darker darkness, leaving only the already somewhat pale moonlight, and the dark clouds were about to swallow it. In the dimness, the sound of Minchi and Bohala fighting back to back with the little Dark Nightmare came, which sounded as fierce as the waves hitting the reef. Even without seeing it with his naked eyes, Germain could roughly sense the position of the Dark Nightmare Leopard with the help of the circle. But it moved too fast for Germain to keep up. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Basiji, who was within his circle, had actively weakened his aura defense, and he could not help but feel moved. Then, with a puff, Basiji was hit by a claw on the back, and blood rushed to the sky in an instant. She fell forward, endured the severe pain, and quickly turned over, and saw the black shadow falling down. If you can't catch up with the enemy in speed, then don't run around, but slow down your speed, as the enemy wishes. Then the enemy will take the initiative to send it up as bait. This is enough. Biscuit watched the silver light flash by. Germain tore the dark knife from the side, pounced on the head of the Dark Nightmare Leopard, who wanted to finish off the knife, and chopped the meat saw on its eyeball. The explosion splashed blood all over his body. The Dark Nightmare Leopard did not howl in pain, but just kept shaking its head. And such a violent reaction also proved that it was not without pain. The cane held in Germain's other hand had been deeply pierced into the flesh of the Dark Nightmare Leopard. He held the cane, and was not easily thrown away. The Nightmare Leopard shook its body again, and then many small nightmares fell out of its hair, and pounced on Germain. Germain swung the meat saw in one hand left and right, chopping them down one by one. Bisky stood up, and was about to gather his energy to help. Seeing that it was not working, the Nightmare Leopard rushed forward with Germain, and in a flash they were away from Bisky, and flew along the stone wall of the valley. Germain was still not thrown off. At this time, the meat saw had disappeared, and both of his hands were holding the cane. The Dark Nightmare Panther suddenly stopped again, and then used its claws to claw at Germain. Germain twisted his cane and let go of his other hand, and he fell to the ground, just avoiding the Dark Nightmare Panther's claws. However, the cane transformed into a long whip again at this time. Germain grabbed the stretched cane, and before it hit the ground, he used the force to swing around its jaw like a swing, and flew to the other side of the Dark Nightmare Panther. The shotgun fired at the Dark Nightmare Panther's other eyeball, making it lower its head and shrink. Germain took the opportunity to land on the head of the Dark Nightmare Leopard, and he immediately used up a section of his air slot. The cane instantly turned into a huge spear, and was stabbed into its skull by Germain fiercely. Even so, the cane failed to completely penetrate the head of the Dark Nightmare Leopard, but was embedded inside. A group of small dark nightmares came from behind, and while Germain was being pounced on by them, the cane also took the opportunity to stir and mess up the brain of the Dark Nightmare Leopard. After a while, the originally aggressive small dark nightmares disappeared in an instant. The huge Dark Nightmare Leopard finally collapsed like a hill and fell to the ground, making a heavy, banging sound for the first time. Chapter 139. Germain landed steadily from midair, raising the corner of his black robe of the Crow Hunter, looking very elegant. This robe, blessed by the thoughts of a professional hunter, was indeed tougher than ordinary clothes. Under the touch of the little Dark Nightmare, it only left shallow scratches and was not torn. He looked at the huge body of the Dark Nightmare Leopard emitting black smoke. They lightly decomposed the Dark Nightmare Leopard until it completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The moonlight, which was almost covered by dark clouds just now, became even brighter at this time. This is not an ordinary beast, but a monster that blends into the darkness. The darkness is its lair. Are you okay? After confirming that the dark nightmare leopard is dead, German walked to Besige's side. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Besige's sturdy body slowly shrank. She deliberately took a claw from the dark nightmare leopard, and her back was covered in blood. But it didn't reach deep into her internal organs, so it was not a serious injury. She didn't cry out in pain, but just stretched out a hand to German and waved it, as if asking German to hand over something. Germain looked at her in confusion for a while, then reacted, took off his black robe, wrapped her up, and covered her back. They had known each other for a long time. Besige disliked her original body shape as much as she disliked her own disheveled appearance. She liked to be beautiful all the time. You're smart. Besige wrapped the black robe tightly and chuckled a few times. Let's go see Minchi and Bahala. This is their first battle in the Dark Continent. Minchi and Bahala were still surrounded by the little dark nightmare, but as their main bodies disappeared, they also disappeared in the blink of an eye, without a single one left. When German and Bischi came over, Minchi was fine, but Bahala, who acted as a human shield, had his clothes torn, revealing his upper body like a sumo wrestler, with many scratches on it. Bahala covered his chest with his hands in embarrassment. Like a shy girl, he smiled and said, "Haha, there are not many clothes that fit my size. If one is missing, I have to order another one." "Don't worry," Bischi said proudly. "I buy you a suitable set after I go back. With my vision, it will never be wrong." She moved a little too much at this time, pulling the wound on her back, so she hissed softly, and Minchi and Bahala knew that she was injured. "Don't worry. It's a minor injury." Bischi pointed at Bahala and then at himself. "Both of us are born to be the charge and guard who stand in front and absorb damage." Bahala laughed a few more times, and his hand still didn't move away from his chest, looking quite funny. After seeing the wound on Besige's back, Minchi said, "Besige's wound is not serious, but let me do the emergency treatment. The aftermath will be left to Sambika. Professional hunters often get injured during missions, and there may not be a doctor around, which requires them to learn the skills of emergency treatment of wounds. The so-called long illness makes a doctor is almost the same." Minchi took out the first aid kit they brought, treated Besige's injuries simply, and bandaged her wound. They lit a bonfire again at the original location, lit up their luggage, and piled them together. The last few hours passed quickly. Germain lit the lantern that was originally set up nearby, when the lavender light enveloped everyone's faces. Even though they had not returned to the mansion, they could not help but relax a lot. Minchi extinguished the bonfire. Everyone brought some local specialties, and Bahala took the most and carried the most on his back. He wanted to take some of the harvest back with him. Then, they held the hands of the four little ghosts and looked at the darkness in the distance. "In the future, we will probably encounter attacks from different creatures every night," said Germain. "We will need to set up camp, take turns to guard and guard against night attacks." Everyone nodded in agreement. This will be the future they need to face, and cannot be avoided. This is still a night attack in the relatively safe Dry River Valley. I don't know what kind of chaos will happen if we go deep into the hinterland, especially in the ancient Maze City. After a twist, the scene in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. The night and the dark disappeared, replaced by the soft afternoon sunshine, the noisy cicadas in the woods, and the clear lake like a mirror not far away. Everyone was in a trance. Looking forward, they saw two figures walking out from behind the tree. "You are back." Shudi, wearing black-framed glasses, and Sambika, wearing a strict and heavy doctor's uniform, stood in front of them. It was Shudi who spoke. Of course. As for Sambika, to be honest, there are very few people who have heard her real voice. Sambika walked towards Besige silently. Just by observing the flow of chi, she knew that Besige was injured, so she treated her wounds first. "Thank you, Sambika." The black robe on Besige was removed, revealing the bandage that Minchi had made for her. Sambika removed it without hesitation and treated it again. Bahala also had wounds on his body, but he was thick-skinned and could wait, so he sat aside. German and Minchi were not injured. At this time, they watched Xiaodi curiously looking through their harvest. All food. Xiaodi looked around and adjusted her glasses. "Did you really go to the Dark Continent?" It was normal for her to have such doubts. Everyone's luggage looked like they had just returned from their loving grandmother's house. "Don't underestimate these." Minchi patted his chest, full of confidence. summarizing experience from these ingredients that can be used in recipes, and drawing inferences from one example will be good for the future. German glanced at his lantern, with a cooling time of 32 hours, and then turned to check his other status. After killing the dark nightmare leopard and some other wild beasts, he received the gift of resentment, which slightly improved his physique and temperament. Among them, his physique increased from 54 points to 59 points, and his temperament increased from 62 points to 65 points. In terms of traits, this time he only got one positive trait, Night Owl, which will give him a more sensitive reaction and faster speed when in a scene with lower brightness. After Sambika treated the injuries of Basiji and Bahala by the woods, she used her trait telepathy ability, physical examination and hospitalization records. She conducted a physical examination for each of the 4 people, and then the medical records of the 4 people were materialized in her hands one by one. The physical information of German and others was all displayed in the medical records, and their past medical history and current status were marked. Of course, if this disease is beyond Sambika's understanding, then it will only appear as symptoms until Sambika conducts in-depth research and names it. Sambika used the medical records to confirm that the 4 people were not infected with any bacteria or had any hidden injuries. And then, he was relieved. Chapter 140. That night, Germain and others sat around a long table to enjoy dinner, and the dazzling array of dishes on the table were naturally prepared by gourmet hunters Minchi and Bahala. Many of them were trophies looted from the Dark Continent. With better cooking conditions in the mansion, Minchi and Bahala made them into even better delicacies. Kurapika and Jishi also met Sambika at this time. When they heard Yungu say that she had been in the research institute behind the mansion for a long time, they both showed surprise. They didn't notice Sambika's presence at all. I don't know whether to say that she hid too well or that her presence was too weak. This time, Sambika didn't hide in the room like before. She mustered up the courage to sit in the seat next to Biscuit, took off her mask, and revealed a small and delicate face. She sipped her dinner quietly, with her head down, as if she was worried about meeting other people's eyes, as if she would be infected with some incurable disease. Sambika mostly responded to other people's concerns and questions by nodding and shaking her head, until she couldn't fool them anymore. She only uttered a soft or yes. Several people, including Germain, heard her voice for the first time at this time, and immediately felt that today's dinner had started off well. Everyone began to talk, mostly about interesting things that happened when they completed certain commissions, and their views on B5 and the Kaken Empire. Taking this opportunity, Kurapika listened carefully and gained a deeper understanding of professional hunters, beast hunters, gem hunters, gourmet hunters, virus hunters. There are many categories of professional hunters, and the biggest feature that distinguishes them from each other is the prey they hunt. Kurapika couldn't help but think about the future. He didn't have this kind of confusion in the past, because he was sure of what he was going to do. He wanted to regain the red eyes and take revenge on the Phantom Troop. His future was certain, and he would live for it all his life. After becoming the teacher's disciple, he changed a little. He had to change. If he didn't change, the teacher would not have accepted him as a disciple and taught him how to enter another world. Now, Kurapika had to admit that he was more and more immersed in the fun of nobility, and he couldn't regard regaining the red eyes and revenge as the end of his life. The teacher and others are always mysterious, just like today. The teacher, Bisji, Minchi and Buhara disappeared for almost half a day, saying that they went to the nearby area, but they could not convince Kurapika. Shishi believed it, but Kurapika had a hunch that it was the potential that only those who could become elite in nobility would have, and the teacher and others must be hiding some secrets. Kurapika quickly understood why the teacher didn't tell him, because he was not strong enough. Maybe one day, the teacher will take the initiative to tell him all the truth, just as the teacher promised at the beginning. At the same time, Kurapika believed that under the influence of his teacher, he would sooner or later embark on the path of a professional hunter. This was inevitable. However, he had to destroy the Phantom Troop and take back the red eyes of his people. What kind of professional hunter should he become? With such a question, Kurapika asked Germain this question during the next day's training. Bounty hunter. Crime hunter. Germain answered while closing his eyes and letting the breath flow through his body easily. The prey you want to hunt determines that you must come into contact with the dark side of human society, especially the gangs. Gangs. Kurapika traveled around the world after the Karuta tribe tragedy and before meeting his teacher. So he was naturally familiar with the 10 old men and the 3 giants of the Kakan Empire. Do you think that I can get more information about the Red Eyes and the Phantom Troop through those gangs? Germain nodded. Of course. I told you before that the core members of the Phantom Troop are all from Meteor City. And Meteor City has close cooperation with the gangs. As for the Red Eyes, it is estimated that most of them are also from the black market. In this case, the gangs will inevitably intervene. Kurapika listened quietly for a while, thought for a while, and asked with some doubts, Teacher, if I contact the gangs and achieve my goals, will you not be angry? Or do you support my cooperation with the gangs? Germain slowly opened his eyes. The bird-beaked hunter changed his black robe today. He wore an ordinary hunter's black robe and looked at Kurapika from under the brim of his triangular hat, which made Kurapika feel a little uneasy. Someone told me that hunter is a neutral word, which has nothing to do with good or evil, and does not distinguish between right and wrong. Not to mention, before I became a hunter, I was a killer. Germain pointed to Biscuit in the distance. Biscuit really kept his promise, and went to a nearby town early in the morning to customize a set of clothes for Bahara that fit his body. Now he was showing the design to Bahara. The clothes and the design were too fashionable, which was contrary to Bahala's simple character. However, it was a gift from a senior hunter, so Bahala couldn't refuse it, and touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Minchi knew what his partner was thinking, and spoke for him, as if he wanted to reject the clothes. Basiji was very stubborn and insisted that Bahala try on the custom-made clothes in the design, which must look good. It makes sense that clothes make the man. Even a tall and fat man can look domineering as long as he wears the right clothes that fit his temperament. Kurapika has been observing Biscuit for a while, and knows that she is far from being as unreliable as she seems. Even as a teacher, he often listens to her advice. Germain pursed his thin lips and continued to say to Kurapika, just like hunters, gangsters, killers, police, doctors, lawyers, teachers, etc. are all neutral words to me. I will not absolutely trust the other party just because he is a hunter, nor will I fight with him to the end just because he is a gangster. This is not in line with my principles. Principles and bottom line. German held up 2 fingers to Kurapika. They are your magic weapon to always maintain yourself in this world. Rather than becoming a vassal of a certain group with a label, you should try your best to stand on the situation that is beneficial to you. But do not violate your principles and bottom line. Otherwise, you will either become a paranoid and twisted monster group like the Phantom Troop for revenge and protection, or burn yourself out like the Flame Fist and fall into nothingness. After listening, Kurapika nodded thoughtfully and replied, Teacher, I understand what you mean. German didn't say much. He didn't like long speeches. It was enough to stop at the point. If Kurapika still went the way of the original timeline, he would be very regretful. But he respected Kurapika's choice, just as he respected Xiaoti's persistence in Meteor Street. Chapter 141. In the following month, Germain was not able to leave everyone in the mansion and travel alone as usual. Firstly, Bischi kept him and asked him, Xiaoti, Minchi and Bahara, to help build a treatment room and a training room next to the mansion. With so many non-users, the project went smoothly. Sambika stayed in the institute for a while, but did not leave as usual, but stayed in the mansion. She silently wrote and drew on Bischi's treatment room design and gave her suggestions. After all, she and Biscuit will be the masters of the treatment room in the future. Secondly, Kurapika is Germain's disciple after all, and the teaching of nobility can't be left to others. Either don't accept Kurapika as a disciple in the first place, or take responsibility after accepting him. This is Germain's principle. Finally, the time came to June 21st. More than 2 months have passed since Germain accepted Kurapika as a disciple, and Kurapika's training is finally entering the stage of development. All in all, this is pretty fast. In the original timeline, Yungu taught Gon and Killua how to practice Nin, taking into account the 1 month that Gon needed to recover from his injuries. They spent 3 months to complete the basic training, and then completed the advanced training under Biscuit's guidance. At the same time, it took Kurapika 5 or 6 months to go from knowing nothing about Nin to using his red eyes, and Nin to kill Yujin, restrain Kuroro, and force Paknota to death. Although Kurapika's talent is not as high as Gon and Killua, Germain has a deep understanding of Nin ability, and is more comfortable to teach. In addition, Germain requires Kurapika to fully tap his potential, which is very oppressive, while Yungu is more cautious. The different concepts also lead to different progress of the disciples' training. Kurapika has entered the last stage of the training of the entanglement, while Shishi just opened the Jing Kong not long ago. Shishi feels uncomfortable about his huge lag, but still trusts teacher Younggu and insists on his own path. It is hard to say whether the teaching methods of Germain and Younggu are superior or inferior. Younggu pays more attention to letting things take their own course, and focuses on the future several years, or even more than 10 years later. Germain is more realistic, and tries to streamline the process as much as possible, so that Kurapika can become a combat-ready force, and then combines theory with practice, allowing combat damage to strengthen his body. Those who cannot kill Kurapika will make him stronger, since it has entered the stage of development. Germain simply borrowed the mind source flows and ability system determination method, Mizumi style, and let Kurapika test it. Of course he knew that Kurapika, like him and Shiuri, was a materialization type, but the process still had to be followed. The most important thing was that Germain wanted Kurapika to understand the differences between the Nin systems from this test. Without a certain understanding of the 6 major systems, it is easy to make wrong judgments like Huash or Dolong, which would confuse the development of one's own Nin system and delay practice. In the water viewing style, Kurapika had to use the hair on a cup of water with a leaf floating on the surface. The amount of water changes. It is the strengthening system. The color changes. It is the release system. The taste of the water changes. It is the change system. The leaves move. It is the operation system. Other substances appear in the water. It is the materialization system. Other changes besides the above are the characteristic system. Without any surprise, Kurapika concluded that he is a materialization system. Later, at the reminder of Germain, he used the flaming eyes for a second test, but the results showed that it was a characteristic system. Germain pointed out the key to Kurapika, who was full of doubts. His flaming eyes, and the power surging in his blood. This is a unique ability of their clan, and it is also the source of disasters, attracting the covetousness of countless greedy people, and the fear of countless ignorant people. Under certain special circumstances, the materialization system is transformed into the characteristic system. This phenomenon is quite rare, and Biscuit's experience is also amazing. Everyone also has a new understanding of Kurapika's fiery red eyes. At the same time, they are deeply surprised that Germain went out and won the honor of a 1-star hunter. And Kurapika, a disciple with excellent talent and hard work, is also amazing. Now, Biscuit has no doubts. Germain's vision is probably as good as hers. And he also has a pair of eyes that can dig out rough stones and polish them into gems. This master and apprentice may be quite famous in the future. Biscuit came to this conclusion inexplicably. Afterwards, Germain gave Kurapika the task of becoming proficient in hair, the formation of materialized mind control ability, and the advanced technique of the entanglement training Zhou Yingning. Kurapika made rapid progress under Germain's guidance, and naturally had no intention of disobeying. He honed himself wholeheartedly, waiting for the flowers of talent and hard work to bloom. There will always be a day when the teacher will take the initiative to tell him the secrets of him and Biscuit and others, and that he is needed. Kurapika firmly believes that he is worth endurance and waiting. June 30th. Germain is ready to leave the base and meet up with the mind-removing master of Bengani to remove the mind again. And this time, he will bring Kurapika with him, and the master and apprentice will continue to practice on the road. This time Biscuit did not stop him again. After all, the treatment room has been built, and the training room has been repaired almost. So much labor is not needed. Everyone in the mansion came to see them off, except Zambika, who had returned to the Hunter Association to work some time ago, and was not here at the moment. After all, it was not the first time they parted, so no one was sad, and they just watched Germain and Kurapika disappear at the end of the forest path in silence. Biscuit, you are right. Menchi, who had 5 strands of hair tied, said, Germain is really a person who doesn't care about things. Without you, Xiaodi and Yanggu, I can't imagine how this organization will continue to operate. Biscuit put his hands on his waist and sighed. You have to know that this is the longest time he has stayed in the mansion base. Almost 2 months. I am already very satisfied with this. Minchi couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Then, she saw Biscuit handing her a stack of photos. Look. How are they taken? Minchi took them in surprise. What's wrong? Xiaodi squeezed over curiously, and almost touched her face with Minchi without knowing how to keep a social distance. The warmth made Minchi shrink a little uncomfortably. But Xiaodi continued to approach. And then took the lead in Minchi to see the content of the photo. What? Xiaodi became cold. And adjusted her glasses with some lack of interest. Isn't this a photo of Germain and Kurapika? Chapter 142. Minchi looked down, and saw that it was indeed the photo of the master and apprentice who had just left. In the photo, they were sitting cross-legged on the grass in the early morning, practicing their nin ability, with a faint light and mist surrounding them harmoniously. Why did you take their photos? Minchi was very curious. Biscuit raised his eyebrows proudly. Keep looking down. Minchi turned to the next photo. The second photo was Germain teaching Kurapika how to use the Mizumi style to test his own system. The third photo shows Kurapika opening his red eyes and performing the water test for the second time. Germain is standing by with a look of expectation on his face. The fourth photo shows Germain buying a chain from a nearby town and giving it to Kurapika, who takes it with both hands. The fifth photo. The sixth photo. Most of them are photos of Germain and Kurapika. Other people in the mansion occasionally appear in the background of the photos, but they only occupy a very small part. Judging from the situation, many of these photos are most likely taken secretly by Biscuit. Yun Gu, who knew the teacher's habit well, heard Xiaodi's voice, glanced at the photos, and knew what was going on. So Yun Gu covered Jishi's ears with his hands, and took him away from the scene. Oh, teacher? Shishi, let's go quickly. We still have to continue practicing. Bahala also took flexible steps and ran away. Minchi was still very surprised. I still don't understand the meaning of your taking these photos. TSK. Bisiji shook his finger while making a disdainful sound. So I said that you young people still don't understand anything. In a few years, when you are 30 years old or above, you will understand the value of my photos. Xiao Di and Minchi looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads. Biscuit would occasionally say something they couldn't understand, so they didn't understand it, and there was no need to delve into it. Meanwhile, Meteor Street, foul and messy. That's what outsiders think of this place. But locals have a different view. The stinking garbage is their treasure, and Meteor Street residents wearing heavy protective clothing can often dig out a lot of practical and novel tools from it. Of course, it's common to occasionally pick up abandoned babies, corpses stuffed into suitcases, and discarded guns and ammunition. They took all the orders, sorted them out, and sent them to the living area of Meteor Street for the elders to review. As for the disorder, it was even more nonsense. The order of the elders' palace, church, living area and garbage area of Meteor Street was in good order. People in Meteor Street, who had lived here for half their lives, could walk from one end to the other with their eyes closed. As for the Phantom Troop, who had made indelible contributions to maintaining this order, all members gathered on the desolate plain outside Meteor Street. The crowd was divided into two groups with a cold look, separated by a distance of 2 meters. But there was no fierce quarrel, just an unspeakable gap. It's been almost 2 months. Nobunaga, who had a long hair bun, pointed out. It's meaningless to wait any longer. Germain and Hisoka seem to have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. I don't agree with being so passive. Wajin, who has long hair and a strong body, echoed loudly. If the two of them continue to hide like this, will we also hide in Meteor Street forever? The others stood behind Kuroro with a clear attitude. They won't disappear forever, Kuroro said calmly and confidently. I admit that I misjudged them at the beginning, but now, their true colors have been completely revealed. For them, our gathering together is the most difficult situation to solve. We actually have the upper hand. The elders of Meteor Street also support us. They will cooperate with the 10 old men. It happens that Germain is our common enemy, and they are happy to help us collect intelligence. Whether it is Germain, Xiudi, or Hisoka, as long as they show up under the eyes of the gangsters, there will always be clues passed to us, and then we can go out together. Yujin was not good at arguing, so he looked at Nobunaga and handed the task of debate to his partner. Nobunaga lived up to Woken's expectations. Captain, you overlooked 3 points. Kuroro waited quietly for Nobunaga to continue, without any change in expression, as if he already knew what Nobunaga was going to say. First, Nobunaga stretched out a finger. Hisoka enjoys the pleasure of hunting. The more we curl up and show timidity, the more excited he is. He is like a cat torturing a mouse. It may not be so easy to make him anxious. I don't know much about Germain, but his behavior pattern is completely inconsistent. It is obvious that he used some kind of mind ability to avoid Paknada's memory exploration. He joined the Phantom Troop and killed Finks, Franklin, and Phaeton successively. It must not be for the so-called competition for the position of leader. He must have some purpose. Perhaps he was sent by a hostile force. Therefore, as long as we don't reveal any flaws, he will not show up. In summary, Hisoka and Germain can wait. I won't be surprised if they show up again after a year or two. Kuroro still listened to the following calmly. Second, Nobunaga stretched out his second finger. The way Hisoka killed Kabiki and peeled off Lev was still the way he was best at, dancing on the tip of the knife. But Germain was obviously different. If he won the one-on-one fight with Finks, it was barely acceptable. But I couldn't understand why he won against Phaeton and Franklin. We all saw the scenes of the two battles. Finks left many significant damages in the Stonehenge. But after Germain killed Finks, he was almost unscathed. On the World Tree side, Phaeton must have used the scorching sun to burn Franklin, leaving no bones but only residues. But what about it? Phaeton died, but Germain escaped. Some time ago, he even became a one-star hunter with this achievement. And the news was announced on the Professional Hunter website. This information was discovered by the knight, who had been searching for information about Hisoka and Germain on the internet. The knight has a hunter license, and it is quite convenient for him to enter and exit the Professional Hunter website. Nobunaga held the handle of the samurai's sword at his waist. Think about it. Finks, Franklin, Phaeton. Which one is a coward? But not only did they all die, but no one could die with Germain. This result is either due to the huge gap in strength, or because he has our information about the ability to read. I tend to believe the latter. Then the question is, how did our information about the ability to read leak out? Also, not long after we returned to Meteor Street, Shiati also completely cut off contact with Meteor Street. What happened? If we stay here all the time and don't find out the truth and the source of Germain's information, we will still suffer losses and even fall into the trap like Finks, Franklin, and Phaeton. In fact, everyone present is not stupid. They have thought of these 2 points, especially the second point, but they subconsciously didn't think deeply about it, because the more you think about it, the more you will point to one conclusion. That is, there is a traitor in the Phantom Troop. The person with the greatest suspicion is undoubtedly Maki, because Hisoka and Germain are both members of the group that she is responsible for contacting. And in the Battle of Stonehenge, Germain let Maki go. Maki did not explain. She just stood there with her lips pursed. Now even Paknoda's memory exploration cannot clear her suspicion. After all, Germain successfully avoided it once. Nobunaga looked at Maki. Is there a possibility that you are being controlled by some kind of mind ability, but you don't even realize it? And how can this kind of mind ability make Paknoda undetectable? As a childhood friend who grew up together, Nobunaga still believed in Maki. If Maki exposed the information unconsciously, it would make sense. Maki was silent for a while, and finally spoke. German and I did have a strange contact. He asked me to come and sew up his wound. However, it was in the middle of the night, and I didn't even notice when he went out to fight with others, and when he came back, he was seriously injured, and I used the mind thread to sew him. And then he left. The next time we met, it was the Battle of Stonehenge. Now that I think about it, this commission was too strange, and he never came to me again. That's it. Nobunaga nodded firmly. It seems that the premise for the activation of this mind ability is to see Germain's wound and get his blood. After Maki was hit, Germain or someone else launched a memory exploration similar to Paknoda and obtained our mind ability information from Maki's mind, and the constraints and O's. Probably because Germain's injuries were quite serious. Of course, this injury could also be a smoke bomb he threw to confuse Maki. The reason why Maki was let go was to make us suspect her and cause internal divisions. As for the information about our return to Meteor Street, it was probably reported by someone from Meteor Street. Germain is from Meteor Street, so it's quite normal for him to have an informant here. Nobunaga's speculation was quite reasonable, and everyone in the Phantom Troop nodded repeatedly. Maki frowned, showing an angry look, but quickly concealed it and regained his composure. Kuroro did not comment on this, but only asked, Nobunaga, you have a third point that you didn't mention. What is it? Third. Nobunaga glanced at the captain and said slowly, the forces behind Germain are unknown. He and Hisoka acted separately, so they are most likely not accomplices. but only temporary allies. Now it is known that he helped him avoid the memory exploration of Paknota, obtained information from Maki, and met with the ability of Nen at the World Tree. If we face him again, I am afraid we have to take into account the forces behind him. And now we know nothing about it. Even if the elders of Meteor Street or the 10 old men tell us where he is, who knows if this is a trap set by the organization behind him? Captain, we must take the initiative and investigate it ourselves. We must not completely believe the information of the elders of Meteor Street and the 10 old men. Otherwise we will die unclearly. Chapter 143. The faint smile on Kuroro's lips has disappeared for several months. It was a symbol of his mastery of strategy. But it has been a long time since the members of the Phantom Troop died tragically one after another. Now, Nobunaga still can't see his smile. And he can't feel the real sense of relief. Nobunaga, in your opinion, which organization do you think is most likely to be the force behind Germain? Nobunaga touched the stubble on his chin, thought for a moment, and had an answer. The elders of Meteor Street still need us. And it is impossible for us to be abandoned now. 10 old men. It's not that I look down on them, but they really don't have the ability. The only ones who can do this, and have enough reasons to do this to us, are either the Hunter Association, or the higher-ups V5, or the national power of the Kaken Empire. Nobunaga's reasoning made Wajin, Shiaka, Maki and Paknota look at each other in surprise. They all had similar ideas in their hearts, so they saw trust in each other's eyes. Kuroro didn't express his opinion for a long time. His cold eyes looked at the end of the wilderness, and his profile was like the perfect shape of a plaster sculpture in Greek mythology. Nobunaga did not interrupt Kuroro's thinking, but Uzumaki could not hold back. He used his strong body to force Nobunaga away and stood in front of Kuroro. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Nobunaga, you step back. I do it. Why make things so complicated? Kuroro was shrouded by the tall figure, turned around without any expression change, and looked up at Uzumaki. Uzumaki took out a golden coin from his arms with a sharp look in his eyes and placed it on his broad palm, making it look quite small. Captain, the rule of the Phantom Troop is that once we have a disagreement, we use the front and back of the coin to make a decision. Or are you going to give us the order of absolute obedience to the captain? Uzumaki's strong tone, tall body and forcing eyes were all very oppressive. But from beginning to end, they failed to shake Kuroro at all. However, Kuroro still made a choice that was more suitable for the future direction of the Phantom Troop. He sighed and made a concession. I choose heads. Woken threw the coin into the sky, and it shone brightly under the scorching sun. Then I choose tails. The coin fell down, and Woken did not reach out to catch it. He let it fall to the ground, bounced and rolled about half a meter before falling down. Everyone gathered around involuntarily, looked down, and saw that the coin showed the spider web mark on the reverse side, which meant that Woken guessed correctly. Kuroro slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, his eyes determined, without hesitation. Then start the investigation. From the beginning, dig out the background of Germain and Hisoka. Dig out the forces behind Germain, and dig out their purpose. Also, I can take you to meet the 2 new members. July 2nd. On a train rumbling on the cold track, the glass window of one of the carriages was pulled down, and the rushing wind suddenly stopped. After doing all this, Germain lay back in the warm bed, resting his head on a white, soft pillow, flipping through a thick book. This was borrowed from Sambika. There was very little text on each page, and most of the space was occupied by illustrations, which were often anatomical diagrams of the human body. Germain calmly confirmed the positions of bones and joints, internal organs, trachea, bladder, blood vessels, brain and other parts, and occasionally stretched out his fingers to feel around on his body. It was not that he suddenly became interested in medicine. Compared to a hand surgeon, he was more like a butcher holding a meat saw. It was just that matching the pictures in the book with the pictures in his memory one by one would be a different kind of fun, which was just right for killing time. However, when Germain was concentrating on constructing his own human anatomy diagram in his mind, he heard a heavy bang from the side. He turned his head to look at the other bed in the carriage room, because his thoughts were still on the anatomy diagram. The first thing he saw was a moving skeleton, and then he saw Kurapika filled with flesh and blood. Fortunately, he was not looking at Minchi's recipe. Otherwise Kurapika might have become a food in his eyes for a short time. Kurapika was still practicing in a trance just now. And when he had some doubts, he opened his eyes. He wanted to ask Germain for advice, but he didn't notice the location of the bedside table, and he almost tripped over it when he got out of bed. Kurapika steadied himself, endured the pain of his toes hitting the bedside table, and subconsciously grabbed the cold chain wrapped around his neck. This is his treasure now. The teacher said that I must keep in touch with this purchased chain until I can fully materialize my own chain and can continue to do so, whether eating or sleeping, at any time. I can't let it go. Just like his closest lover. Honestly, Kurapika felt that even lovers could not be so inseparable. His affinity for the chains had already surpassed his love for his partner. Kurapika kept this promise, and has been practicing it until now. He has never been separated from the chains. The chains have almost become a part of him. He saw the teacher looking at him, and couldn't help showing an embarrassed expression. After putting on his shoes, he walked to the teacher's bed. Teacher, I'm sorry to bother you. Germain put the book in his hand beside him, sat up straight, and the bed creaked. It's okay. Is there any problem? Kurapika held the chains on his body tightly, hesitated for a moment, and then spread his right hand to Germain, showing his 5 slender fingers. Teacher, you said before that the chains on each finger give different abilities, restrictions and oaths, and the ability of the red eyes to increase the ability of mind. I already understand it. In fact, I already have a preliminary idea of the ability of different chains. Listen to me. Is there any problem with my distribution? Germain, wearing a birdbeak mask, nodded. He lay in the shadow of the bed, like a hunchback of Notre Dame. Kurapika was not surprised by this. This was his teacher's eccentric temperament. He felt that a teacher with such a temperament was very reliable. Teacher, I plan to use the thumb to heal, the index finger to plunder, the middle finger to bind, the ring finger to distinguish, and the little finger to judge. As for the constraints and oaths, it's like this. Germain listened quietly to Kurapika's detailed explanation. The disciple paused from time to time and looked for the teacher's support with his eyes. But the teacher's eyes never changed, so he had to bite the bullet and continue. After Kurapika handed in his answer sheet, the time waiting for the teacher to mark became long, and the whole room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. He himself regretted a little. Why did he bring this up now? Did he lack consideration for the nin ability? Restrictions and oaths he set? Sure enough, after a while, Germain began to refute one by one. The chains you set now are completely for single combat, and do not consider the possibility of other people joining the battle. The soul-chasing chain on your ring finger is normal, but the chains on your other 4 fingers have problems. Kurapika, your healing thumb chain, in order to heal quickly, is set to be effective only for yourself, and your defense is halved during the treatment. Restrictions and oaths. You are completely ignoring the existence of your companions. Maybe you think that this way you can solve the phantom troop without any worries. But this is a wrong concept. Don't forget that I am also a dead end with the phantom troop. I will not stop until the phantom troop as an organization is completely destroyed. Even the phantom troop. Each of them has a strong ability of mind, but they still gather together. I was able to defeat them all because I tried to separate them. If you want to separate them and fight the enemy one-on-one, you need a companion. This is the concept I want you to correct. Your binding middle finger chain uses restrictions and oaths that are only effective for members of the phantom troop, which means that after the phantom troop disappears, you will abolish this chain. Hisoka and I have both withdrawn from the phantom troop. My tattoo has been removed, and Hisoka's tattoo is a disguise. If the 2 of us are your enemies, you will have to bear the backlash of the restrictions and oaths after piercing the binding middle finger chain. For this reason, you have added new restrictions and oaths, which are based on your judgment and the bound person's identification with the phantom troop. In this way, it can indeed ensure that the binding middle finger chain is effective and avoid the backlash of restrictions and oaths. This is feasible, but it also limits your future development. By the same token, the premise for activating your plundering index finger chain and judgment pinky finger chain is to risk your own life. This means that you must kill the opponent the first time you display your ability. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. With such a strong mind ability, the enemy is bound to want to obtain your restraint and oath at a very heavy price, and use it in turn. You also have to consider the amplification factor after the activation of the red eyes. The stronger the amplified mind ability, the stronger the backlash you face. The 5 finger chains, except for the soul-chasing chain on the ring finger, are all for fighting alone. Fighting for life. Without considering the future at all. If you want to die at the hands of the Phantom Troop members so much, just thinking about sacrificing everything you have for revenge, satisfying your desire for revenge, regardless of the consequences, then I have nothing to say. I only know that the Phantom Troop is not worth the price of your life. The flaming red eyes of your people must be recovered, and the future of the Kuruda tribe depends on your thoughts. Your promise to me has not yet been fulfilled. If you insist on the current restrictions and oaths, then get out of here, and I will regard these months as a waste of time. Kurapika was sweating profusely, his lips trembling, and he lowered his head for a long time without knowing what to say. Germain is much stronger than Izanabe, the teacher in Kurapika's original timeline, and his record of killing 3 members of the Phantom Troop is more convincing. Kurapika was powerless to refute. He was eager for quick success and wanted to have the strength to fight against the members of the Phantom Troop right now. But that would indeed disappoint Mr. Germain and his dead tribesmen. As for whether the Kuruda tribe can be revived in the future, Kurapika had already silently abandoned this idea. He probably would not get married or have offspring in this life. After pondering for a long time, he said with a hoarse voice, "Teacher, I was wrong." Germain did not have the habit of scolding people. Seeing that Kurapika still knew the truth of stopping at the edge of the cliff, he threw down a sentence, revised the ability of mind, constraints and oaths again, and continued to read his book. Kurapika took back the answer sheet he handed in, sat on the bed with a sad face, and thought distressfully. Chapter 144. On the night of July 2nd, Germain, Kurapika, and Abingani met smoothly, and soon began to exorcise the thoughts. Puff, puff, puff. The bonfire flickered. The smoke rolled, as if struggling to resist the night coming from all directions. The bamboo forest rustled, and the dark-skinned Abingani held the cursed doll and chanted a whispering spell. The scene was more like a voodoo spell. Forest spirit, please hear my prayer. After a while, the burning drywood began to stir, and the sparks puffed like a plant spore eruption, shooting in all directions, scattering brilliant sparks. The experienced Abingani was not frightened. He calmly wove a few branches around the puppet, as if he was putting a brocade wreath around it. After doing all this, he threw the puppet into the bonfire, watching it being quickly devoured by the flames and burned to ashes. Then he saw the phantoms of many cursed beasts. Here they come. Abingani looked at the beasts, whose number had not decreased at all since the last time he removed the mind. They crowded together in the flames and slowly crawled out, and he felt much relieved. When the unfortunate premonition came to pass, he felt relieved. This time, without Abingani's reminder, German, who was standing by, made a dull sound through the bird beak mask. That one. He pointed at the scarlet beast that his spiritual intuition pointed to. As you wish. Abingani seemed to be German's loyal servant at this moment, and turned a fierce look towards the beast. After everything was done, Abingani poured several buckets of water to extinguish the fire that was still raging, and confirmed that there was no spark left. The bamboo forest suddenly became dark. German gently held the fragmented hunter badge, silently looked at the projected text, and nodded when he saw that the stress bulimia in the negative trait disappeared. Abingani, thank you for removing the thoughts. This time, German did not pay the money and leave directly like the previous times, but stood in front of Abingani with a purpose. Abingani felt nervous and uneasy, so that the thick lips unique to black people pursed up. Mr. German, is there anything else? German's eyes were calm. Don't be nervous. I know that as a mind remover, you have taken on considerable physical and mental pressure in the process of removing my mind. It is unfair for you to be on call all over the world and be careful not to get involved in the feud between me, the Phantom Troop, and the 10 old men. Thus, I thought of a more reasonable long-term cooperation model. If you are willing, you know how to contact me, and I will take you to a place to live with my companions. This will not only facilitate our cooperation, but also protect your body and mind. My companions should be able to eliminate your physical and mental exhaustion after removing your mind. I have discussed your situation with my companions, and they are also happy to accept you. You can think about it, and contact me when you make a decision. Abingani listened to the whole thing, and stood there in a daze. Germain did not force him to make a decision now, but let him fall into hesitation. Germain informed the poor mind remover of the decision made by everyone in the stagecoach, then nodded slightly and turned away. Abingani stood there silently without saying a word. Germain stepped on the fallen leaves that were like a carpet on the ground. rustled out of the bamboo forest, and then saw Kurapika not far away doing a strange posture. The cold chain was wrapped around Kurapika's neck like a silver snake. He opened his mouth and bit one of the rings, just like biting the snake's vital point. Kurapika stretched out his right hand forward, and his left hand grabbed his right wrist, as if he was suppressing and controlling something. For a moment, Germain almost thought that Kurapika would shout "My king's power." But in the end, he heard nothing. Kurapika was concentrating, sweating on his forehead, so he didn't notice Germain's approach, and was still immersed in his own world. If Germain was an enemy, he would be dead now. However, Germain saw why Kurapika was so focused, because he had reached the critical point of materializing the chain. Kurapika followed Germain's advice, revised the constraints and oaths of the chain, and planned to realize them one finger at a time. Now, the first thing he wanted to materialize was the soul-chasing chain on the ring finger that had been approved by the teacher at the beginning. In an instant, a chain flickered on Kurapika's arm, wrist and fingers like a snapshot. As long as he relaxed a little, the chain disappeared. He could only keep concentrating. And finally, the chain was wrapped around his finger. And then a chain extended from his ring finger, and a silver-gray ball appeared at the end. Success. The silver-gray ball swayed left and right, like the pendulum of a grandfather clock. After a while, before Kurapika could be happy, the silver-gray ball changed the swing amplitude and swung violently. Kurapika was startled and raised his head suddenly, when he saw a figure appearing in the black shadow. He couldn't help but sweat all over his body. Enemy attack? Kurapika? Kurapika? How could you be so careless? Someone was almost in front of you, but you didn't notice it. If it weren't for the soul-chasing chain on my ring finger, I'm afraid I would have been in trouble. However, when Germain walked out of the shadow of the bamboo forest, and the black robe of the bird-beaked hunter was revealed under the bright moonlight, Kurapika's heart was finally at ease. Yes, I almost forgot that the teacher was nearby. I was no longer alone. The teacher would not let the enemy get close to me like this. However, Kurapika secretly warned himself that he must be more vigilant in the future, and must also do 2 or 3 things at the same time. While thinking this, the soul-chasing chain on my ring finger disappeared. Kurapika looked at his ring finger with some disappointment. The soul-chasing chain on his ring finger only lasted less than half a minute. Fortunately, the chain was still wrapped around his wrist and fingers. He straightened his body and looked at Germain. Teacher. Germain waved his hand, pointing out his current problem. You can't do 2 things at the same time for the time being because your energy is insufficient. The distribution is not accurate enough, and there are too many useless losses. In short, you need to practice more. Kurapika quickly responded, yes. My mind removal is over. Let's go and find a hotel in a nearby town to stay. Where's Mr. Abengani? Germain looked back at the bamboo forest submerged in darkness, then walked out of the woods. He has a lot to think about tonight. Leave him alone and think about it. Germain and Kurapika jumped onto the tree and leaped back and forth between the branches, like 2 agile antelopes, but much faster. And ordinary people could hardly see the afterimages they left behind. The sound of them flying past would not attract attention, just like the sound of wind sweeping through the woods at night. Seeing the night city with lights like stars at the foot of the mountain from afar, they quickly rushed out of the branches and leaves at the foot of the mountain and came to the plain with almost no cover. When they were about to approach the city, Germain and Kurapika slowed down and walked slowly along the edge of a road connecting the city and the suburbs. A huge sign came into view. Some of the neon lights were broken and flashed strangely, but the name of the city written on the sign could still be recognized. Twin City. The Twin Cities are divided into 2 large districts, the left and right, separated by the Theodore River. The only bridge connecting the 2 districts is the Twin Bridge. Germain and Kurapika entered the left district. They walked on the noisy streets for less than 10 minutes before cold raindrops fell from the sky. Pa pa pa. The rain suddenly got heavier, and the bean-sized raindrops made the pedestrians on the street panic and cover their heads with their hands, hiding everywhere. Soon, the street was wet. Germain and Kurapika also took shelter from the rain at the door of the supermarket next door, standing with other pedestrians. Although Germain's clothes were strange, there were many young people wearing strange clothes these days, so people just looked around curiously and turned their heads away. Teacher. Kurapika handed the mobile phone with a bright screen to Germain. I booked a room in the nearest hotel. The reviews are very good. But it's a bit expensive. Germain took a look at the highly praised hotel interface. But he didn't mind it. He had stayed in more expensive places. Let's go. Okay. The two bought 2 umbrellas in the supermarket, opened the umbrellas, and walked into the rustling rain. The road ahead was foggy. The ground was slippery, and the streetlights were dim, making it look like falling into a depressing dream. Turning a corner and crossing the crosswalk, they saw the tall hotel. Compared to other buildings around it, it was like a socialite walking among the common people. There were black luxury cars parked at the door, and the waiters at the door went to greet them in groups. Ignoring Germain and Kurapika, who were walking from the side, the two of them didn't care, put away their umbrellas, walked into the revolving door, passed through the bright hall, and came to the front desk to check in. As always, they used pseudonyms, and the hotel didn't intend to investigate further. So they handed the door card to Smith and Jack and asked a waiter to take them to the room. German didn't use the hunter's license, and he further understood why Kim Freeze didn't care about the hunter's license. Not only did he not need its authority, but more importantly, it was confidentiality. Although the business is obliged to keep the records of hunter license usage confidential, it still leaves traces, which may be targeted by those with ulterior motives. The more skilled the hunter is, the more he disdains the use of the hunter license. This is probably what Bisajai, who persuaded Germain to take the exam, did not expect. After all, she could never have thought that Germain would have improved to the current level in less than a year. Chapter 145. There are 2 rooms in the suite, one for each of Germain and Kurapika. After enjoying dinner, Kurapika completed the basic training of the Chanjuelian Fodlin Ning under the guidance of Germain, and it was time to rest. The two took a shower and were about to go back to their room to sleep when they heard a noise. It seemed that someone was arguing outside the corridor, and it sounded quite intense. They looked at each other, and curiously moved over one after another to listen. Then, a woman's scream was heard. "I don't want it!" Nyan Nasra, the daughter of the Nasra gang, angrily stomped her thick soled high-heeled shoes on the spot, making a rapid sound of tapping, and her shoulders in a long skirt kept swinging willfully. "Miss," a maid in a kimono came closer and tried to comfort Nyan. "Ah!" Nyan screamed anxiously, then covered her ears with her hands. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I must go to tomorrow's transaction. I want to personally identify whether those are the fiery red eyes of the Garuda tribe. None of you can stop me." The maid Arisa took a step back in astonishment, then turned around with an embarrassed look and looked at the tall man not far away. The tall man Dazoni nodded at her and asked her to step aside. He was responsible for protecting Miss Nyan. Seeing this situation, he stepped forward and smiled with ease on his originally serious face. "Miss, it's enough for us to distinguish whether it is red eyes or not. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Nyan covered her ears, squinted her eyes, shook her head, and was quite repulsive. "Miss, we don't want you to take any risks." Nyan shouted stubbornly, "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I just won't listen." Dazoni frowned, but he had no way to deal with Miss Nyan. So he had to say, "Please wait a moment. I will ask the boss." His boss, Nyan's father, was meeting the leader of the gang world, the 10 old men, on an island an hour's drive away and a half-hour's sea voyage. Nyan knew the information about the red eyes in advance, so she followed this time, and it was just right to split into 2 groups. Dazoni had no choice but to bring out the boss, the only one who could calm the lady. Nyan ignored the captain of her security team and continued to shout loudly, like a little girl who would not give up until she'd bought the doll she wanted. People in the corridor opened their doors one after another to see what was going on, wanting to yell at the girl to shut up. However, when they saw a group of men in black suits and solemn faces standing next to the screaming girl, they all shrank their necks and closed the door. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Dazoni made a call in the corner, and after talking for a while, he handed the phone to Miss Nyan. "Miss, it's the boss's phone. It's no use calling him." Nyan opened her eyes and angrily put her hands on her hips. But she finally took the phone and her voice became a little softer. "Hello, Dad." Right, Nasla on the other end of the phone talked to Nyan for a long time, which made Nyan much more stable. However, after nodding for a while, Nyan refused to give up on going to the trading site tomorrow. "Dad, I must go. That is one of the 7 beauties. The treasure I want most." "No, The birthday present you gave me is also very good. Just let me go. That is one of my few hobbies. You know, my collection room is just missing a few pairs of red eyes. Dad, if you don't let me go, I will find a way to go by myself. Hey, but you are busy with work and don't accompany me. You will only remember me when you need my angel's automatic note. I don't care. Really? Okay. Thank you, Dad. Nyan happily returned the phone to Dizoni with a wink and made a face at him. Dad, let me go. She winked at Dizoni. Dizoni took the phone respectfully with both hands, and then talked to Boss Right for a while, and finally nodded and agreed. Boss, don't worry. We will stay with you all the time and come back as soon as the transaction is completed. After hanging up the phone, he showed a bitter smile, then restrained the bitter smile, stood up straight, and said to Nyan, Miss, the transaction will be at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Please have a good rest now. Yeah, I know. Of course I know. The happy Nyan was much easier to talk to. She twisted her waist and strode towards her room excitedly, with her hands together as she walked. Great. I can see the rumored red eyes tomorrow. I heard that even though the original owner has been dead for so many years, they are still bright and eye-catching. So they must be beautiful. She looks like an innocent girl. Maid Arisa hurriedly followed. Das1 also ordered the guards to catch up. The men in suits surrounded the lady, but left appropriate space for her to have limited freedom. Click. The door, which had been opened a little, closed again and locked automatically. Kurapika, who had listened to most of the conversation quietly, was furious, but also felt a little happy. He had been searching for so many years, but had no news. Finally, on this day, he got the news of the red eyes. Kurapika looked up and saw Mr. Germain standing against the wall. The teacher had heard everything they had just said. Teacher, I want to try to take back the red eyes of my people tomorrow night. Do you support me in doing this? Kurapika did not lose his mind instantly, but calmed down a little and asked Mr. Germain for help. Germain stared at Kurapika. If he had not been wearing contact lenses, Kurapika would have definitely revealed his scarlet eyes by now. Right. I thought you would have rushed out without hesitation just now, and used force to force the other party to tell you where the red eyes are. Kurapika paused and answered honestly, to be honest, if it was me in the past, I'm afraid I would have rushed out with blood boiling. But I'm different now. Ning made me realize that there were 3 Ning users in the other group, and Ju made me restrain my murderous aura so that the other party would not notice it. I must admit that I am not a match for the 3 of them now. This is indeed the fact. Kurapika's current level is just from entry to advanced, while the 3 Nin users are already experts. It's okay for him to deal with 1 now, but it's too difficult to deal with 3. If Kurapika, who has super talent, is given a few more months, the situation will be different. At that time, he will not necessarily be at a disadvantage when facing the siege of the 3 people. Germain nodded and pointed in the direction the group left. I have some understanding of this group of people. They are the Nasra gang, one of the many families under the 10 old men. The girl just now is Nasra family's daughter Nyan. In fact, there are more than 3 Nin users in this group just now. It should be said that there are 4 in total. Kurapika showed a surprised look, and then saw the teacher's back leave the wall, turn around, and walk back to the living room. So he had to follow him. Since the teacher mentioned the information about the Nasra family, his attitude is self-evident. He naturally supports me, Kurapika thought. Germain sat down on the sofa and leaned back to relax. The captain of the guard team is Dazone, and the man who looks like an ape in the team, the man in the black coat. They are Nin users with attack and defense capabilities. I only know that the Nin ability of the man who looks like an ape is to release the 11 people under the eaves of the department, and can create 11 Nin beast guards. The other 2 people's Nin abilities are unclear. In addition, Nyan Nasra herself is also a Nin user, but she is self-taught and does not understand the principles of Nin, and only uses it as a talent. Kurapika finally understood. The teacher did say before that there are many people in this world who have certain talents and abilities, such as some people who run very fast, jump very high, and are not killed by lightning several times. They are actually Nin users, but most of them awaken for special reasons, and do not know why they can get this ability. Sometimes they even think it is a power given by God. It seems that this willful young lady named Nyan is also like this. Her Nin ability is the special angel's automatic note. which can predict major events that will happen in the next month in the form of prophetic poems. Kurapika was surprised and clenched his fists. He did not doubt the teacher's words at all, and realized the difficulty of Nyan's inability. So, we can't attack her and the people around her? Or, as long as she predicts the future, she will find out our current actions and goals? Germain shook his head. Kurapika, you don't have to be so nervous. Her ability to read is not so terrible. She can predict the future for anyone with a specific birthday and blood type. But she can't predict it for herself. I didn't expect the teacher to give such an answer. But it's enough to make people's scalps numb. Kurapika pondered for a while, and came to a conclusion. It's the constraints and O's. Right? Yes. She can't predict her own future. So her ability to read has been for others from the beginning. Even if we want to rush over and kill her now, she can't predict it in advance. It is for this reason that her father Light arranged 3 people with the ability to read around her, and more than a dozen guards. If she can even predict her own future, then she will be able to avoid most of the direct threats to her life. Such a mind ability is too terrible. And the constraints and O's must be even more terrible. It shouldn't be like this now. Chapter 146. In the future of the original timeline, Nyan could not predict her encounter with Kuroro. She also could not predict the future in which Kuroro used his special telepathic ability, the thief's ultimate intention, to take away the angel's automatic notebook. However, Germain still felt that Nyan's current constraint and oath was only the inability to predict her own future, and the price was too small. Perhaps Nyan failed to learn other basic and advanced techniques of telepathic ability, and only the angel's automatic notebook extended from the hair was also a constraint and oath. However, this is the ability to predict the future and allow others to change the future. Such restrictions and oaths are still not enough. In comparison, isn't Kurapika's original restriction and oath that he risked his life a joke? In the future of the original timeline, half of the members of the Phantom Troop would have died at the hands of Kurapika. However, after learning the key notes in the prophecy poem, the Phantom Troop tried to avoid such a future. In the end, only Eugen and Paknota died, and Kuroro's ability of Nin was sealed. Even someone like Germain, who had seen the future once, had to pay the price of never being able to return to the original world. And the future was constantly changing, deviating more and more from the original state. This made him think of the fact that Nyan was later taken away by Kuroro and died strangely. Germain thought there were 2 possibilities. The first one was that Nyan was killed. This person could be an enemy of the Nasra family, or it could be an accident. In short, Nyan was killed. The people who have a major suspicion include Hisoka. At that time, Kuroro took away the angel's automatic notebook. Although he could not predict his own future, he could predict the future of the members of the Phantom Troop, and thus indirectly know his future. At that time, Hisoka was looking for a hearty fight to the death with Kuroro. As long as the angel's automatic notebook was there, Kuroro could probably keep Hisoka from finding him. Considering this possibility, it is not impossible for Hisoka to kill Nyan and make the angel's automatic notebook taken away by Kuroro disappear completely. However, there is a second possibility, that Nyan died due to special reasons. The special reasons may be illness, but Germain is more inclined to believe that Nyan was backfired by restrictions and oaths. Her angel's automatic notes not only changed the future of the person involved, but also the future of a series of people related to it. Although it is not as good as the wish of Zoldyck family's son Luca, Nanika, it should not be almost costless. Germain believes that the angel's automatic notes have other restrictions and oaths, such as a daily limit on the number of times the future can be predicted. Predicting the future definitely consumes energy, and Nyan doesn't have much energy. After predicting too many times, Nyan will fall asleep due to exhaustion. In addition, if Nyan predicts the future beyond a certain fixed limit, there will be terrible consequences. Otherwise, she can predict the future for the guards around her, such as the maid Arisa and the guard Captain Dizoni, as long as the personal guards don't die in the next month. It proves that her situation is safe. But Light and Nyan did not do so, only because they had a limit on the number of times, and did not care about the lives of the guards. Would they only use the angel's automatic notebook on those gangsters? However, after Krallo took the angel's automatic notebook and, with the help of the mind-removing master of Bengani, he lifted the seal on Kurapika, he probably maxed out the limit on the number of times. In the end, the constraints and oaths were traced back to Nyan. It brought a terrible disaster that was no weaker than the disaster that Aluka, Nanika, had to bear after making a wish, causing Nyan and the people around her to die. After that, Kurapika took over the remaining power of the Nasra family and became the de facto boss of the Mafia family. However, Kurapika does not need to know these speculations now. Kurapika slowly understood, and he went from standing to sitting opposite Germain, and his expression became much calmer. So, if we take action, as long as we can deal with those 3 Nin users, we can take back the red eyes on the spot. This is feasible. Germain confirmed, yes. So, I advise you to conserve your energy now, because this will be your first battle since you learned the ability of Nin. Kurapika closed his eyes first, exhaled a long breath, and then opened his eyes. I understand. Teacher, I will go to rest now. Tomorrow night, in order to regain the red eyes, I will obey your orders and will never let you down. Well, you go to rest. Kurapika stood up, bowed to Germain, then quickly walked around the glass table and walked back to his room. Before closing the door, he nodded respectfully to Germain again. Germain didn't go to bed immediately. He stayed on the balcony for a long time, watching the rain finally stop. Then he turned off the lights in the living room and went back to his room to rest, watching the lights in the room in the distance go out. A man in a wet black raincoat put down the telescope. The wind on the rooftop was howling, like the roar of a giant beast. The man stretched out his palm and made sure that no raindrops fell on his palm. Then he took off his hood, revealing a face full of hair, a thunder god's mouth, a thin face, a pointed mouth, and a shrunken cheek. He stepped on the water stains on the edge of the rooftop with one foot, took out his cell phone from his arms, and dialed a number. Hello. Is this Pariston? It's me. He adjusted the gold hoop on his forehead, and stretched out his little finger to dig into the other ear that didn't answer the phone. After a while, that sweet, annoying voice sounded. Ah, Shio. It's so late. How come you have time to call me? You ask even though you know it. The monkey, one of the 12 zodiac signs of the association, said to the rat on the other end of the phone. I'm sure it's him. There's no mistake. Have you been in contact with him? Pariston stopped joking and asked with interest. Of course not, Shio yelled. The radius of that bastard circle is more than 20 meters. I guess it's not his limit. If you get closer, he will be exposed. I am now more than 100 meters away, observing the two of them with a telescope. They stayed in the same luxury hotel as the daughter of the Nasra family. That's a coincidence. Pariston laughed. Our bait attracted 2 fish. Damn it. Shio cursed unceremoniously. You released the location information of 5 red eyes and sent different people to look after them. But I was the one who got caught. Pariston, how did you know that the missing Germain and Kurapika would track down the information of red eyes and appear again after 2 months? Ah. Yes. How did I know? I don't really want to say it. Then don't say it. Shio was so angry that he was about to hang up the phone. He knew Palestin's twisted personality very well, and he didn't want to deal with Palestin disgustingly like Netero did. Palestin seemed to have noticed Shio's actions, and said first, wait a minute. Haha. How can I bear to let my good partner contact the target without knowing it? TSK. Shio fell silent and listened carefully. After German got the title of 1-star hunter, he took action in the mercenary hijacking incident, and then he completely lost his trace. However, I checked the surveillance of that day and took a photo of the young man who was traveling with German. I noticed that the young man's clothes were very special, so I investigated it. Guess what I found? Shio responded quickly. He is a member of the Garuda tribe? There are still survivors of the Garuda tribe? No wonder you used the fiery red eyes to lure them out. Pariston chuckled again. This young man is called Kurapika, and he should be the last one of the Garuda tribe. If this news is released, it will probably cause a sensation and attract a lot of people's covetousness. Right? However, what really surprised me is that I released the news for almost 2 months, and they can wait until now to come to my door. This Germain is indeed not to be underestimated. In short, you know what your mission is. Right? I know. Shio exhaled, and then showed a weird smile. It's what I am best at. I do this almost every day. First create some trouble for Germain and Kurapika, and then I will appear as the monkey of the 12 zodiacs, a senior hunter, to help them through the crisis. After that, we appreciated each other, and through constant contact, I gradually became their partner, and they trusted me very much. So they told me all their secrets. This is what I do every day. Don't worry. I can hide it better than your poor damn acting skills. Hearing this, Pariston laughed for a while and said, After all, my job is to be a chess piece on the chessboard, attracting attention. President Netero probably already knows who I am. I don't need to hide it. I can just play games with him openly, so that your and Szechuan's little tricks won't be so conspicuous. However, I feel that the old man probably knows that there is a traitor among the 12 zodiacs. But he doesn't care. He knew very well that as long as he was alive, we couldn't cause any trouble. Shio's expression froze, and the smile of the cunning old man with two scissor hands appeared in his mind, which made him shudder. Then, the voice of Paliston came. However, now, the chance to break the situation may be earlier than expected. It's just a little bit short. If we figure out how Germain did it, we can bypass the old man faster. I know. Shio responded dully. I am a bounty hunter. It's reasonable for me to appear at their most critical moment. Yes, it's reasonable. Paliston smiled and agreed. Chapter 147. July 3rd. Agreed at 7 p.m. It rained all day today, and it finally stopped. The road was still a little slippery, and the driver drove carefully to prevent the tires from slipping and affecting the young lady in the back seat. Nyan hummed softly, shaking her head excitedly, like a little girl going on an outing. The maid Arisa was much calmer. She smiled at Nyan sideways, her hands resting on her thighs covered by her kimono. And her temperament was like Nyan's sister. In fact, although Nyan and Arisa were in a master-servant relationship, they had been together for many years, and had a close relationship. Dazoni sat in the co-pilot seat. He looked out the window at the passing street scene from time to time, and looked at the young lady in the back seat through the rearview mirror from time to time. The young lady could relax. But he, the captain of the escort team, could not. Fortunately, the 5 black cars of the Nasra family drove out of the main road of the left city of the Twin Cities unimpeded and stopped at the bank of the Theodore River. The night breeze was cool, and the river reflected the crescent moon in the sky and the street lights on the river bank, with scattered lights. Nyan got out of the car and stretched her body, breathing in the fresh air, squinting her eyes happily. She felt a little suffocated after staying in the car for only 20 minutes. Mississippi Arisa reminded. Someone is coming. Nyan turned her head and saw a short figure walking towards the river bank. He was holding a large bottle in his arms, looking timid. He was obviously the seller of the fiery red eyes this time. The man approached a few steps and was stopped by the guards of the Nasra family. He shrank back in fear and did not dare to resist. Ringshan. Dazoni called one of his 2 capable subordinates. Go and search him. Don't miss any details. Lincian, who was wearing a black long gown, nodded silently, walked towards the short man, and stretched his hands out of his long sleeves to cover the short man's body. He understood what Captain Dazoni meant. If it was just a body search, any guard here would be experienced. Captain Dazoni instructed him to take action in order to confirm whether the short man was a nin user. So only people who were also nin users could find out clearly. Dazoni, Rinsen, and the monkey-like Shachimono were the few nin users in the Nasra family. They knew the horror of nin better than ordinary guards. Even if the short man himself was not strong enough, he could still kill Miss Nyan by relying on some special nin abilities the moment he got close to her. Captain Dazoni must be on guard. If such a thing happens, it will be a serious dereliction of duty for their group of guards. However, after confirming it in detail, Rinsen turned around and shook his head and said, His sperm orifice is not open. He doesn't look like a nin user. Then keep this distance in the transaction. Dazoni was still cautious. Rinsen, see if the flaming red eyes are real. Nyan raised her hands at this time and shouted, Let me see. I am an expert in human body collection. If it weren't for the maid Arisa stopping her, she would have rushed to the short man holding the flaming red eyes impatiently. Dazoni frowned and added helplessly, Ringshan, bring it over to Miss Nyan for inspection. Ringshan agreed and took the bottle wrapped in cloth from the seller. The seller looked at it timidly and did not dare to take it back. Ringshan pulled the cloth away, looked into the bottle for a while, and not for a while. After confirming that there was no special device, he brought it over. He held the bottle filled with solution and raised it in front of Miss Nyan. Nyan took a step closer. touched her hands on the cold glass, and looked at the pair of crimson eyes inside through the solution. It's them! Nyan cried out in surprise. These must be the fiery red eyes. I can even see the anger and unwillingness of the deceased before his tragic death. Preserved like amber. What a desperate beauty. No wonder it is called one of the 7 beauties in the world. Ah! Great! I finally got them. Nyan turned to look at the short man in the distance and asked curiously, Who are you? How did you get the flaming eyes? I searched for information from many sources, but I didn't find even a pair. The short man stammered and said something in a low voice, but no one could hear it clearly. The guard next to him pushed him and shouted, Didn't you hear the question our young lady asked you? The short man was pushed to the ground, trembling for a while. And then he raised his voice, I am a cram school teacher. Cram school teacher? Nyan was quite surprised after hearing it clearly. How did you, a cram school teacher, get the fiery red eye? It was an accident. The short man lowered his eyebrows and replied, There was a car accident. I saw the people in the car died. The fiery red eye was held by him. Then why did you sell the fiery red eye now? Nyan asked. I'm short of money. The short man cried. The cram school was suddenly shut down by heaven and earth. I owed a lot of debts to the casino. That's usury. There is no need to say more about the details afterwards. As the daughter of the Nasra family, Nyan has seen a few cases of thieves eating thieves. And the scene is probably similar. She was a little disappointed. She thought that the cram school teacher had some special channels or background to get the fiery red eye. Now it seems that it was just a coincidence. Then she could only find other fiery red eyes by herself. Dazoni, Nyan ordered coldly. Pay the money. Yes, Miss Nyan. Dazoni agreed. But she didn't mean to default on the debt. She signaled to Sia Kimono beside her with her eyes. Sia Kimono understood, and carried the suitcase over and put it on the grass in front of the short man lying on the ground. He laughed and said, Look at you. You coward. Count the money and get out of here. The short man looked up in surprise, as if he had not expected the Nasra family to really pay. He quickly reached out to grab the suitcase and opened it tremblingly. The neat stacks of Ginny banknotes inside made the short man's eyes widen, and his greedy expression appeared, just like his red eyes when he saw the car accident scene that day. He didn't count the money, but closed the suitcase directly, climbed up, nodded and flattered Nyan, turned around and ran away like a fly, and fell several times during the process. The people of the Nasra family found it funny and relaxed a lot. Miss Nyan. Dazoni was also smiling at this time. Let's go back. Okay. Nyan smiled and turned to look at the maid. Arisa, help me hold the red eye. I want to take a good look on the way back and send a few photos to my father. Before Arisa responded, she suddenly heard a strange sound not far away. Dazoni's smile immediately fell. He looked in the direction of the strange sound, only to hear another sound. This time he could see it clearly. Suddenly, a street lamp bulb exploded along the way, scattering sparks like stars, and the area became dark. Puff! Another street lamp bulb exploded, and it was getting closer and closer to the Nasra family. It looked like darkness was gradually swallowing up the light. Something is wrong. Dazoni frowned and shouted. Everyone, pay attention. Be careful of enemy attacks. He did not feel the murderous aura, nor did he see the actual figure. But the experience of years of struggling in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood made him know that something must be approaching. The people of the Nasra family immediately became nervous, drew their pistols, and stood ready. As a maid, Arisa was also a human shield when necessary, and took the initiative to stand in front of Nyan. On the contrary, Nyan, who was often assassinated, looked calm and said with a smile, Why are you so nervous? It's just that the street light exploded. She was not afraid. So many people tried to assassinate or kidnap her, but they all failed. She escaped danger every time, and sometimes there was no danger. At most, a few guards of the Nasra family would die, perhaps unfamiliar or familiar, such as Dazoni, Shachimono, and Lincien. In short, it would not affect her. It doesn't matter if they die. Just replace them with another group of guards. Well, Arisa can't die. Arisa has been with me for so many years. It would be a pity if she died. While Nyan was thinking so innocently, there were 2 more popping sounds. This time, 2 street lamp bulbs burst in succession, and the darkness approached a long distance, like a giant beast approaching. However, what Dazoni saw was a slender figure, and a series of clanging sounds were heard, as if some metal chain was dragging on the ground. The guards of the Nasra family saw a blond young man standing in the shadow of the street lamp, staring at them with hatred in his eyes. "Beast! You scum!" Dazoni heard the other party's low roar, and felt the other party's hatred. He didn't have time to think about the reason and immediately shouted, "Fire!" The guards all had pistols in their hands, but this distance was enough to shoot the enemy. As soon as they heard the order, they raised their guns and fired without saying a word. For a while, the sound of bang 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 was endless. The blonde youth's movements were extremely agile. He dodged the bullets with a few dodged movements. Then he raised his right arm, and a silver snake flew up. The silver snake revealed its true form in the moonlight. It turned out to be a silver-gray chain that was linked together. It twisted as if it had life, and bounced off many bullets with a clang. Sparks flew everywhere. "An in-user?" Shachimono smiled. He turned to look at Dazoni. "Our firepower is not enough. Let me go!" Dazoni observed the figure in the shadow for a while and nodded. "If we can keep them alive, we will keep them alive. We need to know who dares to attack the Nasra family. The one who can hire an in-users is probably a gangster family. Damn bastards. If I know who it is, they will be dead." Shachimono made an okay gesture, confidently asked the guards to stop firing, and then walked forward. Chapter 148. Kurapika retracted the chain and let it wrap around his arm, panting. For him now, after months of training and the improvement of Chan Julian Fazhou Ning, dealing with those armed guards was not a big problem. The bullets they fired seemed to be replayed frame by frame in slow motion to Kurapika now, so they naturally could not hit him. However, the man in front of him, named Shachimono, was completely different. After he asked the Nasra family to cease fire to avoid accidental injuries, he slowly squatted down and pressed his palm on the slippery grass. Then, the 11 people under the eaves who released the mind beasts appeared like mushrooms after a spring rain. They were all wearing black robes and hoods like the KKK. They were obviously formed by the condensation of mind energy, but they waved their weapons like humans. Among the 11 people under the eaves, 3 held guns, and the other 8 held swords. They formed a formation, and after Shachimono whispered the order, attacked the nearest enemy around. They moved collectively. Their movements were actually a little stiff, but they were determined. 8 of them rushed forward to fight in close combat, and the remaining 3 fired from a distance, forcing Kurapika to dodge. It was too much for Kurapika to deal with them, with the chains that had no special abilities. After a while, he was injured and had a cut on his chest. He looked down at his bleeding wound, and then stared at Shachimono and the 11 people under the eaves. The teacher said that because the release system is adjacent to the operation system, their mind beasts often need to be controlled by humans, unlike the transformation system and the materialization system. In other words, as long as he can interfere with Shachimono, or even threaten Shachimonou's life, he will win. However, there were 11 people under the same roof between him and Shachimono. With his current level, he could not easily overcome this obstacle. If I could practice for another 2 months, it would be fine. However, when things come to an end, there is often no if, Kurapika thought. Shachimono also saw this and smiled at him playfully. A novice in inability? You dare to send a newcomer to assassinate? Isn't your employer too ridiculous? Kurapika listened and gritted his teeth. If he hadn't worn colored contact lenses, his eyes would have revealed a red of resentment. However, he was still very weak now, which was indeed a fact. He admitted this. At the same time, he really wanted to use the absolute time of the red eyes to shut up Shachimono. The absolute time of the red eyes could increase his abilities in all aspects, and it might be possible for him to defeat the enemy now. However, he still remembered the teacher's warning. Unless it is necessary, the absolute time of the red eyes is not allowed to be used. Now was obviously not the necessary moment, and the opponent was just one of the 3 Ning users. The reason why the teacher specifically instructed this is because the flaming eyes are the power of Kurapika's bloodline, which cannot be separated. And once the absolute time is used, the price is inevitable. When the absolute time is activated, every second that passes, the lifespan will be shortened by 1 hour. This restriction and oath of burning life is a curse that comes with the bloodline, and Kurapika cannot modify it. I am afraid this is also the reason why their Karuta tribe is called demon. Someone must have used it in the past, lost control, and died suddenly. Others may have thought about transplanting the flaming eyes into their bodies to gain its power. But in the end they failed and died due to severe rejection reactions. Therefore, the world loves and hates the flaming eyes of the Karuta tribe. Since they cannot gain its power, it is also a good idea to store it and collect it for viewing. In this way, the flaming eyes gradually became one of the 7 beauties in the world. When Kurapika was thinking about the past, he heard Shachimono shouting impatiently. "Hey!" he shouted angrily. "Why don't you answer me? Who sent you? Tell me. I will make your death more painful." It turned out that Shachimono had asked several times just now, but was ignored by Kurapika, and now he was angry. Kurapika still did not answer Shachimono's meaning, but relaxed his body and took a step back. Sure enough, it's too early now. He grabbed the chain. My current enemies are those ordinary guards. As for you, there are 2 other nin users. You are the teacher's prey. Kurapika gave Shachimono a meaningless smile, and then suddenly tilted his head. With a whoosh, a piercing whistle was heard, and something shot out from the darkness behind Kurapika, and burst into the light from where he turned his head away. However, before Shachimono could see clearly what it was, he saw that nearly half of the 11 people standing under the eaves in front of him were directly pierced, revealing uniform and terrifying gaps. What the hell? Shachimono was shocked, and saw a black dot coming towards him, so fast that it was unbelievable. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it, but it went straight through his palm, and with a puff, it pierced into his forehead. The riverbank suddenly fell silent for a moment in the dark night. Then, the 11 people under the eaves all turned into smoke and disappeared, and Shachimono seemed to have lost his support and fell headfirst into the grass, with bright red blood gushing out. There was another silence, and then there was a commotion. "Shachimono? You?" In order to prevent enemy attacks, Lin Xian handed the fiery red eye in his hand to another guard. At this time, he was standing relatively close, and he could see clearly before he asked the question. Shachimono opened his eyes wide. His eyes were shocked, and his mouth was slightly open. It seemed that he was deader than dead. There was a strange cane stuck in his forehead, which pierced through the entire head of Shachimono. Now it looked like an ornament of the dead Shachimono. At this time, a figure wearing a black robe and a bird-beak mask walked out of the night, only 5 meters away from Lin Xian. Lin Xian's throat was inexplicably itchy, and cold sweat ran down his body. He didn't even realize when this person was there. Logically, he shouldn't have been unaware, unless the man pulled the cane out of Shachimono's head, then shook it on the ground to shake off the sticky dark blood. And then he looked at Lin Xian. When Ringchen looked into the black eyes behind the bird-beak mask, she felt cold all over, as if she was in the ice and snow. For a moment, she was unable to move because of fear. Animals can often tell which one is more ferocious after a single encounter. Ringchen had this instinct at this moment. I will die. If I continue to stay here and continue to fight him, I will die. I don't want to die. Ah. He turned around, climbed over the railing of the river bank, jumped into the surging Theodore River, and disappeared with a splash. Germain took a look and did not chase him. He was not very interested in opponents with too big a strength gap, unless the opponent provoked him himself, or some of the opponent's actions disgusted him. Lin Xian failed to meet the above 2 points, since he ran away immediately based on his intuition. Forget it. There is always a reason for those who want to kill, and no reason is useful for those who don't want to kill. He is not a bloodthirsty person, and he has not forgotten the purpose of this trip, which is to help Kurapika regain the red eyes. The guards were all shocked to see the scene before them. This man appeared for less than half a minute, and Shachimono was killed, and Rinsen jumped into the river in fear. What happened? They are the 2 best players after Captain Dayzone. At this moment, seeing Germain looking over here, the guards retreated somewhat at a loss, only to hear the man wearing a bird-beak mask say loudly, "We don't want to make things complicated. Leave the red eyes behind and leave, or you will end up like this man." The man that Germain was referring to was naturally Shachimono, who died tragically on the spot. Everyone was a little stunned for a moment, not expecting that the other party was not an assassin, but a robber. For a moment, they all turned around in a trance and looked at Nyan, Arisa and Dazoni. However, Before the surprise faded, Nyan forcibly pushed Arisa away, put her hands on her hips, and shouted, "Impossible. I will never give the red eyes to you. I got this with great difficulty. If you want the fiery red eye, go find it yourself. Why do you want to steal it from me? Two scoundrels. Dazen. Kill them. Don't let them take my treasure." Nyan didn't care about the death of Xia Kimono and the hasty escape of Lin Xian. For her, she couldn't tell how much stronger these two were than other guards. She just felt that they were roughly the same. For someone like her who often studies and collects human organs, she would think that humans are the same after peeling off their skin and flesh and cutting open their stomachs. And there is no difference between high and low. She was still confident until now. Dazoni and a dozen guards, with pistols in hand, couldn't they handle two robbers? No matter what, she would never hand over the coveted fiery red eyes. Miss Nyan. Dazoni saw Xia Kimono's tragic death and Lin Xian's escape without a fight, and she was unsure. At this time, she showed a helpless expression. The other party is a strong enemy. Maybe. Nyan heard the compromise in Dazoni's tone, but shook her head like a rattle, and screamed stubbornly, "No means no. This is mine. Why should I give it to them? If you let my red eyes be taken away, I will tell my father and let him fire you." Even when Nyan was warning the guards, she still had a unique sense of innocence. Dazoni and the guards were indeed forced to be roasted on the fire by her. If Miss Nyan really reported them, they would probably end up in trouble. Arisa. Harvey. Dazoni had no choice but to say, "Protect the lady and red eyes to leave. We will delay the enemy as much as possible, and we will catch up with you later." Arisa and the guard Harvey who was holding red eyes agreed, and hurried to take Nyan away. Seeing that Dazoni listened to her, Nyan smiled and encouraged him before leaving. "Dazoni, teach them a lesson. I will use them as human specimens afterwards." She didn't know that Kurapika was the last member of the Karuta tribe. She just thought that the two were ordinary people. Otherwise she might be more excited. Even if the bodies and organs of ordinary people don't have much collection value, it's good to make specimens of them to vent the shock she suffered tonight. Of course, this is her usual practice. Dazoni had no choice but to agree, thinking that he might not win tonight, but he should have no problem holding the opponent back. When Germain heard this, he could feel the murderous aura emanating from Kurapika without turning back. Every pair of red eyes of the tribesman was once a familiar face to Kurapika, and the owner of that face had greeted him and chatted with him alive. Now, the person is dead, and his eyes were taken away by a shameless and empathetic person. How could Kurapika not be angry? Chapter 149. In Dazoni's perspective, this is the scene. The black-robed man wearing a bird-beak mask flew over the sloped lawn like a bat. The three guards who were a little closer wanted to intercept him, but they were all overturned in an instant. It was literally overturned. The three guards themselves didn't know what happened. They flew into the sky, felt top-heavy for a while, and fell heavily to the ground. Some were dizzy. Some had broken bones, and they were all wailing there. The other guards raised their pistols, but they couldn't see the enemy's extremely fast figure at all, so they didn't know where to shoot. It was at this time that the first blonde young man took action. His chain swung out from the darkness again, this time more violently and domineeringly, as if it was a whipping punishment. In fact, it was true. Kurapika no longer had any intention of being soft-hearted. Every whip, tightening, and dragging of the chain was him venting his anger. The guards often had their pistols shot down before their eyes were blurred. They were hit on the head, neck, torso, and limbs. The burning pain was the second, and some of the fierce ones vomited blood and fell to the ground. Dazoni watched helplessly as more than a dozen guards were knocked down by the two men like dominoes. His eyes widened in surprise. Then, he saw the man wearing a bird-beak mask rushing towards him. Without time to think, Dazoni swallowed his saliva, clapped his hands to calm himself, and when he released his hands, he pulled out a gray-white canvas, shook it directly, and spread it out with a bang. "Come on!" he shouted to give himself courage, and then grabbed Germain with his right hand like a hook. Materialization system. The god of agriculture devours his son. The targets that Dazoni's right hand can grab are limited to living people. He can drag them into the canvas spread out by his left hand, and the canvas is a closed special space. In the final analysis, his ability is somewhat similar to Shuri's bulging-eyed fish. The special space can only be entered, not exited. Once the seal is completed, It will be like some operating system abilities. And it will kill with one strike. The living will struggle in the canvas and eventually merge with the canvas, really becoming a twisted and weird oil painting. Dazoni has always been successful in this. German himself is a master of materialization. He saw through Dazoni's attack mode at a glance. So he chose the simplest way to fight back. Do not make any contact with the opponent, even with weapons. German's cane shook and disappeared like a magic wand. Then, he raised the materialized flamethrower and aimed the nozzle at Dazoni. With a whoosh, the flames spurted out, greedily licking Dazoni's clothes and the materialized canvas. Dazoni was caught off guard and was stunned and terrified. He never expected that the opponent would attack with fire. By the time he reacted, the fire had already engulfed most of his body. The heat and severe pain suddenly hit him. He couldn't keep calm at this moment. He screamed in fear, fell to the ground, and rolled left and right, trying to put out the flames on his body. Later, he reacted and rushed to the river bank and jumped into the Theodore River like Lin Xian. However, when he was still 2 or 3 meters away from the river bank, Dazoni couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. And the fire continued to burn without any scruples. He stopped moving. On the other side, Nyan was already sitting in a black car. She looked through the car window at a ball of fire in the distance, and her face finally turned pale. The maid Arisa hurriedly urged, "Harvey, drive quickly." Harvey, who was sitting in the driver's seat, responded, put the bottle with the fiery red eyes on the passenger seat, then shifted the gear, stepped on the clutch, and was about to turn the key. Suddenly, as if a storm was coming, the door on the back seat was suddenly pulled open. Arisa, who was sitting next to Nyan, flew out screaming and disappeared into the darkness. After another breath, the man wearing the bird beak mask came in. He sat in the back seat without saying a word, first looking at Nyan, then at Harvey, and finally his eyes stopped at the fiery red eyes. Nyan looked at him, having completely forgotten about Dazoni and Arisa, and screamed. Harvey stepped on the clutch. His hand was already on the car key, and at this time, through the rearview mirror inside the car, he looked at the back seat like a scene in a horror movie, stunned and frozen. Then, the driver's door was opened, and the stunned Harvey was grabbed and dragged out of the car. The one who dragged Harvey out was Kurapika. It turned out that before they knew it, more than a dozen guards of the Nasra family had been knocked down by Germain and Kurapika. Some dead and some disabled. Kurapika got in, and then heard Nyan still screaming with her hands on her head. Nyan looked at Germain and Kurapika, and the emotion in her eyes was as if she had re-recognized the world. Kurapika looked at Nyan with disgust, then looked at the fiery red eyes in the passenger seat, and was stunned. Finally, Kurapika crawled over, reached out, and took the bottle containing the fiery red eyes, and looked at it solemnly. It was supposed to be a time to relax. But Germain suddenly sensed something, frowned, and reached out to pat Kurapika's shoulder. Kurapika looked back blankly. "Teacher? There are people outside," Germain said concisely. "Drive. Hold Nyan hostage. Don't stop." He didn't wait for Kurapika to respond, and got out of the car directly, and slammed the door shut. And the car suddenly became quiet, as if it was completely isolated from the outside world. Kurapika was stunned. He looked around through the car window, but he didn't see any strange figures. He was confused. And then he suddenly realized, is this the circle that the teacher talked about before? The enemy is probably hiding more than 10 meters, or even 20 meters away. With the addition of Juanin, I can't detect it. I wonder when I can master these proficiently. Kurapika has a deep trust in Germain at this time. It seems that this is the first time since the Karuta tribe was exterminated that he has such undoubted faith in someone other than himself. Although he was worried about the safety of his teacher, he immediately executed the order. Kurapika started the car neatly. Over the years, he traveled around, learned and honed various skills, including driving. At this time, he subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, Kurapika saw the figure of the teacher flash by. The teacher seemed to be confronting several figures. And then, there was a strange crackling sound. Kurapika calmly drove the black car out. At this time, the speed of the car had not yet increased. Nyan in the back seat seemed to have suddenly reacted. She stopped screaming, turned around, opened the car door, and was about to jump out of the car. Kurapika frowned and was about to stop the car. Nyan didn't expect that as soon as she opened the car door. She saw the man wearing a bird beak mask and wrapped in a black robe suddenly appearing outside the car on this side. This scene frightened her so much that she crawled backwards and banged her head on the car window. Germain got into the car, closed the door, and said, "Drive faster. The left city area is probably full of people. Go to the right city area." Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief, responded, stepped on the accelerator, drove into the main road, accelerated to overtake, turned onto the twin bridge, and rushed towards the right city area. Nyan saw that the man wearing the bird beak mask ignored her, but she was already extremely frightened. She felt that she had never experienced such a terrifying thing since she was a child, and her hands and feet were cold for a while. She curled up her body, holding her head with both hands, and buried her face in her knees, as if she couldn't see the man next to her, so the man next to her couldn't see her. Nyan calmed down, which was good for the ears of Germain and Kurapika. No one wanted their eardrums to be tortured all the way, and Germain might use force to make her quiet down. At this time, Germain was observing the situation around the car and thinking. He originally thought that he had fallen into a trap set by the gang. Just when he was thinking that they were willing to use the red eyes as bait and treat Nyan as a discarded pawn, he heard a strange conversation in the darkness just now. "Why are the people of the Nasra family here? Didn't they say that the two parties in the transaction were that bastard Germain and the seller of the red eyes? Damn it. Nyan Nasra is in the car. She was caught. What should we do?" asked the 10 old men. At this point, it's not something we can easily decide, but the opportunity cannot be missed. Are we just going to watch them leave like this? In this case, our beasts will be humiliated again. We can always stop them. Wait, Germain is coming. Deal with him first. Germain's circle detected 10 users coming from the left city area, as well as a large group of vicious gang members. Combined with their conversation, he naturally guessed who sent these people. There were 10 users at the scene, so it seemed that after not seeing them for a few months, the beasts took the opportunity to replenish their manpower and restore the number of 10 members. In order to deal with him, they went out in full force at this time. For him before and now, the beasts were not strong enemies, but if they were in large numbers, it would still be troublesome. Germain killed 2 beasts in the dark, repelled the enemy's first wave of attack, and returned to the car, urging Kurapika to drive. The car sped on the twin bridges, and Kurapika made various dangerous driving behaviors, which attracted many horns from vehicles. But there was no car accident, but he was just scared and sweated. Germain was thinking about some intriguing words he had just heard while the car was bumping. He turned his head and looked at Nyan, who was like an ostrich, thinking, so it seems that the 10 old men and the beasts didn't know Nyan was here at the beginning. But how is it possible? Light Nasra is a subordinate of the 10 old men, and Nyan is Light's daughter. How could the 10 old men send out the beasts to attack without even knowing that she was here? Unless they had just received some hasty intelligence not long ago, proving that Germain was here. And this intelligence did not mention Nyan Nasra at all. After the beasts were collectively dispatched, even if Light got wind of it now, and went to the 10 old men to explain the situation, it would be too late to withdraw the troops. Germain noticed something was wrong and realized that there might be something hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 150. The beasts, a combination of the old and the new, are composed of the evil wolf, the stink rat, the poisonous snake, the peregrine falcon, the millipede, the pufferfish, the cockroach, the mosquito, the maggot, and the toad. Each of them is notorious, and they have achieved their current status by constantly killing people under the name of the 10 old men. In the past few months, the beasts were short of people, but not just anyone could replace them. For this reason, when they received the order from the 10 old men to go and kill the man who brought shame to the name of beasts, everyone was full of confidence. Kill him, and they will no longer be mocked mercilessly behind their backs by some stupid people. However, at the first encounter, Germain gave the beasts a surprise, or rather, a shock. He emerged from the darkness, dragged the maggot and the toad into the darkness, and disappeared in an instant. When the other beasts rushed over, the maggot and the toad had died tragically, lying limply on top of each other. Germain got into a black car, which sped away. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, the beasts couldn't help but show a look of horror, and watched the taillights of the car disappear at the end of the street. and they were a little dazed for a while. Drive and chase first. The evil wolf made a prompt decision. So, the Ean Beast members led a group of gang members. All got on cars and motorcycles and chased after them. After driving for a while, the remaining 8 Ean Beasts still couldn't forget the maggots and toads that were left there, as well as the fear left on the faces of the 2 men. Maggots and toads are the weakest among us. The evil wolf looked ahead and talked to other Ean Beast members and the captain of the gang team on the intercom, trying to encourage morale. But the cockroach in the channel hesitated for a moment, and then said, "We arrived at the scene for less than a minute." And he identified the maggots and toads as the weakest among us, and then decisively took action. This is too. I can't understand. It should be said that in the situation just now, the 10 Ean Beasts suddenly appeared within the range of the German circle, and as long as they are human, they should have time to react. But this Germain has a horribly short reaction time and extremely accurate judgment, not to mention his ability to execute. The Ean Beasts could see that the method used on the maggots and toads just now was quite clean and neat, worthy of a killer. Everyone even felt that Germain had the style of those members of the Zoldyck family. "We still have 8 people," the evil wolf emphasized. 50 elite members with weapons. "We must win tonight. The 10 old men hired us not to be a circus." The Ean Beast members are nominally equal, but because they often form teams, they must elect a captain. When the 10 Ean Beasts gathered, the evil wolf was the captain that the other members could accept. His words played a certain role. The intercom channel fell silent. No one wanted to give in, and even less wanted to go back to see the 10 old men in disgrace. So, the evil wolf considered it for a while and ordered, "Peregrine, you have the best mobility. Millipede, you have venom that can cause blindness. You will take the lead and subdue the driver of the car first. As for 9 of the Nasra family, I will ask the 10 old men now. You can rescue her if you have the chance, but forget it if you don't. They still need Nyan as a hostage for the time being, so they probably won't kill her." "Understood." 2 men's voices came from the channel. "A new operation has begun. The twin bridge is 3 kilometers long." A black car was passed like lightning, and in a blink of an eye, it had already traveled 1/3 of the length. Kurapika drove attentively, looking at the rearview mirror from time to time, and then honked the horn continuously to remind the vehicles in front that he was going to overtake. At this time, there was no need to talk about traffic rules. As long as the car was not destroyed and people were not killed, Kurapika could accept it. Germain and Nyan in the back row were both very quiet, but for different reasons. Germain was just like that by nature, while Nyan screamed until her throat was hoarse. And now she was drowsy and inattentive due to fear. How would I be treated? Nyan didn't dare to imagine, because all she could imagine was how the Nasra family usually dealt with people who offended them. That scene was quite bloody and terrifying. Nyan certainly didn't need to do it herself, but sometimes she would get some trophies, which made her feel very involved. However, at that time, she had her father, Arisa, Dazone, and other guards by her side. And now, she has no one around her, and finally has to taste the taste of fear alone. Kurapika stepped on the accelerator to speed up, and looked at the rearview mirror again. This time he found something unusual. He saw something flying in the air behind him. He also heard a shrill cry. Aha! The person flying over was a person, and the person threw a black, round ball-like object at the black car, like a rotating tire. "Teacher, I know. You just concentrate on driving." Germain lowered the window on his side at the first time, letting the cold night wind pour into the car. He slid out like a loach, and then heard a muffled sound from the roof of the car. German half knelt on the speeding black car, holding the edge of the car with one hand and holding a cannon with the other hand, aiming the muzzle at the ball flying in the air. The ball rolled, and finally the whole body opened up, but it became extremely long, with many body segments and dense legs and feet, which was quite creepy to look at. He was the millipede, one of the Ean Beasts, and the one who threw him down was naturally the peregrine falcon. What the millipede had to do was very simple. He only needed to use his long body and many legs to hang on the car, and then spray venom at the driver in the driving seat, forcing the car to lose control. He was thrown down by the peregrine falcon with great interest, but he saw that German had been waiting on the roof of the black car, holding a cannon and aiming at him. The millipede's face turned pale, but he could do nothing in midair. He could only twist his body in despair. and finally sprayed venom like he was peeing in his pants. The venom was blown back by the strong wind less than half a meter away, and it did not pose any threat at all. Instead, the cannon in German's hand fired a shell, which flew over with a roar and hit the millipede who wanted to curl up. Bang! The explosion lighted up like a small sun. The millipede's limbs fell all over the ground, and the sudden explosion caused chaos on the road. The peregrine falcon not far away frowned and flapped its wings. It did not dare to fly overhead on, so it thought for a while, flew low, and flew under the twin bridges. German watched the peregrine falcon disappear into the night, and then heard the roar of motorcycles. The group of motorcycles chased closely, with two people sitting on each motorcycle, one driving in the front and one shooting in the back. Bullets hit the roof and rear of the black car. However, this car of the Nasra family was Nyan's special seat, and it was bulletproof to a certain extent, so it was not so easy for ordinary bullets to penetrate it. Therefore, German on the roof and the tires under the car became new targets, especially the former, which seemed to be easier to hit. German materialized a shield and blocked it in front, deflecting the bullets one by one. The gangsters on motorcycles saw that they could not penetrate the shield by firing from the front, and they did not have rocket launchers, so they planned to disperse and shoot from the side. He only had one shield, and it was impossible to block the bullets from all directions. The motorcycles rushed left and right, and did not gather together, so German's cannon could not play a big role for a while. So he replaced the cannon with a musket and shot at the motorcycles that were a little closer. After a bang, the motorcycle flew sideways, splashing sparks and hitting the other two motorcycles like bowling balls. The three motorcycles threw the riders and passengers on the motorcycles away, and now no one cared about their lives. Another motorcycle came roaring, but this time the person sitting on the back seat was Mosquito, one of the beasts, who seemed to bring a different change to the situation. Mosquito opened his hands, and a group of buzzing, dense black dots flew towards Germain. Go, my little darlings. Those black dots were a group of mosquitoes with blood-sucking mouthparts, coiling around Germain's head, about to pierce his skin. They were too small. If ordinary people didn't look carefully, they might not be able to see them. Not to mention that it was dark now, and everyone was moving at high speed. However, German was a psychic user, so the situation was different. In German's perspective, those tiny mosquitoes became dots emitting pure white air, which were quite conspicuous. Without a moment's hesitation, he replaced the musket with a flamethrower and shot out flames. Swish! The flamethrower swept across once, swept across again, and swept across again, and immediately burned all the mosquitoes that flew over. The fire snake then pounced on the motorcycle carrying Beast Mosquito, and the rider had no time to brake and was thrown into the flames. German seemed to hear Beast Mosquito shout stop in the wind, but the motorcycle did not stop. So, the two fireball men, like Ghost Rider, rode motorcycles and crashed into the opposite lane, and happened to collide head-on with a large truck, and were knocked out again. Bang! At the same time, the evil wolf sat in the car chasing behind, listening to the screams coming from the walkie-talkie, and punched the window glass next to him. Millipede, Mosquito, two more Beast members died, and most of the motorcycle group was also killed or injured. Even if Germain was killed today, such a casualty rate would not look good if it was spread out. And the evil wolf thought of something even more terrifying. What if Germain ran away like this? No. 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 There is something even more terrifying. What if Germain killed a few more beasts? What would happen then? The evil wolf didn't dare to think about it. Fortunately, the latest order from the 10 old men came down. They told the beasts not to pay attention to Nyan, and to attack as much as they wanted. The only purpose tonight was to kill Germain. As for the Nasra family, they can be appeased later. It is still very easy for them to control right Nasra. The evil wolf breathed a sigh of relief and made up his mind. So he picked up the intercom and conveyed the latest instructions of the 10 old men. Did you hear it clearly? Regardless of the cost, no matter how big the scene is, as long as German dies, the 10 old men will help us settle other things. Do it. Chapter 151. German was still half kneeling on the top of the car. He had cleaned up the motorcycles just now. At this time, 7 or 8 cars caught up with him, biting him hard. The gang members in the cars poked their heads out and cursed at German. Some of them raised their pistols and submachine guns to shoot. and some had already taken out rocket launchers. Using rocket launchers, German thought of Nyan in the car. It seems that the beast and the gang members have received the latest instructions from the 10 old men, and they should give up Nyan despite Wright's opposition. In this way, she is no longer valuable as a hostage. Perhaps, it is possible that Wright still does not know that his daughter is in danger. Anyway, the 10 old men can just pretend that they don't know that Nyan is being held hostage, and then accidentally kill Nyan, and then give Wright some compensation afterwards. German did not wait for the other party to fire the rocket first. He waited for the cannon to be loaded, and then aimed it at several gangster cars that followed closely, and fired a shot. Bang! The first 2 cars flew up in the flames, rolled several times, and fell on the bridge. The third car was too close and tried to dodge. Whether it was due to the explosion or the steering wheel being turned too far, it crashed through the railing, flew off the bridge, and rushed into the cold Theodore River. The remaining cars caught up again. As Germain waited for the cannon to load, he heard the sound of a rocket whistling in. However, the black car under his feet flexibly swung to the side, and the rocket did not hit it. With a bang, the rocket exploded on the side, and the buzzing of the explosion made Germain's eardrums a little uncomfortable. The car body suddenly swung, and he was almost thrown out. But he was an end-user after all, so he grabbed the edge of the car with his fingers and kept his balance steadily. "Teacher?" Kurapika poked his head out from the driver's seat. He just saw the rocket coming through the rearview mirror, and in a hurry, he stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel. Only then did he have time to care about Germain. Germain did not turn around, but just knocked on the roof and said, "It's okay. Keep driving." "Okay." Kurapika retracted his head into the car again. At this time, the car they were in had already passed 2/3 of the road section of the twin bridges. At the same time, Nyan, who was sitting in the back seat, had her hair messed up by the cold wind that rushed in through the lowered window, and she gradually stopped curling up. There were constant shouting, gunshots, and explosions coming from outside the car. But the car was relatively quiet, as if it were 2 different worlds. Nyan looked around fearfully for a while, and found that the man wearing the bird-beak mask had been on the roof of the car, while the blonde young man in front was concentrating on racing. She suddenly thought that this might be her only chance to survive. Daddy is not here. Arisa is not here. And Dazoni is not here either. So I have to find a way myself. So she made another big mistake tonight. And it was the last mistake in her life. Nyan opened the door on this side, looked at the flashing road, closed her eyes, and jumped out. No one, including herself, could guess why she jumped out of the car, and why she closed her eyes when she jumped out of the car. What Germain saw was that the car door suddenly opened and Nyan flew out. It happened so suddenly that Germain didn't have time to catch her. The girl rolled on the road for a few times, and her head and limbs were twisted beyond recognition. Nyan jumped out of the car at high speed in extreme fear. She was not a powerful nin user, so she would definitely not survive. Kurapika looked in the rearview mirror and continued driving without saying anything. Germain didn't care about the dead Nyan. After slamming the car door, he turned to look at the black car that was chasing him. Some of them contained members of the beast. At the same time, he noticed that his 3-stage gas tank was full. Germain used 2 of the 3 gas tanks without hesitation on the cannon that materialized again. The first gas tank can improve the penetration and range of the cannon, while the second gas tank increases the explosive power while retaining the former. With a click, the cannon in Germain's arms was deformed. The originally plain appearance now had a sense of future technology, and the metallic luster was shining. With a whoosh, the significantly different, slender shell shot out from the barrel. The moment Germain raised the cannon, the beast members in the car reacted. "He's about to fire again. Get out of the way," shouted Cockroach, one of the beasts. "Don't be afraid. I block it." The pufferfish, one of the beasts sitting next to him, also climbed onto the roof like Germain after estimating the penetrating power of the cannon that Germain had just fired. He puffed up his body in the strong wind, blocking the front of the car like a balloon. If it was just the power of the cannon just now, the pufferfish's bulging skin would be enough to bounce the shells away, and he was planning to do so. But he didn't expect that the power of the shells fired this time would be so much greater. The moment it hit his belly, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late. "Wait!" The pufferfish didn't have time to finish shouting. The cockroach sitting in the car was stunned. Boom! The huge explosion engulfed nearly half of the width of the bridge, and a hole was blown out on the bridge deck. The people in the first 3 cars were killed instantly, and the 2 cars behind were unable to brake in time and fell under the bridge. Originally, the casualties would not have reached this level, but the pufferfish's bulging belly temporarily blocked the road conditions and failed to deflect the shells, making it an undoubted pig teammate. As a result, after the explosion, all the vehicles chasing after were not spared, and they collided in a chain, and then exploded and caught fire again. German counted and found that the explosion just now killed 2 more beasts. So now there are only 4 beasts chasing after them. Among them was the only flying beast. Germain didn't know that the beast was called the peregrine falcon. He calmed down at this time and found that the guy had not shown up for a long time. After exploring the surroundings, he glanced at the railing on the other side of the twin bridge with the corner of his eye. The peregrine falcon suddenly flew out from there. He didn't know that there were only 4 beasts left out of the 10. And he was proud of himself for unexpectedly flying from the bottom of the bridge to the front to intercept. Of course, he also heard the explosion, but he never thought that most of the beasts were now dead or injured, and the bridge deck was blown up, and the gang members behind were obviously unable to provide timely support. The peregrine falcon only knew to attack from the front and back, catching Germain and Kurapika off guard. Germain was indeed a little surprised to notice the peregrine falcon appearing here, but he just put away the cannon and did not panic. The peregrine falcon flew too fast, and the target was small, so it was unlikely to be hit by the cannon. He turned his head and pretended not to notice the peregrine falcon's detour, still looking in the direction of the original pursuers. The peregrine falcon did not dare to attack Germain directly. He just flew across the bridge, preparing to attack Kurapika in the driver's seat. Kurapika saw the shadow coming fast ahead. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel, he heard a knock on the roof of the car, followed by the teacher's unhurried voice. "Don't be afraid. Just hit it." Kurapika was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think too much about it. There was no car in front of him, so he stepped on the accelerator and the car roared forward. Peregrine was also stunned by the scene. The car was so fast that it was unlikely for him to seize the opportunity. Get into the car, kill Kurapika, and then escape calmly. After hesitating for a while, a black car was past him. Peregrine Falcon was secretly regretting when he saw a black shadow pounce on him. He was shocked and flapped his wings violently, flying upwards. But a long whip like a snake had already wrapped around the Peregrine Falcon's legs and claws. Then, the Peregrine Falcon heard a swish sound, and he was pulled by a force and thrown to the ground. With a bang, the Peregrine Falcon fell to the ground, and his entire body seemed to be broken. But he also realized that the crisis was coming, so he quickly got up and was about to take off again. German's musket was already against the Peregrine's head, pressing him down. The Peregrine groaned and did not dare to fly. He slowly raised his wings, restored them to the shape of human hands, breathed rapidly, and looked at German in fear. It was the order of the 10 old men. It was not me. The Peregrine was incoherent for a while. German knew that he could not get any information from this man, so he pulled the trigger, and the Peregrine's head exploded. And then the whole person fell backwards. 3 black shadows came running. They jumped up on the railings of the twin bridges, and then landed in front of German. They were the remaining 3 beasts: the wolf, the rat and the viper. After seeing a big hole in the bridge ahead blasted by German, more than 10 cars exploded and caught fire, blocking the road ahead. They decisively abandoned the car and ran after it. After seeing the body of the Peregrine Falcon, and seeing that German no longer escaped by car, the 3 of them were a little bit late at this time. And then, they were extremely angry. They understood that this bastard had no intention of running from the beginning. German deliberately launched a mobile war, stretching the battle line while racing at high speed on the vertical twin bridges, artificially creating a situation where the 10 beasts could not attack together. He probably thought so from the beginning. He planned to wipe out all our beasts here from the beginning. What an arrogant idea. Now, German probably felt that there were only 3 beasts left. The time was ripe, and there was no need to run anymore. So he stopped here and waited for the final decisive battle. This was his idea. An idea that completely disdained all beasts. Evil Wolf, Stinky Rat and Viper were angry, but they also understood a cold reality. That is, the current situation was indeed developing according to Germain's expectations. We can't let him succeed. We can't let him succeed. The same thought flashed through the minds of the three of them. I'm going to go. Stinky Rat reminded him. Evil Wolf and Viper nodded knowingly, took out the gas masks they had prepared long ago, and put them on their faces. The Stink Rat's fat body trembled, and a foul smell spread out, rushing towards Germain like smoke. This stench is not fatal, but it spreads very quickly, and as long as you inhale a little, you will feel extremely dizzy and then vomit. Germain, wearing a birdbeak mask, frowned and took a few steps back, unwilling to be entangled by the foul smell. At this time, the evil wolf and the poisonous snake had flashed to the side of Germain and attacked him together. Chapter 152. Squeak. The sharp sound of brakes echoed in the air. Kurapika drove the black car forward for a distance, then stepped on the brakes, turned the steering wheel, and stopped the car sideways in the middle of the road. He got out of the car neatly, shook the chain on his wrist violently, and turned to look behind the car. There, his teacher was fighting the last three of the Ean beasts. As the stinky rats of the release department used the stench of the ditch that could not be concealed, the not-so-small battlefield of the Twin Bridges set off the final decisive battle. Relatively speaking, the evil wolf and the poisonous snake are the two strongest among the Ean beasts, while the stink rat is average in combat power and mostly plays a role of surprise attack. He only needs to remind the evil wolf and the poisonous snake to know what he is going to do, and put on the masks that have been prepared long ago. Then, the evil wolf and the poisonous snake attacked together and attacked Germain. Under the attack of the evil wolf and the poisonous snake, Germain pulled back. The two people who wanted to force him into the stench failed to attack and quickly chased him. At this point, they couldn't kill Germain, and they didn't have the face to go back to see the 10 old men. As for the others, there was no need to think about it now. Kill! 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 Only killing can end everything tonight. At this time, Germain felt a certain agitation in the aura flowing through his body. In fact, it was not sudden, but the result of more than 20 minutes of fighting since he suddenly killed Shachimono, Dazoni, 17 beasts whose names he had never heard of, fell to his hands in a row, and his hands were stained with scarlet sticky blood. The chain of resentment gifts brought Germain a low-key and continuous, silent and slow improvement until a qualitative breakthrough was achieved. A brand new lantern, and a sudden increase in physical fitness and temperament. I am afraid that this is something that no one except Germain could have expected. The 75 points of physical fitness and 81 points of temperament after the improvement are the heights that most Nin users cannot reach in their lifetime. And those who can reach this range of Nin often have gone through many years of training. Germain has also entered this field with basic qualities. Now he only lacks mind, skills, perception, etc., and can be called a master of Nin. However, since he has stepped over the threshold and has 1 foot in the land of masters, it is enough to deal with the 3 people in front of him. Buzz, with murderous intent and evil thoughts, Germain spread out like the air of an explosion shock wave, reaching the limit of his current circle. Everything within a radius of 50 meters is in his mind. Kurapika felt the chill again. The chill he felt when he was forced to awaken his pores by Germain when he was not yet a Nin user. He tightly grasped the chain between his fingers, letting it clang, forgetting to breathe for a moment. His eyes widened under his golden hair. This feeling is incredible. However, the first to encounter this momentum are actually the evil wolf, the poisonous snake, and the stinking rat. They never dreamed that someone could make so many breakthroughs in battle. At this moment, they could only think that Germain had been hiding his fighting power before, and only now showed his fangs and delivered a fatal blow. If this is the case, it is really cunning. If not, it would be something more terrible. But it must be like this. It must be that he is too cunning and hides his strength. There should be no other explanation. The wolf, the rat, and the snake were indeed caught off guard. But their years of professionalism allowed them to suppress their fear and suspicion in a very short time. Regardless of whether the aura was real or fake, they could only believe it was real. And after looking at each other, they prepared for the worst. Someone had to die here. But who would be the sacrifice? No one wanted to. But they knew that whether they wanted to or not, Germain would help them pick the sacrifice. However, when the man wearing a birdbeak mask and a black robe really launched an attack, the thunderous blow was beyond their worst expectations. With a bang, Germain's figure, which was originally several meters away, suddenly appeared in front of the venomous snake. It seemed that all the frames in the middle of the picture were taken away. It was a kind of feeling that made people feel terrified and extremely nauseous. The sudden pressure forced the venomous snake to have no time to care about anything, and he subconsciously fought back. Hold released the ultimate of the 10,000 snake cave. Amid the venomous snake's roar, countless snakes formed by the condensation of mind energy emerged from his body, densely packed, and fiercely biting at Germain, who was close at hand. Germain suddenly swung out his right arm knife, and the mind energy suddenly turned into a meat saw. With a snort, he fiercely chopped off the many snake heads coming towards him. This was a move that he could only use when he was in the third stage of the energy slot. But now, he has mastered it, and made it a move among the master's ultimate skills. He stretched out his left hand again, and poked out his index finger and middle finger together, stabbing it with a burst of air. And the mind energy took the shape of a spiral cane. It was extremely swift, tearing through the defense line of the 10,000 snakes with irresistible force. And the moment it hit the chest of the poisonous snake, it penetrated through the chest and exploded to kill. The poisonous snake opened its eyes wide and coughed out a pool of dark red sweet blood. When he was dying, he exploded in shock and anger, and the remaining mini mind snakes retracted and bounced all over Germain's body. The mind snake's fangs bite will either kill or be disabled. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. He wanted to drag Germain to hell together, but he watched Germain retract his hands, spread his hands and exploded. The mind shield suddenly covered him, and the ominous crow wings spread out. Bang! 10,000 snakes hit the shield and bounced back. The last chance disappeared in an instant. The venomous snake finally couldn't breathe in shock, and the desire to kill could not continue. The aura of the whole body suddenly dissipated. His eyes were dark, and his consciousness was blurred, leaving only the last thought. I can't break his defense? From the wolf's point of view, in fact, the fight between Germain and the venomous snake happened in just a breath and a half. But this made him even more horrified. The winner has been decided. When the venomous snake failed to fight back and fell to the ground, the wolf saw the eyes behind the bird-beak mask turn to him. The feeling of being hunted as prey made the wolf realize that there was no way out today. Stinky rat, come together, or we will all die. This half-reminder, half-threatening shout made the stinky rat, who was one body back, wake up. They and Germain had no room for maneuver, and it was already a life-and-death situation. It was impossible to think about who would be the victim at the moment. If they didn't use all their strength, there would be no possibility of survival. The two of them rushed forward together, one on the left and one on the right, and each of them used the means of pressure from the bottom of the box. At this time, it was impossible to hide it. The stink rat stench, which could not be concealed by the ditch, rushed towards Germain's mask like a cannonball as he pushed his palms. He only wanted to stun Germain for even a second. This second was enough for the wolf to severely injure Germain, or even kill him. The strengthening wolf made the wolf roar in front of the door, lowered its body, and bit Germain's lower abdomen with its claws like an ugly wolf head. The two were both eating beasts, and they still had this tacit understanding under the realm of life and death. This was their final ferocity. However, Germain was even crazier. He seemed to have seen through the attacks of the two men. He lowered his body, ignored the foul smell of the stinking rat, and faced the wolf head-on. This posture seemed as if he didn't take the stinking rat's attack seriously at all. However, this was his attack and defense rhythm, distinguishing the priorities and integrating his judgment into the action without hesitation. The wolf strengthened its claws and blasted forward with a roar. Germain stretched out his hands and grabbed the wolf's wrists to the limit. The foreheads of the two men collided with each other in a lightning speed. Chapter 153. If they are of the same level, the reinforcement system is more powerful in melee combat, while the materialization system is more of a treacherous mechanism. But at this time, Germain and the wolf are not at the same level at all. The wolf was knocked back by Germain, and then his hands and wrists were burned, and flames suddenly burst out on his body. The fire surged up, bringing terrible pain. And more importantly, after Germain loosened his hands, he refused to relax even for a moment and stepped forward again, punching him hard, hitting his nose. The wolf flew backwards. Germain didn't even look at the wolf. He kicked back with his left leg, hitting the lower abdomen of the stinky rat who was trying to sneak attack. The sole of his shoe turned into a musket at that moment, making a bang. The stinky rat flew out, It was hard to tell whether he was kicked or knocked away by the strange impact force. Anyway, he fell to the ground, under the severe pain. For some reason, the stinky rat was still conscious, as if he didn't feel the pain, and in the blink of an eye after landing, he suddenly turned over and climbed up. The stinky rat rushed towards German again, and was about to shout something to boost his morale. But he found that he could no longer make any sound in his throat. His whole body became cold, and his strength was rapidly draining away. He stumbled and fell to the ground. His hands touched a pool of slippery and sticky things. He looked down and saw a large pool of blood. But where did the blood come from? He carefully identified the direction of the blood flow. And then he felt a little strange and dazed, and finally determined that there was a huge bloody hole in his abdomen. There was nothing inside, only the bright red blood spurting out, which could not be stopped at all. It turned out to be me. The stinky rat fell to the ground with its mouth half open. Germain looked back at the stinky rat, then turned around again and walked towards the wolf, whose nose was broken and who was rolling on the ground to put out the flames. Before the wolf put out the flames, he once again looked into those cold eyes. This seemed to be a scene that would only appear in his most lonely and helpless nightmare. But now it has become a cold reality. However, if possible, he would rather have such nightmares in the future, as long as he could survive. But Germain did not allow it. He raised his foot and stepped on the wolf's throat, chopping it off as sharp as a knife. The wolf also forgot to resist, like a chicken being held by its wings, and its neck was cut off. The head rolled out, turning several circles in place before stopping. Germain retracted his foot and rolled it on the ground again, wiping off the blood on the sole of his shoe as much as possible, and finally turned back. In this way, he received the resentment gift from the remaining 3 beasts, and his physical fitness and temperament stopped at 81 points and 87 points respectively. This is his record tonight. The pressure under each killing penalty will be deducted by 5 points due to the existence of the Master's Halo. But tonight, his pressure increased by less than 5 points each time. So the pressure is still 0 points when he left the mansion. Not far away, a gang member finally crossed the obstacles of the serial car accident and the fire and ran to this section of the road. But he looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. The man wearing the bird-beak mask stood beside the corpses of the 3 beast lords. This scene was quite like a bird-beak doctor treating wounded soldiers on the battlefield. But everyone knew that the beast lord who fell to the ground was knocked down by this bird-beak doctor. It should be said that all the beast lords, including the previous ones, were knocked down by him alone. Since the establishment of the beast, there has never been a person who could eat the beast again and again like this. But now there is one. So, an indescribable emotion is spreading. Not entirely fear, but more complicated and messy. The beast, as the most powerful combat unit under the 10 elders, is completely finished. Of course, the 10 old men also have users who are responsible for guarding them. Their combat power is still higher than that of the beasts. But, this is ultimately meaningless. To use an analogy, the 10 old men's solid shields are still there. But the extended blade, the blade that has been invincible for several months, has been broken by someone. And it was the same person who broke it twice. The beasts are finished. The power of the 10 old men will naturally not be destroyed. After all, they represent the power of most of the 6 continents' gangs. However, the foundation is inevitably shaken, and chaos is inevitable in the next period of time. Those old and new forces that are ready to move will never miss this golden opportunity. They are not afraid of not being able to take over the territory. They will take as much as they can. The gang members just watched quietly, even though they had received orders to kill Germain before. But at this point, everyone knew that they could not keep Germain tonight. Don't be ridiculous. Do you want them to do something that even 10 beasts can't do? After a while, as if it was agreed, heavy rain fell, watering the flames on the twin bridges. And it was like the end of a drama. And the curtain slowly closed. Pa pa pa. Kurapika walked to Germain's side. Even though he knew that the teacher would not hurt him, he could not help but have wild thoughts at this moment. In the battle just now, the amazing momentum revealed by Germain made him feel suppressed and suffocated, and he could only remain silent. Fortunately, Germain covered the murderous aura in the rushing rain, and finally restrained it quietly. Kurapika also breathed a sigh of relief, as if something that had been sealed had returned. Old teacher, However, he bit his tongue after all, and unexpectedly found that his voice was so hoarse. Germain didn't seem to notice this. He just murmured for a while, then raised his head and looked at Kurapika. Since there is the hard source school, the Zoldyck family killing technique, the cloud hidden school, and so on, let's also create a school. Let's call it the Blood Source School. Blood Source School. Kurapika softly repeated the name that the teacher seemed to have casually recited, Blood Source School. Blood Source School. He didn't understand the teacher's deep meaning. He believed that the teacher had deep meaning, but he felt that it was quite consistent with himself. Wasn't his fiery red eyes inherited through blood? Kurapika probably wouldn't think for a while that the teacher really just gave the name casually. Finally, the teacher established the first rule of their blood source. The hunt starting tonight will still be long. Don't let anger, ignorance, and arrogance release the beast in your chest. Use it and integrate into this long night. The two abandoned the car and disappeared on foot in the pouring rain. For a while, no gang member thought of following a section of the road. They mostly came to the bodies of the three beast members silently. They had to clean up the mess and wash the floor, which was one of the things they were best at. After all, they were basically led by the beast. However, today they were collecting the corpses of the beast that usually showed off its might, which everyone found quite strange and weird. On the raised steel pillar of the twin bridge, a figure that had been crouching for a long time, like a gargoyle, was quietly staring at the direction where the two figures left. It's too much. Shio frowned, and after waiting for a while, he jumped up in the torrential rain and chased after them. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed again. Chapter 154. Hunter Association Headquarters. In the bright office, Pariston sat upright on a chair, writing a page of documents, and occasionally looked up at the computer screen next to him. The fluctuating data bar was like the pulse of the entire Hunter Association, and even the entire world, symbolizing endless vitality. And this is exactly what Pariston wants to destroy the most. Of course, he knows the difference between the important and the unimportant, and there are some things that cannot be done. He smiled and hummed an unknown song, feeling relaxed and happy. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the side of the desk rang, echoing in the relatively quiet room. A little noisy. He looked over, but didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he waited for 10 seconds before he smiled even more deeply and picked it up. After glancing at the caller ID, Pariston answered the call. Hello? He heard the sound of the rain and the vague voices, mixed with some kind of anxiety. However, Pariston was not in a hurry. He tapped the table with his other hand and waited. Finally, the voice became much clearer. I said, "Can you hear me?" Shio almost roared in a low voice on the other end, like a beast that had been suppressed for a long time. Damn it! Damn it! This heavy rain. Parliston curled his lips, then cleared his throat and asked softly, I heard it. What's wrong? You? Shio was silent for a while, almost unable to hold back his outburst. And finally, he held back. Since you heard it, just reply. It's urgent here. Yeah, Parliston replied perfunctorily. He raised his other hand and observed the length of his nails under the fluorescent light. In short, the original plan is bankrupt. Shio explained the situation concisely. I am following them now. Following them from a distance. And should not be discovered. He is a bounty hunter, chasing various wanted criminals, or completing various special commissions, which has enabled him to practice the ability of tracking, coupled with the cover of heavy rain. He is still confident in following. Well, so, Parliston still smiled. Weren't you very confident before? Which step went wrong? There was a problem at the beginning, Shio said bluntly. He killed too quickly. Parliston was silent for a while at this time, as if he did not understand the meaning of Shio's words at the first time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door not far away. He thought about it and answered without hesitation, Come in. It was his female secretary who came in. Mr. Parliston, I'm sorry to bother you. Here are the documents you wanted. Thank you. Please put it here for me. The female secretary walked in with a pile of documents in her high heels and gently placed them on Parliston's desk. However, she did not turn around and leave immediately. Mr. Parliston. The female secretary could not help but be intoxicated by Parliston's handsome face and charming smile under his golden hair. This is the expenses for this month. Please take a look. Palestin's smile became even more intoxicating. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. Oh, by the way, it's getting late. Go back and rest early. Yes. Also, please rest early. Mr. Palestin. Don't be too tired. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern. Seeing that Palestin was on the phone, the female secretary didn't want to continue to disturb him. So she shyly left the room and closed the office door. Hey. 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 Shio protested. Are you chatting with a woman while answering my call? Have you ever thought that this might expose our relationship? We are just close colleagues. Pariston blinked in confusion, revealing an innocent look. Then he stood up and walked calmly to the large French window. On the Hunter Association headquarters side, the air was dry and it was not raining. The lights in the distance were blurred, like melted paint. Palestin was enjoying this sense of time and space dislocation. He closed his eyes and breathed gently. If she really heard the peculiarity of my phone call, and knew who to find to tell the information, and thus cause some impact, I would actually be very happy. This means that she finally started to think about the problem. Great. She's so well behaved now. Isn't it? Pariston opened his eyes, with a dangerous look in his eyes. He suddenly retracted them all, and asked, Let's talk about the situation on your side. I've already said that he killed too quickly. Shio snorted. I got the timing right. Calculated the time and distance, and let the informant give accurate information. The informant has already run away, and will not leave any traces. These are all under my control. The actions of the 10 old men were just as I expected. All the 10 beasts were dispatched. This time they were determined to capture the enemy. They caught Germain, who had obtained the red eyes, and Kurapika was about to leave. Everything was normal up to here. I expected that they would be chased all the way, and it would last all night until they were exhausted at dawn. At this time, Kurapika would be killed by the beasts. Kurapika was too weak. He was a burden to Germain, and would definitely be the first target of the beasts. In addition, Germain should be able to deal with a few beasts, and finally suffer heavy losses. At this moment, I will show up as one of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association, indicating that I am the force of President Netero's side, so as to gain Germain's trust. Next, I will fight side by side with Germain, kill the remaining beast members, successfully break through, and then go to the base I have arranged in advance to rest. Yeah, Pariston responded with a smile. Isn't this good? Shio could hear his yin-yang tone, and sometimes couldn't tell whether he was just like this by nature, or really mocking himself. I have to admit that next, things are out of my control. Less than half an hour after the pursuit began, Germain stretched the line of beast members on the twin bridges, and killed them one by one, 10 beasts. All were killed by him, and none of them were left. He killed too quickly. His decisiveness and ruthlessness were far beyond my imagination. And I also lost the best opportunity to show up. The most important thing is, each of us who has the ability to read has a few most important moments in our lives. That is the most important moment that can only be achieved through daily accumulation and thinking, plus a moment of enlightenment. Once it is over, we will be completely different from our previous selves. I may have witnessed Germain's most important moment, and in the next month or so, as long as he consolidates this gain, he will truly reach a terrifying situation. What the hell? Not only did I happen to run into them, but I also happened to run into the time when Germain crossed the threshold and broke through the bottleneck. So I suddenly didn't have the right opportunity. Palestin listened silently for a while, and then laughed. In other words, you wanted to wait until Germain was at his most extreme moment and help him in times of trouble. But who knew that you would go wrong? Right? You would never have expected that he would cross the limit switch, and would probably fully enrich this combat power in the next month or so. At that time, you were not sure that you would have the upper hand when you came into contact with him. And you might even be led by him. Right? Shio did not answer Palestin's series of questions. At this time, there was only the sound of rain. I will pass the information to the 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire, Pariston suddenly said. What? What? Shio confirmed. Why? Why else? Pariston opened the French window and walked to the protruding balcony. The 10 old men will not be at ease for a while. You want to muddy the water? Shio understood, paused, sighed, and asked helplessly. I admit defeat to you. Tell me, what should I do next? Chapter 155. Pariston leaned on the railing. His eyes narrowed. like a crescent moon in the night sky. Keep going. There will be endless troubles following him. It doesn't matter if you are dominated. Muster up your courage and contact him. The ease in Parliston's words was just like urging Shio to go on a date with Germain. Huh? Shio's voice became a little higher, and then lowered. In this way, even a fool would know that someone is plotting behind the scenes. Right? Yeah. Parliston nodded. Isn't this good? I don't understand. Uh-huh. Parliston laughed without laughter. He is actually the same as us. For him, the most troublesome thing is to be targeted by V5. President Netero. He has strength and ability. I believe he can see that in the entire 6 continents. We are the only ones who have the power to protect and support him. We are the same kind. He will understand soon. Shio muttered on the other end of the phone for a while, and replied, Okay. Okay. I try. This time I need some of your resources. If it gets out of control again, don't blame me. Half an hour ago, the island was under a torrential rain. Violent outside, but peaceful inside, and men and women all had humble smiles on their faces. Light Nasra was invited to attend this grand dinner, and at this moment he was going back and forth between the various small circles in the hall to make necessary social contacts. However, the people he really wanted to talk to, especially in front of so many people, were naturally the bigwigs who had just finished their speeches and returned to the second floor. The 10 old men were the leaders of almost half of the gang forces in the 6 continents, with unparalleled power and monstrous behavior. Those who were not core members could not imagine how important the affairs handled by the 10 old men every day were, which were related to the circulation of most of the dark world. Wright's eyes were burning. He knew that he couldn't join the core group of the 10 old men yet, but as long as 9 was there, he would be able to join the core sooner or later. There must be a chance. Now he just needs to be patient. Yes, patient. The 10 old men will always realize the importance of the Nasra family and his ability. By then, the Nasra family will be able to soar to the sky. At the same time, in the spacious room on the second floor, the 10 old men sat around a round table, smoking, and the topic they talked about happened to be related to the Nasra family. Just now, the evil wolf called, the daughter of the Nasra family, Nyan Nasra, was also at the scene and was held hostage. She is now asking for instructions. What do you think? Nyan Nasra? Ah, how could she be there? Is there something wrong with the intelligence? Or is it an accident? It is likely that we were used as a gun. We can dig deeper into this point later. But the most important thing now is to kill Germain. The Een beasts are very confident. They admit that Germain has certain abilities. 3 or 4 Een beasts can't really deal with him. But once they come together, the matter is a foregone conclusion. It's just that now, this foregone conclusion has the unexpected factor of Nyan. The 10 old men will never forget that Germain and his companions killed more than half of the Een beast members a few months ago. This caused the Een beast to become a laughing stock for a period of time. And the prestige of the 10 old men was greatly affected. And the external deterrence also decreased a lot. If they had not promoted new members in time, and killed chickens to scare monkeys, there might be chaos within the gang for a while. They always remembered the shame. And they believed that everyone in the dark world remembered it, and was also paying attention to how they would deal with Germain. However, that Germain appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and even their intelligence network could hardly catch his trace. Even if they are crazy like Meteor Street and NGL, they have to cooperate with the 10 old men to have the opportunity to spread the killers from Meteor Street and the DD anesthetic produced by NGL to the whole world. They need the help of the 10 old men. So when trading with them, they also restrain their madness towards outsiders. This is a cooperative relationship that the 10 old men are quite proud of. This special attitude gives them enough face, and also makes them have the arrogance of controlling most of the business in the dark world. However, now there is a person who pulls down their face with bare hands and tramples on it, making the identity of the 10 old men no longer so sacred and supreme in the dark world. No matter what caused the conflict, it doesn't matter. In short, German must die. Soon. The 10 old men reached a consensus at the round table. I heard that 2 Een beasts have died. It's probably because of that Nyan that our people are tied up. We can't delay any longer. Let's do it. Well, I know Light Nasra. He is a coward. Give him some compensation later. For example, let him have some connection with the pariah trade with the Kajin Empire. Haha. He still makes a profit. Yes, he makes a profit. So the order was issued. In the final analysis, this is just a small matter. Since German showed up tonight, he must die. And the treatment of Wright is nothing. The 10 old men began to discuss some more important things, such as paying the heavy taxes of E5 in exchange for many gangs that exist as legitimate companies and societies, or conflicts with certain forces and gangs. Because of such indifference, when the results of the tragic battle on the Twin Bridges were reported, the 10 old men felt absurd after reading it. How could such a thing happen in the world? All the beasts, plus most of the elite gang members, just died on that bridge. German also escaped and disappeared again? The 10 old men frowned, and the room fell silent for a while. No one spoke, so that the guards not far away could feel the atmosphere and control their breathing. Soon, the news will spread. Finally, one of the 10 old men spoke up. Whether we like it or not, those idiots have failed again. It seems that the generous treatment we usually give them is in vain. It's troublesome. Someone is ready to make a move again. They dare? As long as the 10 of us join forces, they can't do anything. Now the key issue is, what should we do with this German? Time and again, he treats us as if we don't exist. If we give him more courage, won't he come to assassinate us? One of the 10 old men said this possibility, and almost woke up the other 10 old men in time. This chilling sense of crisis finally forced them to make a decision immediately. We must fully support the Phantom Troop. Another of the 10 old men said. I heard that there is a grudge between them. It seems to be an internal conflict, and German killed several of them. There is also the Zoldyck family. We can spend more money to ask them to take action. The most important thing is that we cannot let Germain live any longer. As long as he lives, we will not be able to sleep or eat well. The 10 old men discussed for a while, and then they heard a shrill cry from downstairs. After listening for a while, they frowned and ordered their subordinates to go and see. The subordinates came back to report that everyone who came to the party in the hall downstairs had received the news. And Wright also knew the news of his daughter Nyan's tragic death, and almost fell to the ground with a mental breakdown. Wright seems to be crazy, the subordinate said to the 10 old men. What do you say? Sure enough, the previous prophecy has come true. The prophecy cannot be avoided. It will always come true. And it will come true in a more tragic form. The 10 old men frowned, but didn't care too much. They waved their hands and asked their subordinates to deal with Wright and Nasra's affairs. Chapter 156. Everything in the morning seemed to be stained with a layer of gray. Kurapika woke up to the sound of birds singing in the oak forest. He opened his eyes, and the killing last night seemed like a dream. But when he sat up, the blanket that had been wrapped tightly slipped off, and the cold wind blew. He finally woke up a lot. That was not a dream. The teacher and I defeated a group of gangsters on the Twin Bridges and took away the red eyes. The beasts were all killed by the teacher. He looked to the side. The bonfire had gone out, leaving a pool of gray and black embers. And there was a jar not far away, and the floating red eyes were soaked in the jar. Whose eyes would they be? The elders? The fathers? The mothers? Or Pyro's? It's impossible to tell. Kurapika stared into those eyes that were still terrified, and slowly exhaled. He had to be patient and calm. The teacher said last night, the hunt starting tonight will still be long. Don't let anger, ignorance, and arrogance release the beast in your heart. Use it and blend into the long night that is coming. Kurapika understood that this was meant for him. He recovered the first pair of red eyes, which was a good start. But there were still quite a few red eyes that were lost, and this hunt was destined to be long. He couldn't burn himself at all costs, which would be a betrayal to his clan members. The teacher was right. He should focus more on improving his strength now. Otherwise, in a battlefield like last night, what he could do would be limited. Kurapika picked up the jar containing the red eyes and lifted the suitcase beside him. He was no longer wearing kurta clothing, but a well-fitting black suit, which made him look like a young man carrying an urn to a funeral. There was a reason for this. Now that most of the gang members in the world were looking for them, the clothes they wore last night were not suitable. So the master and apprentice changed into black suits. The teacher's black crow hunter robe and his kurta clothing were placed in a suitcase, which was usually carried by Kurapika. At this time, he not only needed to carry the suitcase, but also the can containing the fiery red eyes. But he was willing to do it. It was hard to express his trust and gratitude to the teacher, and at present he could only repay the teacher by doing some small work. Kurapika did not see the teacher around. So he walked around the campfire, followed the sound of water splashing not far away, and walked less than 20 meters to a falling waterfall. The water flowed down, and it became fine raindrops in the air, gently caressing Kurapika's golden hair. The teacher is here indeed. Germain washed his face and stood on the muddy grass after the rain, looking at the waterfall, thinking. Teacher. Kurapika appeared behind Germain, holding a jar and a suitcase, like a waiter. Should we leave now? They moved to many places last night, walked a long distance, and finally stopped to rest in the oak forest at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thanks to such caution, no gang members of the 10 old men have come to the door so far. It is normal for the teacher to choose to leave immediately. No hurry. Germain turned and looked at him. Do daily practice first. The so-called daily practice for Kurapika is the practice of Chanju Fa Zhou Yin Ning and the application of the chain. There is no need to say much about Chanju Fa Zhou Yin Ning. As for the chain, it specifically refers to the ring finger soul chasing chain. Kurapika needs to practice until he can use it stably and continuously. Yes. Kurapika did not question the teacher's decision. He put the red-eye jar and the suitcase on the grass one by one and prepared to start practicing. Wait. Germain suddenly interrupted him. He looked over with confusion. Before that, I want to deepen your understanding of the capacity. Kurapika listened quietly. The words that the teacher said solemnly were all very important. He also benefited a lot from them. And the results of his practice along the way were also obtained in this way. Below the capacity, there are 3 more concepts, namely the maximum capacity, potential capacity, and manifest capacity. German took out a water bottle with a transparent body from the suitcase, and knocked on the body of the pot with his knuckles bent, making a clanging sound. You are this water bottle. How much water this water bottle can hold is the maximum capacity. Then, he twisted the lid of the water bottle, stretched the water bottle to the lake formed by the alluvial deposits of the waterfall, filled a large part of the water in the lake, and held it up to show Kurapika. However, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for all Nin users to keep their water bottles full all the time. The water stored in the water bottle is often not full. This is the potential capacity. Finally, German took the water bottle and shook it towards the lake, splashing out a pool of water. They fell down with a clatter, causing small ripples on the lake. Similarly, under normal circumstances, users of Nin are unable or unwilling to release all of their Nin at once, and each time they pour out water, it shows their Nin capacity. I'm telling you these concepts, and they're actually not difficult to understand. You have more or less understood them. The reason why I want to emphasize this is that the ability to read cannot be separated from the practice of the heart. The more thoroughly you understand the various concepts of the ability to read, the higher the upper limit of your ability to read will be. The heart source flow is to repeat the boring basic practice over and over again, with gratitude for the martial arts. And at a certain moment, you will have an epiphany and complete the practice of the heart. And we are the same, with different paths and the same destination. Hone yourself in actual combat. Judge and think at the limit of life and death. Abide by your bottom line and principles. Kill those who should be killed. And seek the understanding of thoughts. Through this, we can complete the training of the heart. We never rely on anger to overwhelm the opponent, but rely on careful calculation. If necessary, facing an opponent that we cannot defeat anyway, running away is no problem. The most important thing is to create conditions that are favorable to yourself. In fact, you now have the foundation for stable use of the ring finger soul chasing chain and other chains. You can actually do it. It's just that your understanding of the amount of energy is not enough, which leads to the poor flow of mental energy and hinders their formation. Kurapika listened to the teacher's instructions while thinking, and quite a lot of ideas emerged in his mind. I understand. Teacher. He nodded to the teacher, and then immediately began to practice, trying to catch those fleeting inspirations. At noon, Kurapika did not disappoint Germain's expectations, and even did better. His ring finger soul chasing chain became stable, and it naturally transitioned to the next stage of the middle finger chain training. The current middle finger chain is certainly not the narrow ability that only targets the phantom troop. While reducing the binding effect, it expands the attack range to more enemies. Kurapika has realized at this time that his enemies are far more than the phantom troop. It is not worth wasting his own mind ability on a gang. In the afternoon, the two of them left the oak forest and walked towards the mountains. A moment later, a figure quickly rushed into the shadow of the oak forest and stopped in front of the burnt bonfire. Shihyo looked down for a while, then looked in the direction where the master and apprentice were going away. Really cautious. He stroked his furry sideburns. I lost them several times last night. If it weren't for the resources given by Pariston, I almost went in the wrong direction. But where are they going? German can disappear for several months without showing up. There is a high possibility that there are 1 or 2 bases. Are you going back now? If you go back to the base, it's a good thing. If he has another purpose, should I keep following him? Hey. After all, the other party is not a good person. If you follow him like this, you will be discovered sooner or later. Or should I really listen to Pariston's advice and contact him directly? Immersed in the complicated and chaotic thoughts, Shio suddenly felt a needle-like coldness. He just wanted to jump onto the oak tree next to him, but found it was too late. Damn it. It came so quickly. When was I discovered? Shio sighed, slowly raised his hands, and did not touch the golden hoop at his waist. Then slowly turned around and faced the musket raised by Germain. German looked at Shio coldly. Shio observed German's expression and pursed his lips. His ability to read would have a great advantage in the case of preemptive strike. If he used it now, he might be able to escape danger, but he was not willing to gamble with his life. Last night, German said, you probably followed me for a while, and confirmed that the radius of my circle was only 30 meters. After that, I repeatedly revealed the circle in the battle with the Een beast. You carefully confirmed it many times, and were quite sure that it was not wrong. So, you bravely came to a height of 45 meters in radius, and observed the battle between me and the Een beast below. However, you did not expect that in a moment my circle suddenly reached 50 meters and shrank back. It turned out that I was exposed at that time. Shio had already reacted quickly and retreated. But Germain still noticed something was wrong. I thought he had just broken through, and there were so many people around, so he might not notice me. I didn't expect him to be so sensitive. He really shouldn't have a fluke mentality. Shio rolled his eyes, and then said calmly, don't worry. I'm not your enemy. I am Shio, the monkey of the Hunter Association, one of the 12 zodiac signs. I have heard a lot about the rumors about you being the fastest one-star hunter. President Netero also likes to praise your talent and ability. So I became interested in you. I accidentally saw you and the Een beast in conflict last night. I thought you might need help, so I followed you. Who knew you were alone? Shio. Germain interrupted him. Let's skip those roundabout links. I don't like troublesome temptations. I have been thinking. What happened last night was too coincidental. Who could be the mastermind behind it? So I have been waiting. Waiting for someone to come to me. And finally I waited for you. In fact, there is a simpler reason for his judgment. He has seen the future once. And he is very clear about one fact. Shio is from Pariston. And Pariston is from Byangda, the son of Netero. Byangda is plotting to return to the Dark Continent. Shio was stunned. And then he laughed hoarsely. There is really no way. The other party's judgment does not actually require any evidence. And his next answer will determine the relationship between the two parties in the future. Then let's get straight to the point. Shio lowered his hands. Don't point your weapon at me, Germain. Strictly speaking, I am your partner. Chapter 157. The oak forest was a bit hot and stuffy in the afternoon. A group of elk nearby came to the lake to drink water. From time to time, they looked up and looked around, and their little ears twitched a few times. The conversation between Germain and Shio continued. Germain, how much do you know about President Netero? Shio put his hands on his hips and carefully observed Germain's expression. Do you know that he has a son named Byangda? Germain's expression remained almost unchanged, and the musket in his hand dropped. Shio's words were a good start. At least he pointed out Byangda and didn't mean to beat around the bush. It seems you know. Shio nodded. That's normal. Although President Netero's information is top secret. Byangda was also very famous more than 50 years ago. Byangda left many legends, and newspapers have reported on him several times. From then until now, he has been regarded as one of the top hunters in the 6 continents. Since you know Byangda, then you probably also know the Dark Continent related to him. Right? Germain neither denied nor confirmed. Seeing that he could not find out anything, Shio shook his head and planned to be sincere. I will assume that you know about the Dark Continent. so that I won't have to spend a lot of time explaining. In short, more than 300 years ago, there was a madman named Don Foolish who wrote a book called Journey to the New World, also known as Journey to the New Continent, which describes in detail what he saw and heard in the Dark Continent. This beginning has a sense of the crazy Arab poet Abdullah al-Hasid writing the famous Book of the Dead on parchment. Shio continued. By the way, Dong Foolishi is the ancestor of that pig Jean Foolishi. Whether it is the New World or the New Continent, it refers to the Dark Continent. It mentions many strange and indistinguishable terrains and creatures, which for a period of time were only considered to be the imagination of crazy people. So it was placed on the science fiction, magic, and fantasy bookshelves, and was not taken seriously. However, V5, who really studied ancient history, soon realized that the authenticity of the content of this book was far beyond imagination. So they quickly recalled most of the New World Chronicles on the market. Their ancient history researchers soon found the 5 most coveted hopes in the book, each of which was enough to bring about a huge change in the world. Before that, V5 had sent countless batches of expeditions to explore the Dark Continent aimlessly, and all the teams were destroyed there, and no members returned. So, V5 signed a treaty that prohibited them from going to the Dark Continent openly, and the appearance of New World Chronicle rekindled their hope. The 5 major countries successively sent different teams to conduct secret attempts on the 5 hopes. Thanks to the existence of New World Chronicle, the initial journey was smooth, and the casualties were not heavy until they arrived at the 5 hopes. Where there is hope, there must be disasters. The more than 1,000-member investigation team of the United Nations in Berg Rose entered the mountains to look for the uninhabited stone, and then encountered the human cultivating beast Pap, and only 7 people survived. A small special forces unit of the Suharto United States entered the ancient Maize City to explore the herb that can cure all diseases, and then encountered the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, and only 2 people survived. The expedition team of the Akama Federation tried to find the longevity food Nitalami in the swamp, but unfortunately encountered the 2-tailed snake Hell Bell. As a result, 11 people survived. The Mingbo Republic cooperated with the Hunter Association to explore the 3 sources water. Then they came into contact with the mist-like creature AI, and only 3 people returned. President Netero also explored the Dark Continent with his companions, but because they acted privately, they did not leave any written records. But this was enough to make him understand the horror of the Dark Continent. He believed that the failure of the first 4 operations against the 5 Great Hopes had proved that mankind was not yet strong enough to challenge the Dark Continent, and each failure would bring back disasters that were enough to destroy the world. President Netero used his own experience to warn future generations not to set foot in the Dark Continent easily. Dark Continent. But this had the opposite effect, and instead made his son Byangda interested in the Dark Continent. And many people in the Hunter Association were also ready to make a move. So, more than 50 years ago, Byangda gathered these ambitious hunters and, with the help of the Kakandu Kingdom's funding, went to find the alchemical plant Melion. This was also the last recorded expedition to the Dark Continent in history. The Byangda expedition team actually obtained the alchemical plant Melion, but was infected by the immortal disease Zobai on the way back. In the end, only 6 people from the Byangda expedition team returned, one of whom was still an empty shell infested with the immortal disease Zobai. And the alchemical plant Melion also withered halfway. All human efforts can be called a complete failure. So far, the only survivors who are still alive according to public records are President Netero, Byangda and others. If private records are included, there will be no more than 10 people at most. With such casualties, President Netero urged V5 to give up sending teams to the Dark Continent, and also said exploring the Dark Continent as a taboo for the Hunter Association, but this is undoubtedly a cowardly approach. If humans don't really set foot on the Dark Continent, they will never find a way to solve the 5 disasters and regain the 5 hopes. About a dozen years ago, Byangda adhered to this idea and began to gather resources and talents to prepare for the second trip to the Dark Continent. I joined them during this period. Shio stopped here, raised his hands, and adjusted the slightly crooked golden hoop on his forehead, which made him quite uncomfortable. Although what he said was confidential, there were many people in the 6 continents who knew about it, and it basically did not affect the formation of Byangda's team. The most important thing was that he naturally took out the rep Palestine, which was his real backup. Even if Germain really turned around and told President Netero or V5 about the matter, Palestine would be able to detect it and react immediately. However, Shio never dreamed that Germain not only knew all this a long time ago, but also knew his undercover identity in the Hunter Association's 12 branches, and also knew Palestin's inclinations. So, Germain made the fire gun disappear, with his hands in his suit pockets. "You want to invite me to join your secret team?" Shio nodded and said, "You don't need to hide it. We already know your secret. You have been to the Dark Continent at least once. Right?" The breeze gently blew past, lifting Germain's messy black hair, but his eyes were still deep and solid. "Standing still. Can you keep calm even with this?" Shio gritted his teeth, calmed down, and continued to tell the whole story. Strictly speaking, the 6 continents and the Dark Continent are not 2 separate pieces. They are connected in the ocean. Therefore, from time to time, creatures from the Dark Continent drift to the 6 continents. This is not uncommon. V5 and the Dark World have to deal with these invasive alien species in secret every month. Germain blinked and suddenly asked, "For example, Chimera Ant?" Shio paused, raised his head, and stared at Germain for a while. Then he said, "For example, the Chimera Ant, also known as the Chimera Ant, has appeared in the 6 continents more than once. There are many records about them in history, so humans are quite clear about their feeding and mating habits, the composition of the Queen Ant and the Ant Army, and the birth of the Ant King and the guards. In short, it is not a very strange thing for the corpses of the magic beasts from the Dark Continent to circulate in the Dark World. It's just that in the past 6 months, the number of strange magic beast corpses circulating has increased, and a small half of them match the magic beasts recorded in the New World Chronicle. This is not the number that can be obtained when dealing with alien invasive species. It is likely that someone has been to the Dark Continent once. Although this idea is incredible, we did not let it go. After we found this, we started investigating. As long as there is a transaction, no matter how hidden it is, there will be records. In short, in mid-March, 2 names gradually surfaced: Biscuit and Shooty. We judged that they were not the leaders, so we continued to investigate. We also tried to follow them, but they got rid of them in the end. But they have a large number of Warcraft corpses from the Dark Continent. This is definitely true. The funny thing is that most of the buyers only regard them as rare Warcraft in the 6 continents. Only we know their true value. So we started to collect these corpses. After another period of investigation, you became a 1-star hunter in mid-April and entered our field of vision. Then we found many connections between you, Biscuit and Shooty, after you committed the promised Ruby case and declared yourself a member of the Phantom Troop. Someone witnessed you and Biscuit appearing in a nearby town. One of the assassins sent by the Dark World to assassinate you at that time had searched for information about Basiji on the Dark Web before being killed by you, which further proves this point. Afterwards, you took the professional hunter exam, using the name of Basiji, and were personally received by her disciple Yungu. When did Basiji favor someone so much? Xiao Di and you are both from Meteor Street, and both appeared near Yukexan City during the Yukexan hunting of Een beasts. All kinds of clues are intertwined, and although there is no definite key evidence, you have become our main suspect. However, after the hijacking incident, you, Basiji, and Xiao Di disappeared for 2 months. So we could only turn to your companion at the time, Kurapika. Through the analysis of his clothes, we determined that he had a great connection with the Garuda tribe. So we released the information about the 5 pairs of red eyes, and waited, and saw what would happen. It wasn't until last night that you finally showed up. German. Shio smiled at him. Cooperate with us, and then tell us how you bypassed V5 and successfully traveled back and forth to the Dark Continent. If I'm not mistaken, your goal should be the same as ours, and we can definitely benefit from each other. Chapter 158. Crouching in a dark, mossy tree hole. Kurapika waited for a long time, and finally heard footsteps, followed by a familiar voice. Kurapika, come out. It's me. The teacher finally came back. No. Why is it so fast this time? Kurapika suppressed his confusion, picked up the red-eye jar and the suitcase, and got out of the oval hole like a dried beetle nut. And the green world outside was in full view. He first saw the teacher's figure, and then saw the stranger standing behind the teacher, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This person is called Shio. Germain straightened his messy suit collar and introduced. For the next period of time, we will temporarily travel with him. Kurapika pursed his lips, his heart full of questions. Not long ago, He was placed in a tree hole by the teacher, saying that someone was following him. He followed the order wisely, and used Zetsu to hide in the tree hole. The teacher quietly returned along the original route. Kurapika thought it would be another big battle, but he didn't expect the teacher to bring this person back. Shio seemed to see Kurapika's distrust, smiled, took out a piece of paper from his arms, and handed it to Kurapika. This is the information we collected about the location of the red eyes. A total of 4 pairs. You must need it very much. This is our sincerity. Kurapika's eyes widened and his lips trembled when he heard it. But he didn't take it immediately, but looked at Germain. Take it. Germain nodded. So, Kurapika stretched out his slightly trembling hands and took the paper. It really recorded 4 names, occupations, and locations. He gently read out the occupations of the 4 names recorded on the paper: lawyer, musician, investor, pastor. Hee hee. Kurapika sneered at the end, as if he was extremely disappointed with human nature, turned to look at Shio, and bowed slightly. You're welcome. Shio waved his hand. Anyway, we are a cooperative relationship. We are not a cooperative relationship yet, Germain emphasized on the side, and also reminded Kurapika. I just promised you to go to the Kaken Empire. Yes. Shio smiled and nodded. German did not agree to cooperate with Bayongda for 3 reasons. First, most Chinese people would find it difficult to accept working under a man named Bayongda. This homophony is not Bayongda's fault, but it is difficult to accept. This world is Chinese. I wonder if there are people like German who think of that dirty curse after hearing the pronunciation of Bayongda. Second, once the cooperation begins, Bayongda will most likely occupy an absolute dominant position. Even if German can replace Palestine as the second person, he will always be under the command of Bayongda. He doesn't want to lose the dominant position. At least not now. Thirdly, Netero and Bayongda, the father and son, actually represent 2 modes of exploring the Dark Continent. The elite team mode led by Netero, the large group sweep mode led by Bayongda. It can be said that this is not only a dispute between father and son, but also a dispute between 2 concepts. And German is currently inclined to Netero's elite team mode, Bayongda's large group sweep mode. To put it bluntly, is to use human lives to open the way, to test, and find a way to solve the 5 disasters. To be honest, this is a feasible plan, but it will kill a lot of people. Germain's cold-bloodedness is directed at the enemy, not a group of people who have no ill will towards him. This is why Netero strongly opposed Bayongda's return to the Dark Continent, and even planted shackles on his own son at the cost of Netero's own life. That is a shackle that even the mind remover cannot remove. And this shackle may be the cause of the future chimera and invasion. However, even if he does not agree with Bayongda's methods, Germain still intends to contact him. Bayongda should have quite a lot of information about the Dark Continent, so even if they have different ideas, they can still communicate. At this time, Germain continued to say to Kurapika, you are already on the wanted list of the gang, so give up the search for the red eyes for the time being and go to the Kaken Empire with me. Kurapika glanced at Shio obscurely, nodded and agreed. I understand, teacher. Shio put his hands on his waist, looked at the master and apprentice, and then smiled and said, that's good. Everyone is happy. So, their destination was adjusted to the Kaken Empire, and there was one more person in the team. In the following period of time, they began to cross the current Eurubian continent, which is the continent where the city of Uxin is located. This time, they did not take any airships, trains, or buses, and walked most of the time. When Germain was instructing Kurapika in his training, Shio had already told him the reason for doing so. This time you have completely pissed off the 10 old men. Most of the gangs in the Dark World have become active, blocking the entrances and exits of almost all transportation places. Not only that, they have already contacted the Zoldyck family, hoping to ask Mr. Gino and Mr. Silva to take action and get back your heads, Shio said while observing the master and apprentice. As a result, Germain remained calm, and Kurapika practiced with his eyes closed. His mind energy only fluctuated at the beginning, and then returned to normal. What a terrible master and disciple. I can already foresee the birth of another Germain in the future. Shio was secretly shocked and continued to speak. The Phantom Troop also arrived in the Twin Cities on the afternoon of the day after the pursuit of the Twin Bridges. The resources of the 10 old men were fully invested in them. Their method of searching for your traces is simpler and more crude. According to my informant, one of their women is likely to have the ability to search memories. They directly find anyone who may have had contact with you and conduct detection. As for how much the Phantom Troop knows about our whereabouts now, it is unclear. In view of this situation, I have a suggestion. Why not kill all the people we meet on the road and bury them temporarily to block their pursuit? How about it? Shihyo said, a bloody plan that was completely inconsistent with the identity of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. Okay. Germain nodded, turned to look at Shihyo. Then let's start with you. Hey. Shihyo raised his hands as if surrendering. Are we companions? Even if it's temporary, it's still a companion. Besides, you need me on the way to the Kajin Empire, right? I don't think so. German shook his head. You have probably contacted Bayonda at least once. And he knows I'm going to the Kajin Empire. In this way, even if you die, after I arrive in the Kajin Empire, Bayonda's people will contact me as soon as possible. In short, it shouldn't affect the meeting. What a sharp guy. Shihyo gritted his teeth and had to force a smile. Haha. I'm just joking. We are all companions. Let's continue the journey well. Chapter 159. August 7th, 1998. The journey across the Eurubian continent took more than a month. Under the guidance of Shihyo, Germain and Kurapika finally arrived at the agreed port town. The fishy smell of the port town came from afar. Carts loaded with sea fish sprinkled with ice cubes and ice chips passed by Germain and Kurapika. Shihyo told the two to wait nearby, and he left quickly. The fish market was bustling with people, all busy with their own business, shouting as if competing with each other to attract more customers. Germain thought about it, calmly picked up his phone, sent a message to the stagecoach group, reported that he was safe, then thought about it, and sent another message to another person. I don't know what effect these two messages will have in the future. Kurapika stood beside him, holding a suitcase in his hand. Half a month ago, he still carried the red-eye container, wrapped it with layers of thick cloth, and held it in his hand like a birdcage. However, considering the long journey, it was inconvenient to carry the red-eye, so Germain helped Kurapika deposit it in a branch of the Hunter Association. Yuan-gu and Ji will first take the red-eye from the Hunter Association branch and return it to the mansion base. After that, the master and apprentice will leave the mansion base and start traveling. If German is not wrong, their destination is likely to be the Sky Arena, where Ji will start a new round of training. Ji's current progress in the practice of ninability has become much faster than the original timeline under the encouragement of Kurapika, and it is likely that he will reach the 200th floor faster. And Kurapika is even less likely to forget to practice. As long as he is in a safe place, Kurapika will start training, even in the streets now. In this environment, he has his own way of training. Under the guidance of Germain, Kurapika has progressed to the point of honing the Chanjuelian Fajilin Ning Yuan Jinlu hard, the ring finger soul chasing chain, the middle finger chain, and the thumb chain. He can stably materialize the chain and wrap it around his hand. To outsiders, it looks like a real chain. Such disguise is actually a good thing for Kurapika. Sometimes it will increase the cost for the enemy to judge his mind ability system. However, Kurapika certainly will not use the ability of the chain in public. He uses the circle to detect the surroundings more, and uses the flow to guide the mind energy in his body. Doing basic training, the teacher often said that this is a necessary practice, and they should be trained to be as instinctive as blinking and breathing, so that they can be one step ahead of others before the battle. Kurapika deeply agrees. He is not very skilled yet, but he will be able to do what the teacher requires sooner or later. After a while, Shihyo, who had been away for a quarter of an hour, came back. Let's go. I checked over there. There's no problem. Everything is ready over there. We can set off when we get there. So, Germain and Kurapika followed Shihyo through narrow alleys, walked into secluded corners, and finally came to a desolate seaside. Not far away there was an old port, surrounded by weeds, vines, and garbage everywhere. A group of people in casual clothes were scattered in the old port, originally staring at all directions vigilantly. But when German and his group appeared, they all focused on them. Their hands were all in their pockets, most likely carrying pistols, German judged. Behind them, a small rusty cargo ship was docked on the shore, loaded with many wooden boxes. and the flag of the Kajin Empire was flying on the mast. "This is an abandoned port," Shio explained. "The people who picked us up loaded the goods and deliberately came here to wait for us to board the ship." German nodded and observed the group of people who came to greet them. It was said that they were members of one of the three major gangs in the Kajin Empire. During this period of time, as long as the transportation field that the 10 old men can be involved in is guarded by their members. In order to save trouble, Shio asked the gang members of the Kajin Empire for help. Shio knows quite a few people in this regard. Or in other words, the resources of Bayonda or Palestine are very useful. German and his party quickly boarded the cargo ship smoothly under the watchful eyes of a group of gang members. Shio greeted the captain. And then the captain gave orders to let all the gang members get on board. After a while, the cargo ship slowly sailed away from the abandoned port. Germain and Kurapika were in one room, and Shio was in the next room. They would spend a week on the ship, waiting for the cargo ship to cross the ocean diagonally and arrive at the Kaken Empire. The initial voyage was indeed not very comfortable. Kurapika vomited several times. But then, he gradually felt nothing, and felt like walking on flat ground when walking on the deck. The cargo ship did not move forward non-stop, but would stop at a nearby island for a period of time every day. These are fixed routes, so there are often people on the islands, and they can also replenish fuel, food, and occasionally purchase some rare goods. On the first night of the voyage, Shio revealed to Germain and Kurapika the gang forces to which the cargo ship belonged. Now the gang territories of the 6 continents are in chaos, and it is still the credit of you two. Of course, it is also a problem that the 10 old men cannot suppress those ambitious people. The internal strife has not been settled, and the external forces are also expanding wildly. The 3 major gang families in the Kajin Empire, the Shiowu family, the Ayi family, and the Jiaxia family have extended their hands outside the Kajin Empire, and have had many conflicts with the 10 old men. However, how much territory the 3 major gangs in Kajin can really take over depends on their own abilities. Which family is sending us to the Kajin Empire now? Germain became a little interested. He sat on the chair and did not stop flipping through the book. Of course, it's the Shua family. Shio paused and explained. Among the 3 major gangs of Kaken, only they are relatively easy to cooperate with. As for the Kasha family, many members of this family admire the style of the Phantom Troop. If you were still a member of the Phantom Troop, you could get in touch with them. But it's definitely not possible now. Hearing this, Kurapika, who was originally looking at the scenery outside the window, couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. He also knew about the grudge between the teacher and the Phantom Troop, so he was not surprised about this. What surprised him was that the Jiaxia family actually admired and hated the Phantom Troop. The last one is the Ayi family. Shio scratched his ear with his little finger and crossed his legs in a relaxed manner. They are simply a group of lunatics, and they have almost no bottom line in doing things. If we cooperate with the Ayi family, it is possible that they will suddenly attack us halfway. That is not a problem that can be solved by money. They just have such a hobby. The leaders of the 3 major gangs in Kajin are all second-tier people. That is, illegitimate children of the royal family of the Kajin Empire. They will have 2 scars on their faces with a razor blade as a mark when they are born. And behind them are the 3 princes of the royal family of the Kajin Empire. It is precisely because of the close relationship between the 3 major Kajin gangs and the royal family of the Kajin Empire that they have grown to their current size. In summary, the only family we can cooperate with at present is the Shiowu family. Ah, it's already this time. Shio looked up at the wall clock, stood up from the sofa, and stretched his muscles. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. This week may be a bit boring, but we can only make do with it. After arriving at the Kajin Empire, it will be much better. He touched the golden hoop on his head and went back to his room slowly. Chapter 160. As the rusty cargo ship slowly approached the shore, the long week-long sea voyage finally came to an end. Although Germain, Kurapika, and Sayu occasionally found some interesting things to do on the ship, such as fishing or walking on the small islands they passed by, nothing was more reassuring than stepping on the mainland. The continent where the Kajin Empire is located is called the Asian continent, and it is exactly on the diagonal across the sea from the European continent, where the city of Yuxin is located. This place is quite wonderful, maintaining the historical flavor of the ancient kingdom that was the predecessor of the empire, and having a modern novelty after the rapid development of economy and technology. After Shio had a brief chat with the members of the Shiowu family, he left with Germain and Kurapika, and took a taxi to the train station. It seems that since Byanga was hiding in the Kaken Empire, Shio has come here quite often and is familiar with the road conditions and landmark buildings. The reason why Byanga is here is also very simple. The royal family of the Kaken Empire is the biggest sponsor of his next Dark Continent expedition. The Kaken Empire has made remarkable achievements in various fields. It has risen so rapidly that it is possible to be compared with the major countries of E5. Even the argument of E6 has been repeatedly mentioned in newspapers in recent years. No matter who spread this rumor, the current strength of the Kajin Empire is not false, and should not be underestimated. Shio booked a train compartment, which was quite spacious and bright. There were 4 beds by the window. The 3 of them each chose a bed, and put down their luggage. The train started rumbling, with a slight bump. A day and a night of train travel. Shio lay down on the white sheets carelessly. Then someone will come to pick us up. And then we can see Byanga. Great. This journey is finally over. After my duties as a guide are over, I will go around the Kaken Empire and take a break for a while. He folded his hands behind his head, looking quite relaxed. This was not the first time Kurapika had heard the name Byanga. He didn't know much about it, but he only knew that the teacher came to the Kaken Empire to meet Byanga. Kurapika didn't know anything else. Since the teacher didn't say it, he didn't get to the bottom of it. However, Kurapika more or less guessed that it was probably the same as when he was at the mansion base. Teacher, Bisji, Shuti, Yangu, Menchi, Buhara, Sambika have been hiding something. And that is probably the secret that the teacher hopes he can help with. Kurapika believes that the reason why the teacher did not tell him the truth is probably because his strength is not enough. And even if he knows it, it will be meaningless. And it may be exposed. After all, the total number of nin users in the 6 continents is not large. But it is enough to produce all kinds of strange nin abilities. The teacher said that there is a person named Paknota in the Phantom Troop who has the ability to read memories. And Kurapika should be careful. Sometimes, even if you don't want to reveal information, you will reveal everything in disguise when facing some special nin users. Kurapika thought about it, and suddenly thought of the nin system. He felt that if he could identify the other party's system as soon as possible, he might be able to prevent the other party's ability from taking effect. So, he sat on the bed and asked Germain, who was standing by the window and enjoying the breeze. Teacher, I have a question. Actually, you can ask me. Shio lay on his bed, eating a green apple, and said to Kurapika with a smile, It's enough for me to guide you. Kurapika just glanced at Shio, but ignored him, and continued to look in the direction of the teacher. Shio curled his lips. Germain paused by the window, then turned around. He had changed into a hunter's black robe, a tricorn hat, and took off his mask, revealing his handsome face. What's the problem? I heard from Biscuit. Shio interrupted again, emphasizing it was Granny Biscuit. Indeed? Germain thought for a moment and nodded. It was Granny Biscuit. Teacher, Biscuit will kill you when she finds out. Kurapika supported his forehead and continued. I'm not asking about Biscuit's title. I'm asking about the system identification method. She said that someone mentioned that the personality can be used to identify the nin ability system. Ah, that one. Germain pointed to himself and said, That one is me. Besides, I also heard it from others. However, you don't need to care too much about this method. It is actually empiricism, similar to the relationship between zodiac signs and personality, which is not very meaningful. It will give a long paragraph of personality summary words, and you can at least find 1 or 2 that match your own. And once you find more, you will believe in it more and more. My point of view is the same as Biscuit. It is meaningless in actual combat. If you don't make rational judgments based on facts, you will die in this theory. Kurapika listened and realized the seriousness of the matter. So he nodded. I understand. Teacher, I will sort out the differences and connections between the 6 major mind ability systems, instead of judging mechanically through personality. Shio became interested. He sat up, threw the apple core into the trash can, and smiled. If I hide well, and my mind ability is still the kind of first sight killing, not giving you too much time to judge, what will you do? Kurapika listened and frowned. Shio turned to Germain with a smile. As his teacher, don't you answer this question? My suggestion is to keep a safe distance. Germain closed the car window, blocked the wind outside, turned around, then continued to observe, think and judge. What if I approach you deliberately? Shio got up from the bed and walked towards Germain. Germain looked at Shio from head to toe and said, if you approach me, it proves that you are confident in your own strength and speed. Because for you, even if you are new to the ability of killing, it is still a big risk to actively approach me. This distance is enough for me to seriously injure or kill you. You are confident that you can avoid my attack at this distance. So you approach me. In addition, I noticed that you carry a metal stick with you. That metal stick is too short and seems too strange to be used as a hidden weapon. But your name, shape, and this stick remind me of the myth of Sun Wukong. Since this world has the Dragon Ball comics, then there is naturally the prototype of Sun Wukong. The Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. The golden hoop can freely grow, shrink, lengthen, and shorten. With such a telepathic ability, plus the confidence in your own strength and speed, I think you are a transformation type. In addition, what made German make such a judgment was because of another telepathic ability of Journey to the West. He can summon the monkeys of Don't See, Don't Hear, and Don't Speak, a total of 3 mind beasts, which can take away people's 3 senses. This is actually a bit similar to Miss Cookie, the magic beautician of Biscuit of the Transformation Department, both of which are mind beasts with special abilities. At the same time, because it is closer to the strengthening department, it is not surprising that Shio is confident that he can avoid the close-range attack of German of the Materialization Department. Of course, the mind beasts of the Materialization Department and the Attribute Department also have special abilities, but they were finally excluded by German, because the most important thing is that Journey to the West is based on Sun Wukong. So the old thief should not be unaware of the 72 transformations. He must have referred to this when creating the character, which is not something that Journey to the West can control. Journey to the West froze immediately when he was walking over. His face changed, and then he touched his head. Haha. Is it a transformation type? This kind of thing is hard to say. Germain shrugged his shoulders and did not ask any more questions. The teacher guessed right. Kurapika glanced at it and smiled and thought to himself. Chapter 161. The train was running on the winding track, and the chimneys spewed out thick white smoke, which made the surrounding mountains seem to be shrouded in clouds and mist in an instant, which looked quite spectacular. Kurapika leaned his shoulder against the window and could look down at the town hidden in the lush forest below the cliff. Not long ago, Germain, Kurapika and Shio had lunch, and the train happened to stop at a nearby town station. After a while, the train started again, left the town, and then drove into the mountains. I'm going to walk around the corridor and get some fresh air. Shio said hello, and walked out of the compartment with his hands in his pockets, a little hunched. The box is neither big nor small, but staying here for more than 20 hours is a good way to hone your mind. But it is torture. After leaving Shio, Germain began today's basic training of Chan Ju Lian Fa Zhou Yin Ning Yuan Jian Lu hard. Since Biscuit warned him to focus on basic training, he has not interrupted this training except for the 3 days when he was seriously injured and unconscious. Like master, like disciple, Kurapika also insists on this. But he has one more lesson, which is to stabilize the ability of the chain. You can try to control the red eyes, but you can't use absolute time. That is a mind ability that can only be used in desperate situations. This is what the teacher warned him. Kurapika kept in mind, left the window, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to practice. After practicing for less than 10 minutes, Germain suddenly opened his eyes and broke away from the feeling of concentration, because he noticed something strange. Even in practice, he still kept alert to the surroundings. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor, and then Shio opened the door with a bang, rushed in quickly, and closed the door again. Germain? Shio looked serious. Something is wrong outside. Kurapika couldn't concentrate when he heard this, so he simply interrupted today's practice and looked over. German blinked, got off the bed, and asked, "What do you mean?" Shio told him what he saw and heard. "I just went to the front of the car and saw a group of people who looked strange, with dull eyes and stiff movements. They were searching room by room. I suspect they were hit by the operating system of telepathy." Operating system. German thought for a moment and asked, "Are they definitely coming for us?" "Not sure." Shio shook his head. but I think there is a high probability that they are. I didn't get too close, but I could detect a few malicious criminals in the direction of the front of the car. That level of telepathy is not common even among telepaths. Considering various possibilities, I think they are. Bang Shio was interrupted by a dull bang before he finished speaking. Germain and Shio looked at the gray wall together. From the other side of the wall, a distance away, the sound came again, like thunder. Kurapika got off the bed cautiously and stood beside Germain. This ferocious murderous aura that is not concealed towards us. This straightforward style of action. Germain came to the conclusion. Kurapika, they are coming. The muffled sound was getting closer and closer. And it was not far away at this time. And it became clearer and clearer. Kurapika heard it clearly. It was the sound of the wall being broken casually. And it seemed to have reached the next box at this time. He could even hear screams of fear and sneering conversations. He actually had a premonition. But the teacher's words made him more confident in his intuition. And the next moment, the intuition became a reality. Bang! A thunder-like sound exploded in his ears. And the wall cracked and shattered in an instant. In the flying bricks and dust, two figures walked out first. The tall man had long and messy hair. After seeing the people in the room, his eyes shot out fierce light, and his mouth opened wide, revealing 2 rows of teeth like a beast. He encouraged his strong arms that were strong enough to pierce the wall at will, and laughed, ha ha ha. I said it a long time ago. Using this method to find people is the easiest. Of course I know. Next to the strong and tall man was a thin man with a long bun and a samurai's sword on his waist. He curled his lips and stared at Germain with very cold eyes. Although they have nowhere to escape on a high-speed train. However, I wanted to find them secretly and cut them first to weaken their combat power. But now that things have come to this, forget it. Just find them. This is Yujin and Nobunaga from the Phantom Troop, Germain said to Kurapika next to him. What? Nobunaga frowned. This tone is like introducing an acquaintance. And this damn brat. He has been staring at us since just now. Do you want to be the first to die? Nobunaga's last sentence was directed at Kurapika, who was full of murderous intent. Germain reached out and grabbed Kurapika's arm, and whispered, calm down. Kurapika was stunned. Some past memories flashed through his mind. And now, he also remembered the teacher's reminders several times before and after. So he took a few deep breaths and calmed down. However, the enemies who attacked were obviously not just Yujin and Nobunaga. 2 more figures walked out of the hole. The man in front showed a smooth forehead, with a cross mark on his forehead. He was wearing a coat, and always had a confident smile on his face. This was Kuroro, the leader of the Phantom Troop. The man behind him had a head of smooth black hair that fell to his waist. His eyes were dark to a weird degree, and there was no expression on his pale face. This is Illumi, the eldest son of Zoldyck family. Apart from him, no one else was seen. Hey, Germain. Illumi with long black hair raised his right hand, said hello, blinked his eyes, and explained why he was here. I didn't want to get involved in your feud, but Kuroro gave too much. In addition, since Hisoka also counted me as a target, I can't be completely indifferent. So, I temporarily joined the Phantom Troop and am now the 4th member. Actually, I have something to talk to you about. You probably said something strange to Killua. Right? He has been away from home for half a year. Is he with you? Germain spread his hands. I don't remember saying anything strange. And Killua is not with me. Illumi stared at Germain for a while, then said, well, forget it. There will always be a way to make you tell the truth. Finally, Kuroro spoke. Finally found you and your companions. We spent a lot of effort and resources to stop you here. He smiled. Are there only 3 of you? Isn't it too little? The screams from the next box faded away, and the scene finally became much quieter. At this time, Shio turned sideways, covered his mouth with one hand, and whispered to Germain, for people from the Phantom Troop have come. I think you are doomed this time. Tell me, is it too late for me to cut off my relationship with you now? Chapter 162. Germain ignored Shio's jokes at this time. He was fully focused and alert, ready to deal with attacks from any direction, including Shio's backstab. Even now, he couldn't completely trust Shio. Shio curled his lips, but didn't give up on Germain and Kurapika immediately. He planned to wait and see. However, the next moment, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse for Germain's side. From behind them, That is, the rear of the train in the direction of travel. A series of explosions were heard. Bang, bang, bang. And the carriages also shook several times. Explosion? German didn't look back. Still cautiously confronting the 4 people in front of him. Ilmi pointed at himself, and then pointed at the rear of the car. I replaced Hisoka's number 4. Crawlo found a bomb maniac from somewhere. And 2 followers. To replace your number 8. This is a temporary replenishment of manpower. We made an appointment. I manipulated multiple people, starting from the front of the car, and searched for you one by one. Of course, Wajin used a faster method. The 3 crazy people started from the back. However, it seems that they also used a more convenient method. Maybe they are not looking for you, but maybe they are looking for fun. Bomb maniac? The person who was recruited by Kuroro to join the Phantom Troop is naturally not an ordinary person. He must be a murderous nin user who meets the characteristics of Bomb and Trio. After Ilmi said this, Germain had an impression. However, he was not sure yet. Because at this time, that person should theoretically still be lurking on Greed Island, pretending to be a good person. Of course, it should not be difficult for that person to leave Greed Island and return to the real world. As long as Kuroro's offer is generous enough, that person wouldn't mind making some extra money outside Greed Island and then returning to his job. Hey! Nobunaga interrupted Ilmi rudely at this time. You said a little too much? Ah! Ilmi seemed to have just reacted and covered his mouth. It seems that I said a little too much. German. Just pretend you didn't hear me. German made a gesture that it was all right. Ilmi nodded with relief. Turned around and said to Nobunaga, "Is this okay?" Nobunaga looked at this bizarre scene. His face turned cold. But he didn't say much. Originally, they were only cooperating with Ilmi temporarily, and they could kick this annoying guy out after the job was done. Wajin couldn't hold back and bumped his fists together, saying fiercely, "I think there's no need for so much nonsense. Let's do it." He took a step forward, suddenly paused, and stopped there again. The next moment, everyone in the box who felt something strange looked towards the door, and the door was gently pushed open with a creak. A man with long hair burning like fire, thick white powder on his face, and stars and water drop marks painted on it, smiled sweetly, then leaned against the door and looked inside. I said, "There are 3 crazy people in the back. They tied up everyone in a carriage, acted as human bombs, and blew the whole carriage into a bloody mess. They look so scary. They scared me. Can I hide here for a while? Or am I disturbing you?" Shisu, wearing a circus costume, appeared so openly. Hisoka. Wajin was surprised and gritted his teeth. "You are here too. It's just right. I will deal with you all today." Although Nobunaga did not speak, his long sword was slightly unsheathed, indicating his position. Hisoka couldn't help but let out an intriguing groan. The smell of hatred. It's so great. He reached into his mouth, took out a playing card, and glanced at everyone with curved eyebrows. "German, I have to thank you for inviting me here. Today is indeed a grand ball. Kuroro, Ilmi, German, the 3 people I want to kill the most are here now." Hisoka put his hands on his hips, pointed his crotch in the direction of the person whose name he read in the box, and turned around. It seemed that he had entered a state that made him extremely high. Before sailing on the cargo ship, Germain sent a text message to Hisoka. The content was simple, mentioning that the Phantom Troop was likely tracking him and his companions, and that Crawlo would most likely appear in the Kaken Empire, asking Hisoka if he had time to intervene. Before this, Hisoka had been hunting members of the Phantom Troop, with the sole purpose of breaking the spider's legs and fighting Crawlo one-on-one again. It was just that in the past 2 months, the Phantom Troop had gathered together, and Hisoka had lost the opportunity to kill the lone members. At the same time, he learned that Illumi had joined the Phantom Troop and formed a temporary alliance with Kuroro. Hisoka pursued victory in the limit, not meaningless death. When Kuroro and Illumi cooperated, and there were so many obstacles around him, he knew that he could only endure. And when Germain's text message came, Hisoka also realized that this was the best opportunity in recent months. With Germain and Germain's companions to hold him back, he could have a one-on-one fight with Kuroro again. So, Hisoka readily agreed and took the airship to reach the Kaken Empire faster than Germain, Kurapika and Shio, and even took the train at the same time as them. This is how the current scene came about. Hisoka's sudden intrusion into the battle, full of interest, must have disrupted Kuroro's original plan. But he quickly made adjustments. Wajin, Nobunaga, you deal with Germain. Kuroro materialized an open book in his right hand. Rustling. Illumi, you should be able to contain Shihoshio. Right? He made such an allocation based on the actual situation on the scene. The combined combat of Yujin and Nobunaga is the result of countless bloody battles. It is theoretically no problem for them to deal with German. And it also satisfies the revenge desire of Yujin and Nobunaga. And Kuroro is also very clear about Illumi's character. Without absolute certainty, Illumi will not really take action. At most, he will fish in troubled waters on the side. At the same time, Kuroro has already recognized German's companion at this time, Shinhoshio. After all, the 12 branches of the Hunter Association are still very famous. He keenly noticed that although Shio stood beside Germain, his attitude was ambiguous, and he was also watching. It was very likely that he was another person with the temperament of Illumi. Illumi to deal with Illumi was indeed the best choice. It was not realistic to let Illumi fight desperately, but it was not a big problem to let him contain Shio. As for Kurapika, who was obviously a novice in ability at a glance, Kuroro did not take him too seriously, and naturally, he would not specially dispatch someone to deal with him. Chapter 163. Sure enough, faced with such an assignment, Yujin, Nobunaga and Illumi all agreed without objection. And Kuroro himself had to face Hisoka's challenge again. The books he materialized were flipping, and various mind abilities he had obtained with the Thief's Ultimate, which were originally used to track and kill Germain. Flashed by Paknota's memory reading, Maki's mind thread stitching, the knights carrying the fate of others, the pair of destroyers of the elders of Meteor Street. There are more abilities, all to ensure that Germain dies here. Just in case, Kuroro did not let Maki, Paknota, and Knight board the train. The three of them did not even come to Asian continent, but remained in Yorubian continent. In this way, one of the flaws of Kuroro's Thief's ultimate intention is that when the person whose nin ability is stolen dies, the nin ability will disappear from the book, and it can also be temporarily supplemented. It is impossible for Germain to kill Maki, Paknota and Knight who are far away on the other side of the ocean, so that the nin ability in Kuroro's book disappears. But he didn't expect that Germain also had a backup plan, forcing him to use this whole set of nin ability to deal with Hisoka, who broke into the battle. It seems that Germain's taking advantage of the situation is as tricky as Hisoka's. Kuroro doesn't like to lose control, but he believes that everything in front of him will still return to his palm after adjustment. Although he is the type of person who plans before acting, his timely battlefield allocation and dispatch is not bad. Bang bang bang. At this time, a series of explosions came from another carriage at the back. The series of explosions was like the starting gun of a race, and all the nin users in the box attacked at the same time. German Wajin exploded while running, like a fireball with golden flames. His face was hideous and twisted, as if he wanted to eat German. You made me look for you for a long time. He rushed over like a tank, and with a wave of his hand, he overturned and smashed the round table in the middle. However, before he rushed to German, a chain suddenly came out from the side, tied his thigh with a snap, and the claws at the end hooked his flesh with a sizzling sound. Chain? Uzumaki turned his head in confusion and saw Kurapika tightening the middle finger chain in his hand, and the mind energy on his thigh was forced to dissipate. He was pulled hard, and his strong body fell to the ground. Kurapika's current middle finger chain did not have any restrictions or oaths for the members of the Phantom Troop, but it still had the ability to force a small range of death. He only used the red eyes to slightly increase his strength and speed, and did not use the red eyes absolute time, which was a powerful ability that allowed him to compete with the enhanced Uzumaki in strength. But this was enough. Unprepared, Kurapika used a chain to bind his middle finger to wrap around his thigh, breaking the mental energy on his thigh. He fell down with a pull. Germain had already aimed his palm at Unprepared, who fell to the ground with a bang. A nozzle appeared in his palm, and a flaming fire snake sprayed out and rushed towards Unprepared. The flames poured down on Unprepared, engulfing his head and igniting a raging fire. However, the next moment, a silver-white knife flashed by, and the fire snake was cut in half. Then the blade flashed diagonally, and the middle finger chain that was wrapped around with Jin's thigh was also cut off. Kurapika watched one end of his middle finger chain disappear into the mind. and had to retract the remaining part back to the middle finger of his right hand. Fortunately, he insisted on practicing every day, and it was not difficult to materialize the middle finger chain again. But it required the consumption of mind energy. This is the only chain he can use for combat at present. And the rest of the ring finger soul chasing chain and healing thumb chain are more auxiliary. As for the judgment pinky chain and the plundering index finger chain, they are still in the conception and have not yet been developed. Therefore, the middle finger chain was the only offensive means that Kurapika could rely on at this time. However, it was cut off so easily by the man in front of him. Even though Kurapika had expected that he was not a match for the members of the Phantom Troop, he still felt unwilling to see this scene. Nobunaga stood in front of Uzumaki with a cold momentum, and the samurai's sword in his right hand flowed at a very fast speed, like a silver snake, and the curve was extremely beautiful to draw arcs. The limit of his blade/wave is exactly the radius of his circle, 4 meters. This coincidence is not accidental, but his restriction and oath. He sacrificed the radius of the circle and fixed it at 4 meters, which increased his ability of mind. This is Nobunaga's strengthening system, cutting everything between the square and the circle. At the limit of Nobunaga's circle, that is, the limit of the blade/wave, it is the sharpest part of his /wave, and because of his extremely fast swing, it forms an extremely terrifying defensive circle. The fire snake from the German flamethrower poured towards Eugen, but was completely cut by the defensive dome. Just like a ball of dough falling into a noodle cutter, Kurapika threw out the middle finger binding chain again, attacking Nobunaga's side this time, and it was still cut off with a clang. The fire snake and the middle finger binding chain were cut off at almost the same time, which shows how fast Nobunaga's slashing was, and the all-round three-dimensional defense of Fangyuenjian Wushin. Kurapika looked at this scene, frowned, and looked at the teacher, but was surprised to see that the teacher was still calm. He watched for a while, and could not help but slowly relieve his nervousness. At the same time, behind Nobunaga came a loud shout from Oken, which made the eardrums of everyone in the box hurt. He slapped his head hard and wiped off the last spark. However, the flame still burned his long hair into a scorched and curly shape, making it look like an afro. Quite a bit like his appearance when he was young, but much more embarrassed. Oken seemed to be irritated, gnashing his teeth for a while, then bending down, clenching his right fist, and began to gather energy. Hey! Nobunaga glanced at him with the corner of his eye and reminded him coldly. Don't forget we are still on the train. I know. Oken answered like a beast that had been suppressed for a long time. 40%. I will only use 40% of the power. Nobunaga listened, estimated, and acquiesced to Oken's choice. At the same time, he moved his feet and blocked in front of Oken more cautiously. As a reinforcement type, Eugen's chi gathering is faster than Fink's Kaiten, but there is still a gap. So, under the tacit understanding of fighting side by side for a long time, Nobunaga took the initiative to use the all-inclusive cut within the circle to fill this gap. As long as Eugen gathers chi within Nobunaga's all-inclusive cut within the circle, then there is no risk of failure. Their combination is simply perfect. Chapter 164. After a while, Nobunaga smiled and removed the slash within the circle, and the defensive circle disappeared immediately. He put the back of the knife on his shoulder and walked slowly to the side, letting the fully gathered Uzumaki out. The reason why Nobunaga did this was that Uzumaki was ready, and on the other hand, he did not want his slash within the circle to reduce the destructive power of Uzumaki's attack. Finally, and most importantly, Uzumaki's next attack range was very wide, and he needed to leave enough space. Otherwise he would be affected. German snapped his fingers at Kurapika and gave him an order with gestures. Kurapika nodded in understanding. Woken stared at German fiercely and shouted word by word. Super Destruction Fist. The golden light of his right fist surged, and he swung his arms, as if throwing a shot put with all his strength. And through this punch, boom, the fist wind exploded and swept across in an instant, washing everything like a violent hurricane. The wall on the other side of the box was shattered by the shock wave like a small cannonball. However, the power of the Super Destroyer Fist had not yet subsided. It pierced through several compartment walls in succession and finally blasted into the ordinary compartment. The explosion of destruction even covered up the explosion sound from the rear compartment, and its power instantly washed away most of the lives in the two compartments. They didn't even have time to let out a single wail. As the train continued to rumble forward, the bloody things were thrown out of the train, and a lot of blood fell on Kurapika's face like raindrops. He reached out to wipe the blood off his face, his expression gloomy. Before the Super Destroyer fist came, Kurapika jumped out of the window and even flew outside the train, next to a cliff that dropped straight down to the bottom of the mountain. But before he was about to fall on the rails, he threw out the chain. It entangled a corner of the shabby carriage at the back, making him flutter outside the train like a kite for a moment. Then, he pulled hard, and the whole person made a big turn in the air, flew to the top of the carriage, that is, above the train, and stood steadily. Germain was already standing there, his black robe fluttering in the oncoming wind, and he looked like a statue standing there from the beginning. Kurapika had no doubt that he could see the teacher on the roof, and he believed that the teacher could also dodge the previous attack. The two stood on the flat roof of the train, confronting Eugen and Nobunaga, who were still in the damaged compartment. Between them were two compartments that were destroyed like artillery fire. Most of them were empty at this time, and only flesh and blood were blown away by the wind from both sides and scattered in the mountains. Teacher. Even though Kurapika was an apprentice, he could see the troubles of the combination of Eugen and Nobunaga. What should we do? Run, Germain said without hesitation. Or exercise? Kurapika was a little surprised, and then he understood what the teacher meant. Sure enough, Germain continued, to put it bluntly, the combination of Eugen and Nobunaga is a perfect match for positional warfare. As long as they maintain that formation, it will be quite difficult for us. But in order to chase us, they must move and break away from their most comfortable positional warfare. And there will always be times when they can't maintain their formation. Kurapika understood immediately. His eyes lit up. I understand, teacher. Then, the master and apprentice turned around decisively, ran on the top of the train, and ran towards the rear of the train. Want to run? Eugen shouted in disbelief, and then rushed forward impatiently. He stepped on the rotten flesh on the ground, leaped to the top of the train with a loud thump. German! Don't run! Hey, Eugen! Nobunaga wanted to call Eugen, but the other party turned a deaf ear and chased him on the top of the train. TSK. He looked back helplessly, and saw that Kuroro and Hisoka had already gone to the direction of the locomotive. Alumi and Sayu were still confronting each other in the next car, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry to start a war. Although I really wanted to help Kuroro, Eugen obviously needed me more. If I wasn't there, he would have fallen into the trap set by Germain. In a flash, Nobunaga made a judgment and ran to the rear of the train. But he didn't jump to the roof of the train. Instead, he stepped on wooden clogs in the carriage and ran quickly. His figure was as fast as lightning. When he encountered obstacles, he cut them off with his blade. Germain and Kurapika were running on the top of the train, and Eugen was chasing them closely and constantly provoking them with words. But he didn't receive much education, and the words he used were probably some common ones involving insults to their mothers or cowards, which were not enough to break people's defense. Although he learned from the gangsters that Germain and Kurapika had robbed the Red Eyes, he never dreamed that there were survivors of the Karuta tribe. Otherwise, if Eugen directly used the Red Eyes to provoke him, Kurapika would probably still be unable to keep his composure. When it comes to the matter of genocide, it is not possible to calm down by saying fight calmly. Kurapika looked back and said, Teacher, he is the only one who caught up with us. Should we turn around and fight? Not yet. You have to judge by combining eyes and circles, German said. Nobunaga is in the car diagonally below Uzumaki. Although he used the invisibility, I still noticed him because he was running at high speed. From visual observation, his slash radius is about 4 meters, and Uzumaki's current position is still within the range of his slash. He will attack from below at the moment when I attack Uzumaki. Also, don't underestimate Uzumaki. He deliberately pretends to be careless to lure me into action. If you are not familiar with Uzumaki's personality, you may think he is a reckless man, but he is actually rough but delicate, and it is not so easy to deal with him. Kurapika frowned again. Then, German said, however, since they adopt this fighting mode, it means that they are looking down on you. They should think that you can't pose much threat to them. And I am the most dangerous. As long as I am dealt with, I can do whatever I want to you later. However, it is true. After all, you have only learned the ability of Nin for a few months. Kurapika's eyelashes could not help but droop. as if he was about to close his eyes, feeling quite uncomfortable. But German changed the subject at this time. Weak people also have weak people's fighting methods. You can take advantage of their psychology in turn. Kurapika, you need to weaken your presence as much as possible, and try to fit the profile of you given by Yujin and Nobunaga as much as possible. And then observe and endure calmly. In my duel with them, find the fleeting opportunity, which may only come once, and make them make a mistake and pay the price for it. This is what you can do in this battle. Chapter 165. Kurapika opened his eyes when he heard this, and his right hand holding the chain trembled slightly. Not because of fear, but excitement. Yes, he replied softly. Germain nodded slightly, and when they passed another carriage, he stopped, and Kurapika still ran forward for a distance. Germain looked at Woken, who was chasing him like a wolf and a tiger, and materialized a meat saw. Under the extremely fast infusion of mind energy, it suddenly turned into a floating guillotine. The guillotine blade was shining, with countless tiny saw teeth on the slanted blade, as if it had chopped off too many heads, so that some small cracks appeared. German, who was already a master of ability, filled the 3-stage gas tank much faster than before, and even if he consumed extra gas, he still had enough. For him now, all his weapons could be materialized and transformed at will. As soon as Wajin saw German stop, he knew that the second round between them had begun, and laughed and rubbed his hands. Unexpectedly, the guillotine suddenly fell down, not aiming at Yujin, but at the space between the two carriages. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the guillotine actually cut off the hook between the two train carriages. In this way, the train will be completely split into two in a moment. Yujin and Nobunaga were both surprised, and then the same thought flashed through their minds almost at the same time. German, that bastard. One of them jumped from the roof, and the other from the carriage, jumping towards the carriage where German was. And in midair, they had no support. Yujin and Nobunaga had no choice but to do this. When the carriage where German was stopped because there was no locomotive to pull it, German could quickly jump into the mountains and forests, further widening the distance between them. If he didn't chase them now, he would not be able to catch up later. German knew that they would not give up, and would choose to catch up together. So, after the guillotine fell, he had already materialized a spiral cane. Then, the spiral cane was reshaped into a giant spear under a large amount of mental energy. He aimed the tip of his spear at Wajin, who jumped in the air and threw it out. The giant spear whistled and exploded in the air, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Wajin's eyes. "Come on!" Wajin shouted, clasped his hands together fiercely, and grabbed the giant spear that was close at hand. However, the skin and flesh of his palms were also worn out by the giant spear, and bleeding, which surprised him secretly. You know, he had already protected his palms with his hands, but the giant spear could still cause wear and tear on him. This left Wajin with an impression that German's attack could break his strong and hard defense. He stopped the giant spear by force, and didn't let it pierce his head. However, his body in midair was not able to successfully jump to the opposite carriage due to the impact of the giant spear, but fell rapidly to the train track. The second half of the train was still rushing forward due to inertia, and it seemed that Wajin was about to be hit by the train and might fall under the cliff on the right. The giant spear dissipated at this time, because it had been away from German for too long. However, the next moment, Nobunaga had jumped onto the carriage where German was, and stabbed the bottom of the carriage with a long knife with a clang. Then he turned around, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Wogen's ankle at the critical moment. "Get on me!" Nobunaga shouted, and with his right arm, he threw Wogen, who was as strong as a bear, to the top of the carriage where German was, like throwing a huge barbell. "Ha ha ha ha, Nobunaga, you did a good job." Wogen didn't mind and directly smashed the steel roof with his head, like a giant beast breaking out of the ground. He didn't even have his feet firmly on the carriage, and he punched German, who was already within attack range. Wajin didn't have time to prepare to use the super destructive punch, so he could only use the hard punch on both hands. At this time, his fists were very hard, and they could also be called destructive punches. German was not in a hurry, and a crow shield in front of him unfolded like a door to protect him. However, Wajin's left and right destructive punches, the left fist hit the crow shield, causing it to break, and the right fist hit it again, and the crow shield was immediately shattered. Wajin rushed forward with a fierce look in his eyes, and was about to hug German around the waist like a wrestler. German retreated, leaving Wajin empty-handed. However, the ground beneath his feet suddenly broke, and a slashing wave shot up with a hiss. He dodged as far as he could, but after swinging, a large piece of the corner of the hunter's black robe was still cut off. The tricorn hat also flew into the air, and soon turned into a black dot, disappearing into the mountains on the left side of the track. German, with his messy black hair fluttering, looked down into the carriage and saw Nobunaga, who was staring at him, holding a long sword and squinting his eyes. The enhanced Nobunaga actually has two attack modes. The first is the defensive circle that appeared before, and the second is the slashing wave just now. They are all variants of the invincible slashing within a radius, but none of them can escape the restriction and oath of a radius of 4 meters. When the defensive circle changes from a surface to a line, it is concentrated on one point, reaching the pinnacle, and a sharper slashing wave. Nobunaga spat on the floor of the carriage and said coldly, "You have dodged it. Eugen, continue to attack. Do I need you to give orders?" Eugen laughed loudly and approached German step by step. "Nobunaga, it's you who should be steady, accurate and ruthless. Don't worry. I will kill you with my determination." Nobunaga walked deeper into the carriage, making Germain lose his sight and only use the circle to observe him, which is also a means of consumption. That's good. The second half of the train finally stopped slowly on the track. The first half of the train had already whistled away, and disappeared after turning around the mountainside. Only the whistle could be heard from afar. Wajin started again on the roof of the second half of the train and ran towards Germain. He is a core of the elite of the nin ability, a hard master, even without the super destructive fist. His body is a terrifying weapon in itself. As Germain retreated, he calculated the attack range of Eugen on the roof and Nobunaga in the carriage, and then materialized the spiral staff again. Is it coming again? Eugen did not retreat but advanced. Not afraid at all. That giant spear? Come on. Use your sharpest spear to pierce my hardest shield, and see who will win. However, Germain did not use the giant spear transformed by the spiral staff, but instead, with a click, he swung out a long whip and swung it towards Eugen. In a head-on confrontation, Germain did not have the upper hand, so he simply changed his thinking and used flexibility and agility to decide the outcome. Chapter 166: Chains and Whips. Wajin looked at the whip, his eyes fixed. The same move. Do you think it will work on me again? I was really underestimated. He first ducked to avoid the entanglement of the whip, so as not to trigger the force partial breath destroying ability similar to the chain that binds the middle finger. Most of the materialization systems have similar strange abilities. Then, he squatted down suddenly, and his hands snapped like shovels and stuck into the car cover. Then, Wajin shouted loudly, and shouted at German with an enhanced explosion sound. Ah! This roar was full of energy, and the spread was extremely wide, enough to perforate the eardrums of people around, bleed in the ear cavity, and even affect the brain. It can be said that it is also one of Wajin's killer moves. However, when he saw that Wajin was about to roar, German had already directed his thoughts to his ears for protection. At the same time, he took off his threaded cane, raised his hands, and covered his ears with them, making a timely defense. However, even so, he was hurt by the roar, and his ears were buzzing for a while. Then, Wajin used his arms inserted on the top of the carriage to exert force, and his veins and muscles bulged. The next moment, the entire roof of the train was lifted up by him, and it flew up like a wave. German was unable to maintain his balance on the hood that was blown off, and fell backwards on the tilted roof. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind him. It was Nobunaga, who came around from the car and behind him. Nobunaga and Eugen, who had a tacit understanding, completed the front and back trapping of German in an instant. Nobunaga swung his long sword and slashed at the back of German's neck. The sword was awe-inspiring, and with a buzzing sound, he wanted to end the fight directly. However, German had never relaxed his vigilance against Nobunaga, and his sudden attack was also expected. Facing Nobunaga's attack, he suddenly extended his left hand to shoot a shotgun, turned around and aimed at Nobunaga, pulled the trigger, and fired. Bang! The scattered bullets grew larger in front of Nobunaga's eyes, bringing an ominous meaning. Nobunaga secretly felt that something was wrong, and suddenly put away his sword, which instantly transformed into a defensive circle that could cut everything around him. Countless sword lights chopped out, and sparks flew, and he actually chopped all the tiny bullets into pieces, or bounced them off in an instant. And German shotgun shot, which could force people to become stiff, was also cracked by Nobunaga. Germain took a quick look, and without hesitation, he turned around like a bat and jumped from the tilted roof of the carriage to the left side of the carriage. Then he kicked hard and jumped down the cliff. But before his body fell, the spider silk lasso in his hand was entangled on the partition wall between the two windows of the rear carriage. He made the same choice as Kurapika, and used the lasso to swing back to the rear carriage. But he did not jump onto the roof, but got into the carriage through the window. This operation allowed him to easily break out of the encirclement of Uzumaki and Nobunaga, who had not yet reacted. Damn it. He is too flexible, Nobunaga cursed, jumped onto the flat ground under the carriage, stepped on wooden clogs, and chased him along the train track. Uzumaki, there is a forest on this side of the train. I will chase him here to block his way into the forest. And there is a cliff on the other side. You stay on the top of the carriage and watch him. Don't let him slip away. Uzumaki strode on the roof of the train, jumping up and down, and each time he stepped on the iron roof, he sank a piece. I told you not to order me. Do you need to explain this kind of thing specifically? Kurapika felt that the second half of the train had completely stopped. So he looked around the carriage and saw the terrified and crowded passengers, as well as the messy luggage scattered all over the floor. People either looked out through the window cautiously, or crouched under the seats in fear. They were all shocked to see Kurapika suddenly break into the carriage, covered in blood. The blood on Kurapika's body was stained with the blood of the passengers who were killed by the Wajin Chao destruction fist before. But he himself was not injured. However, this appearance made him look like a wounded person, which won some trust from the passengers. Later, when they realized that Kurapika really didn't mean any harm, they shifted their gaze and talked to each other in fear. The panic atmosphere continued to spread in the carriage, so that they all lost their normal judgment. The train was running at high speed just now, and they had no other choice. Now that the rear half of the train has stopped, they can leave the carriage and hide in the nearby woods. Kurapika was preparing to evacuate the crowd. I can blend into the evacuated crowd. Yujin and Nobunaga are so focused on chasing the teacher that they will probably just treat everything along the way as an obstacle to be manipulated at will. As long as they ignore my existence, I can show my blade and stab them, creating a good opportunity for the teacher. Kurapika was thinking in his mind as he slowly walked through the corridor of the carriage, occasionally looking at the passengers who were at a loss. He was about to speak loudly when the door of the carriage facing the rear of the train was suddenly opened with a swish. Kurapika subconsciously squatted down, hiding under a seat nearby, concealing his breath and observing quietly. Then, 3 men walked into the carriage. The first man had long golden hair with hairspray, standing up high, a thin horse face, a pair of glasses on his nose, and a weird smile on his lips. The other 2 men, one with red hair and the other with black hair, each had a symbol on their foreheads. The former was a symbol similar to bisexuality, and the latter was a symbol similar to a trident. The 3 of them broke into the carriage, and were looking at the crowd in the carriage calmly. Their eyes were as if they were looking at the fat pigs separated by earth walls in the farm waiting to be slaughtered. Kurapika stared at them, and could clearly see the flow of their auras, which proved that they were all nin users. These 3 people should be the lunatics who set off the explosion in the back carriage. They have already arrived here. This is troublesome. They will definitely harm the teacher. I can't let them surround the teacher. Kurapika frowned and looked around, trying to find a solution. The man with long blonde hair was called Gonshu. He adjusted his glasses, felt the panic in the carriage, and sniffed with some satisfaction. Shabu, Bala, gather these people together like before, and we will make another large human bomb. When that guy named German comes over, detonate here. Chapter 167. The 2 men behind Gonshu laughed and waved their hands. Among them, the red-haired Shabu opened his mouth to speak. I know. When that guy named Kuraro found us, he said he was the leader of the Phantom Troop. We thought he was a lunatic from somewhere. I didn't expect that he was really the leader of the Phantom Troop. But no matter who he is so generous. Even if he just uses us, I think this trip is worth it. Bara next to Shabu took over the conversation. Yeah. I can have fun and make money at will. Is there anything better than this? I have been in Greed Island for too long. Almost 5 years. Who knows how we have been through these 5 years? Greed Island is not seeing much profit now. This Kororo really came at the right time. While they were talking in a weird and disturbing conversation, they reached into their arms, and then took out the weapon that really made the passengers panic, a pistol. People screamed a few times, and they shot several people in the head with pistols, completely suppressing the sound of fear. Shabu put his index finger on his lips, and looked around at everyone. Shh! Don't make a noise. Either die under our guns now, or listen to us obediently. As long as you listen, we will set you free completely later. Do you understand? People had no choice but to nod in submission, under the threat of Shabu and Bala's pistols. Starting from the rear of the carriage, the passengers were forced to walk towards Gonshu and squat in front of Gonshu. Gonshu put his hands on the heads, necks and shoulders of the passengers who were squatting with their heads in their hands, and said softly, "Bomb demon." Gonshu repeated it tirelessly, saying it every time he touched a person's body. His cold tone made people shudder. But such behavior was confusing. What exactly do they want to do? Only Kurapika, hiding behind the door, can see it clearly, where Gonshu presses his palm, as he recites the 3 words "bomb demon." A bomb will materialize and attach to the human body, and this bomb disappears in the blink of an eye. Even if it is an end-user, it will be installed without any notice. Although Kurapika can't see the invisible bombs, he is sure that the bombs are still on the people they are attached to. These bastards. So this is what the so-called human bomb means. Kurapika was secretly angry. In a blink of an eye, Gonshu had installed bombs on 10 passengers, regardless of gender, age or youth, and he treated them all equally without mercy. This is Gonshu's voice of life. As long as you touch someone's body and say words containing bomb magic, you can set a bomb on them. If you explain the specific effects of the voice of life to the other party in more detail, the bomb will be activated and the countdown will begin. After the countdown ends, it will naturally explode. If you want to detonate immediately and increase the power of the explosion, Gonshu needs the help of Shabu and Bala. Gonshu is a materialization type. Shabu and Bala are release type and operation type respectively. As long as the 3 of them put their thumbs together and shout liberation in unison, they can control all the bombs to explode together and amplify the power after the explosion. This all bombs is all in the true sense. Even if the opponent is far away on Greed Island or somewhere else, the bombs on his body will be detonated. The liberation that the bomb demon trio needs to chant is the true meaning of what Shabu just said. As long as the passengers are obedient, then completely set you free. Let the bodies of all the people in the carriage perish and their souls ascend. This is what they called liberation in a mocking tone. The bomb trio just used this method to gather the people in the last carriage and create a group of human bombs. After the bomb trio entered another carriage, they detonated the bombs on everyone in the last carriage. In this way, the concentrated power instantly blew through the last carriage, and it turned into a ball of fire, burning fiercely. Afterwards, the bomber trio did the same thing and detonated a human bomb in the next car. The reason they did this was originally because Kororo told them to find Germain and his accomplices and kill them. After discussing it, the bomber trio used the simplest and most direct method, blowing up one car after another, so that there would be absolutely no possibility of missing any. Whether it was Germain or his accomplices, they would all be killed. Those who don't want to die will naturally jump out, so they can deal with them when the time comes. However, when they were about to detonate the 3rd car, they noticed the super destructive punch fired by Wajin in the middle of the train. This was enough to prove that the Phantom Troop had found their target. So, after the bomb demon trio detonated the 3rd car, they did not stay in the middle cars, but crossed the corridor, preparing to attack Germain and his accomplices from the front and back. However, the train stopped at this time. This made Gonshu realize that the situation had changed again, and then he observed from a distance the battle between German, Yujin, and Nobunaga on the roof. He was always cautious, so he thought about it and chose a safer method. They would place a human bomb in this carriage, and as long as German approached this carriage, they would immediately detonate it somewhere else to kill or severely injure the opponent. If time was not limited, they would actually have the opportunity to put bombs on all the passengers in all carriages, and then they would have a grand fireworks party. Now we have no choice but to deal with it this way. After thinking about the plan, they finally chose this carriage. So, Gonshu began to install bombs one by one, while Shabu and Bara were responsible for holding the passengers hostage. Kurapika saw this and thought for a short time. Then he understood everything. Although the teacher asked me to weaken my presence, find the right time, and make mistakes for Yujin and Nobunaga. But I can't let them set traps here. And I can't just surrender like this. If it's one-on-one, I should be able to deal with the two people with red hair and black hair. But this Gonshu is much stronger than me. Not to mention that all three of them are here. I'm not sure I can fight one against three in a head-on battle. So I can only try to solve them one by one. What should I do? If it was the teacher, what would he do? Kurapika was thinking hard when he heard the hoarse voice of Yujin, and a burst of explosions coming from the carriage not far away. His breathing stagnated. Teacher and Yujin, Nobunaga's battlefield is about to extend here. There is no way. I can only jump out now and remind the teacher that there is a trap here. Kurapika clenched the chain in his hand, looking at the bomb demon trio, and wanted to slip out of the carriage when they were not paying attention. However, when he glanced over, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face. No, it was two familiar faces, but the two were in different positions. Chapter 168. They nodded to Kurapika. Kurapika was surprised and confused at first, but then he understood that, like Hisoka's sudden appearance, this was another trick of the teacher. The teacher was a person who accepted the theory of the higher the risk, the greater the return. But he would still try his best to control the risk, and would not let it explode. And their appearance was the answer given by the teacher. Shabu walked towards the other end of this carriage. He wanted to block the door there to prevent the people in the carriage from escaping to other carriages, or escaping from the train. He had already blown up 3 carriages in a row, so he was very familiar with this. When he walked towards the gate quite relaxedly, he suddenly saw a blond young man with blood on his face squatting under a seat nearby. The chain in his hand flew out close to the ground. What is that? Shabu looked at it in surprise. Before he could react, his right leg was tightly entangled by the chain that bound his middle finger. Then a force surged, and he was pulled violently and fell to the ground. Damn it! At this time, he knew that the other party was an enemy, and immediately turned the gun around and aimed at the blond young man. Kurapika rushed over the moment Shabu fell to the ground, grabbing the gun with both hands. Bang! The bullet hit the car window, shattering the glass, causing everyone to scream again. Shabu was definitely unwilling to let go, so the two fought for the gun and wrestled in the corridor. Gonshu and Bara were both surprised and looked over, and saw that Shabu's gun was thrown out in the blink of an eye and fell to the floor. A blond young man was tying Shabu's neck tightly with a chain from behind, wrapping it several times. Shabu struggled desperately, his face flushed. Let him go! Bara shouted, walked over quickly, and raised his pistol. But Kurapika cleverly used Shabu as a shield, hiding his vitals behind Shabu from beginning to end. Let him go! Bastard! Let him go! How could Kurapika listen to Bara? He tightened the chain more and more, and was going to strangle Shabu to death. Bara was secretly anxious. There is no other way. We can only shoot this man's hands and feet. But the target is too small, and we might accidentally shoot Shabu. What should we do? It seems that I have to let Gonshu cooperate with me. The two of us on the left and the right. When he was hesitating, Gonshu's loud shout suddenly came from behind. Bala! Behind you! Bala rarely heard Gonshu's rapid shouting. He turned his head in surprise, and saw a strange flat head. There were 2 bulging eyes on the head. And what was even stranger was its big mouth, with a pink tongue curled up, and countless sharp teeth inside. Without giving Bala any time to react, the flat strange head swung over, and smashed Bala's head with a snap. Bala's body fell backwards, and died instantly. Shooty, who was holding the bulge-eyed fish, adjusted his glasses, and looked towards Kurapika. Kurapika gritted his teeth, and persevered to the end, finally strangling Shabu, who rolled his eyes to death. And then he loosened his hands with sweat dripping down his face, letting Shabu fall to the ground. Gonshu watched his 2 companions die on the spot, and he was shocked and angry. He had some feelings for Shabu and Bara, which was a unique brotherly feeling for their evil gang. However, more importantly, losing Shabu and Bara meant that he would no longer be able to remotely control the explosion of the bomb and amplify the power of the explosion. He can still use the sound of life to activate the bomb, but he can't move too far away until the countdown is over. This means that if the human bomb under his command is detonated here, the explosion will also sweep him in. But if it is not detonated, the sound of life set up before will be meaningless. Damn it. I actually let them kill Shabu and Bala. As long as they are here, I can ignore the restrictions and oaths on this distance. Gonshu gritted his teeth secretly, but did not completely give up the fight. He also possesses the second level of nin ability, a pinch of gunpowder, which can be detonated immediately as long as it touches someone's body. However, its explosive power is far less than that of the sound of life. Not to mention the sound of life that has been strengthened by the nin abilities of Shabu and Baro. These two people, one holding a chain and the other holding a strange vacuum cleaner. The former should be able to attack from a distance, while the latter is for close combat. In this case, the target should be this woman first. As long as I touch her, I can detonate a pinch of gunpowder, and then try to deal with the guy with the chain. After a brief calculation, Gonshu bent down slightly, and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Di like a dive. Avoid her first hammer blow first. Xiao Di stood in place, with no change in his expression on his face, holding the bulging eye fish in his hand diagonally, as if he was going to sweep across Gonshu's body. Stupid. This attack method that can be seen at a glance is too simple. No. It is indeed too simple. Something is wrong. Gonshu suddenly noticed something was wrong. He wanted to stop, but he heard the sound of wind breaking through the air. Why don't you run? The gruff female voice disappeared, and Gonshu didn't even have time to move his body. He was hit hard on the side of his face, which instantly broke his glasses and made his face concave. Gonshu groaned. High-speed straight ball. Biscuit, who was also lurking in this carriage, had transformed from a girl into a female King Kong in the blink of an eye. She swung her strong right fist and knocked Gonshu out. Gonshu seemed to have turned into a ball and flew in the direction of Xiao Di. Xiao Di still looked serious and calm as he turned around and swung the bulge-eye fish, hitting Gonshu, who was flying towards him. With a bang, he was knocked out horizontally, smashed through the glass next to him, and flew into the air outside the train. Gonshu's body had been destroyed twice and was already bloody. He couldn't move at all. In his dying moments, he only felt that he was falling continuously, as if there would never be an end. The sound of wind rang in his ears, and then he realized that he was indeed falling. He fell off the cliff and would soon be smashed to pieces. And there was nothing he could do during this time. Biscuit covered his forehead with his left hand, looked from a distance for a while, and then gave Shiori a thumbs up. Nice home run. Shiori adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. Seeing Biscuit, Shiori and Kurapika working together to subdue and kill the three gangsters with pistols one by one. The passengers in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief and cheered together. Don't shout. Don't shout. Biscuit waved to everyone at this time. She didn't like to see people in her current appearance, but she didn't have time to care so much at this time. Get off the train quickly. Don't stay here any longer. Chapter 169. Nobunaga walked forward on the muddy shallow puddles and dead branches all over the ground, his eyes fixed on the figure that was passing by quickly in the train carriage. German speed is simply unbelievable. Eugen and I are reinforcement type, but we can't catch up with him, who is a materialization type. This guy is becoming more and more like a monster. Damn. What kind of guy did Kuroro and Maki recruit in the first place? The scene in front of him made Nobunaga more and more surprised. It seems that this traitor who infiltrated their phantom troop is indeed more difficult than he imagined. No wonder he was able to kill Finks and Feeden one after another. At least these records are not false. Nobunaga reminded himself that he must be very alert when dealing with Germain and must not be distracted. He didn't know that Germain's current physique was already at the master level. His physical fitness was amazing. His speed was comparable to Feeden's, but his strength was slightly inferior to Eugene. In a sense, Germain is now a strengthening type. Of course, Germain's current physique is not as good as that of President Netero after thousands of tempers. Eugene was still chasing on the roof of the train, making a thumping sound every time he landed. He made a few provocative words to German in the carriage, but when it didn't work, he turned to Nobunaga. Nobunaga, you have to find a way to stop him. There's no end to chasing him like this. Nobunaga shouted back. Do you think I don't know? If I could, I really want to chop him in the back or cut off his legs. Eugene, stop talking nonsense. Keep your eyes on him. Don't give him any chance to play tricks. A large forest appeared in front of Nobunaga's running, with lush branches and leaves, and some branches had been trimmed. Otherwise they might grow onto the train tracks. He swung his sword. A silver light flashed, and the two trees blocking the way were cut in half, falling to the other side of the mountain with a snap. Without the dense branches and leaves, Nobunaga also gained a better view, so he could see farther and wider. He noticed that a large number of panicked passengers poured out of the carriages behind, dragging their families and carrying luggage, and uneasily went into the bushes beside them. A stream-like sea of people formed between the track and the dense forest for a short time. TSK. There are so many people blocking the road, Nobunaga thought dissatisfiedly. The rear half of the train stopped on the track, so as long as the passengers regained their sanity and calmed down, they would know how to escape and avoid being involved in this horrific massacre. These passengers still don't know what happened on the train and what the criminal's purpose is, but they still know that they only need their legs to escape. However, Nobunaga clearly remembered that Kuroro hired the man named Gonshu and his two companions to sweep the rear carriages. Nobunaga frowned. Didn't those three guys manage to control the situation? They were so useless. Nobunaga shook his head secretly. He was originally dissatisfied with Krallo's selection of such a person to join the Phantom Troop. The situation before him made him even more certain that Krallo had made a wrong judgment again, and now caused a very troublesome omission. Why again? It's very simple. His last three misjudgments were to let Hisoka join the group, to let Germain join the group, and to decide to meet with Hisoka and Germain at Stonehenge. If Kuroro had made the right judgment even once out of the three mistakes, there wouldn't be the situation today. He wasn't disappointed or dissatisfied with Kuroro. After all, he was working backwards from the result to the process and cause. He didn't notice any clues before the betrayal. Nobunaga just felt that Kuroro was a human being after all, and couldn't make the right choice every time. At this time, he needed the help of his companions to correct the mistakes. However, the price to pay for correcting the mistakes now is too high. Finks, Kubi, Peeler, Franklin, Phaeton. He and Wogan have decided that they must end everything here. Otherwise Germain and his accomplices will further gain the upper hand. Not to mention that there is also a covetous Hisoka. I wonder if Kuroro has dealt with Hisoka now. Nobunaga controlled his thoughts to avoid being too distracted. He needed to focus on the battle in front of him. Since the bomb demon trio hired by Kuroro at a high salary could not control the situation in the rear, and would even interfere with my battle with Yujin, I had to help them clean up their mess. There was really no other way. At this time, more passengers poured out of the carriage, and many of them looked at Nobunaga, who was dressed as a samurai. In confusion, Nobunaga put the long sword back into the scabbard while running, and then paused in the posture of I/slash. And the blade was unsheathed again, and the silver light flashed like a moon arc. The next moment, a slashing wave flew out. The passengers had no time to react, and were hit by the crescent-shaped slashing wave one after another. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, tall people were chopped in half from the shoulders up, and the heads of people of medium stature flew out. Only short children or dwarfs escaped. A hazy blood mist suddenly rose in the air, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground was mixed with extremely terrified screams. It doesn't matter how this warrior did it. The most important thing is that he is the devil who brings death. The crowd panicked instantly, like a group of ants that had lost their order, running in panic in different directions. Nobunaga didn't even look at them, and the blade of his sword slashed across, cutting the throat of the screaming person. He swung his long sword at a high speed, and the wind from the sword swept away all the blood, leaving no trace of it sticking to his body. In terms of swordsmanship, Nobunaga's set can indeed be called art. He rushed into the sea of corpses and blood, and met the second group of passengers. The second group of passengers had already reacted at this time. This was another killing god. While they were groaning in their hearts, they also rushed into the woods in a hurry. Only fools would stay there and beg for mercy. As expected, those who begged for mercy were killed by Nobunaga with one sword. Nobunaga kicked the head away and flew past with an indifferent expression. It's incredible that in a place like Meteor Street, there are more than 8 million people, most of whom are tough people who don't care about life and death. And among the billions of people who occupy most of the 6 continents, there are the most surrenderists. There is no courage at all. Is it because of the rich material conditions that they are fat and white, and they don't know how to struggle and resist? As expected, this world should not be handed over to such people. but should be left to the people of Meteor Street to live. They deserve more, and a better environment. The head rolled to the ground, and Nobunaga's thoughts deviated for only a moment at this moment. And he noticed the sound of clanging. A silver chain swung from the side. Chapter 170 Chains again? Nobunaga immediately thought of the chain that had been stabbed into Uzumaki's thigh before. It made the mental energy on Uzumaki's thigh disappear, just like temporarily blocking the sperm hole. Sure enough, he looked out of the corner of his eye and saw Kurapika raising his middle finger not far away. And the ring on Kurapika's middle finger was naturally connected to the chain that bound the middle finger. I almost forgot about this kid. He's here. This little brat's attack intention is too obvious. This is what a so-called novice is like. Huh? No. It's too obvious. He's the one fainting to attract attention. He has an accomplice. After years of life and death battles, Nobunaga quickly figured out why Kurapika attacked so directly. He sneered, and while glancing around, the blade suddenly turned and accurately cut off the chain that bound the middle finger again. TSK, Kurapika made an unwilling sound, retracted the broken chain that bound the middle finger, and rushed towards Nobunaga again. This kid. He's pretending to be alone. He pretends to be alone, and behaves in a reckless and aggressive manner that suits his age, and then hides the real enemy. But I already know that you are not such a reckless person. On the contrary, you are quite calm. Damn. It's just like the second Germain. Nobunaga stopped walking, not caring about Kurapika at all, but turned around and swung his sword behind him. His movements were smooth and natural. Extremely fast. Don't underestimate me, Nobunaga shouted. Biscuit, who wanted to attack from behind, had to turn his body to the side to avoid the sharp slash. However, a large part of her puffy princess dress was chopped off, revealing her thick thighs with socks. A woman with a body similar to that of Wajin? Nobunaga was secretly surprised, and immediately drew a circle with the tip of the sword, preparing to perform the cut anything within the circle at his side. However, when his sword slashed through the air, a force suddenly stopped it. Nobunaga looked over in doubt, and saw a short-haired black woman wearing glasses holding a vacuum cleaner that looked like a living thing. The vacuum cleaner opened its mouth, and the strong suction was trying to take away the control of the sword in Nobunaga's hand. The sword in Nobunaga's hand was shaking, as if it had life and wanted to get out of his palm and fly to its new owner. Magnetism? Or is it the suction that works on all dead objects? What on earth are the bomb demon trio doing to let so many of Germain's accomplices escape? Nobunaga had to hold the long sword with both hands to prevent it from being sucked away by Shiati's bulging-eyed fish. Otherwise, he would lose his combat weapon, and his combat power would be greatly reduced. And Biscuit and Kurapika were getting closer and closer, so they naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The woman at the back is the strongest, followed by the woman with the strange vacuum cleaner, and finally the one who controls the chain. Damn, Germain. It turns out that he has set a trap here. Nobunaga narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that he had to make a decision. Abandon the sword and escape, or be beaten to death. Just when he was about to make a difficult decision, a sudden change made the battle situation have a third possibility. Boom, what? Nobunaga's surprised words were frozen. The sound of explosions resounded through the sky, and the violent shock waves spread towards the mountain, like a hurricane, blowing several of them, along with a group of passengers, to the other side of the mountain and the woods. Nobunaga was forced to fly in the air, his hands still tightly grasping his beloved sword. He opened his eyes slightly and looked back, vaguely seeing a dazzling golden light in the direction of the train, which was only the back half left. That was the terrifying power displayed by the Wajin Super Destruction Fist after using about 80% of its power. Earlier, Yujin was chasing Germain on the roof of the train. However, he quickly noticed that Nobunaga was trapped by 3 people, and those 3 people were naturally Germain's accomplices. But Nobunaga's attention seemed to be on the kid with the chain, and he didn't notice that the 2 hidden women next to him were approaching. He grinned unhappily. The people hired by Kuroro at a high price are either like Illumi, who fishes in troubled waters, or like the bomb demon trio, who are useless. As expected, none of them can be trusted in terms of being suspicious and rejecting the new members. Even Yujin and Nobunaga, who often quarrel with each other, have a high degree of consensus. After all, the 2 new members, Hisoka and Germain, were the culprits that caused most of the members of the Phantom Troop to die and had to piece together. With such a precedent, Illumi used to help Hisoka and Germain. But now he is a fence-sitter. The bomb demon trio is a pure wild way. How could Yujin and Nobunaga trust them? Only Kuraro can be bold enough to trust people, and not use them if he doubts them. But Kuraro is not omnipotent after all. And he made a wrong judgment again. Wajin frowned and was about to give up chasing Germain and go to help Nobunaga. But unexpectedly, a figure suddenly emerged from the carriage and landed in front of him. It was Germain. This guy really knows how to choose the time to appear. No. This is the result he wants. He needs to appear at this time point. Everything is within his expectations. Wajin gritted his teeth for a while, and knew that it was impossible to rush over to support Nobunaga under Germain's nose. So he used the same trick again, bowed slightly, and put his hands on the roof again. With another roar and violence. The roof of this train carriage was torn, and flipped over and thrown at Germain. Germain jumped back and landed on the roof of a car behind him. Then took out his meat saw and chopped the flying car roof in half. After the car roof fell from both sides of Germain, he saw Wajin, who was already gathering energy. Wajin stood towards Germain, as if he was going to send out a Qigong wave, and his right fist was shining with golden light. Super Destruction Fist. Wajin's energy gathering time was not slow. He needed Nobunaga's protection just in case. At this time, he only needed to accumulate 80% of his strength, and then pour it out all at once. Boom! Golden light exploded, and a huge sun suddenly rose from the edge of the cliff. The train, which was originally only the back half, once again flew up as if it had broken in the middle. The shock wave of the explosion spread, and the entire extended cliff edge structure suddenly loosened, gradually breaking apart with a crackling sound that made people hear creepy. The train also broke away from the track, and with a clang, it flipped towards the direction of the deep valley. There were still a few passengers staying in the carriage, and at this time, they could only let out desperate wails that echoed in the valley. Chapter 171. Wajin laughed and waved his hand to clear the dust. He stepped on the flying stones as nimbly as a monkey and ran towards the woods. Phaeton. Franklin. Thinks. I have avenged you. Next. Only Hisoka is left. So far, no one has ever survived a direct attack from his super destructive punch with 80% of its power. So he naturally has such confidence. However, when he was walking on the flying stones in the air, and was only a few meters away from the ground where the woods were, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. What was surging was a murderous aura, like a whirlpool. And this whirlpool was pulling at Wajin, not letting him get away easily. Wajin turned around and saw that Germain was wearing an ancient knight's helmet, and the antlers on the helmet were surprisingly large, emitting a strange pure white light. How is it possible? He actually survived my super destructive punch. Except for some cracks in the black robe, there were almost no traces of my attack. Wajin was shocked at first, and then he was extremely excited, and he laughed. Well, I haven't met such an opponent for a long time. It's really rare. He knew that it was impossible for him to meet Nobunaga like this. So he made a decisive decision, stepped on the flying stones and turned back, and hit Germain in the center of the whirlpool like a huge battering ram. During the flight, Wajin was already gathering energy and organizing another super destructive punch. Germain was not completely uninjured. At the critical moment, when the super destructive punch was about to hit, he used the ability of the greedy antler helmet to permanently consume the leech hidden blade and put on a damage-free shield for his entire body. However, the damage-free shield only reduced most of the damage, and there was still a small amount of damage that Germain had to bear. He had several broken ribs in his chest, and there was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this time, he sprayed it towards the flying Wajin without thinking. The blood mist spread with the vortex and fell on Wajin again. Wajin did not dodge at all, just closed his eyes and let the blood mist spray on his face. Then opened his ferocious eyes and immediately blasted out the super destructive punch with 50% of the power. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to blast out two super destructive punches with 80% of the power. On the one hand, the time for accumulating energy was too short, and on the other hand, his energy was almost exhausted. However, he believed that Germain should not have much energy left. This time, the winner must be decided. Super Destructive Fist. Wajin shouted again, and the golden light of his right fist was like a cannonball, with the power of both the strengthening system and the release system. almost tearing the air apart as if suffocating. Facing the fierce super-destructive fist at close range, Germain was calm and slowly closed his hands, as if he was holding something. Then, he opened his hands and released countless black and white intertwined lights. The 4-stage gas tank evolved from the 3-stage gas tank. Activated, the white light condensed and fell off, forming a huge skeleton comparable to the size of a small hill in an instant. It arched its spine, stretched its slender 4 legs, and revealed prominent canine teeth in its mouth. This is the skeleton of an unknown giant cat. Then, black light fell on the skeleton like a dandelion and took root, and long black hairs grew out, swaying like waterweed. However, the black hairs were very sparse and did not cover the entire skeleton at all. The hideous skull was still exposed, and the empty eye sockets were full of murderous intent. German stood on the head of the skeleton of this beast, and the skeleton of this beast was suspended in the air, with a cliff and abyss under its 4 feet. It reacted very quickly, raised its upper body, and swung out a sharp claw in its forelimb, deflecting the wave of the super-destructive fist. The wave of the super-destructive fist flew over the valley, and finally gradually died after reaching the limit, hitting nothing except the air. Jean was really stunned when he saw the scene. Even if it was only 50% of its strength, it was still his super-destructive fist, and it was actually deflected by this monster that suddenly appeared. Then, the other sharp claw of the monster's forelimb raised and grabbed Jean in midair. This beast, Jean was bound by the claws and tried to break free with force, but found that after trying for a long time, he only broke free a little bit, and was tightly grasped by the claws again, unable to move. At the same time, a giant meat saw gradually materialized on the monster's other claw. It held it in its hand and pointed it at Woken's upper body. Woken saw the scene in front of him, thought for a moment, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he still has such a huge spirit that he can materialize such a ferocious beast. I didn't lose unfairly. It seems that Finks, Phaeton and I have become the nutrients for his strength. I really can't accept it. If this goes on, Kuroro will face a stronger Germain than he is now. However, such a materialization must consume a lot of energy, much more than my 100% super destructive punch. He can't maintain it for too long, and he can't use it a second time. In this way, Nobunaga may be able to escape. It should be said that he must escape, otherwise no one will tell Kuroro this information. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Without any hesitation, the ominous spirit swung the meat saw and cut Jean neatly in half. The upper half of his body flew out and fell on the flat ground in front of the woods, with blood flowing everywhere. German's feet fell to the side, and the ominous spirit behind him also disappeared quietly, turning into black and white spots all over the sky and scattering. He gasped violently. Jean was right. The ominous spirit did consume a lot of his energy, and it was impossible to use it a second time in a short time. German looked down at Jean, who only had the upper half, and found that Jean accepted death with a slightly unwilling expression. For a fighter like him, there is nothing more painful than losing to a powerful opponent and having no chance to fight back. As for the lower half of Eugen, it had fallen into the deep valley as the ominous ghost dissipated. After a long time, footsteps sounded. German stood up slightly and raised his head, and saw Nobunaga walking out of the woods with a long sword. At the same time, Biscuit, Shiori and Kurapika followed closely, forming a tight triangle formation. At this moment, Nobunaga's situation was also quite bad. After being blown away by the shockwave of the Super Destroyer fist, he briefly fought with Biscuit, Kotori, and Kurapika, and then was seriously injured. Kotori's bulge-eyed fish was too restraining for a weapon-enhancing user like him. Nobunaga didn't seem to be a materialization type, so if his weapon was taken away, he would just materialize another one. Nor was he a control type, who could remotely control the weapon to return to his hands. He was a strengthening type, and once, the long sword was occasionally pulled by Kotori's bulge-eyed fish, and occasionally Kurapika's binding middle finger chain eliminated some of his nin. Facing a master like Biscuit, he was already very strong to be only seriously injured but not dead. Chapter 172. Nobunaga's right hand was hanging down, having been broken by Biscuit. He had no choice but to hold the knife in his left hand, walked over covered in blood, and then looked coldly at the half-broken Woken on the ground. He sighed. I still remember your wish. which was to practice the super destruction fizz to the power of a nuclear bomb. Although it is a fantasy, I actually believe from the bottom of my heart that you can do it sooner or later. But now, it seems that you don't have such a chance. I know that you must hope that I will run away in the end and pass on the information about Germain to Kuroro. It's a pity that I can't do it. Not to mention how I can avoid being hunted down with this body. Just watching you die here. I can't just turn around and run away without feeling anything. Just like the friendship between Phaeton and Finks. Nobunaga and Eugen also have a special friendship, which makes them understand each other better in the Phantom Troop. It's just that this bond also contributed to the ending of the two of them today. Just as Biscuit and Shiori were about to step forward, they heard Kurapika's long-suppressed voice, which made them both stop. Heh. Phantom Troop. You will also feel pain for the death of your companions? Do you have feelings too? Although he had heard the story of the Phantom Troop from teacher Germain, and knew that the relationship between the core members was unusual, he still felt uncomfortable when he actually saw the expression on Nobunaga's face. In the original timeline, Kurapika discovered this. At that time, the Phantom Troop captured Gon and Killua. And he captured Krallo. He used this to threaten Noda to come over for a deal. And during this period, he keenly realized that the Phantom Troop was not a completely emotionless, bloodthirsty beast. If they were really just demons, then it would be impossible to make a deal with him. Just kill Gon and Killua and change the leader. All the previous assumptions were disrupted, and Kurapika's mind was shaken for a while. But then, he was surrounded by a stream of affairs, and put it aside for the time being. At this time, Kurapika lowered his head slightly, reached his hands to his eyes, slowly took off the contact lenses, and then raised his head, revealing his fiery red eyes that already exuded a ghostly beauty. Nobunaga turned his head and looked at Kurapika after hearing his voice. He was slightly startled, and then he thought of the source of the death of all the Een beasts under the 10 old men, snatching the red eyes. After a little thought, he understood everything. So it's the Garuda tribe. There are still survivors. So, the organization behind Germain is a group of Avengers? Previously, Kuroro and Nobunaga had speculated about Germain, and they believed that there must be a huge organization behind him. Otherwise the cause and effect could not be explained. Now, Nobunaga finally understood. It turned out that over the years, the relatives and friends of those killed by their Phantom Troop all gathered together to support Germain, the Phantom Troop killer. The process was no longer important, as long as he knew the reason. Although we had a premonition, we didn't expect that we would die in your hands. We are obviously on the road of revenge, but we can't even find out who our enemies are. Instead, you caught up with us and solved us one by one. The most ridiculous thing is that we can't blame others. It was because we failed to kill all the people involved and our strength was not enough to resist the offensive of the Avengers. What a pity. Is this fate? Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nobunaga had no intention of repenting for his past evil deeds. He just regretted that he had not cleaned up some of the previous tricks well enough, which led to the current disaster. Everyone could hear that Nobunaga seemed to have misunderstood something, but no one was kind enough to explain to him. Kurapika took another step forward at this time, holding the chain tightly in his hand, and was aggressive. You haven't answered my question yet. Ah? Nobunaga was stunned for a moment, then understood, and he smiled indifferently. I think the real purpose of your question is to ask us why we can be so cruel to your people. Right? Many people have asked us this kind of question. Sometimes we disdain to answer it, and sometimes we will answer his questions a little because the other party is quite strong. The reason is actually very simple. Because we don't care about you. Just like you don't care about us. German. Shiori. You should be able to understand us. Right? We in Meteor City have never been recognized by the world, and we are inexplicably treated as scum. How can we pity the people in the outside world, who we just met for the first time? Nobunaga is not without sympathy. But this sympathy will only be used on people he recognizes, such as the members of the Phantom Troop and the people of Meteor City. For example, in the original timeline, the future Sagia and Killua. As for the people in the outside world, even the Garuda people who did not participate in the oppression of Meteor City, they don't care. There is no point in saying more. He raised the long sword with his left hand, pointed the tip of the sword at Kurapika, and smiled. Come here. You should take revenge on me. Right? Come here. Fight with me. What? Don't you have the courage? Kurapika narrowed his scarlet eyes, raised the chain that bound his middle finger, and stabbed Nobunaga's throat with a hook at the end. He was not stupid enough to give up long-range attacks and engage in a close combat that was disadvantageous to him just because he was angered by Nobunaga's words. Nobunaga looked at him coldly and was about to swing his sword to fight back. However, what surprised Kurapika was that his hook actually directly hooked Nobunaga's throat and stabbed into his throat with a hissing sound. Nobunaga's throat made a hissing sound like a gas leak, and blood spurted out. Nobunaga was stunned for a moment, but he was not that surprised. It has come to this point. Will the enemies around him let him fight Kurapika one-on-one? So, when Kurapika's middle finger chain came over, Shiori controlled the long sword on Nobunaga's left hand, and Germain swung the meat saw from behind and cut off his left hand. This time, Nobunaga completely lost the ability to fight back, and his throat was pierced by the hook of Kurapika's middle finger chain. He couldn't help but lie on the ground, whimpering, but unfortunately his vocal cords were probably destroyed, and his throat was filled with blood, so he couldn't say his last words. Kurapika came over, stared at Nobunaga from a high position, and watched Nobunaga lose his breath bit by bit. He found that he couldn't enjoy much joy of revenge at all, because Nobunaga was not afraid of death, but his heart became more and more determined. Chapter 173. The war is finally over. Germain began to count his gains this time. He killed Eugen himself, and he was also involved in Nobunaga's death. So naturally they all had their grudge gifts. First, he got a total of 12 points, which were evenly distributed between his physique and his temperament, so that the two reached 87 points and 93 points respectively. Secondly, he got a cold weapon, the sword chickage. Finally, there was pressure. Originally, there should have been 12 points of pressure, but it was reduced by Germain's current master aura, and the final result was only 2 points of pressure. This pressure made Biscuit feel like overkill when he used the magic beautician Miss Cookie's ability on him. Later, Kurapika used the healing thumb chain on Germain to heal his injuries, especially the broken ribs. However, without the restriction and oath of only use it on yourself, he could not heal the wound instantly like in the original timeline. However, this was enough, because Germain had the trait genius, which would increase the effect of the treatment Germain received. Sure enough, after the treatment with the healing thumb chain, Germain could basically not feel the pain in his chest, but only a little discomfort. Biscuit, Shiori and Kurapika were all injured, but they were all flesh wounds, and the healing thumb chain also made these minor wounds heal quickly. As for the survivors in the woods beside the train tracks, if there are seriously injured people, Kurapika will also use the healing thumb chain to help the injured to stay alive. But whether they can hold on until the rescuers arrive depends on the injured themselves. In fact, the medically savvy people on the scene had already spontaneously organized a medical team to treat the injuries of the gathered passengers. However, they were still ordinary people after all, and they were not as immediate and omnipotent as Kurapika's healing thumb chain. As a result, Kurapika became the busiest first aid worker here. He didn't ask to save everyone, and in this tragic situation, he could only do his best. Half an hour later, a train finally rumbled over from the end of the track, carrying the rescue team, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Since a large section of the track was broken in the middle by Wajin's super destructive punch, the train had to reverse and send all the survivors to the previous town station. In addition, the rescuers set up tent camps in the suburbs of the town where the station was located, and sent supplies to temporarily accommodate the survivors. This was a very serious vicious incident. The local mayor came directly to the scene to direct the rescue and began to comfort the survivors. However, the mayor and the rescuers never found the 4 heroes mentioned by the survivors. Even their images have become blurred after being described with too much information. Not only that, after that, the 2 bodies that were originally regarded as gangsters who hijacked the train were also taken away by unknown persons, causing casualties at the scene. In order to avoid trouble, Germain, Biscuit, Shiori and Kurapika had already quietly left a large group of people and walked out of the town. That night, they found a cave on the mountainside and decided to spend the night at the entrance of the cave. Shiori went to the woods to collect dry firewood. Kurapika went to a nearby source of clean water, and Germain and Biscuit sat on the rocks at the entrance of the cave and chatted. Biscuit tied a neat ponytail this time, and she returned to her usual petite figure. The princess dress was cut off apart, tilted higher on the left and lower on the right, and it looked like some kind of fashionable clothes on her. She began to talk about what happened in the past few days. After receiving your text message, Xiaodi and I immediately took the airship of the day to come here, and waited on your way before your cargo ship arrived at the Asian continent. After that, although we didn't see you at the first time, after receiving your text message again, we rushed to the train station and took the same train with you. But I really didn't expect that the second surprise soldier you arranged, Hisoka, would really come. Although you mentioned it once before, I was still surprised that he actually showed up. Biscuit didn't actually see Hisoka show up. She knew this because of Germain. Kurapika had talked about the battle on the train not long ago. Germain said calmly, I am actually only 80% sure that Hisoka will show up. After all, no one can be sure of his thoughts. Biscuit held her face with both hands. 80% is very high. It is basically the probability that he will show up if there is no accident. It seems that you trust him a lot in this aspect. Germain shook his head. I just believe in my own judgment. Biscuit nodded with satisfaction at this statement. Yeah. As a result, Hisoka and Sayu attracted the firepower of Kuroro and Ilmi for us, creating an opportunity for us to kill Yujin and Nobunaga. She blinked and said, Unfortunately, neither of them achieved any results. I have already inquired about it. The front half of the train rushed into the next station and overturned. It can be seen that the battle there was fierce. However, the search and rescue personnel did not find the bodies of Kuroro, Ilmi, Hisoka or Sayu. But the bodies of the passengers were piled up like a mountain. The bodies of Yujin and Nobunaga were also taken away later, most likely by Kuroro and Ilmi. German and Biscuit were not very predictable. They knew that the Phantom Troop was tracking them all the way, but they were not sure where they would launch the attack. The innocent passengers on the train were caught up in this disaster, and they were powerless. They just wanted to kill the members of the Phantom Troop as soon as possible to end more casualties. At this time, Xiaodi came back from the woods. She held a pile of dry firewood and placed it in front of Germain, revealing the mud on her clothes. Biscuit looked at her in confusion. Why don't you use a bulge-eyed fish to carry firewood? This way, your clothes won't be dirty. Xiaodi was stunned for a moment, and said coldly, Well, speaking of it, it can indeed be done this way. I remember. I will use a bulge-eyed fish next time. She sat down on the stone next to her, imitating Biscuit's face with her palms, staring at Germain's movements. Germain put the dry firewood, fallen leaves and grass roots together, and then ignited them with a flamethrower. The small bonfire immediately illuminated the entrance of the cave. Biscuit was choked by the smoke, so he frowned and changed his seat to sit down. And then he felt relieved. In short, the Phantom Troop has lost 2 more legs, and they are 2 very important legs. Now it only has the leader Kuroro, and Illumi, Shiaka, Paknoda and Maki. I believe that it is only a matter of time before the Phantom Troop is completely wiped out. For you and Kurapika, the future will be much easier. Right? You don't have to worry about the Phantom Troop attacking from behind. And Kurapika also gets a chance for revenge. Well, speaking of which, why did Kurapika take so long? It seems to be almost 20 minutes? Is the nearby water source so far away? Chapter 174. German felt a little strange when he heard Bisquig say that, so he took the initiative to release the circle. After his chi broke through the 90-point barrier, the radius of the circle also expanded by 10 meters, reaching a radius of 60 meters. The detection radius of German's circle has far exceeded Kate's, but it is still not as good as Gino. Not to mention Catwoman and Ant King. Soon, his circle detected 2 movements, just like the ripples of the lake hitting an obstacle and then echoing back. One of the waves was pulsating violently, while the other was quite weak. The one pulsating violently was obviously Kurapika. But what about the other one? Whose weak pulsation was it? Germain informed Biscuit and Xiaodi of his detection results, and explained that Kurapika was bringing the weakly pulsating stranger here. Who do you think it could be? Germain asked. Biscuit crossed his arms. Kurapika should be a cautious person, but it's strange that he would bring a stranger to us. As for the weak pulse, it was probably because the person was injured. Xiaodi blinked, still holding her face with both hands. The light of the bonfire made her cheeks red. Then it should be someone he knows. Right? Only when someone he knows is injured and he thinks the other person is trustworthy will he do this. Wait and you know. Germain added another handful of wood to the bonfire. The fire grew a little, and Xiaodi finally stepped back because of the heat. After a while, Kurapika's figure really appeared at the edge of the woods. He was indeed holding a stranger in his arms, looking at the outline from a distance. It should be a woman. Teacher. Kurapika walked over with the woman in his arms, looking embarrassed. I met her by the river. I saw that she was injured, so I used the healing thumb chain to give her emergency treatment. But she didn't wake up. I didn't dare to abandon her in the wilderness, so I had to bring her here. After he finished speaking, he laid the woman in his arms flat on the flat ground next to the campfire. The woman lying on the ground with her eyes closed had long hair and a pair of ear-like hair accessories on her head. The pattern on the hair accessories was a heart. Her body was covered with band-aids and smelled of medicine. Her skin was slightly red, probably because she had a fever. Ah! Shiati looked at the woman's face, adjusted her glasses, and recognized her. It's Shira. Why is she here? I don't know why. Kurapika shook his head. Shira? Biscuit thought for a while, and asked the question in Germain's mind. Is it the Shira from Meteor City? Is it the Shira, who was the childhood friend of the core members of the Phantom Troop? Shiati nodded. It's her. She said before that she was afraid that the Phantom Troop would find out that she had a connection with us, so she had to leave Meteor Street temporarily. I didn't expect that she would come to the Kaken Empire. The cave was silent for a while, with only the occasional crackling of firewood. Finally, Kurapika sat down cross-legged and spoke with a complicated expression. In fact, near the Karuta tribe's retreat, my friend Pyro and I also found Shira lying on the ground, dying. And that's when everything happened. Shira is a person who likes to take risks everywhere, but she is careless and often injured. It is lucky and a miracle that she can live until now. When I saw her by the river just now, I felt a sense of time confusion for a while. I even thought that Pyro was by my side, and I went back to the past. His tone was slightly sad, and he did not have hatred or anger towards Shira. Kurapika would not be so angry at Shira, who had long cut ties with the Phantom Troop, because of the extermination of the clan. Not to mention that the other party had tried to save the Karuta tribe, but it was just a step too late. Germain pointed at Shira, who was breathing a little fast. She is a centrist who is willing to help us. It is worth fighting for. You are right to bring her here. But she is in this state now. Will she be okay? Kurapika shook his head. She should be fine. The fever may be a wound infection. My healing thumb chain is the ability to trigger and accelerate the body's healing mechanism without knowing the cause and symptoms of the disease. My ability stabilized her condition. I guess she will wake up tomorrow morning. Wait. Bisva stood up and rummaged through his luggage, finding a towel and some medicine. We will take care of her for one night. If there is any situation, we will wait until her fever subsides. The 4 people present had no ill feelings towards Shira, so the matter of taking care of her was decided. So, that night, everyone helped to take care of Sheila, who had a fever and was unconscious. It was not until her fever subsided in the middle of the night that everyone wrapped themselves in blankets and fell asleep. However, early in the morning, everyone was awakened by a scream. Germain opened his eyes and cautiously lifted the blanket on his body. He subconsciously materialized a meat saw and a musket in his hands and looked at the source of the scream. He was often assassinated and attacked, and this set of actions had become instinctive. And his sleep was quite shallow. The one who screamed was Sheila, who had just woken up. She sat up, wrapped in a blanket, and looked like she had been humiliated. Next to Sheila was Shiati, who was woken up and rubbed her eyes in a daze. She still couldn't figure out the situation. So she sat up, squinted her eyes, fumbled on the ground for a while, and finally found her glasses and put them on her nose. Sheila finally recognized Shiati at this time. After all, a person with glasses and without glasses still looks different. Shirdi? You? Why are you lying next to me? She was surprised. Shiati tilted her head and looked at her, as if wondering why she was so surprised. She began to talk about something that made Shira even more confused. Well, you woke up? Germain and Kurapika's luggage fell off the cliff, and Biscuit brought few blankets, so I shared a blanket with you last night. Huh? Shira heard this and looked around, looking at the other 3 faces, especially Kurapika, and couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, what's going on? You guys, my brain is a bit confused. Coincidentally, she has a special impression of the 4 people present. Phantom Troop assassin Germain, the assassin who killed several members of the Phantom Troop, who were once familiar to Sheila and have now fallen into demons. She has been paying attention to Germain's movements and has mixed feelings. Sheila can neither hate Germain nor admire him wholeheartedly. She hates the ugly appearance of the Phantom Troupe. But she also hopes that one day they can turn back. Then there is Biscuit, the disciple of President Netero. Now, Shira has already realized the dream she told her friend Sarasa and Paknota in her childhood. Becoming a professional hunter. Since she has become a professional hunter, it is hard not to know Biscuit. Biscuit has a high reputation within the Hunter Association. Otherwise she would not have become one of the candidates for the new president in the original timeline. There is no need to say much about Shiati. They often keep in touch. As for Kurapika, there are all kinds of causes and effects that are as dense as threads. After Shira recognized him, she couldn't think of how to face him at the first time, and wanted to escape. Too much information poured into her mind at the same time, causing her to fall into a short downtime. Chapter 175. The ethereal bird's song in the early morning came from a distant place, as if it was a beautiful sound that did not belong to this world. At the entrance of the cave, everyone sat around the bonfire with only gray embers left. That's what happened. Bisji took less than 5 minutes to make Sheila understand the process of their appearance here and their rescue of her. Do you have any questions? Originally, the explanation should have been done by Shiati, who had a better relationship with Sheila. However, Shiati often spoke incoherently and had his own logic. Everyone was not very reassured about this. In the end, Bisji took the initiative to volunteer to explain the situation on her behalf. Of course, there are some parts that cannot be said, such as the Dark Continent, Byangda, and the journey to the west, which Bisiji cleverly concealed. As for Byangda and the journey to the west, she learned about it from Germain before. When she learned that President Netero actually had a son, she was quite shocked and sent a lot of emoticons in the text message. Although Bisiji is over 50 years old, she is probably still a child or a baby when Byangda returned from the Dark Continent. After that, there was no news about Byangda, and Netero did not take the initiative to mention it. So naturally even she didn't know. Shira looked a little melancholy when she heard that Eugen and Nobunaga were also dead. Then she looked at Kurapika carefully, and her heart was tangled. I don't have any questions. She was the first witness of the genocide that year. There was no complete body at the scene at that time, so she couldn't tell who was dead and who was alive. Flies were lingering around. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere. And there were corpses of elderly people, adults, teenagers, and children on the ground. She once thought that the 2 teenagers who had rescued her had died tragically, and she felt very guilty and sad. But she didn't expect to see Kurapika alive here. Shira was happy that Kurapika survived, but she really didn't know what expression to use to face Kurapika, so she couldn't help but fall silent at this time. Biscuit and Germain looked at each other, indicating that the dominant power of the conversation would be transferred to him now. Germain thought about it, but didn't refuse. He put his hands on his knees and looked at Sheila. Since you have no questions, then answer our questions? Why are you here? Sheila raised her head, glanced at the man who killed several of her old friends, and then lowered her eyebrows. Until this year, she didn't have much impression of Germain, who was also from Meteor Street. After all, the current permanent population of Meteor Street is more than 8 million. And these more than 8 million people are crowded on more than 6,000 square kilometers of land. How could she remember everyone? Note, Meteor Street is about the same size as Shanghai, equivalent to 1/10 of Tokyo. Now, she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. However, she also understood that it was the Phantom Troupe members who had brought it upon themselves. The evil deeds they committed against the Kurapika clan alone should have been severely punished, not to mention other crimes. Shira felt a little regretful and emotional, but she would never avenge them and start another spiral of hatred. After hearing Germain's question, Shira briefly looked at the black-robed man in front of her. Germain's black triangular hat and a set of black crow hunter robes in his suitcase fell off the cliff. He was wearing the ordinary hunter's black robe that was slightly damaged after the battle with Wajin. Germain didn't look embarrassed, especially after Sheila knew his record and how terrible he was. After looking into Germain's deep black eyes for a second, she lowered her head timidly. This was a person who could tell whether he was deceiving or concealing something. This was Sheila's intuition. After thinking for a long time, Sheila decided to answer truthfully. I'm actually here to investigate the truth about the death of my friend Sarasa. Sarasa? The people present were not unfamiliar with this name. They had heard of this name many times from different channels. And they also knew that Sarasa's death was the reason for the birth of the monster group, the Phantom Troop. And Sheila actually went to the Kajin Empire to investigate the truth about Sarasa. Does it mean that she has obtained some new clues? Besides that, she did not directly answer the questions in everyone's eyes. Shira looked at Germain and Kurapika cautiously. I thought, maybe if we find the perpetrators and solve the problem, maybe the Phantom Troop will change. Everyone understood, although they had their own judgments and did not necessarily agree with Shira's point of view. No one interrupted. Germain was the kind of person who respected other people's ideas and would quietly release his influence. But he did not need to use it on Shira, so his expression did not change at all. Kurapika did not express his opinion. So, realizing that she would not be beaten up, Shira cleared her throat and relaxed a little. Do you know the origin of Meteor Street? Shira suddenly asked. She noticed that she had been wrapped in a blanket because of nervousness. So she took it off and folded it aside. Xiao Di. Do you know? Xiao Di tilted her head and poked the corner of her mouth with her fingers, as if she was thinking seriously for a while, then shook her head. It seems that someone mentioned it to me, but I don't care much about such things, so I forgot about it. It's really Xiao Di's style. Shira smiled lightly, looking very gentle, and she turned to another person from Meteor Street. German. What about you? German thought for a while and organized his words. I don't know much. Well, about 1,500 years ago, Meteor Street existed as a landfill. Since then, until now, the 6 continents have claimed that no one lives there. Of course, this is just a way of covering up one's own mistakes. At that time, many countries and regions exiled people they considered to be inferior races and inferior nations to Meteor Street, depriving them of their social status. This is the main source of Meteor Street people. Later, as the population of Meteor Street increased, their concept of Meteor Street changed to a certain extent, from discarding unwanted people to hunting and abducting Meteor Street people there at will. After Meteor Street repeatedly expressed its toughness with external actions, it reached a cooperation with the gangs. They took the initiative to send young people with potential to the gangs as a condition in exchange for the gangs' protection and assistance to Meteor Street. After that, the birth of the Phantom Troop changed the pattern of Meteor Street again. But they could only exist as an extreme force, and could not change the overall situation of Meteor Street. That's what I know. The above information was obtained by Germain by combining the memories of the original body, Liorio's side description, and Nobunaga's memories. This is why Germain feels that all the support from Xiadi and Shira to Meteor Street is just a drop in the bucket. Because this is the malice of the entire 6 continents towards Meteor Street. Even if Meteor Street is armed to the point where everyone is a soldier, even if there are more Phantom Troops, they can only live in a confined world and become non-existent people. Chapter 176. Sheila could not help but secretly gasp. You also call this not knowing much? If you know a lot, what does it look like? You know the details of the elders of Meteor Street, the process of garbage classification, the monthly population transfer in exchange for weapons, etc. You know everything clearly? Germain looked at her, as if to indicate that he had said everything he knew. And now it was her turn to continue. Sheila was stunned for a moment, and then said, Indeed? That's right. That's right. At this time, she remembered some fragments of memories. Her eyes dimmed. And then she spent several minutes telling the story of Sarasa's murder. These have been briefly mentioned before, so I won't repeat them here. However, everyone knows that the key point is in what Sheila said later. Sarasa, Paknota, and I were best friends when we were young. That day, we really shouldn't have let Sarasa go back alone. We have always regretted it. We knew that since we can remember, a large number of women and children have been abducted near Meteor Street. But we still relaxed that day. Although I also know that even if I was there, I couldn't change the outcome. But at least I could die with Sarasa, so that she wouldn't be so scared and desperate at the last moment of her life. Sheila said, trembling all over. Xiaodi hugged Shira's shoulders comfortingly. But she was not good at this, and finally just mechanically touched Shira's hair. Shira smiled bleakly and whispered thank you. How should I put it? Over the years, I have never given up the investigation of Sarasa's death. Even I hope that the villains will suffer the most cruel retribution. But the investigation has been fruitless. At the same time, I know that the Phantom Troop has never given up the investigation of this matter. and their focus is on the outsiders who entered and exited Meteor Street that year. As mentioned before, Meteor Street has reached a cooperation with the gangs and will regularly transport people to the gangs. However, the gangs and some groups will still enter Meteor Street privately to select. Sarisa was probably killed by this kind of selection. I guess the Phantom Troop thought that as long as they found a group of people who liked to act privately back then, and a list of some groups, they could find the real murderer from them. At the same time, they also set up a dark website, which was specially used to upload and download anti-human videos such as bloody massacres and perverted torture, in order to attract the real murderer. However, in this case, they need the help of the gangs, and they also need to make that website famous. So about 3 or 4 years ago, when Shira said this, she looked at Kurapika, and the unfinished words were self-evident. Kurapika sat on the stone, silent. However, his clenched fists still expressed his anger. But under the teachings of Mr. Germain, he became more aware of how to control himself. Shira pursed her lips and decided to continue talking despite the possibility of Kurapika's outburst. The flaming eyes of the Garuda tribe were given as gifts by the Phantom Troop to gangs and some groups in exchange for information and to increase the fame of the website. As a result, they probably didn't get any direct clues to the real culprit, but only some indirect information, because as long as they find the murderer, they will definitely tell me. Even if we have different ideas, I will tell them the same thing. I didn't ask them what they found out, but I learned about their main investigation direction not long ago. Xiao Di, haven't you always been curious about why I suddenly left Meteor Street a few months ago? Xiao Di blinked her big eyes. Didn't you say you were afraid that the Phantom Troop would find out about your connection with us? Well, Sheila nodded awkwardly. I am indeed very afraid, because the details of the cases they have done have been passed to my ears from time to time. I find that I understand them less and less, and I am not even sure if they will do something similar to me. They had fallen into the same depravity as the people who killed Sarisa several years ago. But the most important thing was that the Phantom Troop returned to Meteor Street, and I met Paknata without knowing it. I have said before that Sarisa, Paknata, and I had a good relationship when we were young. Therefore, after she saw me, she took the initiative to chat with me and revealed some details of their investigation. After the conversation, I returned to my residence alone and found that I was sweating profusely without realizing it, because I knew Paknata's ability to read. At that time, as long as she touched me and mentioned the names of Germain and Shiati, I would involuntarily reveal everything. When I realized this, I couldn't stay in Meteor Street anymore, because I didn't know when Paknata and the others would suddenly come to my door. So I ran away immediately. Shira recalled this, with a tremor in her voice. In fact, she knew that even if the connection was exposed, the Phantom Troop would not harm her. However, she had seen the scene of the Garuda massacre, vomited that day, and ran like a headless fly in the woods because of panic. So she didn't dare to gamble. That scene was not much different from what happened to Sarisa. There was a voice in Sheila's heart asking, What if they can really be cruel and ignore their childhood friendship? She recalled this and took a long time to calm down her more rapid breathing. But her face was still a little pale. In short, I learned from Paknota who they gave the red eyes to. Kurapika, do you want to listen? Kurapika glanced at her and nodded calmly. Go ahead. Tell me. Shira was a little surprised at Kurapika's calmness, but still told him the truth. Kurapika listened to those names and identities, compared them with the list handed over by Shio, and picked out the group of people he didn't know yet. Artists, politicians, religious leaders, capitalists, corporate employees, fraudsters, doctors. Kurapika muttered to himself, adding quite a few names to the list in his mind. This group of people are either secretly middle and high-level members of the gang or middle and high-level members of a certain organization. In short, they all have a certain social status. Of course, the fiery red eyes have been in their hands for several years, and it is not ruled out that they are circulated, such as through the Ukexan underground auction. However, it is hard to imagine that people with such a perverted hobby of collecting human eyeballs would be willing to take the initiative to trade them unless they encounter extremely special and difficult situations. Then, the fiery red eyes are likely to still be in the hands of most of these people, and only a small number of them have gone to other people. Paknota is an expert in reading memories. In this regard, as long as she does not deliberately deceive Sheila, she will never make mistakes. as long as they are found. The eyes of the tribe can be found. Chapter 177. Kurapika was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked at Shira. No. The number is wrong. There are still many red eyes that have not been found. There are a total of 128 people in his tribe, and the number of them in the list given by Shira is only 35 pairs, counting the pair that he and teacher German had stolen from the Nasra family before. There are only 36 pairs. Even if there is a possibility of damage or loss during the period, the number should not be so different. Yes. Shira's response confirmed Kurapika's thoughts. That's because most of the red eyes were sent to the AI family, and then transferred to the fourth prince of the Kakan Empire, Caledonish, through the AI family. AI family, one of the three major gangs in Kakan, known for their madness. Caledonish, the fourth prince of the Kakan Empire, with a very good reputation, is said to be a genius with great artistic accomplishment. Kurapika pursed his lips tightly when he heard the slightly unfamiliar name Celadonic. Shira observed Kurapika's expression without stopping talking. The fourth prince, Caledonic, is now the umbrella of the AI family, and the AI family has also participated in the cooperation with Meteor Street, which means that they have appeared in Meteor Street. Although Caledonic was about the same age as Kuroro when Sarisa was killed, according to Paknota and the others, the fourth prince has had a very cruel habit since he was a child. At first, it was some small animals. Then it developed to children of the same age. Then the elderly. And now it is a younger woman. And the AI family almost perfectly fits his temperament. The members are also the kind of villains who like bloody killings. They are notorious in the Kajin Empire, and even the 6 continents. Based on their practices, it is very likely that they did a private selection in Meteor Street back then. According to Paknota, there is intelligence that proves that Caledonic was already a so-called body artist several years ago. He likes to peel skin, especially the skin of beautiful women. And for Caledonic to become a so-called body artist, he must continue learning process. This process requires many people, especially women. At the same time, Caledonic had a good reputation among the people of the Kajin Empire. His classmates all agreed that he was a good man, a smart man, and a trustworthy leader. This means that his body art has always been done in private and has not been exposed to the sun. The fourth prince's private soldiers and the Ayi family sent women to him and handled the follow-up. It is very likely that the fourth prince's style spread among the private soldiers and the Ayi family and formed a top-down infection. Or on the contrary, the private soldiers and the Ayi family influenced the fourth prince, allowing him to develop that terrible hobby since he was a child. Which one it was, Paknota and the others didn't know. Of course, the one who killed Sarisa was unlikely to be the fourth prince himself. He wouldn't fly from the Kakan Empire to Meteor Street for such a thing. Paknota and the others once thought that the murder of Sarisa might be among the fourth prince's private soldiers and the AI family. But in the end, there was still no clue. Paknota also said that the only good thing was that whether it was Celadonish's subordinates or other enthusiasts in this area, they all paid attention to the website they built because of the red eyes, and gradually became active on the website. They believed that sooner or later they would be able to catch the group of scum who couldn't hold back and wanted to share the video of how to torture Sarisa. When Sheila said this, she looked at Kurapika again, gritted her teeth, and then said the words that were most likely to irritate Kurapika. There is another thing. If I'm not mistaken, the head of the suspected pyro was also indirectly sent to Celadonish by the Phantom Troop. The reason for doing this is that Pyro's eye disease is very serious. If they dig it out directly, the fiery red eyes may fade, so they came up with this idea. When Kurapika heard Pyro's head, he thought he would get furious and stand up. But he was surprised to find that he was so calm and just sat there. He even felt his body relaxing, as if it was something he had anticipated. And it finally unfolded before his eyes. Celadonic. He recited the name again. Then, Kurapika turned his head and looked at teacher Germain. Germain knew his disciple's thoughts from his seemingly calm eyes. You want to snatch them back from the fourth prince, Celadonic? Germain and Kurapika looked at each other. Even if it means that we will be enemies with the entire Kakan Empire? Kurapika's expression gradually became cold. If you let me wait, I will wait until the time and conditions are right. Germain thought for a while, and said to Bisky beside him, in this case, it will be impossible to cooperate with Byanga. After all, he relies on the funding of the Kakan Empire. It doesn't matter. I don't like and don't trust that person. Even if he is the son of President Netero. Bisky stood beside Germain, with her hands on her hips. And her tone was disdainful. She turned to Kurapika again, with pity on her face. I have learned your background from Germain. Now that we have met, if we are sure, we will help you take back the eyes of your people. Xiao Di. Shira seemed to have heard the incredible information and showed a surprised expression. And Kurapika showed a complicated and grateful expression to Bisaki's words. But he still stared at Mr. Germain and listened to the judgment that Mr. Germain was about to make. In his mind, Mr. Germain's decision occupied a very important part. He did not lie. If Mr. Germain asked him to be patient, he would continue to be patient. Because Mr. Germain had never let him down. And the tragic situation of the Phantom Troop now proved everything. Germain's expression was still calm. And his tone was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Then let's try it. Whether the timing and conditions are right. Kurapika relaxed his frown with some relief. Shirdi blinked. Biscuit smiled. If so, then we will have to stay in the Kaken Empire for a while. I will explain the situation to Sambika, Menchi, Bahara and others so that they don't have to worry. And Shira felt a chill on her back and realized that she was about to be caught in a storm. She wanted to escape from this storm, just like she had escaped countless times before. However, after seeing the slightly sad expression on Kurapika's face, Shira couldn't help but think of herself. I must have had the same expression when I saw Sarasa in the package that day. Right? Think about Sarasa. Think about Pyro. And then think about the mental journey of Kurapika and I over the years. Aren't they very similar? While Biscuit was busy dialing the phone, and no one was planning to ask Shira for help, Shira took the initiative to stand up, showing an expression like a martyr. But her trembling legs still exposed everything. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Shira swallowed and looked at Kurapika. At least, let me do something within my ability. I also know a piece of information. Everyone looked at her. Shira finally stopped being timid. The princes of the Kaken Empire often hold social dances and invite celebrities to attend. The fourth prince, Caledonic, is no exception. He has a dance in early September, and many people know about it. Chapter 178. 8 p.m. On September 7th, 1998. The nobles, gentry, musicians, painters, writers, etc. of the upper class of the Kajin Empire all dressed up and entered the luxurious mansion of the fourth prince in pairs. The ball started on time. The fourth prince, Caledonic, simply said a few words and gave the stage to the orchestra behind him to play. After a long time, the melodious music filled the entire venue, and many gentlemen and ladies were dancing in the central area, like butterflies. However, Caledonic was still the center of the party. Wherever he went, it was as if there was a spotlight shining on him, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He did not go down to dance, but stood outside the venue, facing everyone who came forward to chat with him with a kind and gentle smile, listening carefully from time to time, always making the other party excited. Caledonic could take care of almost everyone, making almost everyone who came to the party feel like spring breeze. The 6 people who had just finished talking with the fourth prince stood in a corner, forming a circle, pointing in the direction of the fourth prince, who was like a star surrounded by the moon. They were the fourth prince's classmates and friends at the same time in the military academy. After graduation, they joined the fourth prince's private army. They were close to the fourth prince, so of course they were also invited to the dance. Cherry is still so busy. Otto-san, wearing a suit, put his hands on the back of his head and said, just like in the military academy, there are always a group of people around him who try to please him. Hush. Boxen, who had a bob haircut, put his index finger on his lips, signaling Otto-san not to make a sound, then carefully looked around, and then patted the chest of his evening dress with relief. Otto-san, why don't you remember? You must use honorifics to address His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, and never call him by his name, let alone a nickname. Otto-san opened his eyes wide and defended, but that's how we used to call him Cherry. And he never said anything. You are really worrying too much. Pak-san frowned unhappily, then looked at the other 4 people, who all shook their heads and spread their hands. One of them, Mo Molly, a woman with black bangs and a cold expression, said, even in the military academy, only Otosan calls the fourth prince His Royal Highness like this. Please don't involve us. Paksan pointed at Imomoli, looking at Otison with a UC expression. How cold. Otison put his hands on his hips. We are friends. What's wrong with calling him Sherry? Don't you understand? Sherry has a different view of us. The other 5 looked at each other. Still don't understand? Auto-Xion explained with a look of I can't do anything to you. There are too many flatterers around him. And only we are his friends, who are truly good to him. Didn't you notice? When Sherry talks to others, he always smiles like a prince. And only when he faces us will he smile with relief. This is because he feels much more relaxed around us. The other 5 looked at each other again. And Imomoli shook her head. Paksan pursed his lips and decided to warn Otison. Listen. Otison. Things are different now. School is school and society is society. Not to mention, we are now the private soldiers of His Royal Highness the 4th Prince. And we must have a sense of respect and inferiority. If we call His Royal Highness the 4th Prince by his nickname, how can he establish his authority in front of other private soldiers? This, Otison muttered in a low voice for a while, and finally said, Okay. At least in front of outsiders. I will call him His Royal Highness the 4th Prince. Finally, this stubborn bull was convinced. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And secretly gave a thumbs up to Paksan, who was very resourceful in this regard. Paksan smiled complacently. But when she turned around, she didn't notice that she bumped into someone who was coming over. Ah! She almost fell to the ground, but was hugged by the other person and helped up. Then Paksan heard the other person ask with concern, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Paksan looked up and saw a tall waiter in a tuxedo, with a shiny slick back hair, a mustache on his lips, and eyes as deep as black agate. This was a mature and heroic man, probably over 30 years old. Paksan made a judgment subconsciously, as if it were an occupational disease. Then she smoothed her short hair by her ears and said softly, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I was careless just now. The man smiled at her gently and said, It's good that you're fine. If there's nothing special, I go to work. He pointed to the plate in his hand. There were many high-heeled glasses on the plate. The wine was shaking slightly, reflecting the crystal lamp above his head. Okay. You go and get busy. Paksan nodded in response. So, she watched the man in a tuxedo leave with a basin of goblets. Auto-Xion. Imomoli and others asked her if she was injured, and she responded that she was not made of glass, so it was impossible for her to break with a slight touch. Later, the 6-member group talked about other topics, and completely forgot about this episode. The man had come to the vicinity of the 4th Prince, Caledonish, and while serving the people around him, he seemed to listen to Caledonish's conversation with others unintentionally. He occasionally touched his beard. The disguises on other parts of his face were fine, but this beard made him feel uncomfortable. His age should be about the same as Kuroro, Nakuru, Shioto, and Caledonish not far away. It's just that the disguise on his face and the beard made him look at least 7 or 8 years older. However, he didn't feel dissatisfied. After all, the greater the difference from the original image, the better. Germain began to eavesdrop. He was an end-user, and his current physique was extraordinary. Even at this distance, he could hear what Caledonish was talking about with others. Celadonic was talking about philosophy, and mentioned the names of philosophers such as Kant and Hegel. It seems that he is deeply immersed in this field. The others were smiling and applauding, praising the erudition of the 4th Prince. This was not entirely flattery. The 4th Prince did have his own opinions in this regard. Germain was basically immune to the appearance of names such as Kant and Hegel. He was not surprised by the appearance of other names such as Goldbach's conjecture, La Liga, and Serie A. This world is a parallel world to his original world, and many things seem to be true but are not. Germain listened for a while, but did not hear any key information. So he looked around the ballroom quite naturally, and finally saw the 2 ladies wearing evening dresses. Xiaodi and Kurapika have gone through more disguises, and now the former has black hair like a waterfall, and the latter has blonde hair draped over her shoulders. They are all dressed up very beautifully, and with their good foundation, they look even more like 2 beauties. At this time, the 2 were being approached by a man in a suit. The man pointed in the direction of the 4th Prince, Caledonishi, and whispered something with a smile on his face, and handed out a business card. Xiaodi and Kurapika took the business card, looked at the 4th Prince, Caledonishi in the distance, and then looked at each other awkwardly, hesitated for a while, and nodded. So, the man pointed in another direction and wanted to take them away. Xiaodi and Kurapika followed obediently. When they were about to disappear from the corner of the venue, Kurapika turned around, quickly met the eyes of teacher Germain, and then left. Chapter 179. When the party was almost 9 o'clock, the fourth prince, Celadonic, left the venue on the pretext of wanting to rest. Your Highness, you must pay more attention to rest, and don't be too tired. Okay, Mr. Duke. Don't worry. He smiled and nodded to the guests he met, then walked outside alone, walked through the dim corridor, and fumbled in his pocket for a while, and took out his mobile phone. It's endless, he muttered in a low voice. In Celadonica's hand was the latest smartphone, specially made for him by the company. He had more than a dozen such phones, and this was just one of them, which he used most easily. The smile on Celadonica's face had long disappeared. At this moment, he pursed his lips, as if he had changed into a different person. He turned on the screen, and the faint light only illuminated his unshaven face. But others generally claimed that this was a sexy face. After looking at the content on the phone for a while, Celadonic suddenly frowned, stopped, and turned around. A beautiful woman in a purple dress appeared in front of him. She exuded a mature and charming aura, and was looking at the fourth prince with curved eyebrows. However, the only flaw was that there were 2 straight scars on her left face, passing through her left eyelid, which destroyed the woman's tenderness and brought a kind of indescribable chill. This person was Melina, the illegitimate daughter of the king and his lover, because she was destined not to have the right to inherit the throne. She was cut with 2 scars at birth, and was called second line. At the same time, she is also the leader of the Yi family, one of the 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire. In fact, the leaders of the 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire are all second tier. It's just that Melina is the illegitimate daughter of the current king, while the leaders of the Xiaowu family and the Jiaxiao family are the illegitimate sons of the previous king. Strictly speaking, Melina and the Celadonish in front of her are blood relatives. They are half-siblings. However, there is obviously no brother-sister relationship between the two. No, it should be said that Celadonish has no feelings for all his brothers and sisters. Celadonish looked at her coldly. Why are you following me? Is there something important? His Highness the Fourth Prince. Melina smiled at Celadonish with pleasure. I am here to thank you for inviting your most loyal ally and partner to attend this dance. She was referring to herself. Of course. Celadonish stared at the woman for a while, suddenly sneered a few times, and without even responding, he turned around and continued walking on the corridor. Melina didn't care about Celadonish's attitude. After all, it was not a 1-day or 2-day thing. She followed behind Celadonic slowly. Melina noticed that Celadonic was looking at his phone without saying a word. After blinking her eyes, she asked, Are you concerned about the underground auction in Ukexin City on the other side of the ocean? Every year from September 1st to September 10th, Ukexin City will hold an underground auction, and this year is no exception. However, in the past, the organizers of the underground auction were only the 10 old men. But now the 3 major gangs of Kajin have joined. That is, a total of 13 gangs are hosting this auction. Since the beginning of July, when German and his accomplices wiped out the 10 Een beasts, the 10 major gangs under the command of the 10 old men entered a period of chaos under pressure from both inside and outside in the next 2 months. Although the 10 major gangs will not be destroyed, they will inevitably suffer some damage. The 10 old men had to give up a lot of benefits in exchange for the 3 major gangs of the Kajin Empire to stop. Among them was the right to host the Ukexin City underground auction, which could show its prestige and power to the world. Therefore, the grand occasion of this year's Ukexin City underground auction can be seen. Celadoni still didn't answer Melina, but quietly tapped the keyboard on the phone screen with both hands, typed a message, and sent it out. Melina smiled as if she was thinking about him and said, Your Highness, the Fourth Prince? Don't worry. If there is anything you want, such as the red eye, I will report it to you as soon as possible. Those are just small things. A big shot like you shouldn't pay so much attention to them. You should pay more attention to what is happening in the Kaken Empire. No one knows the requirements of His Majesty the King for selecting an heir. But it should be necessary to be familiar with domestic affairs and contact nobles and celebrities. Like the social dance just now. I have been watching you quietly from the side. You have faced many dangerous questions, and your responses are quite clever, which is really beautiful. and your classmates of the same period, even though their status is very different. You have never neglected them, and even invited them to such an important occasion to show that you have not forgotten the old friendship. It's really outstanding. Well, let me think about it. Is there anything else I should report to you? Oh, by the way, do you know about the train terrorist attack that happened half a month ago? The investigation results said that it was done by the Phantom Troop. However, I also found some very interesting information. For example, many members of the Jiasha family are fans of the Phantom Troop. For example, the Xiaowu family once sent 2 people to the Kajin Empire by boat. And these 2 people boarded the train and had a fierce conflict with the Phantom Troop. Before Melina finished speaking, she saw that the originally calm Keladonish, who was holding the mobile phone in his left hand, suddenly jumped up. He turned around, grabbed Melina's throat with his right hand, and pressed her against the wall next to her, making a thud. Keladonica's fingers gradually exerted force. Melina held Keladonica's right arm with both hands, her expression calm. She did not beg for mercy, nor did she struggle. She just stared at Keladonic. Keladonic looked Melina up and down coldly. Melina, it seems that you really don't know what it means to stop when enough is enough. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. You just want to provoke disputes. You want to magnify the fight between the Germain and the Phantom Troop into a fight between the Xiaowu family and the Jiasha family. You want to remind me that for things like the right to host the underground auction in Ukexin City, the 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire are fighting openly and secretly. You want to remind me that behind the Xiaowu family is the elm-headed 3rd prince, and behind the Jiasha family is the idiot 7th prince. You want to say that the war between the princes has begun, right? If we don't seize the initiative, we will be passive when the real battle for succession begins, right? You just want us to go to war and make the Kaken Empire as chaotic as possible. Chaos is everything you love most, right? Celadonish lifted Melina up with one hand, his fingers almost pinching her swan-like neck. Chapter 180. Melina, are you looking down on me? Those nobles and celebrities are insignificant. Those classmates are insignificant. The train terrorist attack is insignificant. The fight between third-rate villains is insignificant. The underground auction in Ukexin City is insignificant. Even if it's a life-and-death struggle between the 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire. Even if it's the open and secret struggles among the 13 princes. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? Note, the royal family of the Kajin Empire, regardless of gender, is collectively called prince. And the 14th prince has not been born yet. Celadonic narrowed his eyes and watched Melina's neck getting redder and redder. As long as that damn old man doesn't let go, none of the 13 princes can die. The 3 major gangs in the Kajin Empire must maintain a balance. What you want is impossible to achieve. Melina's face has changed ugly because of her throat being pinched. But she is still unwilling to let go and beg for mercy. As always, there was something in those eyes that Keladonish didn't like. Although Melina was also so stubborn and crazy before, she seemed to have gained some support in the recent period, and she firmly believed that Keladonish could not kill her. Keladonish was very confused about this. The comparison of their strength and speed was completely not in the same order of magnitude. Even if it was a competition of power, he had an absolute advantage. So, what was the confidence of this woman? Keladonish finally let go of her hand, letting Melina fall to the ground, and then coughed violently. I warn you. Keladonish stared at her. Don't do anything that crosses the line. It's not your turn to interfere in my affairs. After all, women are the same after peeling off their skin. I can support you, and I can support other women. After coughing for a while, Melina finally calmed down. She sat on the cold floor, chuckled a few times, and smiled at Keladonish. Yes, Your Highness the 4th Prince. I won't meddle in other people's business. Keladonish pursed his lips, no longer paying attention to this strange woman who he couldn't see what she was thinking, and turned away. Melina got up. This time she didn't follow him, but looked up at the moon in the sky for a while, then turned around and returned to the dance. After a while, Germain came out from the corner. Celadonish and Melina? He witnessed this conversation and conflict, and noticed a very interesting point. That is, the seemingly strong Celadonish is just an ordinary strongman, while the seemingly weak Melina is an out-and-out ninjuser. Melina is not very strong among ninjusers, especially to Germain. The flow of her nin energy can be hidden from others, but it can't be hidden from Germain at all. It seems that she has just awakened her nin ability not long ago. But with the help of her nin chi, it may not be a big problem for her to deal with an adult male. As for Celadonic, he knows nothing about nin at this stage. In the battle for the succession to the throne of the Kaken Empire in the original timeline, he learned about the existence of nin from Kurapika and learned it from the guards hired by the Hunter Association. This is not surprising. The Hunter Association currently has less than 700 members, and there may be only 1,000 to 5,000 nin users in the world. Although Germain often meets his peers, it is because of the stand user. This is because nin users are attracted to each other. All nin users cannot make a splash in the 6 continents with billions of people. In addition, the V5 high-level officials and the Hunter Association deliberately concealed it. So even the 4 princes of the Kaken Empire did not know about the nin ability. However, the king of the Kaken Empire knows about the nin ability, and the eldest prince and the second prince are likely to have known about the nin ability at this stage, and secretly recruited and trained nin users. Celadonic is undoubtedly a genius in nin ability. His talent is probably not inferior to Gon and Killua. He quickly got started in nin ability. His awakened nin ability is even more terrifying. It is related to predicting the future. If he were next door, he would most likely become the final boss. However, he is still just an ordinary pervert now. German didn't care about it at the moment and continued to follow Celadonic quietly. Coincidentally, this is the original body's old profession, because he was a killer of this type before. I didn't expect that Germain would go back to his old ways today. On the other side, Celadonic had returned to the door of his room, and Mark and 2 guards immediately saluted him. Celadonic nodded coldly. He didn't need to force out those disgusting smiles in front of these real confidants. Mark stepped forward quickly and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I have prepared 2 women waiting in the house. I heard that they are models from the Eurubian continent, accompanied by a rich man." Okay. Celadonic waved his hand. "That kind of thing doesn't matter. Besides, I want to know them myself." Mark could see that his Royal Highness was not in a good mood, so he quickly agreed. Celadonic waved his index finger, as if waving a baton to conduct an orchestra, and said, "You go." This is his habit. The next time belongs to him, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. This is not the first time that Mark and the 2 guards have faced such a thing. They bowed, then gave way to the door, and took the initiative to retreat to the hall outside the entire corridor to wait. When Celadonic pushed the door open, he saw 2 women in the bright room. The woman with long black hair and a good figure was wearing glasses. She tilted her head and watched the blood-red fish in the fish tank swinging its majestic red body. The younger woman with long golden hair was wearing a black cap and holding a bag. She was sitting quietly on the sofa, flipping through the Time magazine. 2 women with very different personalities. I like it. When Xiaodi and Kurapika heard the sound and turned around, they saw a very friendly smiling face. If it were an ordinary civilian, he would have been very excited to receive such favor from the prince. However, the 2 women were calmer than expected. Celadonic frowned slightly, and then relaxed. It's not that he hasn't seen those self-righteous women before. Anyway, they all end up the same. Hello. I am the 4th Prince Celadonic. Please don't be restrained. Just be casual. In order not to be alienated from reality, I need to listen to the voices of various people frequently. Therefore, I asked Mark to help me find 2 lovely girls. And it must be you. He kindly invited Xiaodi and Kurapika to sit down, but he didn't rush to get started. Instead, he asked their names first and talked to them.